Everyone thought you were just a dim-witted son-in-law kept by the general's wife until the traitorous deputy general used you as a scapegoat and threw you into the encirclement of hundreds.
Yao Yao, you and Lin stay here for now. Don't wander off.
After giving these instructions, she hurried away. Clearly, there was a very urgent matter she needed to attend to.
Sigh.
Yun Yao, without a care in the world, plopped down in a chair and muttered under her breath. The military camp is way more boring than I imagined.
There is absolutely no fun here. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come.
Lin stood quietly beside her, his gaze fixed on the sand pile in front of him, lost in thought. Brother-in-law, this is just a pile of sand, there's nothing to see here. Yun Yao suddenly stood up, her face lit up with excitement.
Let us go for a walk.
As she spoke, she grabbed Lin's arm and started heading toward the tent's entrance, only to find him standing completely still, like a wooden stake.
Brother-in-law,
really do listen to my sister too much, Yun Yao grumbled, then let go of him, intending to go explore the area near the military camp on her own. But before she could take 2 steps, Lin grabbed her wrist, preventing her from leaving the command tent.
Brother-in-law, I'm just going to take a quick look around. Nothing will happen, don't worry.
No matter how much Yun Yao pleaded or assured him, Lin remained unmoved. Coupled with the vast disparity in their physical strength, Yun Yao had no choice but to give up on the idea.
You've really got me beat. Fine, I want to go then.
Only then did Lin let her go. She sat back down in the commander's chair, propping her chin in her hand as she stared at the sand table in front of her. Having no background in military affairs, she naturally couldn't make head or tail of it. Suddenly, Lin took a step forward and actually reached out to pull a flag stuck in the sand table, startling Yun Yao into rushing to stop him.
Brother-in-law, you can't just mess with that. My sister will get angry.
But Lin paid no heed and still tried to remove the flag. Yun Yao had no choice but to do everything in her power to stop Lin, but unfortunately, her strength was no match for his. Finally, at the critical moment, Yunwan pushed aside the tent curtain and walked in. Seeing the two of them tangled together, she furrowed her delicate brows slightly. After her sister left, Yun Yao lay down on the hard wooden bed with a mournful expression. She hadn't expected life in the barracks to be this harsh. After all, she'd asked to come to the frontier herself, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and bear it. Late at night, the barracks, which had been bustling during the day, fell into complete silence. The soldiers, exhausted from a day of training, were all sprawled out in their tents resting. Only a few small squads were on night patrol. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, an eerie, chilling wind began to blow, carrying with it a wisp of black mist,
though it was hard to make out under the cover of night.
At that very moment, Lin, who had been lying on a wooden bed, slowly opened her eyes.
Is this the Grand General whom those barbarians fear so much? She is just an ordinary woman, what a fuss over nothing.
A cold, sinister voice echoed through the commander's tent. A figure shrouded in black mist stood by the bed, gazing at the soundly sleeping Yun Yao.
She is quite attractive, actually. She'll make a perfect servant.
With that, the shadow raised a finger as thin as a withered twig, and a gray insect began to wriggle at its tip. This was the soul-shattering parasite. Once it invaded a human body, it would transform the host into a mindless, obedient shell of a human being. The shadow slowly brought its finger closer to Yun Yao, and the parasite seized the opportunity to burrow into her lips. At that critical moment, the shadow's wrist was seized firmly. It looked on in astonishment at the man who had suddenly appeared beside it.
Who are you?
He had completely concealed his aura while infiltrating. These ordinary mortals shouldn't have been able to detect him. Lin didn't answer his question. Instead, he swung his fist directly at the man's head. At first, the shadow dismissed Lin's attack, but when the whistling sound of the fist cutting through the air reached his ears, he realized the terrifying force behind the punch. Without a moment's hesitation, the shadow immediately ducked his head to dodge, and the black mist coiling around him was blown away by the force of the punch, revealing a hideous, corroded face.
Damn it, I'm going to tear you to pieces.
But just as the shadowy figure was about to strike at Lin, he heard footsteps outside clearly. The commotion had already caught the attention of the patrol.
I'll deal with you properly next time.
Leaving behind a threat, he instantly transformed into a ghostly glow and vanished. Lin did not pursue him, for at that moment, the poisonous insect was already about to burrow into Yunyao's body. She was still fast asleep, completely unaware of the impending danger. Lin hurriedly reached out with his fingers to pinch the insect, but just then, Yunyao smacked her lips, giving the insect the perfect opportunity to slip directly into her mouth. Seeing this, Lin roughly pried open Yunyao's lips and thrust his finger directly into her mouth, preparing to seize the parasite by force. Feeling something amiss, Yunyao finally awoke, but the moment she opened her eyes, she saw Lin stirring the inside of her mouth with his finger. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she instinctively bit down hard.
Lin raised his eyebrows in annoyance as the insect once again took the opportunity to slip from his grasp.
With no other choice, Lin pinched Yunyao's chin, forcing her mouth open, then lowered his head as she stared at him in terror.
Just then, the tent flap was pulled open. "What are you doing?"
When Yunwan and the soldiers entered the command tent, they were shocked to find a figure straddling her younger sister, clearly engaged in an indecent act. In a panic, she immediately drew her long sword and charged forward, lunging at the intruder. But as Yunwan drew near, she realized to her shock that the figure was none other than her own husband. She hurriedly swung her sword in the opposite direction, but it was too late. The sharp blade pierced Lin's shoulder.
Blood dripped down the sword onto Yunyao's delicate little face.
At that moment, she was so terrified she was frozen in shock, with only one thought running through her mind. Had her brother-in-law just forced a kiss on her? In fact, Lin was currently clamping down with all his might on the poisonous insect that was desperately trying to burrow inside, preventing Yunyao from becoming its puppet. Unfortunately, as soon as she said this, everyone's expressions turned somewhat strange.
It was almost winter. How could there possibly still be mosquitoes?
She was clearly lying through her teeth. Yunwan could naturally see that the girl was covering for Lin, so she turned to Tang and the others and said, "It seems this was just a misunderstanding.
You may all leave."
Yunwan quickly tended to Lin's injury and said sternly, "You're not allowed to leave here for the next 2 days.
Do you hear me?"
Lin stared blankly for a moment before slowly nodding. Yunwan stood up and walked toward the tent entrance, but just as she was about to leave, she turned her head back. "If you really can't resist the urge to do that sort of thing, just come find me. After all, we're husband and wife." After saying this, her rosy cheeks turned almost as red as an apple, but Lin still wore a dazed expression, showing no sign of excitement whatsoever. "You're such a blockhead." Yu let out a playful pout, though she also sensed that there was definitely more to what had happened tonight. After she left the tent, Lin raised his hand, intending to tear off the bandage wrapped around his body, since the so-called wound had completely healed and there was no need for it at all. But when his hand touched the bandage, he paused. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally let his hand drop again. "Hus wife." Yunwan returned to the command tent, where her younger sister was sitting on the bed with her face in her hands, letting out strange sniffle sounds. Yunwan's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she approached Yunyao and gave her a gentle tap on the head. Yunyao looked up with a dazed, innocent expression. Upon seeing her older sister, she pulled the corners of her mouth into a strange smile. "Good evening, sister. You must tell me exactly what happened just now." Yunwan's expression was very serious, causing Yunyao's heart to skip a beat. She could sense that her sister was angry.
"Actually, I really don't know.
I was sleeping just fine, and when I opened my eyes, I saw my brother-in-law." Yunyao couldn't quite bring herself to finish the sentence. She shyly buried her head in her chest. Seeing her younger sister like this, Yunwan felt a tightness in her chest as an unfamiliar emotion began to spread through her. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down.
"You must not tell anyone about what happened today, do you understand?" Yunyao nodded.
She knew full well that if word got out, her brother-in-law would surely be punished. Even though he'd done that to her, she still didn't want to see him get into trouble.
"Get some rest. Don't let your mind wander."
After giving her instructions, Yunwan continued her patrol of the barracks to guard against a night raid by the barbarians. "I'm not overthinking things at all," Yunyao muttered under her breath, though her finger couldn't help but gently trace her lips.
The next morning.
"The Emperor has issued an order granting us permission to launch an attack on the barbarians." After reading the scroll that had just been delivered, Yunwan looked at the assembled generals with a serious expression.
Excellent.
The general who had previously advocated for war excitedly slapped
the wooden table.
At last, we can teach those barbarians a proper lesson.
I volunteer to lead the vanguard.
I'll go too. Many of the generals, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment, eagerly volunteered to lead the charge. Yunwan raised her hand to signal them to quiet down. Since the barbarians have dared to invade our borders multiple times, they must have anticipated this very scenario.
If we act rashly, we might fall into a trap.
Hearing this, the group fell into deep thought. Clearly, Yunwan's analysis was spot on.
Commander-in-Chief, I have a plan.
Just then, Tang suddenly stood up. Even if these barbarians have set an ambush, they would have to mobilize a large force. It's impossible for them to do so without making a sound. So we simply need to send a detachment to infiltrate the barbarians' territory, assess the situation, and then make our battle preparations accordingly. Everyone's eyes lit up, and Yunwan also felt this was indeed a good plan. Seeing that he had convinced them, Tang immediately volunteered. I am willing to lead my personal guard into the barbarians' territory to ascertain their true strength.
Are you sure?
Yunwan was somewhat surprised. After all, this mission was extremely dangerous. If discovered, there would be almost no chance of survival, and as far as she knew, Tang was not the type to be reckless with his life. Tang patted his chest and declared with noble resolve, for the sake of victory, I would gladly sacrifice my life. Such a sincere statement earned him admiring glances from many of the generals.
All right.
Since he had gone that far, Yunwan naturally had no reason to hesitate.
But where do you plan to infiltrate the barbarian territory? Rocky Ravine.
Upon hearing this place, Yunwan couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows.
That location is easy to defend but difficult to attack, with complex terrain.
While it's not ideal for a military assault, it's perfect for infiltration.
Very well.
Yunwan immediately ordered Tang to lead a 20-man team into the barbarian territory to gather intelligence, while the remaining generals were instructed to have their troops prepare for battle. Stepping out of the main tent, Tang whispered a few words into the ear of his personal guard, whose eyes widened upon hearing them.
General, I don't think this is a good idea. Seeing the guard's hesitation, Tang's expression instantly darkened. What? Are you planning to disobey my orders? I wouldn't dare.
The guard's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly dropped to one knee.
Think of your family.
In the end, the bodyguard could only grit his teeth and stand up. I'll go do it right away.
Following Yunwan's instructions, Lin sat quietly in the center of the tent, staring blankly at the ground, oblivious even to someone entering the tent. Lin.
The bodyguard took the initiative to clasp his fists in a salute. General Tang says there's an important matter he needs to discuss with you.
Lin didn't even glance at him.
Seeing that he was being completely ignored, the bodyguard's expression darkened slightly, but then he thought to himself that this guy was just an idiot. Communicating with him in the usual way was obviously going to be a dead end. Lin, I know a really fun place.
Do you want to come check it out with?
What is it? I'm about to lead a team on a very important mission, and I'd like Lin to come along.
No way. Chapter 10, Falling into the Trap.
Rocky Ravine was littered with oddly shaped boulders, and the winding valley itself, when swept by the cold wind, emitted sounds like the howls of evil spirits. Even battle. There, perched on a massive boulder, sat a man clad in animal skins, staring at the group with an amused expression.
You lot really don't take us seriously, do you? How could such a strategic location possibly go unguarded?
With that, he waved his hand, and instantly, hundreds of barbarian soldiers armed with longbows leaped out of the shadows and began firing at the group. In an instant, a dense hail of arrows rained down from the sky. More than a dozen people were mercilessly struck down before they even had time to react.
Although the remaining members managed to block the first volley, they still sustained injuries of varying severity.
Despair filled their eyes, for they knew they were doomed to die that day. Strangely, these barbarian soldiers did not target Lin and Yunyao at the rear, nor Tang at the very front. As the second wave of arrows rained down, only 4 people
remained standing. Young Master Tang.
The man in animal skins from earlier leaped down from the rock and walked over with a smile on his face.
General, watch out.
The bodyguard fearlessly stepped in front of Tang, trying to protect him. The very next second, a short sword pierced his chest. The bodyguard's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned his head. "Why?" Tang, his expression icy, withdrew the narrow blade. "You're too much of a hindrance while you're alive." The bodyguard's pupils suddenly contracted. He finally understood why they'd been attacked. Tang had been collaborating with the enemy and betraying his country. Instantly, he collapsed to the ground in despair, his life completely extinguished. Clap, clap, clap. The man in animal skins clapped his hands and laughed. "Young Master Tang, you really are ruthless. I admire you." Tang paid no heed to the man's flattery and turned to look at Lin and the other person standing nearby. "Where's what I want?" The man in animal skins produced a silvery white stone. A hint of reluctance flashed across his face clearly. This item was extremely precious. Tang took the stone, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. "Very well. Now, I'd like you to help me put on a good show." With that, he pulled out the soul bell, aimed it at Yunyao and Lin, and gave it a gentle shake. The moment they heard the chime, a strange look flashed across Yunyao's eyes. He then stiffly lifted his foot and began walking forward, but before he could take 2 steps, Lin grabbed his wrist. "Ha!" Tang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He hadn't given Lin any orders. Why was this kid acting on his own? "You go over there." The man in the animal skin garments didn't understand what Tang was up to, but considering their current partnership, he had no choice but to follow his instructions. As he drew closer and caught a clear view of Yunyao's exquisitely beautiful face, a look of awe flashed across his eyes. "What a stunning woman!" Tang used the silver stone in his hand to record the scene, barely able to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. With such irrefutable evidence, he was eager to see how that woman, Yunwan, would try to defend herself. "All right, I should be heading back. I'll leave these 2 in your hands. Do as you please with the woman, but the man must die." Hearing this, the man in animal skins beamed with delight. Clearly, he had already set his sights on Yunyao. "Rest assured, we won't let you down, young Master Tang." He then drew his dagger, ready to end Lin's life, while Tang watched with a look of anticipation. Finally, he'd gotten rid of this annoying fool. Whoosh boom. But to his surprise, a figure suddenly flew past him and slammed hard into the stone wall behind him. Tang's smug expression froze on his face. He slowly turned his head and saw that the man in animal skins was completely embedded in the rock, his fate unknown. Lin, meanwhile, withdrew his fist, scooped up Yunyao, and turned to run toward the exit of Rocky Ravine. "Shoot them down!" Tang, finally coming to his senses, shouted frantically. The archers above didn't understand exactly what had happened, but they had seen with their own eyes that their leader had been killed. So they all drew their bows and launched an attack on Lin and Yunyao. Faced with a barrage of arrows, Lin showed no intention of dodging, letting them strike his body. Clang clang clang. Unexpectedly, the sound of metal clanging echoed, and the sharp arrows didn't even pierce his skin. Seeing that he couldn't hurt Lin no matter how long he tried, Tang ground his teeth in frustration. How could this fool's skin be so thick? But soon he noticed Yunyao, whom Lin was shielding in his arms, and his eyes lit up instantly. All he had to do was take out this woman. After all, Lin was mute and couldn't speak, and he held irrefutable evidence in his hands. Even if Lin returned, it would be of no use. Aim for the woman in his arms. Upon receiving the order, the archers immediately shifted their aim. Lin kept swinging his arm, deflecting every arrow flying toward Yunyao. But there were simply too many. He couldn't possibly keep Yunyao safe. Left with no choice, Lin had to try a different approach. He sprinted to the edge of the stone cliff, suddenly tensed his legs, and with a powerful push, leaped more than 10 meters into the air. How is that possible? Tang's pupils suddenly contracted. He hadn't expected Lin to possess such extraordinary abilities. Just as the young man was about to vanish into the stone forest, he hurriedly drew his golden spear, aimed it at the 2 figures in midair, and hurled it with all his might. Whoosh! The golden spear sliced through the sky, flying straight toward Lin. But as if sensing the danger, Lin managed to twist his body mid-air and grab the shaft of the spear. Upon seeing this, Tang didn't fly into a rage. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The next second, the runes engraved on the spearhead all lit up, and the tip immediately detached from the shaft and continued its thrust forward. Splatter! Blood spattered through the air. Chapter 11: The Jungle Pursuit. Watching the golden spear fall from the sky, Tang's expression darkened so much it looked as if rain might pour from his face. He hadn't expected that even after using his clan's secret treasure, he still hadn't managed to kill Lin. The kid really did have a thick skin. However, perhaps he had been thinking too hard, for Lin suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his brain. He shook his head vigorously, casting aside all those Silence! Everyone instinctively froze, and the scene was instantly plunged into a deathly silence, with only wood shavings dancing in the air. Is he even human, or is he a ghost? A soldier asked, his voice trembling with a question that seemed to pierce the very soul. The skills Lin had displayed were far beyond anything they could have imagined, and when faced with the unknown, fear inevitably took hold. Gulp! The sound of people swallowing their saliva rang out one after another. Many of the barbarian soldiers were already overcome with fear. They could already sense the threat of death. Don't be afraid. At that critical moment, the barbarian chieftain bellowed, "This man must be a martial arts grandmaster. If we can kill him, we're sure to receive a generous reward." As soon as those words were spoken, the fighting spirit reignited in everyone's eyes. After all, a martial arts grandmaster is a figure of immense importance in any nation. If they could truly bring Lin's head back, they would be guaranteed at least the rank of general. An overnight rise to prominence would no longer be a fantasy. Seeing everyone's reaction, the barbarian chieftain immediately drew the curved sword from his waist and shouted, "Charge!" With that, he led the charge toward Lin. Inspired by his rallying cry, the other soldiers' fear faded considerably, and they all drew their weapons to launch their attack. Watching the crowd charging toward him, Lin cast a sidelong glance at the cave behind him, then quickly ran off to the side. Realizing that Lin had actually chosen to flee, the barbarian soldiers assumed he was afraid. Instantly energized, they gave chase, eager to bring back his head as a trophy. Indeed, where there's a reward, there's a brave man. And so, a fierce chase ensued through the jungle. No matter how fast these barbarian soldiers ran, they couldn't keep up with Lin's speed, yet they refused to give up. Finally, just as the sun was about to set, Lin suddenly stopped in a clearing. The barbarian soldiers also came to a halt 10 meters away from him, all gripping their weapons tightly, their faces etched with tension and gravity. They knew they had to be on high alert. The slightest misstep could cost them their lives. Lin slowly turned around, his cold gaze sweeping over each of them, piercing their hearts like a sharp sword, and the atmosphere on the scene grew exceptionally tense. Sweat streamed uncontrollably down the faces of the barbarian soldiers. The sense of oppression emanating from the man before them was simply too overwhelming. Kill! Finally, one of them, unable to bear it any longer, let out a shout to steel his courage, seized his weapon, and charged swiftly at Lin, with the rest following close behind. Lin, however, stood his ground without moving. It wasn't until the sharp curved blade was about to strike his head that he responded. Thud! Lin raised his hand and slashed abruptly. Blood instantly gushed from the man's neck, and the life drained from his eyes. Even so, this did not deter the barbarian soldiers. They knew there was no turning back now. It was a situation where they had to fight to the death, and they continued to charge at Lin with reckless abandon. It was unclear how much time had passed when the sky grew completely dark, and a full moon hung in the sky. When the bright moonlight fell upon the jungle, it was stained crimson by the blood covering the ground. Nearly 100 corpses lay scattered haphazardly on the ground, each with eyes wide open in disbelief, as if they had witnessed an unimaginably terrifying sight before dying. A figure stood amidst the pile of corpses. Thick blood dripped ceaselessly from his hands, while his eyes, as black as ink, were as calm and profound as a dark spring. Killing so many people with his bare hands did not cause Lin the slightest discomfort. Not even the slightest emotional ripple stirred within him, as if he had merely crushed a few ants moments ago. Having disposed of these barbarian soldiers, Lin wasted no time and immediately prepared to set off in search of Yunyao in the cave. But just as he turned his head, he was surprised to find her standing behind a large tree not far away. Even though they were dozens of meters apart, Lin could still. "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to reject you, I was just so scared.
Can you forgive me?
Her pleading words stirred sympathy in anyone who heard them. Lin turned around and raised his hand to gently stroke her head, but when he saw the bloodstains on his palm, he stopped himself. Seeing this, Yunyao took out a white handkerchief and gently wiped the blood from Lin's hand. Brother-in-law, I spotted a small stream on my way over. Let us go wash up first. It wasn't that Yunyao was disgusted, it was mainly that the smell of blood on Lin was so strong it was unbearable. So she simply took Lin by the arm and led him toward the stream. The corpse in this spot quickly attracted wild beasts from the jungle. As they gnawed at it, it wasn't long before only a pile of white bones remained on the ground. Brother-in-law, you're in such great shape. Looking at Lin's well-defined 8-pack abs and perfectly proportioned muscles, all set against the backdrop of the moonlight, Yunyao couldn't help but become mesmerized. What a beautiful scene of a handsome man emerging from the bath. Suddenly, Yunyao felt a warmth in her nose. She hurriedly wiped it with her hand and discovered she was actually bleeding from her nose. At that moment, she really wanted to slap herself. He was her sister's husband, after all. How could she possibly be lusting after him? She shook her head vigorously, flinging all those jumbled thoughts out of her mind. Brother-in-law, what exactly happened? And why are we here? It turned out that ever since her mind had been controlled by the soul bell, Yunyao's consciousness had been in a state of confusion, and she couldn't remember a thing that had happened during that time. Faced with her question, Lin didn't answer. Yunyao raised her hand and tapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten that her brother-in-law couldn't speak? Brother-in-law, from now on, you just need to nod or shake your head. Did Tang bring us here? Since her last memory was of Tang tricking them into going to the military camp, she was certain he must be involved in this. Lin slowly nodded. That damn guy, Yunyao muttered under her breath. She knew right away that he wasn't any good. So he set Yunyao down behind him and walked straight toward the beast. Brother-in-law, be careful. Just as Yunyao was about to warn Lin to be careful, she saw the beast bite down on his head. Watching Lin's head get swallowed whole by the beast, could it be that he wanted the black tiger to acknowledge that human is its master? In truth, this black tiger was no ordinary beast, it was a demon beast, already possessing sentience. Combined with the fact that it had been tamed before, it naturally understood Lin's intentions. Yet the black tiger gently shook its head. It still had a mission to fulfill and could not leave this place. Paid no heed to this, he simply grabbed the black tiger by the tail and dragged it over to Yunyao. Brother-in-law, although the black tiger was virtually immobilized, Yunyao was still terrified. Seeing that Lin was determined to make her acknowledge him as its master, the black tiger had no choice but to grit its teeth against the excruciating pain and stagger to its feet. Seeing this, Yunyao was so frightened that she hurriedly hid behind her brother-in-law, afraid of being torn to pieces. The black tiger let out a low growl, then laboriously walked toward the side. After taking just a few steps, it turned its head to look at the two of them, shaking its head a few times, as if signaling for them to follow. It seems like it wants to take us somewhere. Brother-in-law, should we follow it? Faced with Yunyao's question, Lin didn't answer. Instead, he responded with action. And so, led by Black Tiger, the two arrived at a stone mansion hidden deep within the mountains. Wow! Upon entering the stone mansion, Yunyao was immediately deeply awed by its grand layout. I never expected to find such a magnificent structure deep in these remote mountains and forests. Black Tiger, dragging his wounded body, walked over to a set of withered bones sitting cross-legged nearby and lay down beside them. Clearly, this was the owner of both the stone mansion and Black Tiger. Lin and Yunyao also approached and discovered a row of small characters carved in front of the withered bones. I am Taiyu, the martial emperor. I devoted my entire life to the study of martial arts, yet I was still unable to break through to the realm of perfection. How tragic, how tragic. To prevent my martial arts from being lost forever, I have come here to await the one destined to inherit them. After reading this, Yunyao's little face was filled with shock. She never imagined that this skeleton had once been a martial emperor and might even have been on the verge of becoming a legendary immortal. After all, the entire imperial dynasty had only one martial emperor, who had been guarding the imperial family for nearly a century. Wait a minute, according to this message, this Taiyu martial emperor had left behind a legacy.
Brother-in-law, hurry up and look.
There must be treasures hidden in this stone manor. But even after they turned the place upside down, they found nothing. Yunyao furrowed her willow-like brows. That can't be right.
Could the legacy have vanished, or was it taken by someone else?
If that were the case, it would be such a pity. Just then, Black Tiger suddenly let out a low growl. Yunyao looked in the direction of the sound and saw him pawing at the ground in front of the skeletal remains.
Ha! After a few seconds of stunned silence, Yunyao's eyes lit up.
She hurried over, brushed away the dust on the ground, and sure enough, discovered a hidden compartment.
The legacy must be hidden inside.
But no matter how hard Yunyao tried, she couldn't open the hidden compartment, so in the end, she had to ask Lin for help.
Brother-in-law, you're so strong you'll definitely be able to open this.
Lin walked over and lifted the stone slab covering the secret compartment with ease.
Yunyao eagerly peered inside and saw a scroll lying there.
She reached in and pulled it out. This must be the martial art practiced by the Taiyu martial emperor.
Brother-in-law, we've really hit the jackpot.
Yunyao spun around in excitement, but when she unrolled it to examine its contents, she froze in place.
It's blank. The scroll was completely blank, not a single character in sight.
Refusing to believe it, Yunyao flipped through it several times, but found not a single clue.
She sighed in disappointment. Looks like the owner of this cave residence played a trick on us. He didn't leave any legacy at all.
Sensing Yunyao's low spirits, Lin reached out and gently patted her on the shoulder.
I'm fine. Brother-in-law, let us hurry back.
Coming to her senses, Yunyao realized they had already wasted quite a bit of time. Just as they were about to leave the cave, the scroll in her hand suddenly glowed with a milky white light, and a beam of light shot out from it.
Not bad.
Your resolve is quite strong. You're qualified to receive this old man's legacy.
An ethereal old man appeared, floating before the two of them, which truly startled Yunyao.
Ah, a ghost. The old man stroked his beard and said gently, "Don't be afraid, little girl.
I'm just a wisp of a lingering soul."
Yunyao peeked out from behind Lin and asked cautiously, "Are you the Taiyu martial emperor?"
Mm-hmm.
The old man nodded.
"Little girl, you've passed my test. Next, you'll receive my legacy."
"Really?" Yunyao didn't look happy. Instead, she eyed the Taiyu martial emperor warily, clearly worried she was being tricked.
"My legacy is the cultivation technique I've practiced, the Tai Heart Sutra. I don't want it."
Yunyao shook her head repeatedly in refusal.
The old man's expression froze instantly. "Why?" "Because my brother-in-law is more suited for it."
Yunyao tugged at Lin's arm and introduced him. "He is really amazing. He can take on 100 people all by himself."
He won do. The Taiyu martial emperor flatly rejected Yunyao's request. "Why not?"
"Because he is not in his right mind. He'd never be able to master my Tai Heart method."
Hearing this, Yunyao fell silent.
She hadn't expected him to notice her brother-in-law's condition.
"But my physique isn't suited for martial arts either." "It doesn't matter."
The Taiyu martial emperor waved his hand, signaling her not to worry. "The legacy contains a trace of the immortal chi I once condensed. It can transform your body and strengthen your tendons and bones." As he spoke, a hint of regret flashed in the Taiyu martial emperor's eyes. He had been just one step away from becoming an immortal, yet in the end.
Yunyao bit her lip.
Deep down, she actually wanted to become stronger. After all, she had always been the one being protected, ever since she was a child. In the past, her sister had shielded her, and now she had repeatedly caused trouble for her brother-in-law. If she could obtain the Taiyu martial emperor's legacy, she would surely be able to protect her sister and brother-in-law from now on.
"All right."
After a moment's hesitation, Yunyao finally nodded, indicating her willingness to accept the legacy. Seeing that she had finally agreed, a look of relief spread across the Taiyu martial emperor's aged face. He would finally have a successor.
There's no time to waste. Let us begin.
With that, he prepared to impart the cultivation techniques and that wisp of immortal energy to Yunyao.
Wait a moment, she hurriedly interjected, then asked, "How long will the inheritance process take?"
"At least 3 days, at most half a month." Hearing this, Yunyao's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't forgotten the important matter of returning to the military camp to expose Tang's collusion with the enemy.
"Could we wait 2 days first? We have some urgent matter to attend to." No, the Taiyu martial emperor shook his head. "This remnant soul of mine cannot hold out much longer."
Although he had one foot in the realm of the immortals, he was not yet a true immortal, and naturally could not sustain his soul for an extended period.
Yunyao hesitated for a moment, then said resolutely, "In that case, I don't want the legacy."
Tang had schemed relentlessly, even going so far as to secretly collude with the barbarian tribes. He was undoubtedly plotting something harmful against her sister, so she had to expose him as soon as possible. Compared to her sister's safety, the martial emperor's legacy seemed insignificant. "You little girl," Taiyu sighed in exasperation but spoke firmly, "I will not let you leave until you have completed the inheritance." He had waited so long for an heir, how could he possibly let her leave so easily? After Lin had betrayed the country and handed Yunyao over to the barbarians.
At first, Yunwan naturally refused to believe such an outlandish claim. After all, Lin had never left the capital since childhood. How could he possibly have colluded with the barbarians? That was until Tang produced irrefutable evidence in front of everyone, a memory stone recording the events at Rocky Ravine. Even so, Yunwan still found it hard to believe. Yet, after searching the entire camp and finding no trace of Lin or Yunyao, her heart sank to the depths. As news spread that her husband, the Grand General, had colluded with the enemy and committed treason, it had a devastating impact on Yunwan. Some commanders even demanded that she relinquish her position as Grand General, though fortunately, many others stood by her. This led to the heated debate unfolding in the commander's tent. "Report."
Suddenly, a guard burst in frantically, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The guard knelt on one knee and pointed outside, saying, "Lin is back." As soon as he spoke, Yunwan instantly stood up and rushed toward the tent's entrance, with the other generals hastening to follow her. There they saw Lin, surrounded by soldiers. He had been recognized the moment he returned to the camp. With a loud shout, a group of soldiers immediately rushed over to surround him, all casting looks of disgust his way. Naturally, no one was going to give a traitor a warm welcome. "The general has arrived." The surrounding soldiers instinctively parted to make way. Upon seeing Yunwan, Lin took a step forward toward her. "Stop right there." But just as he drew near, he was sharply rebuked. Lin immediately halted in his tracks and tilted his head to look at the pale-faced Yunwan.
"Where is Yao Yao?"
Yunwan asked, her voice trembling. Lin pulled out the blood-stained corner of his robe and handed it to her. Yunwan took it and slowly unfolded it. Upon seeing the words written in blood, her body shuddered involuntarily. It seemed her younger sister was in grave danger. Otherwise, why would she have written a blood-stained letter? However, upon reading the contents, a glimmer of hope arose in her heart.
This must be a forgery.
The general standing nearby noticed the words and immediately concluded it must be a forgery. "General, you must not." Back in the command tent, a 50-year-old veteran general proposed this, and the others quickly chimed in agreement. Clearly, everyone detested traitors with a deep-seated loathing. Yunwan, however, remained silent, and her reaction led everyone to believe she must feel a pang of compassion. "General, this Lin not only secretly colluded with the enemy but also allowed your sister to fall into their hands, where she suffered inhuman torture."
"Do you really intend to spare him?"
Yunwan clenched her fists, her entire being plunged into deep inner conflict.
"Everyone, please don't pressure the general any further." Just then, a weak voice rang out.
Tang staggered in, looking
severely wounded.
It turned out that to avoid arousing suspicion, Tang had deliberately stabbed himself with his sword before returning to camp, creating the illusion that he had narrowly escaped death. This explained why no one found it strange that he was the only one to return alive.
"General Tang, why are you here instead of resting?" Tang forced a smile.
"I heard that traitor Lin had actually returned, so I thought I'd come take a look." "Ah," the elderly general from earlier sighed deeply. "That fellow really has no fear of death. He actually dared to come back and stir up trouble again."
Thank goodness you, General Tang, exposed him.
We're currently deciding how to deal with this traitor, but... At this point, he looked toward Yunwan, who was seated on the commanderess throne. Tang, of course, knew the truth of the matter. Speaking in a hypocritical tone, he said, with her husband having committed such despicable acts, I'm sure the general must be in great pain. Moreover, her younger sister has fallen into enemy hands.
My colleagues, please don't press her too hard just yet.
These words seemed to be exonerating Yunwan, but in reality, they served to confirm the fact of Lin's betrayal. In truth, Tang was extremely surprised that Lin had returned alive, but fortunately, Yunyao hadn't shown up, and he held the evidence in his own hands. Therefore, he wasn't the least bit worried about being exposed after all. Lin was a mute fool who couldn't defend himself, let alone reveal the truth.
In any case, military law is merciless.
If we were to show leniency simply because of his status, how could we possibly manage the army or win the heartfelt loyalty of our soldiers?
Moreover, we are about to go to war with the barbarians.
At this critical juncture, any decision made by the
Grand General, but carry out the order.
One general attempted to speak up in protest, but Yunwan cut him off ruthlessly. In truth, she knew that rushing into battle without fully assessing the enemy posed great risks, but this was the only way to protect Lin.
Ultimately, in the face,
then, taking Lin and Yao Yao with him, he deliberately staged a scene at Rocky Ravine to make it look like Lin was a traitor collaborating with the enemy. This way, not only Yunwan then led the army on a grand march, and before long, they had entered the barbarians' territory.
General, these barbarian outposts are widely scattered. I suggest we split up. Why not let me lead 10,000 men to eliminate the enemies in the east? Tang's offer to volunteer was rejected by Yunwan. Intelligence is currently unclear. Splitting up is too risky.
But, old General Shao, you fought the barbarians many times and must be very familiar with their encampment habits. You shall lead 10,000 men to eliminate the enemies in the east.
Yes, sir. I will not disappoint you, General.
Xiao Guangfei then led his men straight toward the east.
Watching their receding figures, Tang couldn't help but clench his fists.
General Tang, hurry up and catch up. Yunwan shot him a sidelong glance, then immediately continued rushing toward the barbarians' encampment. To avoid arousing suspicion, Tang had no choice but to follow reluctantly, all the while pondering other ways to escape. Little did he know that every subtle change in his expression had been noticed by Yunwan. Sure enough, this man had been secretly plotting an unknown conspiracy with the barbarians. Originally, to prevent Tang from leaking information, Yunwan had not announced the mission until they set out that morning, but now it seemed the situation was not so simple. So Yunwan summoned his personal guard, whispered a few words in his ear, and the guard immediately acknowledged the order and left the ranks. Tianlang Mountain, the barbarian army's main base and the primary target of this operation. Located just 100 kilometers from the border, after a half-day's forced march, a towering peak came into view. Along the way, they had destroyed more than 10 camps of varying sizes. To prevent news from spreading, they had slaughtered every enemy soldier without taking a single prisoner. According to intelligence, there are currently 50,000 enemy troops in the Tianlang Mountain camp, 20,000 more than our forces.
Shall we attack? A deputy general asked.
Yunwan drew his long sword, and his icy voice rang out across the ranks. Men, in a moment, just follow me and charge forward. Kill any enemy you see, and shatter their formation with the fiercest assault possible.
Annihilate the barbarians.
Kill.
With Yunwan leading the charge, the other commanders and soldiers charged forward as if fueled by adrenaline.
Soon, they pierced the barbarians' camp like a sharp dagger. The barbarians clearly hadn't anticipated this, caught off guard. They were mercilessly slaughtered without a chance to resist. But Yunwan soon sensed something was amiss, for there weren't many soldiers stationed in this camp, only about 2,000, which differed vastly from the intelligence reports.
This isn't good. Yunwan hurriedly summoned all the commanders.
Upon discovering that Tang was missing, her heart sank completely.
Retreat immediately.
Just as the army was about to leave the barbarian camp, the ground suddenly lit up with a dense array of strange runes, and a purplish-black light barrier appeared, trapping tens of thousands of people inside.
What is this?
Many let out cries of astonishment. They had never seen anything so strange before.
Don't panic. Yunwan spoke up to calm the crowd's nerves.
Although she wasn't entirely sure what the purplish-black light barrier or the runes on the ground were, a sense of foreboding welled up inside her.
Ha 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 ha. Just then, arrogant laugh rang out.
A rugged man clad in bone armor and wearing a lioness head helmet rode slowly toward them on a large horse. At his side followed a figure shrouded in black mist, holding a glowing scepter in his hand.
Clearly, these runes and the light barrier were his handiwork.
Behind them stood a dense army as far as the eye could see, numbering roughly 100,000.
General Su, it's been a while,
the rugged man greeted her with a smile.
Yunwan replied coldly, Shandan, how dare you secretly collude with cultivators?
Aren't you afraid of being punished by the immortals? It turned out that above the royal dynasty, there existed cultivator factions. However, there had long been a strict rule: no cultivator was permitted to interfere in conflicts among mortals, or they would face severe punishment.
Ha, Shandan said with a casual smile. It doesn't matter. As long as I kill all of you today, no one will ever know about this.
With that, he turned to the dark figure beside him and said respectfully, Lord Emotion, please step in and dispose of these people.
A minor matter, Emotion replied, his tone thick with malevolence. They're trapped within my soul-devouring array. It will only take a moment for them to be refined into a pool of blood.
At these words, terror spread across everyone's faces. They had no desire to die such a gruesome death, so one by one, they attacked the purplish-black light barrier with all their might. But their efforts were in vain. Soon, the runes etched into the ground released a black mist that began to relentlessly corrode their bodies.
In an instant, the entire camp was transformed into a terrifying scene straight out of hell.
Inside the barracks, Ling Rong was standing guard by the cage as ordered. As she watched Lin locked inside, her heart was filled with mixed emotions.
Although the evidence was irrefutable, she still found it hard to believe that Lin would secretly collude with the barbarians. After all, she had seen with her own eyes how he had smashed a barbarian's skull with a rock.
Don't worry. The general will certainly uncover the truth.
Clap, clap, clap.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than a burst of clapping suddenly rang out. Ling Rong looked up, her expression instantly turning pale as she saw Tang walking toward her at a leisurely pace.
What are you doing here? Tang approached with a sinister grin, exuding an eerie aura.
Ling Rong hurriedly drew her long sword and assumed a fighting stance.
Lieutenant Tang, please stop. A mere guard dares to give me orders?
Disrespecting your superiors is a capital offense. Hearing Tang's threatening words, Ling Rong replied calmly and confidently, I am merely carrying out the Grand General's orders. No one is allowed to approach Lin.
What an obedient little dog you are, Tang snorted coldly.
I never would have thought that slut Yunwan would care so much about this fool that she'd send you to protect him.
Ling Rong's expression suddenly turned icy. Deputy General Tang, how dare you insult the Grand General?
Ha, Tang sneered. Not only do I dare to insult her, but I'll also make her my personal slave. Such an arrogant remark made Ling Rong realize something was amiss. Originally, Tang had been with the army destroying the barbarian camp, yet now he had inexplicably appeared here.
You're the traitor. You talk too much. Tang couldn't be bothered to continue the argument. He drew his spear and launched an attack.
Ling Rong hurriedly raised her sword to defend herself, but the gap in their strength was too great. In a single exchange, her weapon was knocked from her hand.
Get out of the way.
Tang delivered a fierce sweeping strike, sending Ling Rong flying across the room, then immediately lunged toward Lin, who was trapped in the cage.
Die! Thud!
At the very last moment, Ling Rong charged forward with reckless abandon, using her own body to block the spear. I won't let you hurt Lin. She clutched the spear tightly with her blood-soaked hands, preventing it from advancing even an inch. Seeing this, Tang sneered contemptuously, I'd like to see how you plan to stop me. With that, he increased the pressure on the spear, driving it deeper into her flesh. The intense pain turned Ling Rong's face pale, and her consciousness began to fade. What should I do? Could it be that I'm truly going to fail the general's trust?
Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out, instantly capturing both their attention. Tang turned his head and was startled to see a jet-black tiger lunging ferociously toward him, its fangs as sharp as daggers, sending a chill down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang immediately let go of his spear and dodged at lightning speed. The black tiger, of course, wasn't about to let him off that easily. It continued to swing its claws, slashing viciously at his chest. This time, Tang didn't have time to dodge and was left with deep, bloody gashes. Whoosh! A sudden rush of wind sounded in his ears, and Tang instinctively turned his head to look. Smack! A small, delicate hand slapped him hard across the face. The force behind the blow was so immense that it sent Tang flying, dragging him several meters across the ground before he came to a stop. Yunyao's expression froze. She hurriedly raised her foot and kicked Tang hard in the abdomen, finally forcing him to release her wrist, then immediately put distance between them. Looking down, she was startled to discover streaks of blood appearing on her normally fair and delicate skin. A grave expression crossed her young face. The eerie nature of that demonic energy was beyond imagination. So what if you're a martial king? You're nothing but a mere mortal. I am now a true cultivator, Tang said with a snarling expression. It turned out that the pill he'd taken earlier had been given to him by Motian upon ingestion. It granted him terrifying dark mana. Yunyao hadn't expected Tang to be hiding such a powerful trump card. She was well aware of the terror that cultivators could unleash. After all, even the Taiyu martial emperor had spent his entire life barely scratching the surface of their power. Now I'll let you witness the true terror of a cultivator. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tang transformed into a black afterimage, charging straight toward Yunyao. Although she immediately raised both arms to shield her chest, she was still violently knocked flying, her bones creaking with a crackling sound. Before Yunyao even had a chance to catch her breath, Tang launched a ferocious attack at her like a ghostly apparition, moving so fast it was impossible to track with the naked eye. Ha 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 ha! So what if you've become a martial king? You're still no match for me. Tang let out an excited shout, his emotions running high. So this was what it felt like to become an immortal. No wonder all martial artists went to such great lengths to achieve it. He felt as though he could do anything now. Once I've killed you, I'll return to the capital and dispose of that useless emperor. Then I'll be the next emperor and the supreme ruler of the dynasty. At this moment, Yunyao could only defend passively. She knew that even if Tang had become an immortal through special means, she was still no match for him. The only thing she could do now was to hold him off and buy as much time as possible for her brother-in-law to escape. Ling Rong, hurry up and get my brother-in-law out of here. Lin Rong, who had just finished bandaging her wounds, also realized that if they stayed any longer, Tang would kill them all. She hurriedly pulled out the key. Yunyao was completely dumbfounded. She knew Tang's strength all too well. Even as a martial king, she wasn't his match yet. Lin had tossed him aside with ease. Cough, cough, cough. Tang leapt out of the rubble, the black mist emanating from his body growing ever denser, yet his frame had become even more emaciated, as if he were sustaining himself with his own flesh and blood. Lin! His blood-red eyes fixed intently on that figure. Endless hatred had devoured all his reason now, only a single thought remained in his mind. That was to kill Lin in the most brutal and agonizing way possible. He crouched low, clenched his fists, and began frantically squeezing every last drop of energy from his body, clearly preparing to unleash his full power. Thick black mist nearly enveloped Tang entirely, while his voice, laced with a savage grin, rang out. Heavenly demon! Whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing whistle suddenly cut through the air. Instantly, a wooden sword loomed larger and larger in Tang's field of vision, effortlessly slicing through the black mist coiling around his body. Immediately afterward, the wooden sword mercilessly pierced his chest. The terrifying force sent Tang hurtling backward, ultimately pinning him to a distant stone wall. Yunyao and Ling Rong stood frozen in place, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Is that it? Tang, who had seemed invincible just moments ago, had been killed by Lin in the blink of an eye. It all happened so suddenly that their minds couldn't process it right away. Lin walked slowly toward Tang's body, reached out, gripped the wooden sword, and pulled it out.
Then he turned his head to look into the distance, a strange gleam flashing across his pitch-black eyes. Splatter! Lin slashed the wooden sword with all his might, and Tang's head rolled onto the ground. Strangely, no blood gushed from the wound. In truth, even if Lin hadn't intervened, Tang wouldn't have lived to see tomorrow that black pill had already completely drained his body of vitality. After picking up the head from the ground, Lin sprinted off into the distance.
Brother-in-law, wait for me.
Yunyao had no idea where he was going, so she hurried after him, while the severely injured. Suddenly, the purplish-black light barrier began to fade, and the runes on the ground dimmed considerably. The energy of the magical array is nearly depleted, Mo Tian said coldly.
It's up to you to deal with these people now.
Very well. Shan Gon drew the curved sword from his waist. With 100,000 men at his command, dealing with a little over exhausted soldiers would be a breeze. Remember to spare that woman's life. I intend to make her my servant, Mo Tian said, his gaze fixed coldly on Yunwan. A woman of such unparalleled beauty was extremely rare, even in the cultivation world. Understood, Shan Gon replied respectfully. And the 500 young boys and girls you promised me, once this is over, I'll use them to break through my demonic cultivation. At the mention of this, a flicker of sorrow crossed Shan Gon's eyes. To secure Mo Tian's assistance, they had made numerous outrageous promises, but compared to the annihilation of the Baiyun dynasty, these sacrifices were well worth it. As the energy of the magical formation was exhausted, the deadly light screen and runes vanished entirely. Yet Yunwan's face showed no sign of joy. Instead, she stared with extreme gravity at the 100,000-strong army ahead. Although more than 20,000 of their men had survived, they were all completely exhausted from resisting the array's corrosive effects, making it impossible to defeat the vastly superior barbarian forces. Yunwan forced herself to her feet and walked slowly to the very front of her troops, facing the dark, overwhelming army head-on. As Grand General, it was her duty to be the first to fall on the battlefield. Seeing Yunwan's resolute determination, the other soldiers were also fired up with fighting spirit. They gripped their weapons tightly once more, preparing for a desperate last stand.
Upon witnessing this scene, Shangdong couldn't help but furrow his brow.
Having experienced numerous battles, he knew all too well that when people are pushed to the brink of despair, they often unleash extraordinary combat prowess. His gaze immediately fell on Yunwan at the very front. This woman was truly a tough nut to crack. He had to crush her first. Only then would the soldiers' morale plummet to rock bottom, making them far easier to deal with. Yunwan, you should know that there is no escape for you today, but I'm willing to give you a chance.
Hearing this, a flash of sharp determination crossed Yunwan's eyes. What kind of chance? General Su, you inherited powerful inner energy from your parents and broke through to the martial king realm at the age of 20. The 5 elite warriors under my command have long wanted to test their skill against you. Why don't we have a contest? If you defeat them, I'll let you go. Such an outrageous proposal was instantly rejected by the assembled generals. After all, those 5 experts were all martial kings. No matter how formidable the general might be, it was absolutely impossible for her to defeat them all. Fine, I accept. Unexpectedly, Yunwan agreed without hesitation. General, you. No need to say more. Yunwan raised her hand to cut him off, saying in a deep voice, I'll buy as much time as I can. You all hurry and recover your strength, then seize the opportunity to break through the encirclement. In truth, she knew full well that even if she defeated the 5 martial kings, Shangdong would never let them go on his own. This move was merely intended to sap their morale. After giving her instructions, Yunwan walked forward, while Shangdong gave a wave of his hand, and the 5 martial king level masters stepped out of the ranks. Defeat her as quickly as possible. I intend to completely shatter their morale. Yes, sir. Yunwan gripped her long sword tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the 5 figures before her. Whoosh! A finger beam, condensed from inner energy, streaked toward her. Yunwan hurriedly raised her sword to block it, but was still knocked back several meters. Immediately afterward, the 4 martial king level experts surrounded her simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of attacks from all directions. Yunwan could only swing her long sword ceaselessly, struggling to hold her ground.
Even with one of her opponents rendered incapable of fighting, the situation remained largely unchanged. As the wounds on her body multiplied, Yunwan's complexion grew paler and paler now. She could barely protect her vital areas from being. Clearly, it was this sword that had severed the martial king's arm just now.
This is Lin S.
Yunwan froze for a moment, then quickly recognized it as the wooden sword her husband never parted with.
Why was it here? Could it be that? The next second, a figure descended from the sky and landed steadily in front of Yunwan. Sister!
A familiar voice called out, and a slender figure hurriedly jumped down from Lin's back and threw herself into Yunwan's arms.
Yunwan, equally overcome with emotion, embraced her tightly.
She had feared the worst for her younger sister, never expecting her to appear before her safe and sound.
Ha! Yunwan quickly sensed something was amiss. Her expression turning serious, she asked urgently, "Why do you possess such immense inner energy?"
"I'll explain that later." Yunyao knew it couldn't be explained in a few words. The most urgent matter right now is to figure out how to get out of here.
Then how did you two get here?
It was my brother-in-law. Yunwan looked up at the figure standing before her, and an indescribable feeling welled up inside her.
Who is that? Shangan furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected anyone to dare step in and disrupt things at a time like this. It's him. Motian, standing beside him, growled. Do you know him, sir? No. Motian shook his head, his tone filled with resentment.
Back when I went to cast a curse on Yunwan, that brat ruined my plans and I wasted a precious soul-shattering parasite for nothing. Just thinking about it made him want to tear Lin to pieces. I see, Shangan realized with a start. He must be Yunwan's husband, the fool from the Lin family.
What? Motian was taken aback. He witnessed Lin's prowess firsthand that night. Tang mentioned him to me.
He said the man was born mentally impaired, and the emperor of the Baiyan dynasty, worried that Yunwan's prestige within the military was too high, specifically arranged for the two to marry.
Born mentally impaired, Motian fell silent for a few seconds, then asked, "Where is Tang?"
He said he had something very important to attend to, then cut off all contact with us. It turned out that the reason the barbarian tribes had received the news so quickly was because both Shangan and Tang had ingested a special type of poisonous insect that allowed them to transmit information through their thoughts. What a useless piece of trash, Motian cursed.
Clunk.
Suddenly, something flew over and rolled to a stop right in front of them. When they looked closely, they were shocked to discover it was none other than Tang's head.
How is this possible? Shangan's voice couldn't help but tremble. He was carrying the heavenly demon pill you gave him, Lord Motian.
After taking it, he would have gained unparalleled power. Even a martial emperor wouldn't be his match. How could it be that he was killed before he even had a chance to use it? That's not the case. Motian shook his head, his tone tinged with gravity.
He must have been killed after taking it.
For he could sense a trace of demonic energy lingering within the severed head. He immediately turned his gaze toward Lin in the distance, narrowing his eyes slightly.
Interesting. Things are getting more and more interesting. Kill them.
Seeing that they had wasted too much time, Shangan immediately issued an order to the four martial kings, who launched an attack on the trio without delay.
Oomph, I'll handle them.
Seeing this, Yunyao stood up from her sister's embrace and gathered her inner energy in her palm, but before she could strike, someone grabbed her by the back of the neck.
Ha! She then fell back into Yunwan's arms.
Lin reached out and pulled the wooden sword stuck in the ground, apparently intending to face the four martial kings alone.
Watch out! Yunwan hurriedly called out a warning.
The middle-aged man whose arm had been severed earlier charged forward like a rabid dog, his face contorted in fury as he swung his fist toward Lin's head.
Die!
Clearly, he was seeking revenge for his severed arm. But in the very next second, as a streak of light flashed past, the middle-aged man froze in place, his eyes wide as copper bells.
Clang!
First, he knelt on the ground, then fell forward, his head rolling several times.
For a moment, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence.
The three martial kings stopped in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. To have killed a martial king in the blink of an eye and without any of them even catching a glimpse of Lin's movements made it clear that this man's strength far surpassed their own. While they stood frozen in shock, Lin walked toward them slowly, his wooden sword in hand. Only when he drew near did the martial king snap out of their stupor and hastily assume defensive stances. Crack! Lin grabbed one of them by the head and slammed him down with all his might. By the time the other two realized what had happened, their comrade was already stuck in the ground like a green onion, his fate unknown. Impossible! Watching another martial king get taken out in the blink of an eye, a wave of intense fear washed over the remaining two. Die! The finger technique master from earlier immediately unleashed his most powerful martial art, the Xianyang finger. A finger beam imbued with all his inner energy shot out, almost taking on a physical form. Boom! It struck Lin squarely in the head, causing him to tilt his head back. It worked! But before he could even let a look of joy cross his face, he saw Lin looking back at him, unharmed and with his head bowed. His most powerful strike hadn't caused him the slightest harm, it hadn't even broken the skin. Run! Realizing the gravity of the situation, his mind was filled with a single thought. Just as he turned to flee, a wooden sword flew swiftly toward him, piercing straight through his heart. At this point, only one martial king remained alive. He knew that if he fled, he would still face certain death now. His only option was to go all out. So he immediately activated his martial art iron back force. Every muscle in his body turned pitch black, even taking on a metallic sheen, appearing incredibly hard. Come on, I don't believe you can. Thud! Before he could finish his defiant words, casually swung the wooden sword, effortlessly cleaving his body in two. With that, all 5 of the barbarian tribe's martial arts masters had fallen. Shandan was too stunned to speak, and Yunwan was no different. She never imagined her husband possessed such terrifying power. As for Yunyao, she appeared much calmer. After all, she had witnessed even more outrageous scenes. Mortal's martial arts are indeed no match for me, Motian said disdainfully. Shangan clasped his fists toward him and said, I humbly request that Lord Motian lend a hand. Afterward, I will certainly offer a reward that will satisfy you. Very well, Motian nodded in agreement. In truth, even if Shangan hadn't said anything, he had already planned to kill Lin with his own hands. Although this fellow was also a mere mortal, his physique was absurdly strong. He must possess an extremely dense concentration of vital energy. Perhaps after devouring him, his demonic power would finally achieve a breakthrough in one fell swoop. At this thought, a savage grin crept across Motian's face, which was shrouded in black mist. Chapter 21, Battle against Motian. Lin he is actually that powerful, Yunwan murmured, gazing at the figure ahead. Yunyao, standing beside her, said proudly, my brother-in-law is incredibly skilled. A mere martial king is no different from an ant in front of him. Hearing her boast about Lin like that, Yunwan's expression grew somewhat peculiar. After all, she herself was also at the martial king realm. Didn't that mean she, too, was no more than an ant in Lin's presence? Boom! Suddenly, a pitch-black beam of light shot up from the ground, instantly piercing the clouds as if intent on turning the entire sky black. Boy, it's an honor for you to die by my hand. Motian, his body shrouded in black mist, strode forward slowly, exuding a chilling aura that made one's scalp tingle. Is this the legendary immortal cultivator? He is truly terrifying. The soldiers present were witnessing such a breathtaking scene for the first time. Impossible! Motian exclaimed in disbelief. Clearly, he couldn't fathom how she survived his attack. Seeing that Lin was unharmed, the Sioux sisters' faces lit up with joy. Oomph, you've got some skill. Roar! The skeletal apparition opened its mouth and let out a piercing scream. The terrifying demonic might contained within it caused the tens of thousands present to grimace in pain. Even a martial arts master like Yunwan felt a slight sense of unease. Lin. Yunwan, after all, he was a legendary cultivator. Yunyao raised her hand and pinched her soft cheek hard. The intense pain confirmed that this was no dream. My brother-in-law won, my brother-in-law won. Overcome with excitement, she hugged Yunwan tightly, letting out a joyful cheer. Whoever kills this man, I will ask the chieftain to bestow upon him the title of Daruba. At these words, the barbarian soldiers instantly stiffened, for they knew that Daruba was a title reserved only for the strongest warriors. Its status among the barbarians was on par with that of the chieftain, granting immense power and influence. As the saying goes, where there is a great reward, there will be brave men, and the temptation Shangan offered was one no barbarian could resist. They swallowed hard and gripped their weapons once more. Kill him, kill him, kill him. A single thought dominated everyone's mind, and a red glow began to flicker in their eyes. Charge! The great god Niru will bless us with victory. Kill! At Shangan's command, the 100,000 soldiers charged toward Lin like rabid dogs. Facing this dense, surging crowd, Lin not only refused to retreat but instead strode straight toward them, his pace growing ever faster. Boom! Finally, the moment the two sides clashed, Lin swung his wooden sword with all his might, delivering a sweeping strike that instantly cut down more than a dozen soldiers. Yet this did not frighten them; on the contrary, seeing their comrades fall only fueled their fighting spirit. They then surrounded Lin, launching relentless attacks, clearly intending to wear him down through sheer numbers. Lin, however, reaped the lives of these barbarian soldiers like a meat grinder. Dan Gon, watching from behind, had a look of madness in his eyes. I'll see just how long you can hold out. The moment Lin showed the slightest sign of weakness, he would be torn to shreds. Strength will eventually run out, swords will eventually break, and the spirit will eventually collapse. When Yunwan saw Lin swallowed up by the sea of enemies, she immediately wanted to rush forward to help. This time, Yunyao not only didn't stop her but was actually preparing to join her. Earlier, when facing Motian, they hadn't been able to help much, but now it was different. At the very least, they could take some of the pressure off Lin. The White Cloud Dynasty soldiers in the rear were also all ready for battle. After this period of rest, they had regained some of their strength. Whoosh! Just then, Lin suddenly stepped. When everything finally settled, the landscape had been completely transformed. First, at the center, a massive crater about 50 meters deep and with a radius of roughly 1 kilometer had been violently torn out of the ground, its depths littered with severed limbs. There was not a trace left of the barbarian general's former majesty. Lin raised his wooden sword. At the sight of this, Shangan's eyes rolled back, and he lay on the ground, convulsing violently, as a yellow liquid flowed from between his legs. He had actually wet himself out of fear. Whoosh! Even so, Lin remained expressionless as he severed his head. Having done this, he lifted his foot and walked slowly toward the Su sisters. Brother-in-law! The Yunwan sisters, having climbed out of the dust, ran joyfully toward him. Yunyao, overcome with excitement, threw herself into his arms, wrapped her arms around his neck, and spun around. You're truly amazing. Not only did you defeat the cultivator, but you also wiped out over 100,000 enemy troops. Joy also shone in Yunwan's starry eyes. She hadn't expected that when they were on the brink of disaster, it would be her husband who stepped in to turn the tide. Wait, brother-in-law, what's wrong? Suddenly, Yunyao sensed something was wrong. Lin's body began to slump to one side, and the wooden sword in his hand fell to the ground. Yunwan hurriedly caught him in her arms. After checking his breathing and confirming he was merely unconscious, she quietly let out a sigh of relief. He is fine, he just fainted from exhaustion. Yunyao patted her chest after hearing this. That scared the life out of me. But after unleashing such a terrifying move, there is no way he could be okay. Just thinking about that sword strike still sent shivers down her spine. If her sister hadn't pulled her away in time, she probably would have been caught in the crossfire too. By the way, where did brother-in-law get such immense power? Could he be an immortal cultivator too? Probably not. Yunwan knelt on the ground and gently rested Lin's head on her soft thigh. That guy named Motian said Lin likely has a special constitution, which is why he possesses such absurdly powerful strength. So that's how it is. An envious expression flashed across Yunyao's little face. I wish I had a special constitution too. Then I could. She didn't voice the rest of her thoughts. After all, Lin was her husband. She couldn't very well say she wanted to protect him right in front of her older sister. That would only give away her true intentions. In fact, Yunwan had long since guessed her younger sister's thoughts, but while she could give Yunyao anything else, Lin was the one thing she couldn't part with.
He was the man she'd been thinking about since childhood. How could she let him go so easily? General. Just then, a deputy commander approached the two sisters. Rest here for a moment, then return to camp, Yunwan ordered sternly.
Although her warning had allowed the army to evade the onslaught in time, they had still suffered significant damage and needed to recover first.
Yes, ma'am.
The deputy commander acknowledged the order and departed, not forgetting to cast a look of awe toward the unconscious Lin.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, for reasons unknown, a fierce gale erupted, whipping up a vast cloud of dust. Yunwan instinctively raised her hand to shield Lin.
There's actually residual demonic energy here. Could it be that remnants of the demon sect are hiding in this place?
Immediately afterward, an ethereal and soothing celestial voice rang in their ears, causing the Sioux sisters to instinctively look up. There, a stunningly beautiful woman, tall and slender, dressed in a white-sleeved flowing robe and exuding a cool, aloof aura, floated slowly down from the sky.
Tell me, where are the remnants of the demon sect hiding?
The woman's voice was melodious and pleasing to the ear, yet it was imbued with an authority that brooked no question.
I don't know.
After all, Yunwan was a general who had led armies for many years. Even in this situation, she remained calm and composed.
However, a cultivator named Motian appeared just now.
He colluded with the barbarian tribes and attempted to use dark arts to refine my subordinates into blood.
Indeed, this man is a remnant of the demon sect.
I never imagined he would dare to meddle in the conflicts among mortal factions. It is a heinous crime.
Where is he? He has already been killed. What?
A hint of...
Very well. Since I've encountered you, it means there is a certain karmic connection between us. I'll give you a chance.
With that, she pressed her slender, onion-shaped finger against Yunwan's brow and channeled a stream of mana into her soul realm.
If you can pass the trial of the mind, I will take you on as a nominal disciple.
To her surprise, the moment her mana entered Yunwan's body, it was absorbed in
its entirety. Ha!
A look of confusion flashed across the woman's eyes, but she quickly realized something. Her delicate face lit up with excitement, and she poured mana into Yunwan once more.
The result was the same as before. It was all absorbed and assimilated by Yunwan. It's fate, truly fate.
I never imagined that after searching tirelessly for over 100 years, I would actually encounter you here. The woman began muttering to herself excitedly, her gaze toward Yunwan growing increasingly intense.
Will you become my sole true disciple?
Yunwan was a bit bewildered. She didn't understand why the person in front of her had suddenly changed her attitude so drastically. Seeming to realize she acted a bit strangely, the woman immediately adopted an air of otherworldly detachment.
Don't be nervous. I am Yunxian, an elder of the Qingwan Guild.
Your constitution is perfectly suited to the cultivation technique I practice, which is why I wish to take you as my direct disciple.
Constitution? You possess the legendary unblemished physique. With diligent practice, you are sure to become a formidable powerhouse in the future. Unblemished physique, Yunwan murmured to herself. She hadn't expected to possess such a special constitution. Didn't that mean she could help Lin in the future? So, are you willing to become my direct disciple?
Faced with Yunxian's question, Yunwan handed the unconscious Lin to her younger sister, then knelt on the ground and bowed. Master, please accept this disciple's bow.
Very well, Yunxian said happily, nodding repeatedly.
She hadn't expected that simply passing through the area and sensing demonic energy which had prompted her to investigate would yield such a great reward.
In a moment, you will accompany me to the Qingwan Guild. Master, I have a favor to ask of you. I hope you will grant it. Speak freely. Yunwan pointed at Lin, who was kneeling on the ground,
and said, "He is my husband, and he also possesses a special constitution. I hope you will accept him as well, master."
What?
Upon hearing that the man on the ground also possessed a special constitution, Yunxian's lovely face was filled with shock.
She immediately channeled a strand of mana into his body. However, after examining him, she wore a look of disappointment. This man is merely an ordinary person. He does not possess a special constitution.
Furthermore, his spiritual meridians are blocked, making cultivation impossible.
Impossible, Yunwan said anxiously.
It was he who just slayed that remnant of the demon sect, and he wiped out 100,000 strong army in the blink of an eye. Yun Xian, too, found it hard to believe that a mere mortal could actually kill a cultivator. Could she really have made a mistake? Refusing to accept this, she immediately released a wisp of divine sense to examine Lin more thoroughly, but the result remained the same as before.
Ha!
Just as Yun Xian was puzzled, she noticed that the wooden sword on the ground was emitting a faint energy, so she picked it up and sensed it.
So that's it. She finally realized. This isn't an ordinary wooden sword, it's a spirit artifact.
That's why he was able to defeat the remnants of the demon sect. Yunwan's lips parted slightly. She was about to say something when Yun Xian raised her hand to interrupt her. Since you've decided to embark on the path of cultivation, you must let go of your worldly attachments as soon as possible. Though you two are husband and wife, your future destinies are worlds apart.
It's best to part ways quickly.
I can see that your Yuan-yin is still intact, so I assume your feelings for him aren't too deep.
Why not? Master. Yunwan suddenly spoke with unwavering resolve, he is the love of my life.
Even if you accept him as a disciple, please take him with you to the sect. While Yun Xian furrowed her willow-like brows, looking somewhat hesitant. She hadn't expected Yunwan to harbor such deep feelings for Lin. If you let him come with you, I won't go either.
At that, Yun Xian could no longer remain composed.
She had searched for him for so many years, how could she let him go so easily?
Don't be so hasty.
I didn't say I wouldn't take him with us. It's just that the path of cultivation is fraught with hardships.
As a mere mortal, he is bound to face unimaginable setbacks. It's fine, Yunwan said with unwavering resolve.
Please rest assured, Master. As his wife, I will certainly shoulder the responsibility of protecting him. That is not what I meant, Yun Xian had intended to explain, but upon seeing the look in her eyes, she could only let out a silent sigh.
All right, if that is the case, then bring him back to the sect with you.
This time, a look of joy flashed across Yunwan's face. Thank you, Master, for your kindness. This Yunhan sword is a top-grade spiritual artifact. Consider it my gift to you. With that, he handed the long sword, which glowed with a cold radiance, to Yunwan. I'll give you 3 days to settle your affairs in the mortal world, and then we'll return to the sect. After their earlier conversation, Yun Xian had already realized that Yunwan was a deeply sentimental person, which was why he gave her time to say goodbye to her family.
Yes.
With that, Yun Xian's figure warped for a moment and vanished.
That's wonderful, sister. You're going to become the legendary immortal.
Yunyao cheered excitedly, even happier than she had been when she herself was accepted into the sect.
By the way, are you really going to take my brother-in-law with you? Yunwan nodded, then gently stroked Lin's cheek.
Although he possesses great power, his mind is still immature.
If I leave him alone at the Su Manor, I'm afraid he'll be bullied.
I'll protect my brother-in-law, Yunyao said hurriedly. After all, I'm a martial king-level expert now. Anyone who dares lay a finger on him will get a taste of my wrath. Yunwan simply smiled without responding. In fact, the main reason for this decision was her younger sister. She had already noticed that the girl harbored special feelings for Lin. If she really left Lin behind, she suspected that by the time she returned home next, her husband would have become her sister's husband. Yun also realized she'd been a bit too eager and scratched her head awkwardly.
Let us go. It's time for us to head back.
Once they returned to the military camp, Yunwan first gave some instructions, then led Lin and Yunyao back to the capital. When old General Su learned that one of his granddaughters had become a martial arts master under the martial king and the other had been taken as a disciple by an immortal, he was so overcome with excitement he nearly passed away on the spot. The news spread quickly, and in no time, members of prominent families flocked to the Su residence to offer their congratulations. However, there were also envious people who took the opportunity to gossip. So what if she was chosen by an immortal? She is still stuck with a fool for a husband. I bet the first thing she'll do after becoming an immortal cultivator is kick her husband to the curb. After all, who would want to keep such a huge stain on their reputation? I heard that fool is still in a coma. He must have been subjected to inhuman torture at the border. At the banquet, a few people were whispering among themselves, unaware that the Su sisters had overheard every word. Yun Yao immediately felt the urge to rebuke them, but Yunwan held her back. She walked forward slowly and said in a solemn voice, "Since everyone is here, I'd like to make an announcement. My husband will be accompanying me on this journey to the Qingwan Guild to seek the way." At these words, everyone's expressions changed abruptly. They couldn't understand why Yunwan would do something that would lower her status. Our old General Su tried to speak up to dissuade her, but she raised her hand to stop him. "Furthermore, since Lin and I are now married, he is my husband, the most important partner in my life. He cannot possibly be a stain on my reputation. Anyone who dares to speak nonsense again will meet this fate." With that, she slammed her palm down on the table, and her overwhelming inner energy instantly shattered it into pieces. The hall fell into silence. Seeing the table reduced to a pile of debris, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. Especially the few who had been whispering gossip just moments ago. They were so terrified they nearly plopped right down onto the floor. Smack smack. The next second, Yunwan waved her hand, and an invisible surge of inner energy shot through the air, leaving red, swollen handprints on the faces of those individuals. Today, this is merely a lesson. I urge you all to learn how to respect others. Although they had been slapped in public, they dared not show the slightest sign of resentment. Instead, they had to force a smile and apologize. After all, these days, not even the emperor of the Baiyun dynasty dared to offend Yunwan lightly, especially since she was about to be accepted into an immortal sect. Let the banquet continue. With that, Yunwan returned to her seat. Old General Su, sitting beside her, asked with concern, "Shawan, are you sure you want to take Lin with you?" She nodded. "My mind is made up, and my master has already agreed to this. Grandfather, there is no need to try to talk me out of it." Sigh. With that, old General Su could only let out a helpless sigh. He knew his eldest granddaughter's temperament well. Once she made up her mind, no one could change it. "Young miss." Just then, a maidservant rushed in frantically. Old General Su couldn't help but furrow his brows. "What's the commotion?" The maidservant said urgently, "The young master has woken up." Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, the two sisters darted out like a fragrant breeze, rushing as fast as they could toward the small courtyard. When they pushed the door open, Lin was already sitting on the bed, rubbing his head with one hand, his sharp eyebrows a rare sight furrowed together. More importantly, he wasn't wearing any clothes at that moment, so his muscular, well-defined physique was exposed to the air. His perfect physique, paired with that handsome face, instantly left the sisters staring in awe. However, Yunwan quickly snapped out of it, immediately shoving her sister out the door and slamming it shut behind her. "Your brother-in-law needs to rest. Don't make a fuss here." Staring at the closed door, Yunyao pouted, "You're so stingy. Couldn't you let me take a couple more looks? How are you feeling?" Yunwan walked to the bedside with a cup of tea, asking gently, "Do you have a headache?" Lin tilted his head, staring at her blankly, a look of confusion in his eyes. Yunwan felt a little discouraged seeing Lin like that just now. She thought her husband had finally come to his senses. But it didn't matter. Even if he hadn't gotten any smarter, she would protect him for the rest of her life. After a few seconds of staring blankly, Lin seemed to think of something and made a move to get out of bed. "Wait a moment." Yunwan hurried to stop him. After all, Lin was completely naked at the moment, and even though they were now husband and wife, she still felt shy. "Put this on." She handed him the robe she prepared in advance, but he just held it in his hands. With no other choice, Yunwan had to swallow her embarrassment and help him get dressed, even though she already seen pretty much everything when she been wiping down the unconscious Lin earlier. But now Lin was fully awake, and combined with that innocent, guileless expression on his face, it was truly too much for Yunwan to bear. Why did she feel like some kind of female hooligan? So she kept encouraging herself in her heart, "After all, he is my husband, what's the big deal if he has seen me naked?" Finally, once he was fully dressed, Lin immediately rushed out into the courtyard and picked up the wooden sword lying on the ground. Yunyao had intended to greet him, but to her surprise, he completely ignored her. His mind was entirely focused on that wooden sword.
My brother-in-law really is a blockhead. Could it be that, in his eyes, I'm not even as attractive as a crappy sword? Yunwan, meanwhile, fell deep in thought.
Earlier, her master had said that the reason Lin was able to slay Motian and wipe out 100,000 enemy troops was all thanks to this wooden sword.
He even said it was actually a spiritual artifact.
But this wooden sword was clearly one Lin had made himself with a small knife when he was a child. She'd been right there watching him do it.
Could her master have been mistaken?
The next day, at the gates of the Lin Manor.
Are you sure you don't want to go in?
Lin stood rigidly at the entrance. No matter how much Yunwan tried to persuade him, he refused to take a single step forward.
Yunwan was baffled by this.
She thought that since she and Lin were about to head to the Qinghuan Guild, she didn't know when or if they'd ever return to the Baiyun dynasty. So she planned to come with him to say goodbye to their family before they left. But to her surprise, Lin refused to set foot inside the Lin Manor gates no matter what she said. Just then, Linya, who had heard the news, rushed out, smiling as he said, "General Lin has arrived.
Please, come in."
Hearing how he addressed her, Yunwan furrowed her willow-like brows slightly. "Father, you don't need to be so formal.
Just call me Yunwan."
"How could that be?" Linya looked flattered, then noticed Lin standing beside her.
"Did Xiaoyi do something wrong to upset you?"
"I'll help you discipline him." It turned out that when Linya saw the two of them arrive, he assumed Lin had caused trouble again, and that Yunwan had brought him here to call him to account. "No," Yunwan shook her head and said in a solemn voice, "Lin is very obedient, and not long ago, he saved our country from the barbarian tribes. If Lin hadn't intervened in time to eliminate Emotian and the barbarians' 100,000 strong army, they would have crossed the border and launched an invasion. And the Baiyun dynasty, caught completely off guard, would naturally have been doomed to annihilation." However, when Yunwan,
"Son, could you say that again?"
Linya asked, his hands trembling, his voice brimming with indescribable joy. After all these years, he had finally heard the two words he had longed to hear. But after calling him father, Lin clamped his mouth shut once more. Linya's eyes, which had been brimming with excitement, instantly filled with disappointment, though his heart remained filled with joy. "Father-in-law, this isn't a place for a private conversation.
Let us go inside and talk."
Yunwan spoke up to remind him she had already noticed quite a few pairs of eyes watching them from the shadows.
Right. Let us go inside quickly."
Linya realized what was happening, grabbed Lin by the arm, and headed toward the Lin residence. This time, Lin didn't stand there motionless but followed him inside. He then ordered the gates closed to all visitors. No one was allowed to enter the Lin residence.
"What? You actually plan to take Xiaoyi with you to the Qinghuan Guild?" Since Linya hadn't attended last night's banquet, he hadn't heard about this yet.
"Yes,"
Yunwan said solemnly. "Xiaoyi possesses unimaginable power within him.
If he stays in the capital any longer, I fear he'll be exploited by those with ulterior motives."
"Unimaginable power?"
Linya looked puzzled.
"How is that possible? Xiaoyi is clearly just a
eunuch," Yunwan interrupted him, her tone revealing an unprecedented gravity.
"Everything I said before is absolutely true. Lin did indeed defeat that cultivator and annihilated 100,000 enemy troops."
This time, Linya did not rush to refute her. He first fell into a long silence before finally making up his mind. "Old Guan, take the young master outside for some fresh air."
"Yes, sir."
Clearly, this was an attempt to steer Lin away from the upcoming conversation. Yunwan was well aware of this, so she made no move to stop him. "Yunwan, I hope you never reveal this secret to Lin."
"Please speak, Your Excellency."
Yunwan did not agree immediately, as she needed to know the nature of the secret first.
"Actually, Lin is not my biological son."
"What?" At those words, Yunwan jumped to her feet in shock. "Back when my wife and I were traveling the world, we passed through a dense forest and suddenly heard a cry.
We went inside and found Lin, who was still an infant.
My wife and I had been married for many years but had never had children of our own. This had always been a source of regret for both of us. When we happened to come across him at that moment, we believed it was a child sent to us by heaven, so we adopted him and have always treated him as our own. Those last 4 words, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Linya's face. But what they hadn't expected was that Lin was mute, extremely reclusive, and constantly did things that defied belief. This forced them to accept the reality that this treasure bestowed by heaven was, in fact, mentally disabled. Although Linya and his wife felt a slight sense of disappointment, they never mistreated Lin because of it. However, following his wife's passing and the Lin family's misfortunes in the imperial court, Linya's spirit was severely shaken by these successive blows. To make matters worse, he was making more and more enemies. Linya feared that his own abilities were simply insufficient to protect Lin, so he deliberately acted as if he were neglecting him and treated Lin the same as the servants in the Lin household. That way, those people would not lay a hand on Lin. Your Excellency, I understand your good intentions, Yunwan said, looking at Lin with his dimmed eyes and speaking soothingly. Otherwise, Lin wouldn't have grown up safe and sound. Hearing these words, Linya couldn't help but feel tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Yunwan, I'm so glad you understand. The reason I'm telling you all this is to ask for your help in uncovering Lin's true origins, because his background is definitely not ordinary. What do you mean by that, father-in-law? Take a look at this. With a serious expression, Linya took a jade pendant from his robe. The moment she saw it, Yunwan's gaze was instantly and completely captivated. Her normally beautiful eyes grew vacant, and she even reached out involuntarily, as if to In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Yunxian appeared before Yunwan as agreed. Since you've already said goodbye to your family, come with me to the Qinghuan Guild to begin your cultivation. However, even though you are now my direct disciple, according to the sect's rules, you must still undergo an assessment. This disciple is willing. Yunwan wasn't surprised. In fact, she had long since steeled herself for this. After all, joining a cultivation sect was no easy feat. Very well. You truly live up to being the possessor of the unblemished physique, Yunxian said, a look of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Chapter 27, The Mysterious and Sublime Method. On board the spirit vessel, Yunwan watched the scenery whiz by, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Is this what it means to be a cultivator, to fly through the skies at will? Her gaze then fell upon Lin at the bow of the ship. At that moment, he was staring intently at the landscape below, lost in thought. Just as Yunwan was about to walk over and ask if he was feeling unwell, a melodious voice rang in her ears. Wan come to my quarters at once. Yes. When she arrived at the main chamber at the rear of the ship, Yunxian was sitting in the lotus position. Master, Yunwan bowed respectfully. No need to be so formal, Yunxian waved her hand dismissively, then stood up. Now that you have become my disciple, I must, of course, teach you the Heart Sutra. With that, she took out a scroll and handed it to her. Yunwan held out both hands to receive it, then slowly unrolled it. The Mysterious Purity Method. This cultivation method was created by my grandmaster, the immortal Xianqing. It is divided into 9 levels. Not only can it refine mana into pure energy, but each level is accompanied by an extremely powerful killing move. Yunxian then explained some basic knowledge about the cultivation world to Yunwan. For example, cultivators' realms are divided into Qi refining, Yuan gathering, foundation stage, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, and unity stage. Cultivation techniques are classified as divine grade, holy grade, heavenly grade, earthly grade, mystic grade, and mundane grade. And this mystic art of Xianqing is a holy grade cultivation technique. Then, Master, what realm are you at? Yunwan asked curiously. Spirit transformation. Hearing this answer, she stared in shock, her eyes wide. Master, you're so powerful. Yunxian smiled and ruffled her hair. You possess the unblemished physique. In the future, you're sure to achieve even greater feats than I have. You might even break through to the unity stage. Ah. Yunwan froze. Do you mean there are even higher realms beyond the unity stage? I suppose so. After all, the path of cultivation is truly boundless. After explaining this, Yun Xian's expression suddenly turned serious. There's no time to waste. I'll help you channel qi into your body first.
Yunwan sat cross-legged as instructed. Calm your mind and carefully sense everything around you.
Although Yunwan had entered a state of quiet meditation before, since it truly helped calm her mind this time, the experience felt completely different. She discovered that in the darkness, strands of white light were constantly drifting about.
This is the mana that drifts through the heavens and earth. Yun Xian's voice echoed in her mind as she gently guided Yunwan to try absorbing this mana into her body.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After just one attempt, Yunwan absorbed the mana without any resistance, and she immediately felt her body grow light and refreshed.
Seeing this, a look of satisfaction appeared on Yun Xian's lovely face. As expected of the unblemished physique, it possesses an innate, extraordinary affinity for mana.
At the same time, Lin, who was standing on the deck outside, suddenly turned his head toward the cabin. He slowly raised his hand and precisely caught a wisp of mana.
As he opened his palm, the cluster of mana took shape, flickering constantly like a tiny flame. The next second, Lin casually dispersed it.
If Yun Xian had seen this, she would surely have been stunned into silence. Even a cultivator as powerful as her, at her current realm, could not control unrefined mana with such ease. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense had passed when Yunwan slowly opened her eyes. Unlike before, therefore, the best fate for Lin was to live out his life, birth, aging, sickness, and death in the Baiyan dynasty. It's just a pity that Wan'er insists on keeping him by her side. This is undoubtedly exposing her own vulnerability. Consequently, to prevent such a situation from arising, Yun Xian decided to play the bad guy and persuade Lin to leave of his own accord. Unfortunately, Lin showed no reaction whatsoever upon hearing this. He didn't even glance at her, keeping his attention fixed on the scenery rushing by below. Seeing that the boy was completely unresponsive, Yun Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. You'll regret this later. Leaving those words behind, she flung her sleeve and walked away, refusing to waste any more words on Lin. 2 days passed quickly, and Yunwan did not disappoint Yun Xian's expectations. She successfully mastered the first level of the mystic purity method and even reached the mid-stage of qi refining.
Good, Yun Xian said repeatedly.
Truly, she was worthy of the unblemished physique back then. It had taken her a full month just to master the cultivation method. Yunwan, however, had done it in just 2 short days. This was not only due to the unblemished physique but also largely attributable to her innate comprehension.
With your current strength, handling the sect trials should be no problem at all.
It's just that. At this point, Yun Xian suddenly paused, but the clever Yunwan quickly guessed what she was about to say.
Is it about Lin?
Yun Xian said with a serious expression. Wan'er, if you want Lin to join the sect as well, you'll have to earn double the points in the trials. But that's a very difficult task.
Don't worry, Master.
I'll definitely make it happen, Yunwan replied without a hint of hesitation, her gaze unwavering.
I hope you succeed.
Yun Xian had originally intended to use this opportunity to persuade her to give up on Lin, but she would soon realize just how difficult it would be.
Pack up. We arrived at the sect. Chapter 28, Conflict.
The spirit vessel descended slowly, finally coming to rest on a vast open plain. When Yunwan stepped off,
Shut up! You dare tell me to shut up?
Shin Tsongfeng had now completely lost all restraint, speaking coldly. You're nothing but a lowly woman. How dare you speak to me so disrespectfully?
Don't you fear? Smack!
Before he could finish his threat, he was sent flying by a slap, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop, several of his teeth knocked out in the process. You're not even worthy of comparing your looks to my husband's.
The onlookers watched with glee, but they wholeheartedly agreed with Yunwan's words. Lin and Shin Tsongfeng were simply in different leagues when it came to looks. You filthy woman, you're asking for death.
Shin Tsongfeng struggled to his feet, roaring with rage as he charged toward Yunwan, simultaneously conjuring a ball of flame in the palm of his hand.
Fire cloud palm.
In the next second, a massive fiery palm print materialized, carrying overwhelming force as it slammed toward Yunwan. If this had been the older, she would have been powerless against such an attack, but things were different now. With a casual wave of her hand, Yunwan caused the fiery palm print to vanish instantly.
What?
Shen Songfeng's pupils suddenly contracted at the sight. He couldn't believe his most powerful attack was so easily shattered before her. The onlookers were also stunned by the power Yunwan had displayed.
You're the perfect test subject for my new move.
Yunwan gathered her mana into her index finger, and immediately a slender beam of light shot out from it.
Xianqing finger. Just watch me shatter it.
Shen Songfeng snorted coldly, channeling all his fire elemental energy to form a massive ball of flame in front of him. He attempted to incinerate the beam, but unfortunately, he had severely underestimated the power of the Xianqing finger. The moment it made contact with the flames, the fire was completely obliterated, utterly unable to block the attack. Piercing through the fireball, the Xianqing finger continued its assault on Shen Songfeng. A look of panic finally flashed across his face as the threat of death crept up on him.
Third uncle, save me. Boom.
Suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of Shen Songfeng, stepping in to block the Xianqing finger for him. This person was none other than his so-called third uncle, Shen Lang.
What a vicious mind daring to try to kill a fellow disciple.
Shen Lang immediately accused Yunwan of harming a fellow disciple, without giving the slightest thought to the full context of the situation. The onlookers also wore expressions of regret, but none spoke up to intervene. After all, Shen Lang was a sect elder and the supervisor of this trial. Offending him would make it incredibly difficult for them to be accepted into the Qinghuan Guild. He was the one who spoke disrespectfully first. Yunwan replied calmly and confidently.
It was clearly you who struck first, yet you dare to make excuses.
Shen Lang instantly unleashed a terrifying aura of authority. The air seemed to grow thick and still at that very moment. Yunwan felt as if she were carrying 1,000 jin on her back, the weight pressing down on her, forcing her to kneel. Yet she gritted her teeth and held firm, refusing to bend her knees even a fraction, her eyes fixed intently on him.
Meanwhile, Lin stood nearby as if nothing were amiss. Shen Lang's aura of intimidation seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever.
Upon seeing the pained expression on Yunwan's face, he finally shifted his gaze to Shen Lang, who stood not far away, and the smug Shen Songfeng. His hand slowly reached for the wooden sword on his back.
Stop!
At that critical moment, a cold, clear voice echoed across the clearing, and immediately afterward, Yunxian descended from the sky.
Grand Elder!
Upon recognizing the figure, Shen Lang was so startled that he hurriedly bowed in respect. You have the audacity to lay a hand on my disciple. Hearing this, Shen Lang broke out in a cold sweat. He never would have dreamed in his wildest dreams that Yunwan was the Grand Elder's disciple. It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. He had intended to explain. Upon hearing the news, the other party rushed to the scene in a flurry. Yunxian briefly recounted what had just happened.
This Shen Lang is truly audacious.
Rest assured, Senior Elder, I will personally oversee the upcoming trials, and there will be absolutely no cheating.
That's good to hear.
With that, she soared into the air and flew toward the mountain peak suspended in the sky.
Since everyone is here, let us begin the sect entrance trials.
Sect Master Han Xingfeng waved his hand, and a massive teleportation gate suddenly appeared in the clearing.
This gate leads to a mountain range inhabited by demon beasts.
You must hunt them to obtain demon cores. You have 3 hours. 10 first-tiered cores will be considered a passing score. Of course, if you encounter a demon beast you cannot defeat, shatter the sect token in your hand to be automatically teleported back, but you will forfeit your eligibility.
Does everyone understand? Sect Master, I have a question.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than Yunwan raised her hand.
Go ahead.
Far from getting angry, Han Xingfeng instead offered a gentle smile.
No way, this was the Grand Elder's disciple. How could he dare to treat her with disrespect? If the demon core I obtain is a gift from someone else, does it count?
Well, this was the first time Han Xingfeng had encountered such a question.
After all, who would willingly give away a demon core they worked so hard to obtain?
But after a moment's thought, he nodded.
It counts.
Hearing this answer, Yunwan quietly let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, she resolved that she must collect 20 demon cores.
Any other questions?
Seeing that no one responded,
Han Qingfeng opened the teleportation gate. Let us get started, then. The dozens of people gathered in the clearing, their hearts racing with excitement, rushed inside. To prevent Lin from getting lost, Yunwan made a point of holding his hand tightly, but unexpectedly, the moment they stepped through the gate, the two of them were transported to different locations by a strange energy. When Yunwan opened her eyes again, she was startled to find herself in the midst of a dense, primeval jungle. She glanced around, a look of concern crossing her pretty face. The three demon wolves clinging to Lin were instantly terrified by the aura emanating from the silver-armored beast. After all, it was a second-tier demon beast, far more powerful than they were. So, without bothering to continue tearing at Lin, but Yunwan couldn't afford to worry about that. She was determined to bring Lin with her and join the Qingluan Guild. Whoosh! Suddenly, a faint whistling sound cut through the air. Yunwan instinctively turned her body to the side, and immediately afterward, a beam of energy pierced her shoulder. Ignoring the pain, Yunwan hurriedly stood up and faced the direction of the attack, but saw no enemy. Who are you? As expected of the Grand Elderess disciple, you managed to dodge my most powerful strike even under these circumstances. The voice came from all directions, making it impossible for Yunwan to pinpoint the speaker's location. Since you've already obtained 10 demon cores yet continue to hunt demon beasts, you must be trying to help that man. I'm afraid I cannot let you have your way. That depends on whether you have what it takes. Yunwan snorted coldly and suddenly swung the Yunhan sword, unleashing a series of sword beams that severed everything in their path, intending to force the opponent to reveal himself. Chapter 30, One Demon Core Short. In an instant, all the surrounding trees were cut down, and Yunwan quickly spotted a figure moving stealthily. I've found you. Yunwan immediately charged forward with her sword raised. With less than half an incense stick's worth of time remaining in the trial, it was already too late to hunt down another demon beast. Therefore, she had to eliminate this person and take the demon core from him. The man watched as Yunwan rapidly closed in, a look of panic flashing across his veiled face. Originally, he had been entrusted by Shen Tsongfeng to cause Yunwan some trouble during the trial, which was why he had been secretly following her. But after witnessing the immense power Yunwan had displayed, he realized he was no match for her at all. Just as he was about to give up, he saw that Yunwan had clearly fulfilled the requirements yet was still going to great lengths to hunt demon beasts. Recalling the question she had asked earlier when they entered the mountains. In an instant, he realized that Yunwan was collecting demon cores for the man traveling with her, intending to have him join the Qingluan Guild as well. If he could interfere and prevent Lin from qualifying, he would still be fulfilling Shen Tsongfeng's mission in a roundabout way and would then receive a generous reward. But he had severely underestimated Yunwan. She had actually used this method to force him to reveal himself. His top priority now was to get away as quickly as possible. With that thought, the man immediately quickened his pace, only to hear a strange sound coming from behind him. He turned his head and was startled to see a terrifying sword beam hurtling straight toward him. He hurriedly twisted his body to dodge it, but a gash was still slashed across his abdomen. What a terrifying woman! The man hadn't expected Yunwan to possess such formidable strength. Even with her mana depleted, he estimated she was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of the Qi cultivation realm. If she caught up to him, he stood no chance against her with his current abilities. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth against the excruciating pain and keep fleeing. After all, the deadline was fast approaching. He just needed to hold on a little longer. Yunwan could tell that this masked man was only trying to buy time. Moreover, that previous sword strike had completely depleted the last of his mana, so he was now relying solely on his physical strength to give chase. Hand over the demon core, and I'll let you go. Ha, the masked man sneered contemptuously. You're dreaming. With negotiations failed, Yunwan's eyes turned cold as she once again forced her body to squeeze out energy, causing the Yunhan sword to glow. What a crazy woman! Sensing this surge of mana, the masked man's heart skipped a beat. Yunwan's actions were clearly draining her very essence. He wasn't even sure he could block the next attack. Regret spread through his heart, but there was nothing he could do now. He had only collected 10 demon cores, and if he handed them over, he wouldn't be able to join the Qingluan Guild. Yunwan aimed the Yunhan sword at the masked man. Her face had turned deathly pale,
and a trickle of blood even ran from the corner of her mouth clearly. Finally, he walked up to Yunwan and Lin.
Yunwan, her expression complex, took out a pouch.
When Han Xingfeng examined its content,
"Is this a second-tier demon beast's demon core?" Yunwan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized what was happening and asked, "Does that count?"
"Of course." Han Xingfeng nodded and picked up the second-tier demon core from the ground. "And this single one is worth 10 first-tier demon cores."
Chapter 31, Are They Cheating?
Hearing this, a smile couldn't help but spread across Yunwan's face. She knew Lin would surely surprise her.
"I protest. This demon core definitely wasn't obtained by him during the trial."
The masked man started causing trouble again. Having lost his eligibility for withdrawing early, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by and watch Yunwan and Lin successfully join the sect.
Otherwise, how could he possibly demand his reward from Shen Songfeng?
Everyone can see that this man doesn't emit a single trace of mana fluctuation.
That proves he isn't a cultivator at all, so how could he possibly have hunted a second-tier demon beast?
Exactly. The others also voiced their doubts one after another.
Yunwan's icy gaze instantly fixed on the masked man. If she wasn't mistaken, this was the very person who had obstructed her during the trial just moments ago. Besides, his master is the Grand Elder of the sect.
He must have hidden this demon core in his robes beforehand to gain eligibility for joining the Qingwan Guild. The masked man began dragging Yun Xian into the discussion again, attempting to lend weight to his argument. Sure enough, the others seemed to agree wholeheartedly.
Impossible.
Fortunately, at the critical moment, Han Xingfeng shook his head, his expression grave. The details of this assessment were only finalized yesterday, to mark all the demon beasts confined in the Demon Beast Mountains. With that, he activated the demon core in his hand, and a special pattern immediately appeared on its surface. At that point, the others had nothing more to say. After all, they didn't have a shred of evidence. The masked man wanted to continue arguing, but when he sensed a gaze filled with murderous intent fixed upon him, the hairs on his body stood on end. Yunwan was currently gripping the Yunhan sword tightly in her hand, contemplating whether to strike and kill him outright. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Han Xingfeng looked over at her in confusion. "Little girl, while your talent is exceptional, your mindset is just as important for cultivation.
Harboring too much aggression isn't a good thing."
Hearing Han Xingfeng's advice, Yunwan immediately recounted the ambush she had suffered during the trial.
Such a thing actually happened? Han Xingfeng's face also darkened with anger upon hearing this.
"Before you join the sect, your instructors should have made it clear that you're not allowed to attack your fellow disciples during the trials."
"Chui Han, don't you know the consequences of doing so?"
A bead of sweat instantly broke out on Chui Han's forehead, but he still feigned composure and said, "Sect Master, you can't just take her word for it. That ambusher bears the scars I left on him. You need only examine him to verify the truth." At that, Chui Han completely panicked. When Han Xingfeng's gaze fell upon him, his legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees.
"Master, I didn't mean to do it.
It was all Shen Songfeng's idea. He said that if I prevented those two from joining the Qingwan Guild, he'd give me a Xian Great Artifact."
"Well done indeed." Han Xingfeng's expression turned grim.
He never expected such a despicable act to occur during the sect admission trials. While the Qingwan Guild required a certain level of talent when recruiting disciples, character was of the utmost importance. Someone who would dare to strike at their future fellow disciples for a mere profit was highly likely to betray the sect in the future. Chui Han launched a sneak attack on his fellow trial participant during the trial, a serious violation of the rules. He is hereby stripped of his status as a preliminary disciple and is forbidden from joining the Qingwan Guild from this day forward. As for the mastermind behind this, Shen Songfeng, he will face even harsher punishment. Upon hearing this verdict, Chui Han's face instantly turned ashen as he slumped to the ground. He never imagined that a momentary bout of greed would cause him to squander his future so needlessly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed by. Chui Han's eyes widened in disbelief. He slowly lowered his head to look down and saw a bloody hole in his chest. "What are these?" Yunwan glanced at them and was startled to find several demon cores of different colors in her hands.
Did you get these from slaying demon beasts? Yunwan asked in surprise.
After a few seconds of stunned silence, Lin nodded stiffly. Looking at these demon cores, Yunwan couldn't help but gasp, then gave a wry smile. I really underestimated you. The first-tier demon cores she had obtained previously were all white, and second-tier ones were yellow, but the ones Lin gave her were blue, purple, and black. This indicated they came from even higher-tier demon beasts. She never would have imagined Lin had slain so many formidable foes, but thankfully he hadn't brought them out in public just now. Otherwise, it would certainly have caused a huge stir.
Lin, don't pick fights with people so easily in the future, understand? Yunwan admonished him earnestly.
They had only just joined the Qingluan Guild. Even with their masteress' help, they hadn't yet established a firm foothold.
Yet Lin possessed such overwhelming strength despite lacking mana. If he were to reveal it rashly, it would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives.
Therefore, concealing his strength was the best course of action.
Although Lin didn't fully understand what she meant, he nodded in agreement. However, Yunwan added, if anyone dares to bully you, don't hold back, just fight back. If anything happens, I'll take the blame for you.
After what had happened earlier, Yunwan had realized that the sect wasn't entirely harmonious. There might even be more people like Shin Tsongfon lurking within. Afterward, they walked around the area to familiarize themselves with Xian Yun Peak, and Yun Xian returned shortly thereafter. Keep this storage ring safe. It contains your identity token and the robes for a direct disciple. Thank you, Master, Yunwan said respectfully as she accepted it.
From now on, you'll be staying in the side hall. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come ask me.
Yun Xian's gaze then fell on Lin. Wanner, I'm going to take him to the outer sect now.
What? Yunwan froze, asking urgently, Master, do you mean Lin can't live with us? That's right. Without giving Yunwan a moment to react, Yun Xian took Lin and left.
The next second, the two were back at the clearing.
Did you really obtain those demon cores yourself? Greetings, Sect Master.
The four inside hurriedly stood up and bowed upon seeing the newcomer. Starting today, he is your new fellow disciple.
Remember to look after him.
Yes. The four nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Lin.
To be personally settled in by the outer sect head meant his status was certainly no ordinary one.
In a moment, you'll explain the sect's rules to him and take him to pick up his sect uniform.
After giving these instructions, Han Qingfeng turned and left.
As the outer sect head, managing thousands of people, he had plenty of matters to attend to.
Hello, my name is Li Chao. My name is Wan Lei. My name is Song Qiuhao. My name is Zhang Han.
The four introduced themselves one by one, but Lin didn't respond at all. Although this behavior made them feel slightly resentful, they held back their frustration out of respect for his extraordinary status. The Qingluan Guild's rules for outer sect disciples are simple. Aside from prohibiting private duels, you only need to complete the sect's assignments on time every 10 days. Zhang Han briefly explained the sect's regulations to Lin, then prepared to lead him to the General Affairs Hall to collect his identity token and uniform. Along the way, Lin followed silently behind them, while the four walked ahead, whispering among themselves.
This guy is so strange.
Not only does he not say a word, but his expression doesn't change at all.
Most importantly, there is something about his eyes.
It's way too unusual.
It feels like there's not a single emotional flicker. Don't worry about it. He was brought here personally by Guild Master Han. He is probably the son of that inner sect elder again. Very likely.
Let us just follow orders and not get ourselves into trouble. As the five reached the entrance to the General Affairs Hall, they happened to run into the group that had just joined the Qingluan Guild that day. They had already collected their items and were walking out. Upon seeing Lin, each of them revealed a look of awe in their eyes and even unconsciously quickened their pace to leave the area as quickly as possible. This unusual
sigh. Li Chao tapped his forehead in exasperation. I knew this wouldn't be that simple.
But judging by the reaction of those new disciples just now, there is definitely something extraordinary about this guy.
I think Xiao Hao has a point.
Let us just follow Sect Master Han's instructions and take good care of him, Zhang Han suggested. Come to think of it, today is supposed to be the day we head out on our mission.
Should we take him along?
It turned out they jointly accepted a mission a few days earlier to collect Zhu fruits, but it had been delayed due to some circumstances. If they didn't complete it, they wouldn't meet the sect's quota.
I think we should take him along.
After all, there are 5 Zhu fruits growing in that area. He'll be able to complete the mission too, and it'll be a way to do him a favor, Zhang Han said, and his suggestion was met with approval from the other 3. If Lin really was the son of an inner sect elder, perhaps they could use this opportunity to boost their own standing within the sect.
There is no time to waste, let us set out right away.
They immediately set off with Lin, heading out of the sect toward the location where they had previously discovered the Zhu fruits. About 3 hours later, they successfully arrived near a cave. The Zhu fruits are inside here, but a shattered-toothed tiger lives there. That beast is a second-tier demon beast, with strength comparable to a Zhu Yuan realm cultivator.
What are we going to do? There is no way we can defeat it.
Fear flashed across Li Chao's face. After all, even Zhang Han, the most powerful among them, was only at the late stage of the qi refining realm.
A head-on confrontation is out of the question, so we'll have to use some strategy.
With that, Zhang Han began to outline his plan. Wang Lei, Xiao Hao, and I will hold off the shattered-toothed tiger, while you, Li Chao, take the opportunity to go inside the cave and pick the Zhu fruit.
No problem.
In that case, let us get moving.
Wait a minute.
Just then, Li Chao suddenly raised a finger and pointed at Lin standing nearby, asking, "What about him?" He yelled. As far as the eye could see, the cave was piled high with the carcasses of all kinds of demon beasts. Soon, he spotted a small plant bearing 5 red fruits. This was the objective of their journey, the red fruit.
Li Chao's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran over to pull the herb out. But
as the beast closed in faster and faster, Li Chao closed his eyes in despair. With his mid-qi cultivation, he stood no chance against the shattered-toothed tiger. He couldn't even put up a defense. All he could do was stand there and wait for death. But after quite a while, the excruciating pain he expected failed to materialize. Li Chao slowly opened his eyes and discovered that there was suddenly someone standing in front of him.
Could it be Zhang Han and the others?
But Li Chao soon realized this person wasn't Zhang Han or the other 2. It was Lin, the one who'd been left behind on standby. At that moment, he was pressing one hand against the shattered-toothed tiger's forehead. No matter how hard the tiger strained, it couldn't move forward even half a step.
Enraged, it began wildly swinging its tiger claws.
Its sharp claws raked at Lin's body but failed to inflict even the slightest injury. In fact, they only annoyed him. So,
boom!
With a dull thud, the shattered-toothed tiger's massive body was embedded directly into the rock, blood gushing continuously from its mouth. It was clearly dead. This left Li Chao completely dumbfounded. Zhang Han and the others stood frozen in place as well. Wang Lei even raised a hand to rub his eyes, making sure he hadn't just been seeing things. He actually kicked a second-tier demon beast to death.
Song Xiaohao said, his voice trembling.
He had originally thought Lin was just an ordinary person with no cultivation, but he never expected him to be hiding his true strength so deeply. To instantly kill a second-tier demon beast offhand, you'd need at least late-stage Zhu Yuan cultivation.
Could it be that he has been playing the fool all along? Wang Lei looked at the figure ahead with a grave expression.
I'm afraid it's not that simple, Zhang Han countered. I don't know if you noticed, but when he attacked just now, he didn't use a single bit of mana.
That means he relied entirely on physical strength.
I see. With that insight, Wang Lei had an epiphany, so he is a physical cultivator. No wonder he possesses such overwhelming strength. Unlike ordinary cultivators who absorb mana to enhance their power, physical cultivators focus on strengthening their bodies to attain unparalleled strength. However, the trade-off is the inability to use magical skills. While this gives physical cultivators an advantage at lower realms, it becomes a liability after the golden core stage. On top of that, physical cultivators must endure unimaginable torment, so virtually no one chooses this path. No wonder he has not the sharpest tool in the shed. It's probably because his training is so grueling. Alright, let us hurry over and see how they're doing. Lin, however, paid him no mind. Instead, he walked over to the shattered-toothed tiger-S corpse and extracted its demon core. That guy's movements are way too smooth, the others exclaimed, staring in astonishment. They immediately asked Li Chao if he successfully collected the zhu fruits. He produced the herb bearing 5 zhu fruits, and the 3 others lit up with joy. The mission had finally been successfully completed. There's no time to waste, let us head back to the sect.
Xiu Hao's shoulder injury needs to be treated immediately. So the 4 of them immediately took Lin back to the Qinghuan Guild.
But as soon as they entered the mountain gates, they heard a booming voice echoing throughout the entire sect.
Congratulations to Grand Elder Yunxian on accepting a new direct disciple Yunhuan.
A direct disciple, no less. Wang Lei's eyes were filled with envy. After all, there were only 30 direct disciples in the entire Qinghuan Guild. Not only did they enjoy the most superior cultivation resources, but their status was also significantly higher than that of outer sect elders. If only I could become a direct disciple too, Li Chao couldn't help but sigh. Stop daydreaming, Zhang Han said irritably, giving him a light tap on the head. To be taken on as a direct disciple by the Grand Elder means that person must have extraordinary talent. They're most likely someone with a special trait. How could we possibly compare? Hee, I was just talking for the sake of it. Why don't you guys save this conversation for later? I can almost see my great-grandma waving at me, said Song Qiuhao weakly, having lost too much blood. Only then did the group snap out of it, and they hurriedly carried him back to their quarters. After all, they had hemostatic pills there.
He isn't mute.
Miss, please don't misunderstand, Zhang Han hurriedly explained, sensing the tense atmosphere. We're disciples who share a room with him, but he hasn't spoken a word in quite some time, so we mistakenly assumed he was mute. Only then did Yunhuan's gaze soften slightly.
May I ask your name, young lady?
Wang Lei scratched his head and asked shyly.
My name is Yunhuan. I'm Lin's wife.
The moment they heard those 3 words, all 4 of their expressions froze. After all, they had only just learned that name from the sect's broadcast.
You're the Grand Elder's newly accepted direct disciple? Li Chao exclaimed in disbelief. And you're this guy's wife, too? Oh my god.
Li Chao clutched his head. The shock was so intense he couldn't process it right away. Zhang Han and the others didn't know how to put their astonishment into words either.
Although they suspected from the start that Lin's identity was no ordinary one, they never imagined it would be this outlandish, the life partner of a direct disciple.
If they told anyone, no one would believe it. As for those present, only Song Qiuhao's reaction was the calmest because he had already completely passed out, and his long-deceased great-grandmother had begun waving at him again.
Are you sure you don't want to tend to his wounds right away?
Yunhuan raised her small hand, pointing at Song Qiuhao, who lay unconscious on Wang Lei's back. Prompted by her, the 3 of them finally snapped out of their daze and hurriedly carried Song Qiuhao into the residence, where they applied a hemostatic ointment to his wounds.
Meanwhile, Yunhuan stayed in the courtyard chatting with Lin. How do you like it in the outer sect?
Lin tilted his head, thought for a few seconds, then slowly nodded.
No one's been picking on you, right?
Lin nodded again, which made Yunhuan quietly breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed these 4 got along quite well with her husband, otherwise, he wouldn't be traveling with them. My master promised me that as long as you do well in the competition a month from now, she'll take you as her disciple.
Then we'll be able to cultivate together on Xianyun Peak.
Yunhuan was confident that, with Lin's abilities, he would surely stand out among the other disciples. After all, he could easily dispatch even high-tier demon beasts. After that, she chatted with Lin at length. Even though they'd only been apart for half a day, it felt as though they were a couple who hadn't seen each other in ages.
It wasn't until dusk fell that Yunhuan realized it was time for her to leave.
Reluctantly, she took out a storage ring and handed it to Lin.
You can use this to store items. Keep it safe. She then personally escorted Lin back to his quarters.
Zhang Han and the others, who had been peeking through the window, quickly sat back on their beds and pretended to be cultivating. Hello, everyone, Yunhuan said with a smile. Please take good care of my husband.
Don't let outsiders bully him. Now on, I'll give you 1 high-grade spirit stone every month.
With that, she placed 4 spirit stones, each imbued with rich mana, on the table. Upon hearing this, Zheng Han and the others' mouths gaped wide enough to fit an egg. After all, an outer sect disciple's monthly stipend was a mere 10 low-grade spirit stones, and a single high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade ones. Such an unexpected windfall truly left them feeling both flattered and overwhelmed, and they couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate direct disciples were to enjoy such superior cultivation resources. Don't worry, Li Chao said, rushing over eagerly to grab the spirit stones, his face beaming with excitement.
As long as I'm still breathing, I'll never let Lin get bullied.
The others nodded in agreement, one after another.
Then I'm counting on you. After giving Lin a gentle hug, Yunwan turned and walked away.
Man, you really have the best luck, Wang Lei said, shooting Lin a look of jealousy, envy, and resentment. Not only was she the cultivation partner of a direct disciple, but she was also a disciple of the Grand Elder herself. She was bound to become a powerhouse in the Qingyuan Guild in the future.
More importantly, she treated Lin exceptionally well.
It seems our decision earlier was the right one, Zheng Han remarked, holding the high-grade spirit stone. With this high-grade spirit stone, I should be able to make another attempt at breaking through to the Gathering Essence realm. As for Lin, after watching Yunwan leave, he remained in the courtyard, continuing to swing his wooden sword. By the next morning, Song Qiuhao's injuries had largely stabilized. All he needed now was proper rest. Meanwhile, Zheng Han and the others prepared to hand over the zhu fruit. After all, if they didn't settle this matter today, they wouldn't be able to meet their quota. If that happened, not only would their monthly allowance be revoked, but they would also face punishment. Just to be on the safe side, the group made a point of bringing Lin along with them. As Li Chao put it, Lin was essentially the source of their livelihood at this point. They certainly couldn't treat him with indifference and had to ensure his safety at all times. If someone were to deliberately cause trouble for Lin just as they were leaving, losing the spirit stones would be a minor issue, but offending a direct disciple would be truly disastrous. The 4 of them arrived at the Qingxian Hall, first presenting the bounty notice, then placing the 5 zhu fruits in front of the attendant. After the Qingxian Hall disciple verified everything was in order, he informed them that they had met their quota. Li Chao let out a deep sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Now I'm going to go into seclusion and cultivate for a few days. The other 2 were thinking the same thing, but just as the 4 were about to leave, a mocking voice rang out. Oh, isn't this the failure quartet? Did you guys manage to finish the mission at the last minute again? Hearing this, Zheng Han and the others' expressions immediately darkened. They turned to look and saw an effeminate man holding a jade fan, staring at them with a sneer on his face. You effeminate wimp, Li Chao snapped back immediately. This time, it was the effeminate man's face that turned icy. Say that one more time, and I'll rip your mouth off. Go ahead, Li Chao retorted, stepping forward without flinching. Don't think I'm afraid of you, you sissy. The effeminate man clenched his jade fan, just as he was about to strike, but was warned by a disciple of Qingxian Hall, this is a sacred area of the sect, private duels are forbidden. With no other choice, Yang Jiao had to back down. He knew full well what the consequences of striking out would be, so he switched to verbal taunts instead. You 4 good-for-nothings stick together every day to complete missions. No wonder your cultivation is still at the Qi refining realm. You're an absolute disgrace to our Qingyuan Guild. As he spoke, Yang Jiao noticed a handsome, unfamiliar face. Huh, who is that? Immediately, a wave of intense jealousy welled up inside him. Ever since he was a child, he detested men more handsome than himself. None of your business. Zheng Han didn't want to get further entangled with this cold, snake-like guy, so he turned to leave with his companions. Don't you dare leave. Yang Jiao stepped directly in front of them, his eyes fixed intently on Lin. What exactly are you trying to do? Are you planning to lure the disciplinary disciples here? Wang Lei said impatiently. Do you dare make a bet with me? Yang Jiao pulled out a herb with 7 leaves from his robe. 7-star herb. Zheng Han recognized it at a glance. Its effect was to greatly aid Qi refining realm cultivators in breaking through to the Yuan gathering realm. If he had the 7-star grass to assist him last time, he would certainly have succeeded in his breakthrough. Although he now possessed a high-grade spirit stone, he still didn't have absolute confidence.
Go ahead, what's the wager? It's simple. You all come up to the sparring platform with me for a match. If I win, you'll get the 7-star grass. And what if we lose? Yang Jiao flashed a mischievous grin. All you have to do is kneel down and kowtow 3 times. You. Such a humiliating demand infuriated Wang Lei. He was about to flatly refuse, but when he saw Zhang Han, he forced himself to hold back. He knew all too well how important the 7-star grass was to Zhang Han. You're at the gathering essence realm, while we're at the chi refining realm. The gap in strength is too great, so there is no way we can take that bet. Fortunately, Zhang Han didn't lose his composure over this. No problem. What I mean is, the 4 of you can attack together. As long as you can hold out for half an hour, you win. Yang Jiao had anticipated this scenario all along, so he offered an extremely tempting condition. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhang Han fell silent. Li Chao and Wang Lei exchanged glances. If the 3 of them join forces, they might not be able to defeat a Zhu Yuan realm cultivator, but holding out for half an hour should be no problem. Let us agree to it. But Zhang Han was still somewhat hesitant. He didn't want his companions to suffer because of his own selfishness. It's fine. At worst, we'll just kneel and kowtow 3 times. Besides, with our strength, we have a very good chance of winning. With that, Zhang Han stopped dithering. He turned to Yang Jiao and said solemnly, "All right, the 3 of us are willing to go up to the competition platform with you." No, Yang Jiao waved his hand. What else do you want? Zhang Han furrowed his brow. I'm talking about the 4 of you, he said, pointing at Lin at the back of the group, the fire of jealousy burning ever brighter in his eyes. No way. Our feud has nothing to do with him. Zhang Han and the others immediately refused. After all, they had just promised Yunwan yesterday that they would take good care of Lin, so there was no way they could let him tag along on such a risky venture. Yang Jiao hadn't expected them to be so protective of Lin. He proposed the wager partly to teach that useless foursome a lesson and humiliate them, and partly to make that guy who was even more handsome than himself look like a fool in public. I really don't get how your minds work. Wouldn't adding 1 more person increase our chances of winning? Your attempts to goad me 1 work, Zhang Han said, refusing to fall for the trap. He spoke in a deep voice. His background is no ordinary one. You can't afford to mess with him. Ha! Yang Jiao sneered contemptuously. Is there anyone in the outer sect I can't afford to mess with? Anyway, there are only the 3 of us. Are you in or out? If not, get out of the way, Wang Lei urged impatiently. Yang Jiao hadn't expected their attitude to be so resolute. After pondering for a few seconds, he snapped his jade fan shut. All right. Soon, the group arrived at the martial arts arena, a place the sect had set aside specifically for disciples to spar and compete. To step onto the stage, both parties had to give their consent. Once on the stage, as long as you didn't kill or cripple your opponent, you were free to do whatever you wanted. As a result, many people used the arena to settle personal grudges. Come on up. I can't wait to see you guys kneel and kowtow, Yang Jiao said provocatively as he stepped onto the stage, glaring down at the group below. That depends on whether you've got what it takes. Zhang Han and his 2 companions followed him up without backing down, but to their surprise, Lin had also made his way onto the stage. Get down from there. Li Chao hurried to push Lin off the ring. But upon seeing this, Yang Jiao wasn't about to let him succeed. He quickly spoke up to stop him. The sparring has already begun. Now that you're on the ring, how can you just get off on a whim? Do you have any regard for the sect's rules? Seeing that this guy was actually using the sect's rules to intimidate them, Zhang Han and the others had no rebuttal. Forget it. We're going to win anyway, so let him just stand there and watch, Wang Lei sighed helplessly. At this point, that's all we can do. And so, the match officially began, with disciples from all around flocking to the ring to watch the spectacle. Yang Jiao suddenly swung his jade fan,
instantly unleashing several beams of mana that surged toward them. The three hurriedly drew their weapons to defend themselves, while Lin stood there without taking any action. Zhang Han had no choice but to help him block the attacks, and Li Chao, the weakest of the three, struggled immensely to hold his ground, though fortunately Wang Lei came to his aid in time.
Not bad. I'm curious to see how long you can hold out.
Yang Jiao's face was full of amusement as he swung his jade fan once more.
This time, however, it formed a towering tornado that raged wildly across the arena. Get out of the way. Don't get sucked in.
Seeing this, Zhang Han hurriedly shouted a warning. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within the tornado. If they were by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Lei and the others naturally understood this and hurried to put as much distance between themselves and the tornado as quickly as possible.
But in their panic, they overlooked one crucial detail: Yang Jiao's target for this move was Lin.
By the time they realized it, it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as Lin was engulfed by the tornado. In an instant, razor-sharp wind blades inside began furiously slicing through his body.
Lin!
Seeing this, the three of them rushed to come to his aid, but the tornado was far too powerful. They couldn't even get close.
Attack that sissy!
Fortunately, Zhang Han reacted in time and launched a direct attack at Yang Jiao, preventing him from sustaining the tornado any longer and allowing Lin to break free. Seeing the three of them charging toward him from different directions, Yang Jiao didn't panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
I've been waiting for you to come.
Immediately, he flung his jade fan upward with a sharp flick, and several green wind blades radiated outward from him in all directions.
Zhang Han and the others hadn't expected Yang Jiao to launch such a powerful attack while sustaining the tornado.
They hurriedly raised their weapons horizontally in front of them to block the wind blades, narrowly avoiding being sliced in half. Still, they were forced back several dozen meters. Li Chao, the weakest of the three, fared even worse. He was knocked directly off the stage, disqualifying him from the match. Now only Zhang Han and Wang Lei remained, yet only a third of a half hour had passed.
Why is the gap in strength so great? Wang Lei realized something was wrong.
It wasn't as if they hadn't fought against Zhu Yuan realm cultivators before, but they'd never been in such a desperate situation as today. Zhang Han felt the same way, but he soon understood the reason.
Could it be that this guy has broken through to the mid-stage of the Zhu Yuan realm? That can't be.
Wang Lei's eyes widened at the thought. If that were true, they'd never last half a time. Ha ha! Just then, Yang Jiao burst into a boisterous laugh, and a powerful surge of mana erupted from his body.
You guessed right.
I took a third-grade Shenling pill yesterday, and my strength has indeed improved significantly. I've reached the mid-stage of the Zhu Yuan realm. At that moment, the three of them felt their hearts sink to the bottom of a pit. They never would have imagined this outcome. No wonder this guy had proposed such an unreasonable challenge. Now, you two had better kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Zhang Han and Wang Lei exchanged glances, each seeing the despair on the other's face. Their despair ultimately dissolved into a long, helpless sigh.
We'll kowtow and admit our mistake, but this has nothing to do with Lin.
Please don't drag him into this.
At this point, their only option was to protect Lin as best they could. No way.
Yang Jiao refused without a moment's hesitation. He intended to use this opportunity to thoroughly humiliate this man who was even more handsome than himself.
Let us see if he can even stand up first.
With that, he waved his hand, and the raging tornado on the stage dissipated. Instead, the wind blade shattered on impact, dissolving into specks of starlight and vanishing into thin air. At that moment, Yang Jiao's face darkened with gravity. Sure enough, this guy was no pushover. He was at least at the Gathering Essence realm, and he'd been hiding his true strength quite well. Kid, I didn't expect you to have some skills, but you're still no match for me. With that, Yang Jiao unleashed all his mana, preparing to launch his most powerful attack. After all, the time of one incense stick was nearly up, and dragging this out any longer would inevitably lead to trouble. Reduced to dust in the howling wind. Yang Jiao concentrated all his energy into the jade fan in his hand, and powerful whirlwinds spread out in all directions.
Probably not. Didn't you notice he didn't emit a single energy fluctuation when he launched his attack? That means he didn't use any mana at all. Damn, now that you mention it, you're right. With so many disciples present, he had no way to back out.
After a few seconds of silence, he first glared fiercely at Lin, then reluctantly pulled out the 7-star herb and handed it to Zhang Han.
Just you wait, my brother 1T let you off the hook. Having lost all face, Yang Jiao left the training ground in disarray after uttering those words.
What a wimp, so embarrassing. Can't win a fight, so he just goes running to tell on people, Li Chao sneered loudly, though a look of concern still crept into his eyes.
After all, Yang Jiao's older brother, Yang Ao, was an inner sect disciple whose cultivation was rumored to have reached the mid-foundation stage, while they had no background whatsoever and were naturally no match for him. Don't worry. When it comes to background, he is no match for Lin at all.
Wang Lei, sensing his worry, reached out and patted him on the shoulder.
Li Chao's eyes immediately lit up. Right, how could he have forgotten about Lin?
After all, Lin was the cultivation partner of a direct disciple. If Yang Jiao really brought Yang Ao to cause trouble for Lin, Yunwan would certainly not stand idly by. Given her status, dealing with a mere Yang Ao would be a piece of cake. Let us head back first and see how Chiu Hao is doing.
So the three of them took Lin back to their residence. What they didn't know was that Yunxian, watching from above, had witnessed the entire duel.
This kid really does have some skill, Yunxian murmured, watching Lin's retreating figure. As a spirit transformation level powerhouse, she naturally understood exactly what had happened. Just moments ago, Lin had merely pushed off lightly with his foot, and his entire body had shot forward like a bolt of lightning to his opponent's side. Before the opponent could even react, he had defeated him in a single move. Whether by coincidence or some other reason, Lin's timing was flawless. He struck precisely during the gap in Yang Jiao's attack, which was also the perfect moment to exploit the opponent's vulnerability.
How interesting. I'm curious to see just how many secrets you're hiding. With that, Yunxian transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Uguh.
He had barely uttered a single syllable when he coughed up another large mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight to the ground. It was unclear how long it took before a passing disciple discovered him and rushed him to the infirmary for treatment. But when Yang Ao regained consciousness, though asked how he'd been injured, he remained silent for a long time. Finally, gritting his teeth, he spat out 2 words.
I fell.
Being instantly killed by a single strike from an outer sect disciple would likely make him the laughingstock of the entire sect, so Yang Ao had no choice but to swallow his pride.
When he returned to his cave residence, Yang Jiao rushed over eagerly and asked excitedly, "Brother, did you give those guys a good beating?" Smack.
His question was met with a resounding slap across the face, and Yang Jiao's delicate features swelled instantly.
Bro, why did you hit me?
Yang Ao offered no explanation. Instead, he raised his foot and kicked him viciously. It's all your fault. You almost made me a laughingstock of the sect.
I'm going to beat you to death.
Yang Ao was extremely agitated. All he wanted now was to vent every ounce of the pent-up frustration inside him. Soon, his cave residence was filled with screams as piercing as a pig being slaughtered. Meanwhile, as his mana surged restlessly, Zhang Han had also reached the critical moment of his breakthrough, while Wang Lei and the other 2 watched him nervously from the sidelines. Zhang Han's aura began to rise steadily. It seemed he was on the verge of breaking through his limitations, but suddenly, the energy within his body spiraled out of control.
This isn't good. His aura is too chaotic.
Seeing this, the 3 immediately realized something was terribly wrong. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Zhang Han swallowed the 7-star herb. Drawing on its medicinal power, he managed to fully stabilize his rampaging mana, then slowly reabsorbed the energy that had been spilling out. As he slowly opened his eyes, his cultivation level had successfully reached the Gathering Yuan realm.
Congratulations!
You finally achieved your goal, Wang Lei and the others said with smiles, genuinely happy for him from the bottom of their hearts. Zhang Han nodded, and a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. Now that I've successfully broken through, it's time to go claim that treasure. Hearing this, Wang Lei and the others' faces lit up with anticipation. It turned out that during a previous mission, they had accidentally discovered a spirit tree laden with spirit-infused fruits items that could greatly aid cultivators in advancing their cultivation. Unfortunately, the spirit tree was guarded by a group of white apes, including a white ape king at the peak of the second stage. They stood no chance against it at the time.
Let us take him with us.
In the end, Zhang Han decided to bring Lin along. After all, that kid Yang Zhao took such a humiliating defeat, he definitely won. Let it go. If he brings his older brother to cause trouble for Lin while we're away, it'll be a disaster.
That's right.
Even though Yunwan gave us spirit stones as payment for looking after Lin, he has been the one to help us out of tight spots these past few times.
We owe it to him to keep him safe.
Little did they know that just this morning, Yang Ao had already come here, only to be driven back by a casual strike from Lin. So the four of them, with Lin in tow, headed for the valley where they discovered the spirit-infused fruit last time. Standing on the hillside, they looked down through the dense forest and saw a towering tree growing in the valley, its branches laden with fruits radiating spiritual energy.
Looks like we're not too late. The spirit-infused fruits are still here,
and they're almost ripe, Li Chao said excitedly, only to be smacked on the head by Wang Lei standing beside him.
Calm down. Don't shout so loudly. What if we disturb those monkeys?
It turned out that nearly 100 white apes lived around the tree. They weren't particularly powerful, barely qualifying as first-tier demon beasts. Lying beneath the fruit tree was a massive white ape, its body covered in bulging muscles.
This beast seems to have grown even stronger.
Just looking at it sends shivers down my spine, Zhang Han said with a
grave expression.
It must have eaten quite a few spirit-infused fruits. It's almost broken through to the third tier.
Looks like we're in for some trouble this time. Qingluan Guild, San Yun Peak.
As she absorbed the last wisp of mana into her body, Yunwan, who had been meditating, exhaled deeply and slowly opened her eyes, a strange glow radiating from her starry eyes.
Clap, clap, clap.
Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoed through the air, and a man dressed in luxurious robes, handsome and with a refined, scholarly demeanor, walked over. As expected of someone with an unblemished physique to break through to the gathering essence realm in such a short time. Faced with his praise, Yunwan's expression remained completely unchanged.
She stood up and said matter-of-factly, "Senior brother Xiao, what brings you to San Yun Peak?"
"Nothing in particular, I just came specifically to see you," Xiao replied with a smile. "Junior sister Su, you've become a Zhu Yuan realm cultivator in just 2 days.
It truly puts me to shame."
"Senior brother Xiao, you flatter me." Yunwan maintained her aloof demeanor.
"Our master is naturally reserved and does not like outsiders intruding here.
I hope senior brother Xiao will not come again next time." At this, the smile on Xiao's face gradually froze. He hadn't expected her to use Yun Xian as an excuse to shoo him away, but he didn't lose his temper over it. "In that case, I won't disturb you any further."
Leaving those words behind, Xiao turned and walked away from San Yun Peak.
Out of her sight, a vicious expression flashed across his face. A lowly woman from some backwater village, daring to act aloof in front of me. One day, I'll make you willingly become my woman.
I'll hold off the White Ape King for a bit.
You guys take care of those little monkeys, then go pick the spirit-nurturing fruits. Zhang Han decided to employ the tactic they were best at.
"No way," Wang Lei said solemnly. "It's too much for you to take on the White Ape King alone. I'm coming with you." "That's right.
That beast has eaten the spirit-nurturing fruit, so it's definitely much stronger than before. It's too risky for you to go alone," Song Qiuhao added, trying to dissuade him.
Zhang Han shook his head. "I can handle it on my own."
After all, getting the spirit-nurturing fruit as quickly as possible is the top priority.
"All right."
The three were persuaded by his words and all agreed to pick the spirit-nurturing fruit as soon as possible.
"Let us move out.
I'll go distract the White Ape King first."
With that, Zhang Han leaped down from the heights.
His appearance immediately caught the attention of the monkey horde, and they all lunged at him ferociously.
Boom!
But the moment they got close, Zhang Han unleashed a burst of mana that sent them all flying. The commotion he created also jolted the White Ape King awake from his deep slumber. He slowly rose to his feet, let out an angry roar toward the sky, and began pounding his chest repeatedly with his massive fists, the dull thuds echoing throughout the valley. Seeing this, the apes scrambled to flee in all directions. After all, their former leader was a fearsome sight. After venting his fury for a moment, the White Ape King's gaze locked onto Zhang Han not far away, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust.
Damn human, how dare he intrude into its territory and disturb its rest?
The moment the White Ape King fixed its gaze on him, every hair on Zhang Han's body stood on end. An intense sense of danger gripped his heart. Though he had long prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He raised his hand and gave the White Ape King a beckoning gesture. This provocative action instantly reignited the ape's fury. With a thunderous roar, it charged straight toward him. Seeing that the beast had taken the bait, Zhang Han quickly turned and ran toward the exit of the valley. Once the man and the ape had gradually disappeared from view, Wang Lei and the others sprang into action. The white apes, upon seeing people approach the fruit trees, charged forward with shrill screams. Clearly, they knew full well that if they failed to protect the fruit trees and the spirit-infused fruits, they would all face certain death once the White Ape King returned. And so, the three men became entangled in a fierce battle with the horde of white apes. Although these creatures weren't particularly powerful individually, their sheer numbers made it impossible to eliminate them all in a short time. Meanwhile, Lin sat high above, expressionless as he looked down upon the battle below. About half an hour had passed, and the valley was now littered with the corpses of apes, a scene that could only be described as brutal. Wang Lei and his two companions had also sustained injuries of varying severity. Exhausted from the heavy drain on their mana, they were panting heavily as they looked at the last dozen or so white apes. These beasts are really tenacious. I wonder how Brother Zhang is doing. Song Qiuhao raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. The White Ape King hasn't returned yet, so he must be okay. But we have to finish this quickly. Wang Lei looked grimly at the white apes blocking the path in front of the large tree. These guys are pretty strong. Li Chao and I will handle them. Qiuhao, you take this opportunity to grab the spirit-nurturing fruit. No sooner had he finished speaking than he and Li Chao squeezed every last drop of mana from their bodies and charged toward the remaining white apes. Soon, the two sides were locked in battle once more, while Song Qiuhao waited for his chance. As soon as all the enemies had closed in on Wang Lei and Li Chao, he immediately sprinted toward the tree at top speed. Success! Just as he reached out to pluck the first spirit-nurturing fruit, a beam of energy suddenly struck him, slamming violently into Song Qiuhao's body and instantly sending him flying. This sudden turn of events quickly caught the attention of Wang Lei and Li Chao, but before they could react, another burst of violent energy flew toward them, exploding abruptly and engulfing them and the white apes alike. Ha! I never expected to find spirit-imbued fruits in such a remote place. Heaven truly has eyes. A man emerged slowly from the shadows, his face beaming with joy as he gazed greedily at the plump fruits hanging from the tree. With these spirit-nurturing fruits, I'll be able to break through to the foundation stage. As he spoke, he prepared to step forward to pick the fruits, but his footsteps suddenly halted. Ha! Looking down, he discovered Wang Lei, who had been severely injured by the earlier blast, clinging desperately to his ankle. You're still alive? You've got quite the will to live, the man sneered, then raised his hand, condensing a ball of energy in his palm. I'll send you on your way right now. Just as he was about to wipe Wang Lei out completely, the sound of a whistling wind reached his ears. He instinctively looked up and saw a streak of sword light hurtling toward him. Humph, a mere trifle, the man snorted disdainfully, casually shattering the sword light into fragments with a flick of his wrist. The attacker was none other than Zhang Han, the one who had previously lured the White Ape King away. It turned out that, relying on his agility, he had been constantly tangling with the ape in the jungle, only to accidentally stumble into the territory of another demon beast. As the two beasts engaged in a fierce battle, he seized the opportunity to slip away and return to the valley to assess the situation, never expecting someone would try to pull a praying mantis catches the cicada, but the oriole waits behind maneuver. Kid, you're only at the early stage of the gathering essence realm, yet you dare to attack me? You've got some nerve. The man grinned savagely, radiating intense killing intent. Sensing the aura emanating from his opponent, Zhang Han's heart sank. He knew full well he stood no chance against this man, but instead of fleeing, he assumed an attacking stance. Not bad. The man sneered contemptuously, you've got some guts. I'll see just how long you can hold out. With that, he suddenly unleashed several beams of energy from his palms. Zhang Han hurriedly dodged, but the attacks were too dense for him to evade them all. Boom! He was eventually struck in the thigh, causing him to stumble and tumble to the ground. Just as he was about to grit his teeth and get back up, more energy beams came flying at him from all directions, leaving him no chance to escape.
So this is the late stage of the Zhu Yuan realm? He never imagined the gap in strength would be this vast.
Zhang Han closed his eyes in despair. Die! A savage grin spread across the man's face. Just as he was about to finish Zhang Han off, his peripheral vision caught a figure approaching the large tree. Ha! He hurriedly turned his head and saw a figure also dressed in Qingluan Guild attire and carrying a wooden sword walking slowly toward the fruit tree, reaching out to pluck the spirit-infused fruits hanging from its branches.
You're asking for death.
The man would never allow anyone to lay a hand on the treasure he had set his sights on. He immediately redirected the mana beams that had been attacking Zhang Han, sending them hurtling toward the intruder. But just as it neared, the other man casually swatted it all away. What? The man's pupils suddenly contracted. By this time, Zhang Han had already opened his eyes, though he hadn't witnessed what had just happened. He shouted, "Lin, run!" Although he had easily killed the shattered-toothed tiger last time and defeated Yang Jiao in the blink of an eye, he was no match for a powerful late-stage gathering realm cultivator. Lin turned her head at the sound, but after just a glance, she refocused her attention on the spirit-nurturing fruit in front of her, completely ignoring the man.
Fine, just fine. You actually dare to look down on me like this.
The man was instantly enraged, so he aimed both hands at Lin, his entire body's mana surging madly into his palms.
Kid, I'm going to blast you to smithereens. Dominant flame strike.
A powerful ball of energy erupted instantly, hurtling toward Lin at breakneck speed. Its terrifying might even carved a long gully into the ground.
Die!
The man shouted excitedly, but in the next second, his smile froze completely on his face.
That's because Lin had effortlessly blocked this overwhelmingly powerful energy wave with a single finger.
That's impossible. The man's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his strongest attack had been blocked by Lin so easily.
But let us get out of here quickly.
And so they left the valley. Just as expected, a large number of demon beasts were drawn by the scent and began devouring the monkey's carcass on the ground. To avoid any mishaps, Zhang Han dared not rest. He rushed non-stop toward the sect, with Lin following close behind, clutching a large pile of spirit-nurturing fruits. It wasn't until he saw the sect gates that Zhang Han finally let out a heavy sigh of relief.
Junior Sister Su, what in the outer sect is worth your personal visit?
A hint of impatience flashed across Yunwan's cool, composed face. She realized the Shao was like a leech. She just couldn't shake him off. Originally, after completing the cultivation task assigned by her master, she had been eager to come see Lin, but the moment she stepped out of Xian Yun Peak, she ran into the sky. Yunwan had simply chosen to ignore him, but Shao had shamelessly followed her, chattering on non-stop. If her cultivation hadn't been inferior to his, Yunwan would have loved to cut out Shao's tongue. Junior Sister Su, I heard the 9-colored glass flowers on Suiyan Peak have bloomed.
Would you like to join me in admiring them?
Junior Sister Su, let us go explore the ruins in the Xiantian secret realm together.
There are quite a few treasures left over from the ancient era in there.
Seeing that Shao was still chattering away with his invitations, Yunwan finally lost her patience. She abruptly stopped in her tracks and said in an icy tone,
Shao, I already have a Dao companion. Please show some self-restraint.
Upon hearing the words Dao companion, Shao was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, a smile returning to his face.
Junior sister, you must be joking. You're so young, how could you possibly have a Dao companion? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Just stop pestering me.
No sooner had Yunwan finished speaking than a figure appeared in her line of sight. Her previously icy face broke into a breathtaking smile, as if caressed by a spring breeze. The moment Shao saw her, he was instantly captivated, and a bold thought took root in his mind.
I've finally won this woman over. Junior Sister Su.
But before he could finish his sentence, he saw Yunwan run quickly to the side and then, like a bird returning to its nest, throw herself into a man's arms. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed instantly in Xiao's mind, and the smile on his face froze completely at that moment. He never would have imagined that Yunwan, whom he had regarded as off-limits, would throw herself into another man's arms. In that instant, the flames of jealousy consumed all his reason, and his eyes, filled with hatred, fixed intently on the two figures clinging to each other ahead. The sudden embrace instantly drew the attention of many outer sect disciples nearby, who looked at them in confusion.
Damn, what a beautiful woman, and the guy's pretty handsome, too. Wait, look, that woman is wearing the robes of a direct disciple. That's not right. We've all seen the direct disciples before, but this woman looks completely unfamiliar. Could she be Yunwan, the one the Grand Elder took as a disciple a while back? I never expected her to show up in the outer sect, let alone be so intimate with a man. Speaking of which, who is this guy? As an outer sect disciple, he has managed to win the favor of a direct disciple. It must be more than just his good looks. Zhang Han, who was still holding the three brothers, gave an awkward smile upon seeing Yunwan appear. You guys take your time chatting. I'll take them back to get their injuries treated first. He then quickly walked away from the spot. Lin, did they send you on another mission?
Yunwan loosened her grip slightly to examine him carefully for injuries, only to notice that his shirt was bulging at the chest.
What's inside there?
Faced with her question, Lin didn't answer. Instead, he took out all the fruits wrapped inside and handed them to her.
These can't be spirit-nurturing fruits, can they? Just one is enough to significantly boost one's cultivation level. He actually has this many, and he is planning to give them all to Yunwan. Now I understand why he won the heart of the Master's direct disciple. His family background must be quite impressive.
If only a man could give me this many spirit-nurturing fruits all at once.
Just imagining it makes me feel so happy.
Yunwan had also learned a great deal about the cultivation world from Yunxian recently, so she naturally recognized just how rare the spirit-nurturing fruits were. Where did you get so many spirit-nurturing fruits? She asked, somewhat surprised. Lin tilted his head, lost in thought. Yunwan realized this wasn't the place for a conversation, so she grabbed his hand and quickly led him away. Watching the two of them walk away, Shoa's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected this woman to actually have a cultivation partner, and one who was merely a lowly outer sect disciple, at that. He then took out a sound transmission talisman and crushed it between his fingers. Soon, an outer sect disciple came running over in a panic, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, Senior Brother Xiao, I didn't know you would deign to visit the outer sect. I failed to greet you properly, please forgive me. Xiao couldn't be bothered to listen to any more flattery and ordered in a low voice, go investigate someone for me. The two finally found a secluded spot, managing to shake off the group of outer sect disciples who had been eager to watch the spectacle. I saw that those three were seriously injured just now.
Could it be that they took you to do something extremely dangerous?
Lin shook his head. He actually thought Zhang Han and the others were pretty decent.
That's good, then.
Yunwan finally let out a sigh of relief and raised her hand to gently stroke his cheek. I'll still go plead with Master to let you stay at Xianyun Peak.
I really can't bear to have you all alone in the outer sect. As she spoke, she prepared to take Lin to find Yunxian, but he stood rooted to the spot, refusing to move.
What's wrong?
You promise.
Lin stammered out the two words. Yunwan was taken aback for a moment, then immediately recalled the agreement she made with her master. If Lin placed in the top 3 in the outer sect competition, she would accept him as a nominal disciple.
So you mean you want to go to Xianyun Peak after fulfilling that promise? Lin nodded. Sigh. Yunwan let out a soft sigh.
She understood that Lin was trying to spare her embarrassment. After all, it wouldn't look good to ask her master for help when there was already a prior agreement in place.
All right.
I believe you can fulfill the agreement, but you must take good care of yourself in the outer sect. If you encounter danger, crush this talisman stone. With that, she handed Lin a stone engraved with strange incantations.
This was actually a life-saving measure Yunxian had specifically left for her. It could withstand a full power strike from a nascent soul-level expert.
It also contained a trace of Yun Xian's divine sense, so she would be alerted and step in to protect
Lin's safety.
As for the spirit-imbued fruits, Yunwan stowed them in her storage ring. She understood the saying, an ordinary person is innocent, but possessing a treasure makes him guilty. Many disciples had just seen Lin take out so many spirit-imbued fruits. If they remained on his person, they would likely attract covetous eyes.
I'll keep them for you for a while.
I'll give them back to you when you're ready to start cultivating. In fact, she had left Lin with a great many cultivation resources, over 1,000 top-grade spirit stones alone. Before they knew it, it was time to part ways.
After escorting Lin back to his quarters, Yunwan set off for Xianyun Peak. Elsewhere, after hearing the man's report, Xiao nearly ground her back teeth to dust. So he's just a mute fool? Damn that slut.
A being as outstanding as I am has repeatedly shown you favor, yet not only did you turn a blind eye, you threw yourself into the arms of a good-for-nothing.
It infuriates me to no end.
Seeing Xiao so enraged, the man was so frightened that he took several steps back, afraid of being caught in the crossfire.
Go and cripple that guy named Lin for me.
What? The man froze for a moment, then quickly shook his head. Senior brother Xiao, I wouldn't dare. After all, Yunwan was now a direct disciple as well. If she found out he laid a hand on Lin, the consequences would be absolutely dire. What a useless piece of trash. Xiao kicked him in a fit of rage, but the action helped him calm down. That bitch Yunwan was not only the Grand Elder's disciple but also possessed an unblemished physique. If he really burned his bridges with her, the cost would far outweigh the benefit. After pondering for a few seconds, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. Come here. I'll tell you what to do. Xiao whispered a few words into the man's ear, and the man's eyes lit up upon hearing them.
So that's how it can be done. Senior brother Xiao's tactics are truly ingenious. I'm in awe. Stop sucking up. Go do it. If you can't even handle this little task, don't ever come looking for me again.
Xiao waved him off dismissively. Yes, the man hurriedly turned and left. He had to make sure to stay close to his master's good graces. That evening, Lin was practicing with his wooden sword in the courtyard as usual, while Zhang Han and the others had already gone to sleep after the fierce battle they endured that day.
Ooh, what a handsome man.
Suddenly, a seductive voice rang out, and a scantily clad woman with a rather alluring appearance glided in.
Little guy, would you be interested in doing something fun with your big sister?
Faced with her advances, Lin paid her no mind whatsoever, focusing solely on swinging his wooden sword. Seeing that she was being completely ignored, the woman's expression began to falter. She took a deep breath, put on another seductive smile, and walked straight up to him, even placing her hand on Lin's body. What a solid build, little brother.
I'll definitely satisfy you.
As she drew closer, the woman got a clearer look at Lin's face, which was as ethereal as that of a celestial being. Her heart couldn't help but flutter, and primal desire surged within her instantly.
Sweetheart, I'll make you feel like you're in heaven.
As she spoke, she couldn't resist reaching her hand inside Lin's shirt and licked her lips. The mere thought of making love to such a perfect man soon had her utterly exhilarated.
But the next second, she suddenly froze and instinctively looked up.
A pair of dark, piercing eyes were fixed on her, and the fire of desire in her heart quickly faded, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. For some reason, the woman felt a wave of intense panic wash over her. Her hands trembled as she pulled them away from Lin, and she finally slumped helplessly to the ground. Lin didn't lay a hand on her. He simply turned back and continued swinging his wooden sword. It took quite a while before the woman managed to struggle to her feet. She gazed at the figure ahead with a complex expression, and a look of self-mockery involuntarily spread across her face. A man as perfect as this was indeed beyond her reach. Her intuition told her that if she persisted in her delusion, her life might be in danger. So, regardless of whether she had completed her mission, the woman simply turned and walked out of the courtyard. High in the sky, Yun Xian had taken in everything that had just happened. She hadn't expected Lin's charm to be so powerful. Even in the dead of night, female disciples would come knocking on his door to throw themselves at him.
However, the reason she hadn't intervened was simply to see how Lin would react.
If Lin hadn't resisted the temptation and actually done that sort of thing with her, even if he placed in the top 3 at the grand tournament a month later, Yunxian would never have accepted him. She would have told Yunwan everything, because a man so fickle was simply unworthy of being her disciple as Dao companion. Fortunately, Lin hadn't done anything out of line, which pleased Yunxian greatly. Come to think of it, this kid-'s been swinging that sword for 2 hours straight. Doesn't he ever get bored? So Yunxian descended directly from the air, appearing right in front of Lin. Little guy, you really are persistent. But repeating the same monotonous motion over and over is completely pointless. Facing Yunxian's persuasion, Lin turned a deaf ear to her and continued swinging his wooden sword. Enough already. Seeing his stubbornness, Yunxian felt a flicker of anger rise within her. She stepped forward and pressed her hand against the blade to stop him from swinging it. Why are you so single-minded? Didn't you hear me, Mid-sentence, Yunxian sensed something was off. The hand gripping the wooden sword was actually trembling slightly. How could this kid be so strong? As a cultivator at the spirit transformation realm, Yunxian could lift a mountain with ease. Logically speaking, Lin, who had no cultivation, shouldn't be able to move the wooden sword even an inch. Yet he was able to. This is interesting. Yunxian slightly increased the pressure on his hand, attempting to completely subdue Lin. Even so, the wooden sword continued to shift ever so slightly, which greatly astonished Yunxian. Looking at Lin's face, as calm as still water, Yunxian's curiosity about him grew even stronger. Just how many secrets are hidden within you, little guy? Let me uncover them. With that, she took Lin to the back mountain of the sect and hurled him straight down from a height of several hundred meters. Plunging at breakneck speed, Lin crashed heavily into a mountain peak, instantly carving out a crater over a meter deep, yet he stood up unscathed. Impressive. Your physical strength rivals that of a foundation stage cultivator. You clearly don't possess a shred of mana. How on earth did you temper your body to such a degree? Yunxian flickered in front of Lin and examined him with interest. He was indeed unharmed. Here's the deal, I won't use any mana or cultivation power. If you can last a stick of incense's worth of time against me, I'll make an exception and take you on as my personal disciple. No sooner had she finished speaking than she flicked her finger lightly against Lin's forehead, sending him flying backward to crash into the cliff face. Before he could free himself from the rocks, Yunxian teleported right in front of him, ready to strike again with her finger. To her surprise, Lin actually managed to dodge this time. You've got some skill, Yunxian said, the corners of her mouth curving slightly as she watched the man scramble up the cliff face like a monkey. But you won't last long if you just keep running. Lin, who was climbing the cliff face, was suddenly grabbed by the ankle. His entire body was then swung high into the air and slammed violently onto the ground. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Lin managed to shield his head with both hands. It seems you're not completely daft after all. Yunxian was slightly surprised, but she didn't stop her attack. Lin didn't fight back at all, allowing Yunxian to treat him roughly. Strange, how could this kid be so patient? Yunxian was actually quite confident in her technique. She knew exactly how resilient Lin's body was, so she always struck with just enough force to cause pain without causing injury. Could it be that she was being too gentle? With that thought in mind, Yunxian decided to increase the force a bit. After all, she had a miraculous healing potion that would ensure this kid would be back on his feet and full of energy by tomorrow. So Yunxian violently flung Lin into the air, clenching her right hand into a fist, ready to strike him the moment he began to fall. To her surprise, just as they were about to collide, Lin suddenly twisted his body and narrowly dodged her punch. Immediately afterward, he slithered around behind her like a snake, wrapping his arms tightly around her as the two became tightly entangled. Enveloped instantly by his strong masculine scent, Yunxian, in a panic, unleashed a terrifying surge of mana pressure, sending Lin flying and crashing through several mountain peaks in a row. Oh no! By the time Yunxian came to her senses, she immediately realized something was wrong and hurried over to check on Lin. To her surprise, she found that the kid had merely fallen unconscious. Yunxian finally let out a sigh of relief, but recalling what had just happened, she tapped Lin on the head in exasperation.
You little brat, you have no respect for your elders. But since I broke the rules first, I'll count this match as your victory. As long as you place in the top 3 at the upcoming grand tournament, I'll take you on as my disciple. In reality, with those words, she had already accepted Lin as her direct disciple. After all, since he managed to hold his own against her for so long, dealing with the outer sect disciples would be a breeze. After Yunxian gave Lin a pill, she took him back to her residence. Meanwhile, smack! The alluring woman was slapped to the ground. The man roared furiously, "You're such a good-for-nothing. You can't even handle such a simple task. What use are you to me?" The woman clutched her face, feeling deeply wronged, but dared not explain herself to him. Looks like I'll have to come up with another plan. I refuse to believe I can't take down a fool. After his rage subsided, Yun Fong regained his composure. After all, no matter what, Lin had Yunwan, a highly esteemed direct disciple, backing him up. If he were to rashly attack him, his own fate wouldn't end up much better. He had originally planned to use a beauty trap to drive a wedge between Lin and Yunwan. Once the two fell out, dealing with Lin would be a piece of cake. He just hadn't expected Lu Mei to be so useless. She failed to seduce Lin, causing the plan to fall apart. But no matter what, he had to cling tightly to Xiao's coattails, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to maintain his status in the outer sect. After a moment's thought, Yun Fong suddenly realized that in another month, the sect would hold the outer sect competition. If something unexpected happened to Lin during the competition, he wouldn't be held responsible. So Fong Yun immediately went to see the elder in charge of the assembly, intending to pull off a few underhanded tricks behind the scenes. At that moment, Lin had no idea he was being schemed against. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. "Ha, you didn't go to sword training this morning?" When Zhang Han and the others woke up and saw this, they were taken aback. Little did they know that the overwhelming aura Yunxian had unexpectedly unleashed the previous day had shattered several of his bones, leaving him completely immobilized until he fully recovered. "Let us divide up the spirit-infused fruits." Zhang Han took out the 16 fruits they obtained, each radiating spiritual energy. "How come there are only these?" Wan Lei was quite surprised by this. He remembered there had been at least 30 spirit-infused fruits on the tree. "Brother Zhang, you didn't keep them all for yourself, did you?" Song Qiuhao teased with a smile, though he actually had complete faith in Zhang Han's character. "I did eat one." Zhang Han didn't hide it. He immediately told the 3 of them everything that had happened in the valley the previous day. "So that bastard who ambushed us was taken care of by Lin. And he could effortlessly take down a late-stage Zhu realm cultivator in an instant. Just how strong is he, anyway?" Li Chao couldn't help but exclaim after hearing the story. "I say, next time Yunwan offers us spirit stones, we shouldn't accept them. He asked us to look after Lin, but instead, he has been the one helping us so many times. We really don't deserve this," Wang Lei said with a wry smile. "I think that's a good idea." Song Qiuhao nodded in agreement. Logically, these spirit-nurturing fruits should all belong to Lin. Why don't we just give them back to him? Although the spirit-nurturing fruits were indeed of great benefit to cultivators, they had been shameless enough to accept them without a second thought. After discussing it, they decided that each of them would keep only one spirit-nurturing fruit and return the rest to Lin. As for Zhang Han, since he had already consumed one earlier, he didn't take any. But when the group placed the 13 spirit-nurturing fruits by Lin's bedside, he suddenly sat up, wiggling his body a few times and making a series of crisp creak sounds. His broken bones had all healed completely, whether due to Yunxian's elixir or his own innate constitution, no one knew. After leaping off the bed, Lin immediately grabbed the wooden sword lying beside it and walked toward the door, clearly intending to continue practicing his swordplay. He didn't spare the spirit-nurturing fruits a single glance the entire time. What does he mean by this? He doesn't actually look down on the spirit-nurturing fruits, does he? Li Chao asked in disbelief, his eyes wide. "That's probably it," Wan Lei said with a wry smile. "That guy's mindset is hard to figure out. I guess that, in his eyes, these spirit-nurturing fruits aren't even as important as that wooden sword." Zhang Han recalled the casual way Lin had tossed the spirit-nurturing fruits to him and shook his head with a soft chuckle. So what should we do with these spirit-nurturing fruits? We can't just leave them here forever and let their potency fade.
To avoid waste, the three decided to accept the spirit-nurturing fruits for the time being and compensate Lin in some other way when the opportunity arose later. With these spirit-nurturing fruits, our strength will definitely increase significantly. We'll have what it takes to participate in the Grand Assembly, and who knows, we might even use this to gain entry into the inner sect. At the mention of the inner sect, Song Qiuhao's face lit up with excitement and longing. Once they became inner sect disciples, not only would their status rise significantly, but the cultivation resources they received would also be far more abundant. The days that followed passed quite peacefully. Zhang Han and the other three spent every day making the most of their time to cultivate, while Lin, as always, practiced swordsmanship during the day and slept at night. As for Yunwan, she was so busy completing the task assigned by Yun Xian that she had absolutely no time to look for him.
Boom! That day, a massive roar jolted the group out of their cultivation, startling them all awake.
They opened their eyes in unison, looking toward the source of the noise.
Phew!
Wang Lei exhaled a deep breath of stale air, then opened his eyes with joy and shouted excitedly, "I've finally broken through to the Gathering Essence realm." Zhang Han and the others also wore expressions of joy, genuinely happy for their brother.
It's all thanks to those Yunling fruits.
Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have taken me a bit longer. Now that we have two Ju Yuan realm experts among us, we can take on some tougher missions. But I want to test just how strong I'd become. Wang Lei clenched his fist, a combative gleam flashing in his eyes.
Zhang Han asked with interest, "Shall I spar with you for a few moves?"
No need, Wang Lei shook his head. We know each other's techniques too well. Fighting each other wouldn't give me a true gauge of my own strength.
Then what do you mean?
I want to spar with Lin.
What?
At those words, all three present looked astonished.
Although Lin doesn't possess a shred of mana, his strength is unfathomable.
He is even capable of instantly killing late-stage Ju Yuan realm cultivators with a single strike, let alone someone who has just broken through.
It's fine. This is the perfect opportunity to see exactly how big the gap in strength is between me and Lin.
Seeing that Wang Lei was determined to spar with Lin, Zhang Han stopped trying to dissuade him.
How about this? The two of us will go together. At least that way, we'll have some backup. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei pondered for a few seconds before nodding in agreement.
So they made their way to the center of the courtyard, where Lin happened to be swinging a wooden sword.
"Lin, we have a favor to ask of you." But Lin didn't even glance their way.
Zhang Han and Wang Lei exchanged a look, both seeing the helplessness on each other's faces.
How could they have forgotten something so important?
Lin's way of thinking was different from most people, as how were they going to get him to agree to a sparring match?
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
The competition is about to start, Li Chao urged the group excitedly. We'd like to hurry too, but Lin won't budge at all. Zhang Han looked helplessly at Lin, who was still swinging his wooden sword in the courtyard. Over the past month, aside from eating and sleeping, Lin had done nothing but swing his sword, and he'd been repeating the exact same motion over and over. They were all sick of watching it.
Come to think of it, could this be a physical cultivation method? But there doesn't seem to be anything special about it.
Song Qiuhao had actually spent quite a long time studying this, and had even tried it out himself. The result, however, left him deeply disappointed. His physical strength hadn't improved in the slightest. Seeing that no amount of persuasion could get Lin to budge, Li Chao finally let his mind race and came up with a good idea.
He strode quickly up to Lin. "Yunwan gave orders you must participate in this competition."
Sure enough, upon hearing the name Yunwan, Lin actually stopped what he was doing, and Zhang Han and the others' eyes immediately lit up.
That's right. Yunwan is waiting for you right at the competition venue.
In the end, thanks to their persuasion, Lin slung his wooden sword over his back and followed the four of them to the training ground, where thousands of disciples had gathered. Most of them had signed up for the competition, ready to show off their skills in the upcoming matches. Suddenly, Han Qingfeng appeared in midair, instantly capturing the attention of all the disciples, who looked up in unison.
The matches will begin in half an hour. After that, no one will be allowed to enter the training ground.
At the same time, several disciples were reporting the situation to Fong Yun. Senior brother Fong, we VE searched the entire training ground but haven't found Lin anywhere.
Damn it! Fong Yun, furious, slammed his fist into the wall. The sound immediately drew the attention of many. Isn't that Fong Yun, ranked 3rd on the Earth list?
I heard he's about to break through to the foundation stage.
What could possibly have him so angry? Who knows?
With his strength, securing a good ranking in the tournament shouldn't be a problem.
That's great.
I'm not asking for much this time. I'd just be satisfied with making it into the top 100 and receiving a high-grade spirit stone. I was planning to take him out by any means necessary during the tournament, but I never expected this kid wouldn't even participate. Only then did Fong Yun realize he'd overlooked something crucial. That kid Lin was a fool. There was no way he'd enter the outer sect tournament. It seemed he wouldn't only be unable to deal with him, but he'd also wasted all that preparation for nothing.
Senior brother Fong, look! Lin and the others are coming.
Just as Fong Yun was pondering other ways to deal with Lin, his junior brother's excited voice suddenly rang in his ears, and he instinctively turned his head to look. Sure enough, he saw Lin, Zhang Han, and the others striding toward them, successfully stepping into the martial arts arena at the very last moment.
Time's up.
Han, standing above, waved his hand, releasing a barrier that enveloped the entire martial arts arena. Next, you will spar with one another.
This barrier allows exit only. No one can enter from the outside. After one stick of incense has burned, whoever remains inside will be eligible to participate in the subsequent competition. The reason for establishing this rule was to eliminate unqualified disciples as quickly as possible. Otherwise, with thousands of people competing on stage, it would take an eternity to finish. There's no time to waste. Let us begin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an incredibly fierce melee erupted below.
At that moment, they had only one thought in their minds: to eliminate everyone around them. Zhang Han and his 3 companions, working in perfect unison, surrounded Lin in the center, fending off any disciple who charged toward them. Unfortunately, Li Chao and Song Qiuhao among them were still at the qi cultivation realm. With such strength, they naturally became the easiest targets in the eyes of the other disciples. Add to that Lin, who was barely moving, and before long, more and more disciples were closing in to attack the 5 of them. What should we do? At this rate, we won't last much longer.
Wang Lei asked gravely as he sent a disciple flying.
Why don't you, Zhang Han, break out of the encirclement first? Li Chao and I are too weak anyway. Even if we're lucky enough to make it to the competition stage, it won't do any good.
No way.
We agreed to stick together. Song Qiuhao's suggestion was immediately rejected by Zhang Han.
But if this keeps up, we'll all be eliminated.
Boom. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave sent all the disciples flying backward, instantly easing the pressure on Zhang Han and his group.
Who came to our aid?
They turned to look and saw Fong Yun walking over at a leisurely pace. His late-stage Zhu Yuan realm cultivation level was so overwhelming it took their breath away.
I'll protect these few. You all may stand down.
Seeing that Fong Yun, ranked 3rd, was willing to shield them, the surrounding disciples had no choice but to turn and leave, though reluctantly. Thank you, senior brother Fong Yun, Zhang Han and the others said, bowing their fists in gratitude as they caught their breath.
Fong Yun waved his hand and said, no need to thank me. I was asked to do this.
Just focus on recovering from your injuries. Leave the rest to me. So that's how it is, Zhang Han and the others.
Time's up.
Congratulations to all of you for qualifying for the tournament. Please take a moment to rest, and then we'll begin the official matches on the stage.
Qinghuan Guild, Training Grounds.
Looking down at the crowd of passionate disciples below, Han Qingfeng couldn't help but smile. Everyone, I'm sure you're all eagerly anticipating this tournament. Even without me saying so, you understand that your performance from here on out could very well change your destiny. Everyone, please welcome the Guildmaster and the Elders as they arrive to observe today's matches. Upon hearing that the Guildmaster herself would be attending in person, the disciples froze for a few seconds before their eyes lit up with fervor. The next moment, several figures radiating supreme aura appeared in midair.
The figure in the very center exuded such an overwhelming presence that it left everyone present struggling to breathe.
This was Qingling, the guild master of the Qingluan Guild, and beside her stood the Grand Elder, Yunxian.
We humbly welcome the guild master and the elders.
Hundreds of disciples knelt on the ground in unison, beginning to perform the ritual of prostration, but there was one exception. Lin stood amid the kneeling crowd, looking extremely out of place, and instantly drew everyone's attention.
Hurry up and kneel.
Zhang Han and the others nearby, terrified by the sight, hurriedly urged him in whispers, but Lin remained standing straight as an arrow, even recklessly raising his head to look up at the figures above.
This kid is done for.
The disciples in the training ground all believed Lin was as good as dead after all. Offending the sect master was a grave crime. Fang Yun was so thrilled that the corners of his mouth curled upward. If he could get rid of Lin this way, it would be perfect.
You insolent Lin!
Don't you dare fail to kneel and pay your respects before the sect master.
Han Qingfeng barked harshly.
In truth, his original intention was to protect Lin. After all, the Grand Elder himself had specifically instructed him to look after the boy. If Lin had simply knelt and paid his respects at that moment, Han Qingfeng could have ensured his safety. But the boy was as thick as a log. Even after being scolded like that, he remained standing, not budging an inch.
This boy is far too rude.
According to the sect's rules, his cultivation should be stripped, and he should be expelled from the sect, said Mo Tianxing, the disciplinary elder, furrowing his brow and speaking in a stern tone. Qingling also fixed her gaze on Lin. When she saw the boy's appearance, she couldn't help but be taken aback by his striking good looks, though she did not let it show, maintaining her aloof demeanor. Then let us deal with him according to the sect's rules.
Wait.
Fortunately, at that critical moment, Shen Yunxian spoke up to intervene. He is not the sharpest tool in the shed. I suspect he was simply frightened by this scene, which is why he reacted that way.
Oh? Qingling seemed slightly surprised. She looked at Yunxian. Senior elder, do you know him?
Lin has some connection to my newly accepted disciple, so I'm aware of the situation. It has to do with your disciple, I see. Qingling did not pursue Lin's offense any further. After all, as the head of a sect, why would she stoop to arguing with a dim-witted junior?
Stand up.
With her command, the disciples on the training ground obediently rose to their feet. I won beat around the bush.
Go ahead and show us what you've got.
Though it was just a simple statement, it instantly ignited the competitive spirit in all the disciples. After all, everyone in the Qingluan Guild knew that sect leader Qingling had yet to take on a single disciple. If they stood out during this tournament and were chosen as her disciple, that would truly be a meteoric rise to fame. Next up, the first match, Lin versus Fang Yun. When the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect announced these two names, everyone couldn't help but pause in surprise. No one had expected the guy who just caused such a stir to take the stage so soon and to face Fang Yun, ranked third on the Outer Sect's Earth rankings, no less.
How could this happen?
Zhang Han and the others felt deeply helpless. After all, Fang Yun had clearly come at Yunwan's request to help Lin. Yet now the two had become opponents. Truly, fate can be cruel. Don't worry, I'll know my limits, Fang Yun said, showing no great surprise at the situation. He even gave Zhang Han and the others a gentle smile. Then please go easy on him, senior brother Fang. And so, Lin and Fang Yun stepped onto the arena, while all the onlookers watched with keen interest, clearly eager to see what would unfold.
How long do you think Lin can last against Fang Yun?
I'll bet 30 spirit stones that he won't last a single round. I'll add 20 spirit stones to that.
Me too.
Clearly, not a single person present believed Lin stood a chance against Fang Yun. After all, the latter was a long-established powerhouse in the Outer Sect, while the former was nothing more than a dim-witted fool who had only recently joined the sect.
Let us begin. Boom!
No sooner had the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect finished speaking than a surge of energy shot up from the ground, soaring straight into the sky. This Fang Yun is indeed cautious. He is actually unleashing his full power right from the start. Judging by that mana fluctuation, he must already have 1 foot in the foundation stage. He truly lives up to his reputation as third on the Earth rankings. That kid Lin is in for a world of trouble. At that moment, the gentleness that had been on Fang Yun's face vanished, replaced by an eerie, savage grin.
Lin, blame your own bad luck. Who told you to cross senior brother Xiao?
Be more careful in your next life, don't go provoking people you can't afford to mess with. As for those 4 good-for-nothings, I've already arranged opponents for them.
Don't worry, they won't lose their lives.
They'll just break a few bones and be bedridden for a few months.
Go to hell.
Whoosh! A dense swarm of tiny lightning bolts surged from Fang Yun's body. This was the thunder prison art he had cultivated. Next, he would use his fastest and most powerful technique to finish Lin off completely. When the time comes, he'll claim he misjudged his strength and that the tragedy was caused by a momentary slip. Even Yunwan, as a direct disciple, won't be able to do anything to him. Once this woman is taken in by senior brother Xiao, he'll be completely off the hook. At this thought, the corners of Fang Yun's mouth couldn't help but curl upward.
Explosive thunder flash.
In the next second, his entire body transformed into a streak of blue lightning as he charged toward Lin at breakneck speed. The moment he made contact, he would unleash the full force of the thunder upon him in one fell swoop. Even a cultivator at the same realm wouldn't dare to take this blow head-on. As the distance between them closed rapidly, Lin remained frozen in place, taking no action whatsoever, completely oblivious to the impending danger. That kid sure has a lot of self-control. He still hasn't used any mana even at this point.
After saying this, Xingling turned to the Grand Elder standing beside her. Are you sure you don't want to step in and save him? Fang Yun is clearly trying to kill him. It's fine, Yunxian said calmly, waving his hand.
With Fang Yun's limited abilities, he poses absolute
no threat to Lin. That's interesting.
Xingling was taken aback. This was the first time she'd seen Yunxian display such confidence in someone.
Boom!
As they spoke, Fang Yun had already crashed straight into Lin. Violent lightning erupted instantly, raging wildly across the stage. Watching the lightning rampage across the stage, many of the disciples present felt their scalps prickle. If they were caught up in it, they'd be lucky to escape with their lives, let alone their skin intact.
Lin!
Seeing this, Zheng Han and his 3 companions were so frantic they prepared to rush onto the stage, but the Grand Elder glared at them, forcing them to back off.
Wasn't this Fang Yun sent by Yunwan to help us? Why is he being so ruthless?
He is actually using such a powerful move. He clearly has no intention of letting Lin step off the stage unscathed.
I wonder if Lin can hold on. Don't even think about it.
Getting hit head-on by a thunderbolt flash, even a foundation stage cultivator wouldn't come out unscathed. And since that kid didn't take any defensive measures, he is surely already a corpse.
Fang Yun's henchmen all wore mocking expressions. Don't worry. It'll be your turn next.
It wasn't until quite a while later that the lightning on the stage slowly dissipated.
Everyone stared intently, eager to see what a miserable end Lin would meet. How could this be? This is impossible. Am I seeing things?
But when they finally got a clear look at the scene on the stage, they were all so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. Lin stood unscathed in his original spot, while Fang Yun had one hand pressed against his chest, a smug grin frozen on his face. Fang Yun never would have dreamed that his most powerful attack, which had drained nearly all his mana, would fail to inflict even the slightest damage on Lin. Those terrifying bolts of lightning couldn't even pierce his skin.
This can't be right.
You must be hiding some kind of protective artifact on you, kid.
Otherwise, there is no way you could have withstood my explosive thunder flash. After a few seconds of bewilderment, Fang Yun shouted loudly, then immediately prepared to channel the remaining lightning mana within him to launch another attack.
Unfortunately, his voice was loud. It disturbed Lin's train of thought, causing his sword-like eyebrows to rise slightly.
Die, raging thunder.
He hadn't even finished the name of the technique when he abruptly stopped. It turned out Lin had reached out and grabbed Fang Yun by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Intense pain and a suffocating sensation flooded his brain. Fang Yun struggled, thrashing his body wildly in an attempt to break free from Lin's grip. Whoosh! But soon his wish was granted. Lin flung him to the side, and Fang Yun instantly flew out like a cannonball, finally slamming heavily into the barrier. The terrifying impact caused the entire training ground to tremble, and cracks even appeared in the barrier set up by Han Qingfeng.
What formidable power, an elder on the high platform couldn't help but exclaim.
This kid actually possesses such incredible strength.
No wonder the Grand Elder took a liking to him.
Not only that, but when he flung Fong Yun away just now, he didn't use a single bit of mana, it was purely physical strength.
Another elder had also noticed this detail.
Yun Xian, no wonder you're so confident in this young man, he certainly has some skills, Qingling remarked, clearly surprised.
Yun Xian nearly smiled without comment.
If these people knew that Lin could hold his own against him for several rounds and withstand his overwhelming pressure without dying, their eyes would likely pop out of their sockets in shock. The Grand Elder of the Outer Sect hurried over to Fong Yun to assess his condition and discovered that every bone in his body was shattered, and his internal organs had sustained injuries of varying severity. With injuries this severe, it would likely take more than half a year of recuperation before he could fully recover. Lin has dealt such a brutal blow to a fellow disciple during the competition. I implore the sect master to disqualify him from the tournament. It turned out that the senior elder of the Outer Sect had been bribed by Fong Yun. It was his doing that the two had been matched against each other in the first round. Now that Fong Yun had been crippled, the benefits promised to him would naturally go unfulfilled, which was why he had raised a public objection, attempting to use Qingling to prevent Lin from continuing in the tournament.
Sigh.
Qingling let out a soft sigh. Lin's blow was indeed a bit too harsh. A look of delight immediately spread across the senior elder of the Outer Sect's face.
But... Shut up!
Qingling's voice suddenly turned icy, and immediately afterward, an overwhelming aura of authority descended upon the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect, causing him to collapse to the ground. As the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect and the referee of this tournament, you have not only openly shown favoritism but also exploited your position to line your own pockets.
You surely don't really think I'm blind, do you?
Seeing that everything had been exposed, the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and an endless sense of terror welled up within him.
Elder of Law Enforcement. Present. Mo Tianqing stood up immediately.
In accordance with the sect's regulations, deal with him.
Yes.
Mo Tianqing wasted no time whatsoever. He immediately summoned the Blue Sky Judgment Sword, which shot swiftly toward the Outer Sect Grand Elder, who was prostrate on the ground.
Sect Master, spare my life.
No sooner had his plea for mercy left his lips than he was pierced by the Blue Sky Sword, and in the next instant, he was torn to pieces by the terrifying sword light right before everyone's eyes. Fei Lang, senior elder of the Outer Sect, has violated the sect's regulations and, according to the law, is to be executed. Mo Tianqing's icy words, filled with a murderous aura, echoed in everyone's hearts, causing them to shudder involuntarily.
Next, Sect Master Han, you will personally serve as the referee for the match.
Yes.
Han Qingfeng flew onto the arena.
First match, Lin wins.
Next up is Ling Sun vs.
Truly worthy of the Qingwan Guild. I never expected you to execute even a Yuanling realm elder on a whim. This has truly opened my eyes. Suddenly, a deep, weathered voice echoed through the training ground, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Above them, a section of space began to warp continuously, eventually forming a pitch-black rift. Several figures flew out from within, and the terrifying aura emanating from the elderly man in the center was no weaker than that of the guild master himself.
Xianming, old ghost, how dare you barge into my Qingwan guild with your men? That's a bit too presumptuous, don't you think?
Qingling glared at the old man, her tone hostile.
Please calm your anger, Guild Master Shen.
I heard you were holding a disciples' assembly, so I made a special trip to show my support, the old demon Xianming chuckled.
Spare me the pleasantries.
State your true purpose directly, or you won't walk out of the Qingwan guild alive today.
Guild Master Shen is indeed straightforward.
The old demon Xianming waved his large hand, and 10 figures behind him flew forward.
These are the cream of the crop among the younger generation of our Tianming sect.
They delight to spar with the gifted disciples of the Qingwan Guild. I hope Sect Master Shen will grant
their request.
Qingling swept his gaze over the 10 disciples and confirmed that they were all indeed at the Gathering Essence realm.
Your purpose.
Don't be so quick to refuse, Elder Xianming said, as if he had anticipated this reaction all along. I know Elder Mu cherishes her beloved disciple dearly, but the Qinghuan Guild's strength is steadily waning, and we also incurred the enmity of the Lingyun Guild. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll be doomed to destruction. If you were to join forces with the Tianming sect, I believe you'd be more than capable of handling the Lingyun Guild. I hope you'll give this careful consideration. Sure enough, the moment the words Lingyun Guild were mentioned, the expressions of quite a few Qinghuan Guild elders shifted slightly. The sect's fortunes had indeed been steadily declining over the years, and with the Lingyun Guild that colossal force constantly causing trouble, the Qinghuan Guild's situation had become increasingly precarious. With the Tianming sect's assistance, these problems would be easily resolved. After all, no matter how powerful the Lingyun Guild might be, it could never take on two superpowers at the same time. Even in the worst-case scenario, a marriage alliance with our sect's holy son would be the least of your worries. Could it be that you lack confidence in the strength of your own disciples? Sect Master, seeing that many had been swayed by Elder Xianming's words, Yun Xian began to panic. Fortunately, Xingling waved her hand to signal that she need not worry. Old ghost, your attempts to goad me won't work on me. No matter how destitute the Qinghuan Guild may be, we would never force our disciples into marriage. As for the contest you mentioned, my Qinghuan Guild certainly dares to accept it, but the stakes need to be revised. With that, Xingling produced a shattered light while emanating peculiar energy fluctuations. The moment Elder Xianming laid eyes on it, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his aura even faltered in shock. A grade Dao weapon. Elder Xianming exclaimed. You're actually willing to part with such a treasure? It's merely a broken divine grade Dao weapon, what's there to be reluctant about? Though he spoke lightly, divine-grade Dao weapons contain supreme Dao essence. Even a fragment is enough to drive Unity-stage powerhouses mad with desire. What do you think? The value of this item surely exceeds that of a high-grade spirit vein, doesn't it? Old man Xianming couldn't help but breathe heavily, for this supreme Dao essence was something every powerful cultivator dreamed of. It was crucial to breaking through to realms beyond the Unity stage. He had searched in vain for many years without the slightest result, yet he never imagined Xingling would actually possess it. After pondering for a few seconds, old man Xianming nodded. All right, as you wish. Although the unblemished physique would affect the Holy Son's growth, it paled in comparison to his own ability to reach that realm. Don't be in such a rush. Xing put away the light wheel and said with a hint of amusement, You old devil, you don't really think a measly high-grade spiritual vein can compare to a divine-grade Dao weapon, do you? Old man Xianming couldn't help but furrow his brows. What do you mean by that? It's simple. I want to place a wager. Unnoticed, the tone of their negotiations had shifted now. Xingling held the upper hand. What a shrewd woman, the elder Xianming cursed inwardly, though he gave nothing away. Go ahead, what else do you want? Your Tianming sect has a total of 6 high-grade spiritual veins. I want 3 of them. What? The elder of Xianming nearly blurted out a curse. Why don't you just go and steal them? Losing 3 high-grade spiritual veins would mean losing over 30,000 top-grade spirit stones annually. No matter how solid the Tianming sect's foundations were, it would suffer a severe blow. In any case, I've stated my terms. It's up to you whether you accept them or not. Besides, even in the worst-case scenario, and this is just the worst-case scenario, could it be that you, old ghost, have so little confidence in the strength of your sect's disciples? His sarcastic words were thrown right back at him, word for word, and Elder Xianming was nearly driven to spit blood in his rage. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. After taking a deep breath, he said, enunciating each word clearly, Very well, I agree. I'll put those 3 veins on the line. Upon hearing his agreement, not a trace of joy crossed Xingling's face, for she knew that since this old devil dared to take such a huge risk on this wager, it meant he was extremely confident in the outcome. Then let the contest begin in 1 stick of incense's time. But since the words had already been spoken, there was naturally no turning back. The top 10 on the outer sect's earth rankings, you shall represent the Qinghuan Guild and face off against the disciples of the Tianming sect. Sect Master, Han Qingfeng replied with a bitter expression, Fang Yun, ranked 3rd, has just been severely injured and is completely unable to participate in the contest. Furthermore, Gu Jian, rank 7th, is currently on a mission and hasn't returned to the sect yet. That left only the disciples ranked 11th and 12th to compete, but their cultivation levels were both at the mid-Zhu Yuan realm, which seemed a bit too much of a stretch.
Have them go ahead.
At this point, there is no other choice, Qingling sighed.
Wait, Yunxian interjected at that moment. I have a better candidate.
She immediately returned to Xianyun Peak and brought Yunwan, who was still in seclusion, to the scene. My disciple has only just broken through to the mid-stage of the Gathering Essence realm, but under my guidance, her strength far surpasses that of an ordinary late-stage cultivator. Plus, she has the right age to represent the sect in battle.
Hearing this, the elder's eyes lit up. Her cultivation speed is truly astonishing. Truly worthy of the unblemished physique. Then let her go.
Qingling agreed to let Yunwan compete. As for the other person, let Lin go.
That fellow is quite peculiar. Dealing with those young upstarts will be no problem at all. Indeed. After all, he was able to easily dispatch Feng, and his strength is at least at the late Gathering Essence realm. The elders of the Qingwan Guild had no objections to this. Master, what is going on exactly? Yunwan asked in confusion. Also, what do you want me and Lin to do?
It turned out that in order to let her beloved disciple cultivate properly, she had told everyone there were still 3 days left until the outer sect tournament, which was why Yunwan hadn't shown up. Her presence alone was enough. She would publicly accept Lin as her direct disciple at that time, which would also serve as a pleasant surprise for him. I'll explain later, Yunxian said, pointing at the Tianming sect disciples. Go give those guys a good lesson in a moment.
Yes.
Although she still didn't understand the full story, she would naturally obey her master's orders. Immediately afterward, Yunxian raised her hand and gave Lin a light tap on the head, saying exasperatedly, "Stop spacing out.
They've come right to our doorstep to steal your wife as a man. Shouldn't you do something about it? Master, what are you doing?"
Seeing Yunxian strike Lin, Yunwan hurried over and shielded him behind her.
Is he okay? Once you have a man, you forget your master.
I only gave him a light tap. I didn't use any force.
What could possibly be wrong with him? Yunxian snorted coldly. Master, you're a Huatian realm powerhouse.
Even a casual strike from you could shatter a mountain.
How could Lin possibly withstand that?
Yunxian was suddenly at a loss for words. Her disciple really was protective of her husband. Even a light tap was too much for her. If this girl found out about the things she'd done to Lin not long ago, she'd probably be so angry she'd stop speaking to her altogether. Good thing that kid can't talk, Yunxian muttered under her breath, otherwise, he'd surely go tattle on her to Yunwan.
Now, let us decide the order of battle.
Qingling swept her hand through the air, and 10 orbs of light flew toward the group, spinning rapidly a few times.
Pick one for yourselves.
Soon, the outer sect disciples had all selected their orbs. Only Lin remained motionless throughout the entire process.
Immediately, the orbs transformed into numbers, representing their order of appearance.
As for Lin, he was assigned to go last, as the finale.
You should all understand what this sparring match means.
If you can win 3 high-grade spirit veins for the sect, you will not only become inner sect disciples, but you'll also receive an additional 100 top-grade spirit stones each year. Hearing of such exceptional rewards, the disciples' faces lit up with wild joy. Furthermore, whoever performs the most outstandingly will receive a mysterious grand gift from me. At this, everyone except and Yunwan was so excited their hearts nearly leapt out of their chests, their eyes blazing with intense determination. From that moment on, even if their opponents were foundation stage experts, they would fear nothing.
The time of 1 incense stick passed quickly. Sect Master Shen, have you decided on your contestants? An unsightly smile hung on the aged face of the elder Xianming. Enough chatter. Let us just get started.
With that, both sides sent 1 representative each to the largest ring in the martial arts arena to begin their match.
Representing the Qingwan Guild was Hongli, ranked 4th on the Earth list.
His cultivation had reached the late stage of the Gathering Essence realm a year ago, and through relentless effort, he was now just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the foundation stage.
The Tianming sect also sent a disciple at the late stage of the gathering essence realm. Judging by their auras alone, the gap between the two was negligible. Ultimately, after a fierce battle, Hongli suffered a narrow defeat by a single move and was knocked off the platform by his opponent. Sigh. Seeing this outcome, the disciples of the Qingyuan Guild all wore expressions of disappointment. They hadn't expected even the fourth-ranked disciple to be defeated. This was indeed a significant blow to morale. Sect Master Shin, it seems the disciples of your Qingyuan Guild still need more training. Ha, Xingling sneered coldly. By forcibly boosting his strength through underhanded means, his foundational cultivation has been damaged. He is essentially ruined for the future. That was his own choice. Besides, for the sake of the sect's future, some sacrifices are inevitable, the elder of Xianming said, completely unfazed. Let us begin the second match, Xingling said, unwilling to waste any more words on this ruthless old man. Strangely, the Tianming sect disciple Han Ti left the arena. Oh, right, I forgot to mention earlier. The rule for this competition is that as long as you haven't been eliminated, you can keep fighting. The side whose disciple remains standing on the platform at the end is declared the winner. This is mainly to prevent ties. I'm sure Sect Master Shin won't mind. Hearing this, Xingling couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, but since things had come to this, he had no choice but to follow the rules. After all, the old ghostess words weren't without merit. Fine, then let us use a knockout system to determine the winner. This wasn't such a bad thing, after all. If a disciple could defeat several opponents, it would increase their chances of winning. The second to take the stage was Wang Shun, ranked 8th. Although his strength was slightly inferior, his opponent had been severely drained in the previous battle. Coupled with the use of secret techniques, he was now on his last legs. Therefore, Wang Shun's victory seemed a foregone conclusion, but what happened next took everyone by surprise. The moment the match began, the opponent at the cost of severe injury forced his way toward Wang Shun and immediately detonated all his mana. Although Wang Shun was fortunate enough to survive, he was unable to continue fighting. And so, the Tianming sect secured 2 consecutive victories, leaving the Qingyuan Guild now completely on the defensive. Old Ghost, you really are ruthless. You'd actually do something so utterly unscrupulous. Xingling's expression grew extremely grim. He clearly realized he had severely underestimated the opponent's tactics. In response, the elder Xianming simply replied calmly, as I said, this was a sacrifice they made voluntarily for the sect. The matches continued afterward, but unfortunately, the Qingyuan Guild had completely lost any advantage. Fortunately, the situation turned slightly in their favor after Pu Xiaotian, ranked first on the Earth list, entered the fray. Relying on his overwhelming strength, he managed to defeat 2 opponents in a row. Unfortunately, the Tianming sect disciples paid no heed to their own safety, and their all-or-nothing fighting style gave Pu Xiaotian a hard time. In the end, he was defeated by the 3rd disciple. At this point, Tianming sect still had 3 disciples remaining, while the Qingyuan Guild was down to just Yunwan and Lin. According to the order of appearance, Yunwan, wielding the Yunhan sword, was the first to step onto the stage. She fixed her opponent with an icy gaze. Let the match begin. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Yunwan suddenly unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, which she swiftly channeled into the blade. Xian Qingyi annihilated. A white sword beam burst forth, striking directly toward her opponent. Before the Tianming sect disciple could even react, the sword beam pierced her heart. She lost all life in an instant, with absolutely no chance to self-detonate. Excellent! The disciples below, witnessing Yunwan dispatch her opponent with such lightning-fast ferocity, immediately erupted into excited cheers. This young woman is indeed decisive in battle and has a precise grasp of timing. The senior elderess' skill in teaching disciples is truly masterful. We fall short in comparison. Hearing the praise from the elders of the Qingyuan Guild, a rare look of pride flashed across Yunxian's delicate, pretty face. All our hopes now rest on her alone. I wonder if she'll be able to defeat the remaining 2. Soon, the Tianming sect sent out their next contestant, whose cultivation level had already reached the half-step foundation stage. He must be the strongest disciple in the Tianming sect. For my niece Yunwan, at the Mid-Ju Yuan realm, to defeat him is nothing short of a pipe dream. That's not necessarily true, Yunxian replied with a confident smile. My disciple is capable of much more than you think.
Seeing how confident Yunxian was in his disciple, the elders including sect master Qingling couldn't help but feel curious.
Just what extraordinary abilities did Yunwan possess that made Yunxian believe she could defeat a half-step foundation stage cultivator with only her mid-Ju Yuan realm cultivation? However, they soon discovered the reason.
Once the match began, Yunwan on the arena below did not, as in the previous bout, launch a lightning-fast attack against her opponent. Instead, she stood in place and closed her eyes. Immediately, strands of pure, snow-white light emanated from her body, gently around her skin to form a thin membrane.
Xianling Sui.
Upon witnessing this, the high-ranking members of the Qingwan Guild all looked.
So that's all you've got? Let me show you what a real attack looks like.
With that, he leaped high into the air, aimed the spear at Yunwan, and hurled it with all his might.
Blood Shadow Slash.
The spear sliced through the sky with terrifying force, but faced with this fearsome strike, Yunwan did not choose to dodge. She simply held her left hand out in front of her. Seeing this, all the onlookers held their breath in anxiety, while Tan Fuyan's lips curled slightly into a smirk in his view. Her action was nothing short of courting death. His blood shadow strike could easily pierce the body of a late-stage Ju Yuan realm cultivator, yet this woman merely at the mid-stage dared to block the attack with her arm.
Clang!
But to his surprise, the moment the rapidly descending blood shadow strike made contact with Yunwan's arm, there was first a sound like metal clashing, and then the spear came to a halt.
How is this possible?
Tan Fuyan's pupils suddenly contracted. His signature move had been blocked just like that.
The second elder, watching from above, stroked his beard and remarked, though the Xianling Sui appears to be a mere thin layer, its defensive power is truly formidable.
Even a cultivator one realm higher than the wearer would find it to break through. With the aid of the Xianling Sui, my niece Yunwan is now in an unbeatable position. However, defeating her, thanks to the length advantage of his weapon, he did indeed strike Yunwan first, but because of her Xianling robe, he didn't inflict a single scratch.
What a nuisance!
Just as Tan Fuyan was preparing to launch another attack, a searing pain shot through his shoulder. He instinctively turned his head and was startled to discover that the Yunhan sword had already sliced deep into his flesh. Before he had time to react, Yunwan had already reversed her grip and was slashing viciously at his head. Tan Fuyan hurriedly threw his head back, and the sharp tip of the sword grazed his cheek. He tumbled backward several times across the stage before regaining his balance, a long, bloody gash now running down his face. Still shaken, Tan Fuyan raised his hand to touch the wound. If his reaction had been even a fraction slower just now, his head would surely have been severed by now.
What a ruthless woman!
From that moment on, Tan Fuyan dared not underestimate her in the slightest. He knew he had to take the rest of the battle seriously, otherwise, he might still be defeated by her. The two exchanged more than a dozen moves after that, as crimson mana and white mana clashed ceaselessly. The dazzling battle kept the spectators on the edge of their seats. However, due to his earlier shoulder injury, Tan Fuyan's strength had declined significantly. After all, a spear is a weapon that requires the use of both hands to unleash its full power. Yunwan, on the other hand, presented a completely different picture.
Far from weakening as expected, the Xianling robe she wore had actually become even more solid.
Moreover, her attacks grew increasingly fierce, to the point where he was beginning to struggle to defend himself.
Impossible! Could it be that this woman's mana will never run dry?
Little did he know that this was precisely the power of the unblemished physique, the ability to continuously absorb mana during battle to replenish oneself. Unless one could overwhelm her from the very start with overwhelming strength, it was simply impossible to exhaust her. Seeing that Yunwan was gradually gaining the upper hand, the disciples of the Qingwan Guild all wore expressions of joy, clearly believing that victory in this contest was already a foregone conclusion. Qingling, however, kept a close eye on the old man Xianming's facial expressions, only to find that the old fellow remained as calm and composed as ever, showing not the slightest hint of panic. This struck her as somewhat off. After all, losing the contest would mean ceding 3 high-grade mineral veins, which was enough to shake the very foundations of the Tianming sect.
Based on Qingling's understanding of Elder Xianming, she felt there must be something amiss.
So she released her divine sense and carefully scanned Tan Fuyan on the stage, but found nothing unusual about him. Xingling furrowed her willow-like brows.
Could it be that she was overthinking this?
Meanwhile, the battle on the stage was already drawing to a close. Under Yunwan's relentless assault, Tan Fuyan could barely protect his vital areas, let alone mount a counterattack. Moreover, even if he were to self-detonate now, it would be of no use. Yunwan's Shenling robe was far too sturdy, and with the meager mana remaining in his body, he stood no chance of inflicting any damage on it.
Sigh, Tan Fuyan exhaled deeply.
As a half-step foundation stage cultivator, he had actually been defeated by a mid-Ju Yuan stage cultivator. He was now permanently branded with shame. He could already picture the scenes of people mocking him. However, no matter how unwilling he was to accept it, Tan Fuyan had no choice but to slowly raise his injured hand.
He shouted, "I concede." With Tan Fuyan's concession, the Tianming sect now had only one disciple remaining. However, everyone present, including the elders of the Qinghuan Guild, agreed that the outcome of this contest was already clear. After all, at the start of the duel, they had used their divine sense to skin all 10 disciples of the Tianming sect, and this last person's aura was only at the early stage of the Ju Yuan realm. With such strength, it was simply impossible for him to be a match for Yunwan. After all, even someone as powerful as Tan Fuyan, a half-step foundation stage cultivator, had been defeated by her. Old Shen Ming, shouldn't you hand over the 3 high-grade spirit veins as agreed, the second elder said with a smile. With these 3 spirit veins, the Qinghuan Guild's overall strength would be greatly enhanced. Even if they continued to be targeted by the Lingyun Guild, they would be more than capable of holding their own. Don't jump to conclusions just yet. The contest isn't over yet, is it? Old Shenming replied calmly, showing not the slightest sign of anger over Tan Fuyan's defeat.
Seeing him remain so composed even at this critical moment, the Qinghuan Guild's high-ranking members were quite puzzled.
Long Tian, it's up to you now. Tan Fuyan limped off the arena, dragging his injured arm, and addressed the last disciple.
What a useless piece of trash! Long Tian shot him a sidelong glance, his tone cold and mocking. Far from refuting this, Tan Fuyan instead lowered his head with a dimmed gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. Let me see for myself just how formidable this unblemished physique really is.
With that, Long Tian strode confidently onto the stage.
For some reason, the moment she laid eyes on him, Yunwan felt a strong sense of unease, as if she were being targeted by a ferocious beast.
Go, senior sister Su. You can definitely win. You're the sect's great hero. The many disciples watching began cheering Yunwan on.
Although they had joined the sect earlier, they couldn't ignore her status and had no choice but to address her as senior sister.
The match begins. As the battle commenced, Long Tian dropped low and immediately launched a powerful punch at Yunwan. Boom!
A dull sonic boom rippled out, and an invisible gust of fist wind rushed toward Yunwan at blinding speed. She raised her hand, preparing to block it with her Shenling robe. At the same time, she channeled mana into the Yunhan sword, intending to counterattack the moment her opponent showed a weakness. Unexpectedly, the power of that punch was beyond imagination. Yunwan was forced back to the edge of the ring and nearly fell off.
Crack! Even more unbelievable was that several cracks had appeared in her Shenling robe.
The entire arena fell instantly silent. Many disciples stared wide-eyed, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg.
A single ordinary punch had unleashed such terrifying power.
Well, not bad. You actually managed to block my attack, Long Tian said, slightly surprised, though he quickly broke into an amused smile.
Looks like I'll have to ramp up the power a bit more.
As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to throw another punch. Seeing this, Yunwan immediately began moving at high speed, clearly unwilling to take his attack head-on again.
A wise choice, but you don't really think you can dodge it like that, do you? Boom boom boom. Long Tian unleashed a flurry of punches.
This time, the fist winds were not only more powerful than before but could also change direction. Yunwan was instantly engulfed by the fist winds, leaving her no room to dodge. The sound of fierce collisions rang out one after another, and the resulting shockwaves kicked up a cloud of dust.
The onlookers held their breath for Yunwan.
When the dust finally cleared, Yunwan appeared unharmed, though her Shenling robe was now in tatters.
Seeing this, Long Tian's lips curled slightly upward, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face.
You're quite good.
You're worthy of becoming my woman.
In response, a beam of sword light shot skyward, but Long Tian casually shattered it with a wave of his hand. You're quite fierce, but I love taming wild prey the most.
A solemn expression crossed Yunwan's lovely face.
The man before her was exceptionally powerful. If she wanted to defeat him, she would have to play all her trump cards. Long Tian saw a flash of resolve in her eyes and smiled faintly.
You don't really think you can defeat me, do you?
Then let me show you just how great the gap in our strength really is.
With that, he ceased concealing his aura and suddenly unleashed a surge of ferocious energy.
Sensing Long Tian's mana fluctuations, the expressions of the elders all changed.
Half a step into the foundation stage.
I never expected him to be hiding his true strength so well, said the second elder, his brow furrowed and his tone tinged with gravity. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Qingling said, turning to look at Elder Xianming.
If I'm not mistaken, this lad isn't human, is he?
That's correct, Elder Xianming replied without denying it. Long Tian is a member of the Celestial Demon Imperial Clan.
The Celestial Demon Clan, the second elder exclaimed in surprise. Don't they pride themselves on their nobility and never associate with the human race? How did he end up becoming a disciple at your Tianming sect?
I once had a friendly relationship with the Celestial Demon King, so he sent his child here to be trained.
Is there a problem with that?
The elders couldn't help but clench their fists. They knew full well that this was nothing more than an excuse. No wonder this old man had been acting so confident all along. After all, the Celestial Demon Clan not only possessed extremely robust physical bodies but also terrifying combat prowess. There's one more thing, Elder Xianming said with a sinister smile. This Long Tian possesses the Taodai sacred physique, a rarity among the Celestial Demon Clan that appears only once every 10,000 years.
He is a sacred physique possessor too. At this, the hearts of the Qingwan Guild's high-ranking members all sank.
Now, Yunwan's last shred of advantage had vanished completely.
On top of that, Long Tian's cultivation was higher, and he was further bolstered by his bloodline. It looks like we're in real trouble this time.
Even Yunxian felt a slight headache coming on. She knew her disciple's capabilities well and realized it was absolutely impossible for her to defeat Long Tian. Whoosh! The very next second, they saw a white pillar of light shoot straight into the sky, while Yunwan enveloped within it saw her aura surge wildly.
Yunxian's expression changed drastically. That girl actually dares to use that move. Stop! I told you to stop.
As she spoke, she prepared to rush down to stop Yunwan, but was blocked by Qingling.
Move aside. In the heat of the moment, Yunxian didn't even care about Qingling's status as the sect leader.
Calm down first. Qingling didn't hold it against her and said in a deep voice, since she has chosen to do this, it means she knows what she is doing. But Yunxian still wanted to intervene, but as she cast a glance down at Yunwan below, she could only let out a helpless sigh.
Never mind. Let us hope so. She sat back down immediately, though the worry in her eyes did not fade in the slightest.
Peak mid-Ju-Yun realm, late Ju-Yun realm, peak late Ju-Yun realm, half-step foundation stage. Yunwan's cultivation level continued to rise, and in the end, she actually reached the half-step foundation stage, leaving everyone present speechless.
Long Tian, too, shed the amused expression from his face, replacing it with a solemn look. Burning the essence of your sacred body, aren't you afraid of causing permanent damage? Yunwan replied in a flat tone, as long as I can defeat you, I'm willing to pay any price.
In truth, her decision to take such a reckless action wasn't solely to secure victory for the Qingwan Guild in this match. The main reason was that if she were to lose, Lin would be next to take the stage. Given how ruthless the disciples of the Tianming sect were, Lin would very likely be injured as a result. Therefore, no matter what, she had to defeat Long Tian. Oof. Even if you burn the essence of your sacred body, your cultivation will at best be on par with mine. Moreover, you won't be able to sustain it for long. You're still no match for me.
Yunwan couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on him.
She held the Yunhan sword before her, and immediately, a massive magical seal materialized behind her.
Xianling's sword rain.
In the next second, countless beams of light shot out from the seal, hurtling straight toward Long Tian. However, he blocked them all with a swing of his fists. Clearly, an attack of this magnitude alone was insufficient to harm him. Yunwan knew that Long Tian's physical body was extremely resilient. Sheer numbers alone wouldn't be enough to break through his defenses. She had to use a more powerful technique. So she bit her tongue, spitting out a drop of essence blood, which quickly merged into the magical seal. Hum! As a crisp sword chirp rang out, a massive light sword slowly surged forth from the seal. Its blade was covered in red patterns, and the aura it emitted was utterly terrifying. Gulp! The onlookers all swallowed hard, clearly awed by the giant sword. Go! At Yunwan's command, the giant sword instantly shot toward Long Tian at breakneck speed. Watching the attack close in, a look of gravity flashed across Long Tian's brow. He, too, sensed a hint of danger emanating from the giant sword. His hands instantly transformed into sharp, scaly claws, which gripped the blade tightly in an attempt to control it. To his surprise, the giant sword released several sharp, icy flashes of light that actually sliced through his hard scales. His claws were instantly torn to shreds. In pain, Long Tian subconsciously let go, and the giant sword plunged heavily into his chest. Clang! Fortunately, at that critical moment, he activated his celestial demon bloodline, and a layer of scales with a metallic sheen emerged over his body. Celestial demon imperial armor. Protected by this armor, the giant sword was actually brought to a halt. The violent energies clashed and collided for a moment. It was impossible to tell who held the upper hand. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared along the blade of the light sword. Seeing this, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be? Immediately, the crack spread at an incredible speed, soon engulfing the entire giant sword, until finally, a crisp cracking sound rang out. The giant sword exploded violently, scattering a shower of light particles across the arena. Yunwan's face turned pale in an instant, and a streak of crimson trickled from the corner of his mouth. He had clearly suffered a severe blow. In contrast, Long Tian, protected by the celestial demon emperor armor, had suffered no substantial harm. So that's all there is to it, Long Tian said with a smug expression as he retracted the scales covering his body. After all, maintaining the celestial demon emperor armor consumed a great deal of mana. Yunwan raised her hand to wipe away the bloodstain. A flash of ferocity crossed her eyes as her cherry red lips parted slightly. Condense! No sooner had the words left her mouth than the scattered specks of light burst into a blinding glow, instantly transforming into countless tiny light swords at breakneck speed. Ha! Long Tian sensed something was wrong and hurried to activate the celestial demon emperor armor, but it was already too late. A dense swarm of tiny swords enveloped his entire body, immediately launching an all-encompassing assault. Although they were smaller than the giant sword from before, their power was even greater. The celestial demon emperor armor that Long Tian had hastily summoned was no match for them. In the blink of an eye, several bloody gashes appeared on his body, and mana was already surging into his body through the wounds. This won't do. If this continues, he really might be defeated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Long Tian acted with extreme decisiveness, activating the Taodai sacred body, causing a massive black beastly shadow to materialize behind him. The shadow opened its gaping maw, releasing a terrifying gravitational pull that violently swallowed every single one of the small swords. Before long, the small swords had all vanished. Long Tian withdrew the beastly shadow and exhaled a deep, heavy breath. I didn't expect you to possess such a powerful technique. I was careless, but I won't fall for it again. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yunwan in front of him suddenly began to warp and distort. Seeing this, Long Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Watch out on your right! The voice of the elder Xianming rang in his ears, and Long Tian instinctively raised both arms. Boom! The sharp Yunhan sword slashed viciously at his arm, but unfortunately, it was blocked by his scales. The blow merely sent Long Tian flying backward without causing any real injury. You old ghost Xianming, how dare you interfere with the match with your words? Such behavior is utterly shameful. Xingling demanded coldly. In response, old man Xianming chuckled, Please forgive me, sect master Shen. I simply found the battle too thrilling to resist offering a reminder. Xingling, of course, couldn't possibly believe his nonsense. Had that sneak attack succeeded, Long Tian would have been severely injured, if not killed. According to the rules, your Tianming sect should be immediately disqualified from the competition.
Sect Master Shen, please don't be so angry.
The elder Xianming said calmly, here's what we'll do. As an apology, regardless of the outcome, our Tianming sect will present you with a high-grade spiritual vein. Upon hearing this, Qingling's expression softened slightly, and her gaze then fell upon Lin below.
Fine.
After a moment's thought, she decided not to pursue the matter further. After all, that old devil Xianming was no pushover, and pressing the issue wouldn't do her any favors. After unleashing her final strike, the pale white flames burning on Yunwan's body vanished, and her aura began to wane. She eventually returned to her mid-Ju Yuan realm strength.
Time's up.
You've lost, Long Tian said flatly. Yunwan fought through her discomfort and gripped her sword hilt tightly. One more round. She had originally intended to ignite the source of her sacred body once more, but unfortunately, she failed.
Moreover, due to the backlash, all her mana had been completely depleted.
Seeing that she still refused to admit defeat, Long Tian raised his fist and unleashed another fist wind, preparing to defeat her once and for all. Just as Yunwan was about to be knocked flying, a figure suddenly appeared before her and casually dispersed the fist wind with a single gesture. Yunwan's expression froze for a moment, and then a large hand landed on her head, gently stroking it.
Lin.
Looking at the man who had appeared before her, Yunwan pursed her lips and lowered her head, feeling a bit guilty. I'm sorry I couldn't defeat him. Lin didn't reply, continuing to gently stroke Yunwan's head, clearly using his actions to tell her it was all right.
Senior Sister Su, you did very well. There's no need to feel guilty.
The many disciples below also began to offer words of encouragement. After all, everyone had witnessed Yunwan's efforts. She had truly given it her all. Even though her cultivation level was the lowest among the competing disciples, she had managed to defeat one late-stage Gathering Essence realm cultivator and one who was a half-step away from the foundation stage. She had even nearly defeated Long Tian, who also possessed a sacred body. Just then, the backlash from burning her primordial essence raged wildly through her body, causing blood to spill continuously from Yunwan's mouth. She staggered and began to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Lin reached out and cradled her in his arms, while Yunxian quickly rushed over and placed a pill into her mouth. As the medicine took effect, the furrow in Yunwan's delicate brows finally began to ease. Leave her to me, Yunxian said in a pleading tone, rather than snatching her from Lin's arms. I'll find a way to heal her. Lin hesitated for 2 seconds before deciding to hand Yunwan over to Yunxian, and she immediately left the scene with her entourage. Well then, the contest should be over now, Elder Xianming said with a smile as he stood up. I hope Sect Master Shen will, as agreed, hand over that divine grade Dao weapon to this old man. Of course. I, too, will present a high-grade spiritual vein in full, just as we agreed earlier.
Old man, isn't it a bit premature to celebrate victory just yet?
Don't forget, we still have one disciple who hasn't taken the stage yet. Elder Xianming lowered his gaze to Lin below. Sect Master Shen, you really have a sense of humor. There isn't a single trace of mana fluctuation emanating from this man, which means he is just an ordinary person.
You don't seriously think he can defeat Long Tian, do you?
Earlier, to conceal Long Tian's true strength, he had deliberately employed a secret technique, yet even that could only mask his demonic aura and most of his cultivation level. Even if Qingling were a unity stage powerhouse, it would be absolutely impossible for her to completely conceal a person's mana fluctuations.
Let us wait and see if he can win. Seeing that Qingling was still putting on a brave front, Elder Xianming snorted coldly and sat back down. After all, their victory was already a foregone conclusion. What harm could a little more waiting do?
Are you the last remaining member of the Qingluan Guild? Long Tian scrutinized Lin closely but detected nothing unusual about him. On the contrary, he could only be described as ordinary. Apart from being handsome, there was nothing out of the ordinary about him. However, having just witnessed him disperse his fist's momentum with his own hands, Long Tian had no intention of underestimating him.
Let the duel begin. Lin slowly picked up his wooden sword, staring blankly at Long Tian with no intention of making a move. What on earth was this guy up to?
Seeing that Lin was still hesitating, Long Tian didn't want to drag this out any longer. He suddenly pushed off with both feet, and his entire body shot forward like a bolt of lightning.
8 Desolation's Fist.
Golden energy gathered in his right fist clearly, he intended to defeat Lin outright with this single strike. Seeing this, Lin made no attempt to dodge, allowing Long Tian to slam his fist heavily into his body with all his might.
Boom! A dull thud of flesh-on-flesh impact, accompanied by a shockwave, rippled out.
The crowd below could hardly bear to watch. They could already picture Lin's grim fate.
Impossible! Suddenly, a gasp caught everyone's attention.
They instinctively looked up and were stunned to see that Long Tian's mighty punch had been effortlessly caught in Lin's hand.
I didn't see that wrong, did I? He actually blocked that punch. And it looked so effortless. Could it be that Long Tian's strike wasn't actually that strong?
No, look closely at the ring behind Lin.
Behind Lin, the ring was covered in extensive cracks, clearly caused by the residual force of the 8 Desolation's fist. What terrifying power! I never expected Lin to be able to take that punch without flinching. Long Tian's face turned ashen. His attack had absolutely no effect. Could this kid possibly be hiding a protective magical artifact?
With that thought, Long Tian raised his other hand, transformed it into a sharp claw, and lunged viciously at Lin's neck.
Clang! Yet his claws, which normally cut through iron like mud, didn't even pierce Lin's skin.
This left Long Tian completely baffled.
How could a human body be this hard?
Even though his own heavenly demon clan was renowned for its formidable physical strength, they couldn't possibly reach such an absurd level. Just as Long Tian was wondering if the guy in front of him might also be a demon, a sudden whoosh of wind rang in his ears, and he instinctively glanced over out of the corner of his eye. He saw Lin swinging his weapon fiercely toward him. Just a measly wooden sword, watch me tear it to shreds. Long Tian had examined it earlier and concluded it was nothing more than an ordinary piece of wood, with absolutely nothing special about it. But the moment his claw made contact with the wooden sword, he realized something was wrong.
Intense pain shot through his arm, and in an instant, his entire body was violently flung backward.
He spun several times in the air before managing to steady himself with great difficulty. After landing, Long Tian looked down at his arm, which was still trembling uncontrollably, and a storm of shock surged through him. He had actually lost in a clash of strength, and that wooden sword was no ordinary weapon. His bones were nearly shattered, yet not a single crack had appeared on the blade. Before he could catch his breath, Lin had already charged forward, wildly swinging the wooden sword at him. Long Tian had no choice but to activate the Heavenly Demon Emperor armor, hoping to fend off the attacks with its impenetrable defense, but he had still underestimated Lin's strength. With every collision, the crisp sound of bones snapping echoed from within his body, followed immediately by excruciating pain. Under Lin's onslaught, Long Tian kept retreating aside, from barely managing to protect his internal organs from harm. He was powerless to do anything else.
He is actually dominating Long Tian. It's terrifying.
Every time this guy swings his sword, the space around him trembles.
Just how much terrifying power is contained within it? Judging by the current situation, Lin might actually win. On the high platform, the smug look on Elder Xianming's face had completely vanished. His expression was now as grim as if he'd swallowed a fly. You people at the Qinghuan Guild, keep your cards close to your chest. I never imagined such a freak existed among you. Though he lacks even a shred of mana, his physical body is incredibly formidable. Even the celestial demons can't compare. Old man, it looks like you're going to come away empty-handed this time, Xingling sneered. That's not necessarily true. Elder Xianming snorted coldly and said no more.
Long Tian, who was being mercilessly beaten by Lin, was experiencing helplessness for the first time. At the same time, a sense of defeat welled up inside him. Could he really be defeated by someone in the very field he excelled at?
No. Absolutely not.
A blood-red, frenzied glint flashed in Long Tian's eyes.
Driven by intense frustration, earth-yellow energy surged from Long Tian's body, and his entire aura became extremely unstable.
In this state, he somehow managed to grab the wooden sword as it slashed toward him, then flung Lin violently across the battlefield.
Oh no, this guy's burning his sacred body as source too.
Seeing this, everyone immediately held their breath for Lin. After all, they had just witnessed firsthand the terrifying boost in combat power Yunwan had gained after igniting her sacred body essence.
Kid, I'm going to show you what it means to.
Before Long Tian could finish his threat, the wooden sword came crashing down from above, striking him hard on the head, and in an instant, his contorted face made intimate contact with the ground.
In an instant, an eerie silence fell over the training ground.
Numerous disciples stared wide-eyed at the stage, their faces filled with disbelief.
You ambushed me. Long Tian yanked his head up from the ground and shouted furiously.
Thud. The only response he received was a massive kick that sent him tumbling across the ground dozens of times before he finally came to a stop. But it wasn't over yet.
Lin closed in again.
Before Long Tian could get back to his feet, he grabbed one of his legs, swung him high into the air, and then slammed him down hard. This was repeated several times.
For a moment, the dull thuds echoed throughout the arena every time Long Tian hit the ground. Elder Xian Ming's heart would tremble in response.
He never would have dreamed that such a situation would arise today. Originally, thanks to his exceptional bloodline and powerful Tao Tai holy body, Long Tian should have been able to easily crush any of his peers. Yet now he was being casually trampled by a greenhorn without a shred of mana, unable to put up even the slightest resistance.
In contrast, the elders of the Qingwan Guild wore expressions of delight.
At first, they had thought they might lose this contest after all. Long Tian's display of power had been overwhelmingly formidable. A charming smile curled uncontrollably at the corners of Qingling's lips. Grand Elder, you've truly found two extraordinary prodigies for our sect this time. Perhaps they could. At this thought, a gleam of determination flashed in Qingling's eyes.
With every impact, Long Tian felt dizzy and disoriented.
He wanted to fight back, but he simply couldn't gather any mana, leaving him at Lin's mercy. After swinging him back and forth dozens of times, leaving the arena riddled with holes, Lin finally stopped his movements and tossed the nearly unconscious Long Tian aside. At this point, the outcome of the match was essentially decided, and Lin turned and walked off the stage. Lying on the ground like a dead dog, Long Tian watched Lin's receding figure with a deep sense of resentment. He had clearly burned the very essence of his sacred body, paying an exorbitant price, yet he was still no match for this guy.
Who exactly was he?
There wasn't the slightest trace of mana fluctuation emanating from him, which meant that during the battle just now, he had utterly crushed Long Tian using nothing but physical strength. What humiliated Long Tian even more was that Lin's gaze toward him had been filled with contempt from start to finish. In this guy's eyes, Long Tian wasn't even worthy of being his opponent. In fact, Lin's expression had remained completely neutral the entire time. It was simply that Long Tian, having grown too accustomed to others' admiring glances, had interpreted it as contempt.
Humiliation, resentment, rage.
A flood of negative emotions surged through him.
Long Tian clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles dug into his flesh. Boom!
Just as Lin was about to step down from the ring, a pillar of earth yellow light shot up from the ground, soaring straight into the sky.
Immediately afterward, a massive black vortex appeared in the heavens.
Within the vortex emerged the silhouette of a ferocious beast. It opened its massive jaws and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth.
Tao Tai. Many recognized it as the Tao Tai, one of the four great fierce beasts of antiquity.
Immediately, the Tao Tai's ethereal form began frantically devouring mana within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Many disciples even felt the energy within their bodies being sucked away. Fortunately, this situation lasted only half an incense stick's worth of time. After devouring the vast amount of mana, the Tao Tai's form became much more solid. It transformed into a ball of light, plummeted rapidly from the sky, and merged directly into Long Tian's body. The scales on his body that had been shattered began to repair themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his entire aura continued to rise.
I've broken through.
No one could have imagined that, in the midst of such dire straits, Long Tian would actually break through to the foundation stage. Now, not only had he returned to his peak condition, but his combat power had also received a massive boost. Long Tian slowly stepped out of the earth-yellow pillar of light, an unusual gleam shining in his eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he slowly raised a finger and beckoned to Lin ahead of him.
Come on, let us fight again.
At that moment, he felt more powerful than ever before, and nearly 20% of his Taotai bloodline had been activated. Although he was only in the early foundation stage, he was confident he could handle even a late-stage foundation stage opponent. Hearing Long Tian's arrogant words, Lin stopped in his tracks and slowly turned to face him. This time, I'll avenge my previous defeat and return every bit of the humiliation you've inflicted upon me. With that, he immediately manifested his true form as a celestial demon. This time, not only was his entire body covered in hard scales, but sharp bone spines had also grown from his joints, giving him a truly terrifying appearance. Clang! Facing the wooden sword hurtling toward him, Long Tian raised his paw and swatted it away. It immediately plunged into the arena beside him. Petty tricks. A smug expression had just flashed across his face, but it didn't last long before freezing in place simply because Lin had vanished from his sight. Ha! Where did he go? Just as Long Tian was wondering where Lin had gone, the scene before him shifted. A hand he didn't know when it had appeared resting on the side of his face. The next second, Long Tian's head was slammed hard into the arena floor, then dragged relentlessly forward. After being dragged for dozens of meters, Long Tian was finally yanked to his feet, and a pair of flat, emotionless black eyes met his gaze. You! Long Tian was utterly horrified. He couldn't fathom how Lin had suddenly appeared beside him. After the initial shock, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his right leg, preparing to pierce Lin's body with the bony spur on his knee. But his knee stopped half an inch from Lin's abdomen. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't move forward even a fraction of an inch. That hand was as solid as if cast from bronze and iron. How could he be this strong? Long Tian refused to accept it. He'd already broken through a cultivation barrier, yet he still couldn't defeat this guy. Crack! Before he could exert any more force, a crisp snapping sound suddenly rang out, followed immediately by excruciating pain. Ah! Long Tian let out a pitiful scream as the bone spur on his knee was forcibly snapped off. Lin raised his eyebrows slightly. For once, he felt a rare emotion called annoyance. He lowered his gaze to look at the bone spur in his hand, then glanced at Long Tian, who was still screaming in agony. Damn, he actually dared to. That's too brutal. Xian Yun Peak, the Millennium Cold Spirit Bed. Yunwan slowly opened her eyes. With the help of the cold energy, the backlash within her body had largely subsided. You little brat, you're far too impulsive. To actually burn the source of your sacred body, don't you know that doing so could very well leave you with permanent damage? Yunxian raised her jade-like finger and tapped Yunwan's brow several times with force. Facing the reprimand, Yunwan hung her head in guilt, though she had no regrets. Oh, right. Yunwan suddenly remembered something and asked urgently, Master, how is Lin? I'm not entirely sure. Yunxian shook her head at the time. She'd been focused solely on treating her disciple, and Han Ti had the presence of mind to watch the match. Don't worry. That kid's tough, he should be fine. No, but upon hearing this, Yunwan struggled to sit up. Seeing this, Yunxian quickly pushed her back down. Don't move. The backlash energy inside you has only been temporarily suppressed by this cold air. You must rest quietly for a while to eliminate it completely. I have to go to the training ground. Even these words failed to dissuade Yunwan. She gritted her teeth against the pain and prepared to roll off the bed. Yunxian Han Ti expected her to be so stubborn and sighed helplessly, All right, I'll take you there. With that, he took the cold spirit bed from the secret chamber with him, and soon the two of them arrived above the training ground. Yunwan hurriedly looked down and witnessed a scene that left her utterly shocked. On the stage, Lin was holding Long Tian up with one hand while using the other to thrust a sharp bone spike into the latter's mouth. Guh. Painful sounds emerged from Long Tian's throat, and blood kept gushing from his mouth. Only after he stopped making a fuss did Lin's furrowed brow relax, and he immediately flung Long Tian away as if he were trash. Cough, cough, cough. After regaining his balance, Long Tian coughed several times in quick succession, then, gritting his teeth against the pain, pulled the bone splinter from his throat. Cough, cough. Just as he was about to hurl another threat, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. However, he quickly regained his composure, clamped his mouth shut tightly, and glared at Lin with murderous intent. The energy inside that kid is surging rapidly. Mid-air, Yunxian sensed something amiss and said in a slightly grave tone, "I suspect he is about to unleash his most powerful skill." "Then master, you must hurry and help Lin." Yunwan looked anxious. "It's fine. Your husband is built like a tank. No matter how powerful Long Tian's attack is, it won't harm him." Yunwan's heart finally settled, and she asked curiously, "Master, how do you know Lin's physique is so resilient?" Yunxian hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds. "Have you forgotten? Didn't I examine Lin's body earlier? That's when I discovered it." "I see. No wonder you had Lin participate in this contest as well," Yunwan said, a light bulb going off in her mind. Seeing that she managed to brush the question aside, Yunxian let out a slight sigh of relief. If she told the girl that she sparred with Lin and accidentally left him seriously injured in the process, she'd probably be on the receiving end of her complaints for quite some time. On the stage, Long Tian's hands moved swiftly, forming a series of different hand seals, while a phantom image of a Taotai emerged behind him. The phantom first let out a furious roar toward the heavens, then instantly transformed into an earth-yellow talisman with intricate patterns. "It's over." Upon seeing this, Elder Xin Ming wore an expression of immense relief. Long Tian's Taotai beast seal is incredibly powerful. Back when he was still in the mid-Zhu realm, he used this move to wipe out a foundation stage cultivator. Now that he is at the foundation stage and unleashing this move, no matter how formidable that kid's physical body is, there is absolutely no way he can withstand it. Hearing his description, the elders of the Qinghuan Guild all held their breath for Lin. The talisman radiated a terrifying aura, causing Lin's clothes to flutter in the wind, yet his face showed not a trace of panic. He continued to gaze calmly at Long Tian. "What is that kid spacing out for? He should charge in right now and interrupt his spellcasting," said the second elder, frustrated by Lin's inaction. Any discerning observer could see that this was the perfect moment to attack. The more powerful a technique is, the longer it takes to cast. If interrupted midway, the caster would suffer an extremely severe backlash. Long Tian was actually taking a gamble. He had launched this attack despite the enormous risk. Fortunately, Lin hadn't taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He remained standing motionless, which saved Long Tian the trouble of locking onto him. "Kid, you'll soon pay the price for your arrogance." A wicked grin curled at the corner of Long Tian's mouth, paired with the bloodstains covering his face. It looked utterly unsettling. Boom! Suddenly, Lin spread his hand, and the wooden sword not far away seemed to be summoned, swiftly flying into his grasp. Immediately afterward, he gripped the hilt tightly with both hands and struck a fighting stance. Zhang Han and the others watching from the sidelines recognized it instantly as a move Lin had been practicing daily. He is not going to take that blow head on, is he? The fluctuations emanating from that talisman are terrifying. Even from this distance, it makes my scalp tingle. Let us hope he can pull off a miracle. Above, Yunxian couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows upon seeing Lin's movements. That kid is still too impulsive. Although his physique is extremely robust, this beast seal has the ability to devour vital energy. Going head to head with it is far too risky. What puzzled her, however, was that her well-behaved disciple's reaction was remarkably calm. "Aren't you worried about him?" "Master," Yunwan asked softly, "do you remember that huge crater from when we first met?" Yunxian naturally remembered it at the time. She'd been somewhat curious. Such a massive crater looked as if it had been caused by a meteorite impact. "Do you think Long Tian's attack could create a crater that big?" "Impossible," Yunxian shook her head without hesitation. "Then what if I told you that the huge crater was actually created by a single strike from Lin's sword? Would you believe me?" "What?" Yunxian's pupils suddenly contracted. At that very moment, down below, Long Tian had fully condensed the talismanic seal. A Taotai, nearly solidified, slowly emerged from it. In an instant, a terrifying aura of power caused all the disciples present to involuntarily take several steps back. However, what surprised the high-level cultivators even more was Lin. Though he still held his sword in a slashing stance, the space around his body began to distort slightly. What terrifying power!
Could this kid possibly possess the bloodline of an ancient divine beast?
To distort space with nothing but physical strength alone, that is something only those at the nascent soul realm can do.
Roar!
As Long Tian waved his hand, the Taotius illusory form immediately swung its limbs and charged rapidly toward Lin, simultaneously opening its massive maw to unleash a suction force, preparing to drain his vital energy. But when Lin suddenly swung his wooden sword, the entire world seemed to be frozen in place. The scene before everyone's eyes lost all color, leaving only a pitch-black fissure that slowly spread outward. The instant the crack made contact with the Taotius phantom, the latter dissolved into nothingness and vanished. Watching the beast seal which he had condensed by exhausting all his energy crumble to dust, and seeing the black crack continuing to close in on him, a look of panic spread across Long Tian's face. At that moment, he could already smell the scent of death, and only one thought remained in his mind.
Run!
But his legs seemed to have a mind of their own. He couldn't move even half a step, and could only watch helplessly as the crack inched closer and closer to him. Finally, upon making contact with it, Long Tian felt a powerful suction emanating from it, as if his body were about to be torn into countless pieces. Intense agony nearly consumed him entirely.
Boom!
Suddenly, the black fissure exploded violently, sending a terrifying shockwave radiating out in an instant. The numerous disciples on the training ground were nearly blown away. For a moment, debris and dust raged wildly, forcing them to channel their mana to defend themselves. When everything finally settled, everyone's pupils contracted involuntarily. The stage had long since vanished, replaced by a massive crater about 2 meters deep. Lin stood at the center of the crater, still in the same stance he'd been in when he drew his sword. As for Long Tian, no one could see him anywhere.
Could he have been obliterated by that attack?
Crack! A rift suddenly appeared in space, and Elder Xianming slowly floated out of it, holding the severely injured and unconscious Long Tian in his arms.
At that moment, his withered face looked as though he'd swallowed a fly.
His eyes, brimming with murderous intent, fixed on Lin as he unleashed the overwhelming pressure of a unity stage powerhouse, causing the atmosphere to grow thick and heavy. Fortunately, Qingling appeared beside Lin, completely blocking Elder Xianming's aura.
Old man, it's bad enough that you interfered with the contest in public, but now you actually dare to lay a hand on a disciple of our sect? Do you really think I'm completely without a backbone?
In an instant, all the elders of the Qinghuan Guild mobilized, hovering in midair to surround Elder Xianming, each with a look of battle intent on their face.
The moment Qingling gave the order, they would not hesitate to strike against Elder Xianming.
Seeing this, the elder quickly regained his composure. He took a deep breath and resumed his insincere smile. Sect Master Shen, please don't be alarmed. I only acted out of concern for my disciple's safety. I beg your forgiveness.
Enough.
Qingling couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on this old ghoul.
Since you've already intervened, that means Long Tian has forfeited his eligibility to compete. The Qinghuan Guild has won this contest. So, when will you hand over the 3 high-grade mineral veins as agreed? The smile on Elder Xianming's face froze instantly.
He was well aware of what losing 3 high-grade mineral veins would mean for the Tianming sect, but having made a wager, failure to honor it would make him and his sect a laughingstock. In 3 days, send someone to the Tianming mountains to collect the 3 mineral veins.
Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy.
With the help of these 3 high-grade mineral veins, the Qinghuan Guild's strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. By then, they wouldn't have to worry about continuing to be targeted by the Lingyun Guild.
Kid, your name is Lin, right? I'll remember you.
As he was leaving, Elder Xianming gave Lin a piercing look. Clearly, he harbored a grudge against him for thwarting his plans. Qingling raised her hand and patted Lin on the shoulder. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, that old man won't be able to touch you. But the very next second, Lin's eyes closed, and he collapsed to the ground.
Ha! Lin!
Yunxian descended from the sky with Yunhuan in tow. The latter rushed toward Lin with a look of concern on her face.
Don't worry.
Fortunately, Qingling had scanned him with her mana. This kid's just fainted from exhaustion. He is fine. At the same time, she was utterly shocked, for she discovered that Lin's body truly contained not a trace of mana, and his flesh was as hard as mystic iron. This also meant that with that previous sword strike, the boy had shattered the void entirely through the strength of his own physical body alone. It was well known that only cultivators at the nascent soul realm could achieve such a feat, which meant Lin's strength was at least on par with that level. If his physical body alone was this formidable, just imagine what he could do if he were to absorb mana as well. The more Qingling thought about it, the more excited she became. She had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. In her eyes, Lin's value was almost on par with those 3 high-grade mineral veins.
Sect Master, I'll take these 2 to be treated first.
Yunxian waved her hand, and with a single gesture, she transported Lin and the other person away from the scene, returning to Xianyun Peak. You continue absorbing the cold energy to neutralize the backlash. I'll take care of this, young man.
Thank you, Master.
Yunhuan said, then closed her eyes wearily. Moments ago, she had barely managed to keep herself from fainting. The backlash energy within her was already showing faint signs of reawakening.
Meanwhile, at the martial arts arena,
Qingling returned to the high platform and looked down at the gathered disciples, saying in a solemn voice, "In this competition, our Qinghuan Guild has reaped substantial rewards. The participating disciples will receive generous rewards, and you are all granted direct admission to the inner sect for cultivation. Pu Xiaotian, first place on the Earth rankings. You defeated 2 opponents in succession and made the greatest contribution aside from those 2. You are hereby granted special permission to enter the scripture hall to select a cultivation technique."
Thank you, Sect Master.
Pu Xiaotian knelt excitedly and bowed.
As for Yunhuan, the Grand Elderess disciple, her performance was exceptional.
She is hereby granted the privilege of selecting any 3 items from the sect's treasury. At this, the disciples all looked on with envy.
The Qinghuan Guild's treasury held countless priceless treasures, and they could only dream of obtaining even a single one.
However, everyone was also curious to know what reward Lin, the ultimate victor, would receive. As I said before, I would bestow a mysterious grand gift upon the most outstanding disciple. Since Lin turned the tide and defeated Long Tian, this reward naturally goes to him. Pass the word, in 3 days, the Qinghuan Guild will hold the Ascension ceremony, at which time I will take Lin as my personal disciple.
Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief.
After all, Qingling had never taken a single disciple up to this point. Whoever became her direct disciple now would likely be the next sect master. This was truly an immense honor. Sect Master, isn't this a bit too abrupt? The second elder, standing nearby, spoke up to advise her. After all, the decision to take on a disciple must be treated with the utmost caution. No matter how impressive Lin's performance might be, he was, after all, merely an outer sect disciple who had only joined the sect a month ago. If word got out, it would likely spark negative rumors.
My mind is made up. No need to say more.
Qingling's tone was firm, and she waved her hand to silence them.
You're stealing my recruit, Yunxian said, clearly annoyed after rushing over upon hearing the news.
I'd already decided to take that kid under my wing, and now you've swooped in and snatched him away. Please forgive me, Qingling said with a calm smile.
I'm only acting in the sect's best interests. What do you mean? Yunxian asked, puzzled.
Qingling's expression suddenly turned serious as she said, enunciating each word clearly, I intend to have them both inherit the ancestral legacy.
Upon hearing the words ancestral legacy, Yunxian's pupils suddenly contracted, and she exclaimed in shock, You're not joking, are you?
I'm serious, Qingling said gravely. Over the years, the power of the ancestral legacy has been gradually dissipating, so we must find suitable candidates as soon as possible.
As it happens, you've brought those 2 to the sect. But isn't this a bit of a stretch? Yunxian was still somewhat concerned.
Rest assured, Qingling said, a gleam flashing in her eyes. One of them possesses an unblemished physique, and the other's physical strength rivals that of the nascent soul realm.
With such exceptional natural talent, they're bound to succeed.
Let us hope so. But there is one thing I need to make clear, if any problems arise along the way, even if it means the legacy vanishes, I will protect both of them.
Qingling nodded.
I'll be taking Lin as my disciple very soon, and I'll naturally ensure his safety then. A day later, Lin slowly opened his eyes. You're awake, a clear voice sounded by his ear. He turned his head and saw Qingling sitting not far away. Facing the sect master, Lin showed not the slightest trace of panic. On the contrary, he calmly got out of bed and walked straight toward the door. Qingling's grip on her teacup tightened involuntarily. This kid really was quite rude, but fortunately, Yunxian had warned her beforehand that Lin wasn't quite right in the head, so she didn't hold it against him. Ahem, Qingling coughed twice on purpose, trying to get Lin's attention, but he acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. With no other choice, Qingling teleported right in front of Lin. Youngster, I'm about to become your master. Kneel down now and count out 3 times that LL serve as your initiation ritual. Lin tilted his head to look at her. After a moment's thought, he chose to walk right past Qingling. As the head of a sect, Qingling had never been treated this way before. Her anger flared, and the overwhelming aura of a unity stage expert suddenly closed in. In an instant, the entire Tianyun Peak was enveloped by this aura, and the air grew several times heavier. But to Qingling's surprise, Lin acted as if nothing were happening and continued walking toward the door. This is interesting. She instantly became even more curious about the secrets this young boy was hiding. She first withdrew her aura, then returned to stand before Lin. You don't have to kneel if you don't want to. We'll be master and disciple soon anyway. For now, I'll teach you how to respect your master and honor the way of the master. With that, she flicked her finger against Lin's forehead. He flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a boulder in the distance. Fortunately, his physique was robust, and he suffered no real harm. Lin easily stood up from among the debris. Looks like I'll have to use a bit more force. A faint smile played on Qingling's lips as she raised her hand, conjuring a palm of mana above her, which swiftly descended toward Lin. He, in turn, raised both hands high, attempting to block the attack with sheer brute strength. The result was that Lin was slammed into the ground, with only his head poking out a sight that looked utterly ridiculous. Qingling flew over and looked down at Lin. I have to admit, your face is truly perfect. I've lived for over 1,000 years, and I've never seen anyone who could compare to you. It's a shame you aren't a bit more quick-witted. With a physique that's perverted to the extreme and such exquisite looks, if you had the mindset of a normal person, I reckon it wouldn't take more than a few hundred years for you to become a unity stage powerhouse. But for me, it's all the same. I'll help you complete the mana integration first. With that, Qingling condensed a cluster of extremely pure mana, attempting to force it into Lin's body so he could adapt to mana flowing through his physical form. But to Qingling's utter surprise, the moment the mana in her hand neared Lin, it scattered instantly, as if startled. Ha! A look of surprise flashed across Qingling's eyes. She had been firmly in control of that cluster of mana just a moment ago. Why was this happening? Could it be that she lost her focus? Refusing to accept this, she repeated the same action, but the result was exactly the same. The mana seemed to be terrified of this kid. It refused to even come near him, let alone enter his body. Interesting. Qingling had been roaming the cultivation world for so many years, yet this was the first time she encountered such a situation. Logically speaking, mana was merely a form of energy. It couldn't possibly possess a will of its own. But why, then, could she so clearly sense its fear? Who exactly are you, that mana would reject you so vehemently? Qingling grew even more curious about the secrets hidden within Lin. She immediately pressed her finger against his brow, intending to peer into all of this young man's memories. The very next second, her consciousness found itself in a world of nothing but gray haze. Could someone's soul realm really be this empty? Qingling finally understood why Lin had been so dull. It turned out there was nothing at all in his mind. No way. I refuse to believe I can't dig up even a single thing. Refusing to accept defeat, Qingling immediately began wandering through this empty soul realm, trying to find even the slightest trace of something useful. But after searching for quite a while, she found absolutely nothing. Moreover, Lin's soul realm seemed to have no boundaries. She simply couldn't see where it ended. Sigh. Just as Qingling was about to give up, she keenly sensed a faint, strange energy fluctuation. She immediately flew swiftly in that direction. About half an hour later, a small, entirely gray sphere came into view. What on earth is this? As Qingling drew closer, she curiously reached out to touch it, but a terrifying surge of energy erupted from it in an instant, obliterating her divine sense in the blink of an eye.
Put!
A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from her lips. Pale-faced, Qingling raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, a hint of fear flickering in the depths of her eyes. How terrifying that little gray sphere was actually capable of directly harming her very essence. Fortunately, she had only sent a wisp of her divine sense into Lin's soul realm, otherwise, her life would have been in danger.
Qingling looked at Lin's impassive expression, a complex look crossing her face. Just who was this kid? Even with her vast experience, she simply couldn't fathom him. After a few seconds of silence, she sighed helplessly, flicked her finger, and Lin shot up from the ground. Never mind. I can't be bothered with all that. From now on, you're my disciple.
The ascension ceremony was held smoothly 2 days later. In front of thousands of Qingluan Guild disciples, Lin became Qingling's direct disciple, a development that filled Xiao, standing nearby, with intense jealousy.
Who would ve thought this kid was so lucky, actually chosen by the sect master as a disciple?
Meanwhile, as the disciple of the fourth elder, his own status was now even lower than Lin's. At this thought, Xiao couldn't help but clench his fists as intense hatred spread through his heart. One day, I'll definitely kill this guy.
A month passed quickly.
Qingling watched Lin, who had been swinging his sword non-stop for 3 hours not far away, and tapped her fair forehead in exasperation.
What a blockhead, is there nothing else on his mind? Sect master.
Just then, a figure descended from the sky and bowed respectfully to her.
So it's Wan.
It's been a few days since we last met, and your cultivation has improved considerably. You're even on the verge of breaking through to the foundation stage.
Qingling was utterly astonished by Yunwan's cultivation speed.
Back in the day, she herself had been hailed as a prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium talent in the sect, yet compared to this girl, she paled in comparison. Of course, this was mainly due to Yunwan's formidable unblemished physique, coupled with Yunxian's meticulous guidance. It made perfect sense that she had achieved such feats. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb the two of you.
With that, she vanished, leaving only Lin and Yunwan behind.
It was only when facing Yunwan that Lin would voluntarily stop swinging his sword. You've been working so hard, she said, walking up to him and tenderly wiping the sweat from his forehead. She then pulled him to sit beside her on a boulder and began recounting her cultivation experiences over the past period. Before they knew it, the sky had grown dark. Lin, Master said that before long we'll enter the forbidden zone of the Qingluan Guild to receive the legacy of our ancestors. This process is likely to be very dangerous, so please wear this. With that, she took a ring from her storage ring, a guardian spirit ring she had specially selected from the treasury. It contained a guardian spirit that would automatically activate when the wearer faced mortal danger, appearing to ensure their safety. Lin stared at the ring on his finger, dazed for quite a while. Then, he produced a rough, wooden ring from somewhere.
Did you make this?
Yunwan was somewhat surprised. Lin took her small hand and, under her astonished gaze, slipped the wooden ring onto her finger.
Come to think of it, this is actually the first gift you've ever given me.
Yunwan examined the wooden ring closely. There was not a trace of disdain in her eyes, only delight. Clearly, she loved this gift very much. At the same time, deep within the endless starry sky, a magnificent palace drifted through the chaotic void. Suddenly, a crystal-clear gem atop the palace began to glow, and immediately afterward, several surges of overwhelming power erupted from within the palace.
The master has awakened. There is finally hope for our clan. After Yunwan left, Qingling reappeared beside Lin.
She glanced at the ring on his hand.
You're one lucky guy.
That girl was willing to entrust such a precious treasure to you. It seems she is deeply in love with you. Facing Qingling's teasing, Lin remained silent.
He gripped his wooden sword once more, clearly preparing to continue his practice. Is there nothing else in your head besides this? Suddenly, Lin stopped in his tracks. Qingling sensed something was off. Chang. Wang. The next second, two disjointed words reached her ears. Though the voice was faint, she heard them perfectly clearly.
Xingling froze for a moment, then widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "So you can actually talk, you little rascal." She then hurried over to Lin, patted his shoulder with a smile, and said, "You've got some nerve, thinking you're the king of Chang. But based on your current strength, you're still a long way off. You'd better say a few more words first." As a result, Lin fell silent once more. Xingling let out a soft sigh. "I hope one day the two of us can have a normal conversation." That day, Lin was swinging his wooden sword as usual when suddenly a beam of energy flew straight toward him and slammed hard into his back. Caught off guard, Lin was sent flying. Ooh, so this is the sect master's personal disciple? You're a bit too weak, aren't you? A mocking, amused voice rang out as a man descended from the sky, looking down with disdain at Lin as he scrambled to his feet. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu, the eldest disciple of the third elder. I came here hoping to witness your skills, but I never expected you to be such a disappointment." Facing Gu's provocation, Lin didn't respond, he merely brushed the dust off his clothes nonchalantly. Seeing that he hadn't suffered even the slightest injury and was acting so nonchalant, Gu was somewhat surprised. "This is interesting. It seems you're not the good-for-nothing Xiao made you out to be." With that, Gu drew a long sword and made a move to attack Lin. Lin, however, stood calmly in place, completely unfazed by Gu's burst of intensity. "That's good news. I've never seen anyone your age remain so composed in the face of my sword intent." Gu's eyes flashed with intense fighting spirit. He couldn't wait to engage Lin in a thrilling sparring match. Little did he know that, in Lin's eyes, he had completely transformed at that moment. If, at first, he had been nothing more than a grayish-white phantom just like everyone else, then the moment he unleashed his sword intent, his body took on a faint reddish hue. A rare flicker of surprise crossed Lin's eyes, which were as deep as a hidden spring, and he slowly raised his wooden sword above his head. "Come on, sword slays the world." Gu suddenly unleashed a powerful beam of sword light, imbued with overwhelming sword intent, which rushed forward at high speed. But to his surprise, Lin also swung his wooden sword down at that very moment. In an instant, his sword light vanished completely, replaced by an intangible aura of murderous intent. Gu felt as if his entire body had plunged into a glacial cavern that had been frozen for 10,000 years. He was ice cold from head to toe, enveloped by the scent of death. "Stop!" Fortunately, at that critical moment, the third elder appeared just in time, raising his hand to block that intangible sword energy. "Master!" Before Gu had a chance to feel relieved, he was struck hard across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. "You ungrateful disciple! How dare you run amok on Tianyun Peak? You truly don't know when to stop." Under the third elder's scolding, Gu hurriedly knelt down and banged his head heavily against the ground. "Master, your disciple knows he was wrong." The third elder gave an awkward smile and turned to the person beside him, saying, "Sect Master, my disciple acted on impulse, which is why this disaster occurred. I beg your forgiveness. I will certainly punish him severely." As the space around them warped, Xingling flew out from within it. Her icy gaze swept over the master and disciple. "Go to the cliff of reflection and face the wall for 3 months." Upon hearing reflection cliff, both the third elder and Gu's expressions changed, but the former quickly recovered and hurriedly replied, "Yes." He then led Gu away from Tianyun Peak. "Master, I just wanted to spar with him a bit. I didn't commit any major offense." Gu grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Shut up," the third elder snapped. "If I hadn't shown up in time, you'd be in 2 pieces by now." As he spoke, he opened his right hand, revealing a gash in the palm that cut deep enough to expose the bone. "Master, you're injured." Gu stared at the wound on the third elder's palm, his face filled with astonishment. "That kid's abilities are truly peculiar," the third elder said with a grave expression. "From today onward, you must never provoke him again. Otherwise, not even I will be able to save you." "Yes, master." Gu realized the gravity of the situation. If his master had arrived just a moment later, he would already be a corpse. "Let us go to the cliff of reflection." Faced with the sect master's order, they dared not disobey. Meanwhile, on Tianyun Peak, Xingling raised her hand and tapped Lin lightly on the forehead. "You really do make a splash when you finally speak up.
Though you lack mana, you possess sword intent.
That was right. The reason Lin's sword strike had such overwhelming power was precisely because it contained a trace of terrifying sword intent. By all logic, it was impossible for a cultivator without mana to comprehend sword intent. However, after spending time with him, Qingling had long since grown accustomed to it. No matter how defiant of common sense Lin's actions might be, she wouldn't find them strange. After all, this guy was a real oddball. Just now, I could sense that your sword intent contained a trace of an extremely profound Tao resonance.
How did you manage that?
Qingling couldn't help but let a look of anticipation cross her face. After all, even Unity stage cultivators would go crazy over something like the essence of the Tao. Lin pondered for a moment, then raised the wooden sword in his hand and swung it straight down. Qingling was at a loss for words. Surely this kid didn't mean that simply swinging the sword over and over again was all it took to grasp the essence of the Tao?
Never mind. You go ahead and play.
She hadn't expected to learn the secret to attaining the essence of the Tao from Lin in the first place.
One more thing, I've already reached an agreement with the ancestral spirit.
Tomorrow, you and your husband may go to the Forbidden Zone to receive the legacy. Lin tilted his head, a puzzled look on his face.
You'll find out when the time comes. Qingling offered no further explanation. She patted Lin on the shoulder and vanished.
After she left, Lin didn't continue practicing his sword techniques as he usually did. He stood there in a daze for a moment, then to everyone's surprise he turned and walked away from Tianyun Peak.
Hey, isn't that the sect master's new disciple? It really is him. I think his name is Lin.
You guys really aren't afraid of getting yourselves killed, are you?
How dare you address him by his first name like that?
Only after being reminded did the many inner sect disciples realize Lin's status, and they hurriedly bowed respectfully.
Greetings, senior brother Lin.
Although Lin had only been in the sect for a few months, his status was so exalted that addressing him as senior brother was only natural. Facing their flattery, Lin paid them no mind. He walked slowly forward, holding his wooden sword.
What is senior brother Lin planning to do? I don't know.
He is probably carrying out the sect master's orders.
That direction looks like Xianyun Peak. Could he be going to see the fourth elder?
Although they were very curious, the gap in their status prevented them from daring to follow him to find out. And so, Lin entered Xianyun Peak and soon arrived at the grand hall located at its summit. At this moment, Xiao was intensely practicing his sword technique as he swung his sword. The ferocious sword light carved deep gorges into the ground around him.
Damn it!
Xiao roared, suddenly unleashing a surge of sword energy that shot skyward, slicing straight through the clouds above. Huff, huff, huff! Xiao panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot. He hadn't expected Lin to be quite so capable. Even Gu hadn't been able to subdue him.
I underestimated you, but you won't be so lucky next time.
Clearly, in his view, the only reason Lin had managed to escape Gu's clutches was because of the sect master's protection.
He refused to believe this kid would stay holed up on Tianyun Peak forever.
As long as he waited for the moment Lin was alone, that would be the moment of his demise. With this thought, Xiao's pent-up resentment was finally vented, at least a little.
Ha!
Suddenly, he spun around, his face filled with wariness, and demanded, "Who dares to trespass on Xianyun Peak?" Immediately, he saw a face he knew all too well.
It's you!
After a few seconds of stunned silence, Xiao raised his hand to rub his eyes. He even wondered if he was seeing things. But when he looked again, Lin was still standing not far away.
Xiao instantly let out a maniacal laugh. I never expected you'd come right to me like this.
The long sword in Xiao's hand hummed, and a fierce killing intent radiated from his body. Just moments ago, he had been racking his brain trying to figure out how to eliminate him, but now Lin had shown up right in front of him and had trespassed onto the peak without permission. Under these circumstances, even if he struck and killed him, he would have a perfectly valid excuse to defend himself should the sect master call him to account.
Die!
Xiao didn't want to waste any time. He immediately prepared to unleash his most powerful strike to wipe Lin out. Splatter! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a vivid spray of blood blossomed from his chest, and the massive amount of mana he just gathered dissipated in an instant. Xiao stiffly lowered his head to look and was shocked to discover a wooden sword lodged in his chest immediately afterward. An intense wave of pain surged through his brain. You! The next second, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his breath growing weaker and weaker. Lin walked over slowly, staring expressionlessly at the dying Xiao, and reached out to pull the wooden sword from his body. Ea! Suddenly, a furious shout rang out, and a terrifying aura instantly engulfed the entire mountaintop. The fourth elder was seen hovering in midair, staring down below with wide eyes. How dare you kill my disciple? In a fit of rage, the fourth elder sought to instantly annihilate Lin to avenge Xiao. He struck out with a palm strike from thin air, which instantly coalesced into a massive palm imprint and descended with earth-shattering force. Crack! At the critical moment, a jade-like hand appeared and gently tapped the palm imprint, causing it to shatter instantly. Fourth elder, are you trying to kill this 1's disciple? Sect Master. The fourth elder's expression froze, but he quickly retorted furiously, this boy murdered Xiao. He has committed a capital offense against the sect. I implore you not to shield him. Sigh. Qingling let out a soft sigh and glanced down at Lin. I am not shielding him, it is simply that your disciple deserves to die. What? The fourth elder wore an expression of utter disbelief. See for yourself. Qingling tossed over a scroll and a memory stone. After the fourth elder finished reviewing the contents, his face suddenly turned ashen. Impossible. This must be a forgery. Fourth elder, I personally investigated and verified all these matters. There is not a shred of falsehood in them. Of course, I believe you were kept in the dark all along, so I will not hold you accountable. But if you insist on avenging Xiao, then I will have no choice but to treat you as an accomplice. Upon hearing these words, the fourth elder, who had been seething with rage, instantly wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. If Xiao had truly committed these acts, as his master, the fourth elder would also bear a share of the responsibility, and the punishment would be extremely severe. Fortunately, Qingling understood his character and knew that the fourth elder had also been deceived by Xiao, which was why he chose not to hold him accountable. Sect Master, did Xiao truly commit such heinous acts? The fourth elder still found it hard to believe. After all, Xiao was a disciple he had raised from scratch, and he had long since treated him as his own son. But he never could have imagined that Xiao would secretly collude with the Lingyun Guild, passing the sect's intelligence to them. The tragic incident in the secret realm a year ago was entirely of his own making. This single offense alone was enough to warrant his death 100 times over. Not to mention his other crimes, such as harming the sect's disciples and lining his own pockets. Even I, who personally investigated the matter, could have made a mistake. To be honest, she too was deeply astonished upon learning this information. As a direct disciple whom the sect had prioritized for cultivation, he had actually become a traitor. If word got out, the Qinghuan Guild would become a laughingstock, so Qingling Han-Ti made it public. She planned to discreetly dispose of Xiao, but she Han-Ti expected Lin to step in and kill him. Ha! Just as Qingling was about to take Lin back to Tianyun Peak, she noticed the kid had turned around and was heading down the mountain. Where are you going? She reached out and clenched her hand in midair, conjuring a massive hand formed from mana that seized Lin firmly. You aren't thinking of going out to kill someone again, are you? Qingling flew up to him with a scowl and gave him a light tap on the forehead. I took my eyes off you for just a moment, and you went and did something this big. You really never give anyone a moment's peace. In fact, it was thanks to Lin that she was able to uncover Xiao's treachery. During their earlier sparring match, Fang Yun alone would never have been able to persuade the Grand Elder of the outer sect to help. So, as the investigation delved deeper and deeper, the shocking truth was finally unearthed. You'd better come back to Tianyun Peak with me. With that, Qingling forcibly took Lin back to their residence and, to prevent him from going out and causing trouble again, deliberately cast a barrier around the place. Until you receive the ancestral legacy, you're to stay right here and not go anywhere. After taking these precautions, Qingling left with peace of mind, unaware that the moment she turned her back, Lin walked right out of the barrier without any trouble. However, just as he was about to leave Tianyun Peak, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. After standing there for quite a while, Lin turned around and headed back to the residence.
The next day, Qingling and Yunxian led Lin and Yunwan to the forbidden area of the Qingwan Guild.
Remember, once you're inside, don't be afraid no matter what happens.
Those old fogies are just testing you, they won't actually hurt you. Hearing this, Qingling was at a loss for words. After all, these were the ancestors of the Qingwan Guild, and they could hear everything being said right here. Speaking like that, aren't you afraid they'll get angry and make the trials even harder? After giving these instructions, Yunwan entered the forbidden area alongside Lin. Do you think they'll make it? Yunxian asked, a look of concern on her face. They should be fine.
Qingling was quite confident in the two of them after all, one possessed an unblemished physique, and the other had abilities beyond the ordinary.
Let us hope so.
Even so, Yunxian remained deeply concerned. After all, over the years, countless prodigies had ventured into the forbidden zone, yet not a single one had ever succeeded. As the world spun wildly before their eyes, Lin and Yunwan arrived at a desolate wasteland.
Yunwan immediately gripped the Yunhan sword tightly and shielded Lin behind her.
So these are the two prodigious disciples Qingling spoke of?
They don't seem quite as extraordinary as she described.
Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, instantly putting Yunwan on high alert.
May I ask, Senior, are you one of the sect's ancestors?
That is correct. As a flash of white light passed, the ethereal figure of an elderly man appeared before them. Stroking his beard, he said, I am Qi, the third patriarch of the Qingwan Guild.
Upon hearing his introduction, Yunwan immediately bowed and said, This disciple greets Patriarch Qi.
The elder waved his hand, signaling that such formalities were unnecessary. I have already heard of the two of you from Qingling.
The legendary unblemished physique, you are indeed qualified to receive our legacy.
However, before that, you must first pass a trial. Yunwan replied fearlessly, I humbly ask the elder guild master to grant me this opportunity.
Very well.
Seeing her decisiveness, a hint of satisfaction flashed across Qi's face. There is no time to waste, let us begin. With that, he snapped his fingers, and instantly, Yunwan and Lin found themselves amidst a starry sky.
The first trial is to successfully traverse the astral path.
Yunwan furrowed her delicate brows slightly. She looked around but saw no sign of the so-called path.
If there wasn't even a path, how was she supposed to pass? She offered no further explanation, he simply left them with those words before vanishing.
After a moment's contemplation, Yunwan realized there was a certain pattern to the arrangement of the stars here. If pieced together, it seemed to resemble the 8 trigrams diagram her master had mentioned. However, the positions of a few stars were clearly off. Could it be that to make the great path appear, she needed to place the stars in their correct positions?
With this in mind, Yunwan decided to give it a try.
She swung the Yunhan sword, unleashing a beam of light toward the stars to force them to shift their positions. Just as Yunwan had suspected, once all the stars returned to their correct positions, they began to glow brilliantly, one after another. Eventually, a passageway leading deep into the starry sky formed. Seeing this, a flicker of joy crossed Yunwan's eyes. She took Lin's hand and stepped into the astral path. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, the moment they entered, a terrifying sense of oppression descended upon them. Yunwan instantly felt as if she were carrying a massive mountain on her back. This girl is quite clever, she figured out how to open it so quickly. But the real test lies ahead. This astral path is formed from my divine sense, it's filled with an extremely terrifying soul-crushing pressure. The deeper you go, the stronger it becomes. I hope you can hold on. Huff, huff, huff. After walking just over 10 meters, Yunwan couldn't help but pant lightly, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. Clearly, every step she took was an arduous struggle under the soul-crushing pressure. Looking up at the astral path stretching endlessly before her, a sense of helplessness welled up within Yunwan. Could she really succeed? Suddenly, a large hand landed on her shoulder. Yunwan instinctively turned to look beside her and saw Lin standing there as if nothing were wrong. He seemed completely unaffected.
Lin, are you feeling unwell?
In fact, the main reason Yunwan was struggling so much was that she had devoted most of her mana to protecting Lin. She was essentially relying on sheer willpower to resist the pressure. Faced with her concerned question, Lin shook his head, then immediately scooped Yunwan up into his arms and began sprinting down the astral path with her. High above in the void, upon seeing Lin sprinting rapidly down the astral path while carrying Yunwan, Chia's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
That kid can actually run on the astral path? And while carrying someone, no less? She seriously wondered if he was hallucinating. After all, the soul pressure permeating this path was so intense that even cultivators at the nascent soul realm would struggle to walk. Yet Lin seemed completely unaffected. He was even carrying someone. Could it be that something was wrong with the astral path? At this thought, she hurriedly inspected the area but found nothing amiss. Suddenly, he recalled Qingling's description of Lin. That guy is simply beyond the realm of common sense. He's always doing things no one expects. I hope our ancestors will put in extra effort when testing him and ideally, make him suffer a bit. In fact, Qingling had said this precisely to make Lin understand that there are many things in this world that cannot be accomplished by one's own efforts alone. One must know one's limits. However, upon entering the restricted zone, she had already made a basic assessment of the two's abilities. Yunwan, possessing an unblemished physique, went without saying, but Lin showed not a single trace of mana fluctuation. She assumed Qingling must have made a mistake. How could such an unremarkable fellow possibly be qualified to receive the legacy? So he focused all his attention on Yunwan, while Lin became a completely dispensable presence. But what she never expected was that this kid would give him such a huge surprise. Without any cultivation to rely on, he was able to withstand and even be completely immune to the oppressive pressure of the astral path. Indeed, this kid could not be judged by ordinary standards. Yet even that wasn't enough to successfully pass through the astral path. Otherwise, so many prodigies wouldn't have been stuck here all these years. After being carried in Lin's arms as he sprinted dozens of meters, Yunwan finally came to her senses. She gazed at his handsome face, her eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. Sure enough, this man was still beyond the realm of common sense. A path she couldn't take a single step on was as easy for him as walking on flat ground. In truth, Yunwan didn't want Lin to be too exceptional, because she knew that the more formidable his displayed abilities, the more complicated his background would be. What if, in the future, Lin discovered his true identity? Would she still be worthy of remaining his wife? Yunwan would have preferred Lin to be a little more ordinary, even if it meant she'd spend her entire life by his side, protecting him. But in the end, she still had to rely on him. They ran for quite a while without finding the end of the astral path, which made Yunwan feel a twinge of doubt. The elder patriarch Qi should be well aware of her own abilities. Since this was a trial, he wouldn't have made it impossible to pass. Yet without Lin's help, she would never have been able to travel such a long distance. Could it be that the astral path was hiding a secret? Realizing this, Yunwan began to pay closer attention to her surroundings, and soon she noticed that the frequency of the starlight seemed somewhat unusual. Lin, wait a moment.
No sooner had she spoken than Lin stopped in his tracks.
Here's what we'll do: when I say go, you run forward; when I say stop, you stop immediately. Got it?
After a few seconds of silence, Lin slowly nodded.
Now as the time run.
At Yunwan's command, Lin immediately darted forward, but before he had even run 100 meters, he was told to stop and he halted instantly. Upon seeing this, Qi, watching from above, couldn't help but let a look of satisfaction cross his weathered face. That girl really has a sharp mind. She actually figured out how to traverse the astral path in such a short time, though I suppose that's largely thanks to that kid's help. Under Yunwan's guidance, the two continued onward for half an hour, until a magnificent gate appeared before them, clearly the end of the astral path.
Yunwan noticed a look of joy on Lin's face.
Just as she had suspected, one could only proceed along the astral path when starlight flickered, otherwise, it would simply extend endlessly. This explained why they had been running for so long without ever seeing an end. Under normal circumstances, trial participants are completely unable to calm their minds and think clearly while enduring the soul-crushing pressure. Most focus all their attention on how to withstand that oppressive force. With Lin's help, however, she didn't need to worry about any of that at all, so she was naturally able to observe carefully and figure out how to pass the trial. As the two successfully passed through the gate, they returned to the barren wasteland. Congratulations to both of you on successfully passing the first trial. Chi's spirit appeared before them, saying with a smile, "You've truly surprised me to complete the trial in such a short time." Faced with the praise, Yunwan did not seem flattered. Instead, she said earnestly, "Old patriarch, passing this trial is entirely thanks to Lin. Without his help, I wouldn't have made it out at all." Upon hearing this, Chi waved his hand, the look of pride in his eyes toward Yunwan growing even stronger. "You mustn't be so humble. I saw everything that just happened. That young man certainly played a major role, but in the end, it was you who found the way to pass, and that was just as crucial. However, although you've passed the first round, there are new trials ahead. Let me give you a heads up, the fellow who will appear shortly has a terrible temper. Don't provoke him under any circumstances, or you'll be in for a rough time." With that, his figure began to fade into a haze until he vanished completely. "Damn, old man, how dare you speak ill of me? I'll settle the score with you later." Immediately afterward, another spirit form appeared before Yunwan and her companion, this time, a woman of extraordinary charm. "I am Hua Qianhai, the 6th Grandmaster of the Qingyuan Guild." "Greetings, Guildmaster Hua," Yunwan bowed. You're quite a stunner, young lady. You could rival my own beauty in my youth." After scrutinizing Yunwan closely, her gaze shifted to Lin standing beside her. Upon seeing his face, which resembled that of an immortal banished from heaven, she couldn't help but pause in astonishment. Could there truly be such a perfect man in this world? With his chiseled features, fair complexion, and a face so flawless it defied criticism, Hua Qianhai was momentarily transfixed. It had to be said that Lin's face held an incredibly potent allure for women. Noticing that the situation was getting a bit awkward, Yunwan hurriedly stepped in front of Lin, shielding him from view. "Guildmaster Hua, there is no time to waste. Let us begin the trial right away." Ahem. Hua Qianhai also realized she lost her composure, and a look of embarrassment flashed across her face. "The content of my trial is simple. As long as you can overcome your inner demons, you will pass." With that, she released a cloud of pink mist that enveloped the two of them. Once enveloped by the pink mist, the scene before their eyes began to change. Yunwan furrowed her arched brows slightly, an inexplicable sense of panic welling up within her. "Let us get a divorce." A cold voice suddenly reached her ears. Yunwan stared straight ahead and saw Lin walking slowly toward her, his face bearing an aloof expression she had never seen before. "The gap in our social status is too great. You're simply not worthy of being my wife." Unlike the taciturn Lin she remembered, this version of him spoke with remarkable fluency, and every word he uttered felt like a knife plunging deep into her heart. Yunwan's breath caught in her throat, but she quickly regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she said in a low, firm voice, "You're nothing but an illusion. Don't even think about bewitching me." "Is that so?" Lin's lips curled slightly, revealing a sinister, mischievous grin. Yunwan drew the Yunhan sword and lunged at Lin with all her might. Hua Qianhai had told her before that to pass this trial, she must defeat her inner demons. This impostor before her was simply not worth sparing. Splatter! As the Yunhan sword pierced the figure's chest, it actually made the sound of flesh being torn, and a vivid spray of blood even blossomed. The sudden turn of events truly startled Yunwan for a moment, but she quickly realized this must be another trick of the illusion. Its purpose, of course, was to make her panic. A flash of icy resolve crossed Yunwan's eyes. She abruptly channeled mana into the blade, completely obliterating Lin. Ah! When Hua Qianhai witnessed this scene, far from feeling relieved, he let out a soft sigh. "Little girl, you still underestimate the inner demon too much." To Yunwan's surprise, after she struck it down, the phantom did not vanish completely. It lay on the ground, eyes wide, its face etched with disbelief. It seemed to be asking, "Why did you kill me?" Seeing this, Yunwan pursed her lips. Even though she knew this was merely an illusion, killing the person she loved most with her own hands was a truly bitter experience. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, the sound of clapping suddenly rang out. Yunwan turned her head toward the sound, and upon recognizing the figure, her pupils suddenly contracted. There, not far away, stood an illusion that looked exactly like her, its face bearing a hint of mockery. How truly ruthless! To pass this trial, you'd even kill the one you love most without a second thought. Yunwan, of course, wasn't about to be shaken by a few words from her opponent.
She aimed the Yunhan sword at the illusion and said in a deep voice, "You're the true demon of the heart, aren't you?" "That's right."
The illusion nodded. An identical Yunhan sword appeared in its hand, and it struck the opening stance Yunwan was most skilled at. The two wasted no time on idle chatter and immediately launched fierce attacks at each other. Meanwhile, Lin, who was also enveloped in pink mist, found himself in a completely different situation. Under Hua Qianhai's watchful gaze, Lin suddenly raised his hand and waved it casually a couple of times, dispelling all the pink mist surrounding him in an instant.
What?
This scene left Hua Qianhai utterly stunned. By all accounts, once one inhales their own mind-capturing dust, they are plunged into an illusion, unleashing the side hidden deep within their heart and forming a heart demon. The only way to escape is to defeat the heart demon, and during this time, one has no control over their body.
Yet Lin was able to move freely, which meant he had already broken free from the illusion, but hadn't that happened far too quickly?
Hua Qianhai hadn't even had time to glimpse what this kid's heart demon was.
In fact, Lin had never been drawn into the illusion in the first place.
To be precise, he didn't have a heart demon at all. The reason he just now brushed the mind-capturing dust aside was mainly because he felt it was blocking his view.
"You're quite something, kid. Your resolve is remarkably strong.
No wonder Qingling speaks so highly of you."
Hua Qianhai appeared before Lin and asked with interest, "Could you tell me what your heart demon is?"
Faced with her question, Lin remained silent. Only then did Hua Qianhai remember that this young man couldn't speak at all and wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. After taking another look at his features, which could only be described as perfect, Hua Qianhai couldn't help but sigh, "It's a pity you weren't born while I was still alive, otherwise, I would have definitely pursued you." It turned out that although Hua Qianhai had once been a Unity stage powerhouse, she had never had a partner in her several thousand years of life, mainly because her standards for physical appearance were extremely high. For the rest of the time, Hua Qianhai kept pouring out her life story to Lin, while he remained completely unresponsive throughout, not even glancing at her once.
About an hour later, Yunwan slowly emerged from the pink mist.
When she saw Lin, a complex expression flashed across her eyes.
"Not bad.
To have overcome your inner demons in such a short time, your talent, young lady, is actually a few notches higher than mine was in my youth."
"In that case, Sect Master Hua, are there any other trials?" Yunwan asked in a deep voice. No. Hua Qianhai shook her head.
Her primary focus had been on assessing their character. After all, during the process of receiving the legacy, they would encounter all manner of unexpected challenges.
If they were to be plagued by inner demons, all their previous efforts would be for naught.
The trials are divided into 3 stages. You have already passed 2 of them, but I must warn you, the next trial is the most difficult of all.
The slightest misstep could even cost you your life. It's not too late to give up now.
Hua Qianhai's tone was extremely grave. After all, she had witnessed far too many prodigies meet untimely ends over the years. "We will certainly keep sect leader Hua South teachings close to our hearts," Yunwan said, bowing in gratitude.
"Then I shall retire for the night.
Releasing so much mind-seizing dust has truly drained a great deal of my soul power." Before leaving, she turned to Lin and said, "Thank you for keeping me company. It's been a long time since I've had such a heart-to-heart conversation with someone. I hope we can have another meaningful exchange like this in the future." In truth, she had been the only one speaking about her past throughout the entire conversation. After Hua Qianhai vanished, the sole entity responsible for the 3rd trial appeared.
Unlike before, the oppressive aura emanating from the elderly man who materialized made the air feel incredibly heavy.
He stroked his goatee, a faint smile playing on his aged face.
"This old man's name is Dong Li Qian, also known as the Sky Shrouding Elder."
Upon hearing his name, Yunwan's face betrayed a look of shock, for this was precisely the name of the founding patriarch of the Qingwan Guild.
"I shall now oversee the 3rd trial.
If you pass it successfully, you will receive a legacy of extraordinary significance. The trial is very simple. Within 3 hours, you must defeat this remnant soul of mine."
Upon hearing this, Yunwan's expression changed instantly.
After all, Dong Liqian was a legendary powerhouse said to be above the unity stage. Even though he was reduced to a mere fragment of a soul, his power could only be described as unfathomable. No matter how powerful she and Lin might be, there was absolutely no way they could defeat him, so this was essentially an impossible trial. Actually, the original trial was to hold out against me for the duration of an incense stick. However, given your unique circumstances, I've changed it to defeating me. Yunwan's lips twitched involuntarily. The difference in difficulty between the two tasks was simply too great. There's no time to waste. Let us get started right away. Dong Liqian waved his hand, instantly unleashing a powerful hurricane. Yunwan hurriedly plunged the Yunhan sword into the ground, which was the only thing that kept her from being blown away. As for Lin, he stood rooted to the spot like a pillar, seemingly completely unaffected. "Not bad, kid," Dong Liqian said with satisfaction, stroking his beard. Whoosh! The next second, he precisely caught the Yunhan sword as it slashed toward his neck, then effortlessly sent Yunyao flying backward. After landing safely, Yunyao fired several more streaks of sword light at Dong Liqian, but unfortunately, he shattered them all with ease. Clearly, attacks of this caliber were completely ineffective. Seeing this, Yunwan's expression grew grave. It was indeed much trickier than she had anticipated. Could she really defeat him? Boom! Just as she was pondering her next move, a dull thud suddenly rang out, and Yunwan instinctively looked up. She saw Lin swinging his wooden sword at Dong Liqian. Although Dong Liqian caught the attack with one hand, just as he had done before, the terrifying force caused his arm to bend slightly. Ha! A flicker of surprise crossed Dong Liqian's cloudy eyes. There was something off about this kid's strength. Moreover, upon touching that wooden sword, his remnant soul had actually stirred slightly, and even his primordial essence had been involuntarily affected. So Dong Liqian thought to take the wooden sword to examine it more closely, only to discover he couldn't wrest it from Lin's grasp. The latter's hand gripped the hilt as firmly as if it were cast from bronze and iron. Taking advantage of Dong Liqian's distraction, Yunwan didn't let this golden opportunity slip by. She channeled all her mana into the Yunhan sword, even going so far as to burn her own sacred body as source energy. Clearly, she intended to unleash her most powerful strike. The terrifying energy fluctuations caught Dong Liqian's attention. He looked up at the 100-meter-long beam of light that had suddenly appeared before him. "You're quite decisive." In truth, Yunwan was well aware of the power disparity between them and Dong Liqian. If this ancient powerhouse were to go all out, she and Lin would likely be defeated in an instant. Right now, he was probably still in the mindset of testing her and Lin's strength and wasn't taking them too seriously. That was why Yunwan decided to seize this one and only opportunity to defeat him while he was off guard. Slash! Yunwan swung the Yunhan sword with all his might, sending the massive blade hurtling straight toward Dong Liqian. As the light sword closed in, Dong Liqian showed not the slightest sign of panic. He raised his other gaunt hand and effortlessly caught the enormous light sword. It's a decent move, but unfortunately, it lacks power. Dong Liqian let out a soft sigh, then applied a slight pressure with his fingers, crushing the light sword to pieces. In an instant, countless shards of light scattered outward, creating a breathtakingly beautiful spectacle. But Dong Liqian paid no heed to this beautiful sight. He suddenly brought his hand down, his fingers precisely pinching the long sword that had been thrust toward his face. "So that lightsaber was just a ploy to lure me, and you wanted to lull this old man into a false sense of security before unleashing your true killing move. Too bad it didn't fool me." Yunwan's lips curled slightly upward. This junior is well aware that this alone isn't enough. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the light fragments produced when the light sword shattered earlier coalesced once more into a dense swarm of tiny swords, completely surrounding Dong Liqian. "What is this?" For the first time, a noticeable change flashed across Dong Liqian's face. He hadn't expected Yunwan to have another trick up her sleeve. Now that both his hands were bound, he had absolutely no way to parry such a dense barrage of attacks. A perfect scheme. Dong Liqian looked at Yunwan with admiration. This young girl's performance had truly astonished him. But even so, it's still far from enough. With that, he unleashed a colossal surge of energy, instantly shattering all the sword beams suspended around them, even forcing the two of them to retreat. Although your performance was impressive, you're still a long way from defeating me.
It seems this inheritance trial will end here.
Yunwan struggled to steady herself, raising a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. A grave expression crossed her face. The power of this residual soul far exceeded her expectations. Even if she gave it her all, she couldn't defeat him. Strategy alone could never bridge the vast gap in their strength. Just then, Lin suddenly gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and immediately assumed the stance for a move he'd practiced for years.
Don't! Yunwan cried out urgently upon seeing this.
She hurried over to Lin and grabbed his arm. Although Lin's move was incredibly powerful, the cost was immense. Each time he used it, he would fall into a deep sleep. Moreover, she had learned from her master that after his battle with Long Tian, Lin's life essence had already been significantly depleted. In other words, this strike would burn away his own lifespan. So under no circumstances could she let him use it again.
We concede defeat.
With things having come to this, Yunwan immediately raised her hand to signal her withdrawal from the trial. Compared to Lin's safety, the legacy was utterly insignificant. Dong Liqian chuckled lightly.
Didn't that flower girl tell you? This third trial is a matter of life and death.
Instantly, an intangible aura of murderous intent radiated from him. Once locked onto her, Yunwan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She even found her breathing becoming much more rapid. However, considering that the two of you have performed reasonably well, this old man has decided to give you a chance to live. Please speak, senior, Yunwan asked, forcing herself to speak despite the pressure.
Only one of you two can leave safely.
At these words, Yunwan's expression changed abruptly. Dong Liqian continued, in other words, you must kill the other person to leave the legacy site alive. After hearing this, Yunwan pursed her lips and gripped the Yunhan sword in her hand tightly. After a few seconds of deep thought, she said earnestly, I hope you'll keep your promise, elder. She turned to look at Lin, who stood beside her in a daze, her eyes filled with reluctance.
I'm sorry.
Without a moment's hesitation, she raised the Yunhan sword and slashed toward her own delicate neck, clearly intending to sacrifice herself to give Lin a chance at survival.
Tick-tock. Bright red blood dripped onto the ground.
The sharp blade came to a halt just a few millimeters from Yunwan's skin, as a large hand gripped the sword firmly so tightly that it even cut through the palm. Yunwan slowly opened her eyes and gazed at the familiar face mere inches away.
Sigh.
In truth, this outcome had been exactly what she'd expected. If she took her own life, Lin would certainly step in to stop her. But if she didn't die, they would both perish here. Lin, Yunwan said softly, though you're taciturn, never socialize with others, and rarely show your emotions, for some reason I've always felt a strange flutter in my heart whenever I'm near you. It wasn't until later that I realized this was actually what they call love, so when the emperor arranged our marriage, I agreed without hesitation. As she spoke, she raised her hand to gently caress Lin's flawless face.
Becoming your wife is the happiest thing that has ever happened to me. No matter what, I will ensure you live in safety even if it costs me my life.
No sooner had the words left her lips than Yunwan channeled the mana within her body, forcibly shattering every blood vessel in her heart and completely extinguishing the spark of life. Her soft, delicate body collapsed limply into Lin's arms as she gazed tenderly at the man she loved most.
You must live on.
Seeing this, Lin's eyes, which had previously been as calm as still water, couldn't help but ripple with emotion. In the very last moment before she lost consciousness, Yunwan faintly glimpsed a flicker of panic in them. How wonderful it seemed she still held a very important place in his heart. What a devoted girl. Dong Liqian watched this tragic scene, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Yunwan to sacrifice herself so resolutely. But what surprised him even more was yet to come. Lin sat on the ground, cradling Yunwan's lifeless body, his pitch-black pupils trembling wildly, as if something inside him were about to burst forth. Ah! The next second, Lin let out a deep, guttural roar. In an instant, dense gray energy radiated from his body, and the moment Dong Liqian's remnant soul came into contact with it, his body simply vanished. Realizing something was terribly wrong, He hurriedly retreated while channeling his soul power to form a shield in front of him, but it proved utterly ineffective against this gray energy.
What on earth is this? A grave expression crossed Dong Liqian's face. Powerful, violent, overbearing.
This was the first time he ever encountered such terrifying energy.
What was even more eerie was that it could even disintegrate a soul.
If he allowed this kid to keep unleashing it, the entire legacy realm would vanish after all. This space had been constructed by the successive grandmasters of the Qingluan Guild using their divine sense.
Kid, stop right now.
Dong Liqian hurriedly shouted to stop him, but to no avail. Lin wasn't listening to a word. At that moment, the small gray orb within his soul realm was continuously radiating energy. Seeing this, Dong Liqian immediately realized that Yunwan's death before his very eyes had dealt Lin such a severe psychological blow that he had lost control.
Wait, calm down first. I can save her. Whoosh boom.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the wooden sword suddenly halted right in front of Dong Liqian, releasing a colossal surge of gray energy. Fortunately, it didn't cause him any harm, it merely blasted a huge hole in the surrounding space.
Dong Liqian's pupils contracted sharply.
He hadn't even noticed when the wooden sword had closed in on him. In other words, had it been even a fraction of a second later, he would very likely have met a fate where his divine sense was completely annihilated.
Save me.
Lin looked up at him, her pitch-black eyes resembling black holes, as if they were about to suck Dong Liqian right in. Rest assured, you've actually already passed this third trial. The reason I said only one of you could leave alive was to see if you possessed the character required to inherit the legacy. With that, he raised his hand high, condensing a ball of the purest, most pristine energy.
This is our primordial essence.
It possesses the power to heal all injuries and bring the dead back to life, and it can also maximize the potential of her unblemished physique. As he channeled the energy into Yunwan's body, her previously severed heart meridian began to regenerate at an astonishing speed, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. Only after realizing the beauty in his arms had been revived did Lin withdraw the gray energy he had released, and the gray orb within the soul realm settled down.
Dong Liqian let out a heavy sigh, then glanced at the barren wasteland now covered in cracks.
If he'd been even a moment slower just now, this place would have been destroyed by this kid. Yunwan's eyelashes, as thin as cicada wings, fluttered twice before she slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Lin, the corners of her mouth turned up.
Is this a gift from heaven? To see you again after death. Sue, don't overthink it. You weren't actually dead.
Just then, Dong Liqian's voice reached her ears, and only then did Yunwan realize she was still in the place of inheritance, even though she had clearly severed her heart meridians moments ago, leaving her with no chance of survival.
The situation is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you later.
For now, since you've passed the 3 trials, the next step is the most crucial part, the inheritance. Dong Liqian knew she had many questions, but his soul was nearing its limit. He had to finish this before falling into slumber. He immediately summoned a massive stone pillar, on which several dim crystals were embedded.
This is the spirit testing pillar.
Place your hands on it, and it will detect the strength of the legacy you've received.
Who has first? Let Lin go first.
Yunwan pulled Lin to his feet and led him to the pillar.
Place your hands on it.
Lin did as she said and pressed his hands against the pillar, but even after quite a while, nothing happened.
Ancestor Dongli, what is going on?
Yunwan asked, somewhat puzzled. Dong Liqian didn't know either. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. He thought back to the gray energy Lin had released earlier, and considering that the boy didn't have a shred of mana in his body, perhaps it was related to that. Perhaps he hasn't gained the stone pillar's approval.
You try it.
Yunwan had no choice but to gently place her small hand on the stone pillar. The very next second, the stone pillar instantly released a powerful surge of energy, and immediately afterward, the crystals on it began to glow one after another.
Not bad, not bad. It looks like this girl has a chance to break through to the 9-star realm.
Seeing this, Dong Liqian stroked his beard with satisfaction. After all these years, he had finally encountered a disciple of exceptional talent. Just as he had anticipated, 9 crystals indeed lit up on the stone pillar.
But what Dong Liqian never could have imagined was that the very last crystal on top began to emit a faint glow. Dong Liqian's pupils suddenly contracted, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. 10 stars. Boom!
As the 10th crystal lit up, the entire legacy site began to shake violently, and the residual souls of the past sect masters, who had been in slumber, were jolted awake.
What's happening? She appeared beside Dong Liqian, a look of confusion on his face. See for yourself.
She looked down, and when he saw the 10 crystals glowing on the spirit testing pillar, his eyes widened in shock so much so that he nearly fell from the air.
10 stars.
Soon, Hua Qianhai and the others materialized as well. Upon seeing all 10 crystals on the spirit testing pillar lit up, their reactions were no different from Qi's.
Dong Liqian took a deep breath, his cloudy eyes brimming with excitement.
Meanwhile, Qingling and Yunxian, who were standing guard outside, wore worried expressions. They had originally thought it wouldn't take long, but so much time had passed without the slightest sign of activity. I hope nothing has happened to them, Yunxian said, her voice thick with concern. Qingling couldn't say for sure after all, accidents were highly likely during the succession process, and she couldn't guarantee with absolute certainty that everything would be fine.
Shun, come in here for a moment.
Just then, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears, and Qingling's expression froze.
What's wrong?
Yunxian, standing beside her, noticed her unease.
The ancestor wants me to go in. It's probably because of Lin and the others. I'm coming too.
Yunxian didn't hesitate for a moment. She had to see with her own eyes that her precious disciple was safe and sound.
Qingling looked troubled.
After all, the succession site was a restricted area of the Qinghuan Guild, and even she couldn't enter without permission.
I'll ask the ancestor for you.
Fortunately, Dong Liqian agreed to let Yunxian accompany her. But when the two entered, they were startled to discover that the heritage site had become utterly devastated. Cracks covered every corner, and there was even a massive, pitch-black hole.
What on earth is going on? Qingling looked around in shock. Shen.
Suddenly, Dong Liqian appeared before them, accompanied by a group of lingering spirits. Qingling hurriedly bowed, "Greetings, sect masters." Yunxian, meanwhile, anxiously scanned the area for her beloved disciple.
You must spare no effort to carry out every single word I am about to say. Do you understand?
Yes. Qingling's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time she had ever seen the ancestor Dongli so serious.
First, seal off the entire Qinghuan Guild. During this time, anyone who dares to trespass is to be executed on the spot. Second, activate the sect's heaven sealing formation.
Have all disciples, elders, and peak masters guard the formation's key points. Finally, we will sacrifice our own soul essences to open the gate to the immortal realm, which has been sealed for 10,000 years.
What? After Dong Liqian finished speaking, Qingling was completely dumbfounded. Ancestor, what on earth is going on?
Dong Liqian fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. We are going to help someone attain immortality. Upon hearing the words attain immortality, Qingling and Yunxian's pupils suddenly contracted. They knew all too well what it meant to become an immortal.
Ancestor, you aren't joking, are you? Qingling forced a smile. You'll understand once you see for yourself. Dong Liqian offered no further explanation.
With a wave of his hand, Lin and Yunhuan appeared right there, along with the spirit detecting pillar.
Oh!
Yunxian hurried over, carefully checking to see if her precious disciple was injured.
Master, I'm sorry I worried you. As long as you're okay. Qingling also looked at her adopted disciple.
Seeing that Lin was still standing there in a daze, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief.
She knew that nothing bad would happen to this kid. Take a look at this first.
Dong Liqian raised his hand and tapped the spirit testing pillar. Only then did the two notice that all 10 crystals on it were glowing.
10-star talent.
Qingling exclaimed in surprise. After all, even she had only barely activated an 8-star talent back in the day. Miss Mu, you've truly found a treasure for our sect, Dong Liqian said to Yunxian with a gleam in his eyes. Yunhuan possesses a 10-star talent, which means she already has the potential to become an immortal.
To ensure this girl's talent isn't wasted, we decided to open the heavenly gate and help her cross over into the immortal realm. When news spread that the Qinghuan Guild had sealed off its sect, factions from all sides were taken aback.
They scrambled to mobilize their spies, attempting to uncover the specific reason. They discovered, however, that the Qinghuan Guild was now as impenetrable as a massive iron barrel. The Lingyun Guild was the most desperate of all in their eagerness to uncover what the Qinghuan Guild was up to. They even went so far as to hire assassins from the Shadow Tower, paying a hefty sum for their services. Even so, these assassins who were masters of stealth were unable to infiltrate the compound. Something's definitely up. The head of the Lingyun Guild immediately summoned all the elders for a meeting.
With the Qinghuan Guild making such a big stir, they must be plotting something important. The Grand Elder said in a grave tone, "We absolutely cannot let them succeed.
Our feud with the Qinghuan Guild has long been a matter of life and death. Originally, they were no match for us. It's all the fault of that old devil Xianming from the Tianming sect, who needlessly gifted them 3 high-grade spirit veins." At the mention of this, everyone present grew furious. Without the aid of those 3 high-grade spirit veins, the Qinghuan Guild would have been completely crushed long ago. In that case, summon all disciples currently away from the sect to return. We will go to war with the Qinghuan Guild in 3 days. It must be said that the head of the Lingyun Guild was a decisive man.
The Qinghuan Guild's momentum had been growing rapidly. If they were truly allowed to carry out this secret plot successfully, the Lingyun Guild would likely face utter destruction.
Yes, sir.
As news of the impending war spread, several factions were shaken to their core. The Lingyun Guild is truly ruthless, daring to declare war on the Qinghuan Guild outright. It seems the balance of power in the eastern region is about to shift.
That's right. No matter which side wins, the other will suffer heavy losses and is likely to be exploited by others. In any case, let us just sit back and watch how things play out.
No matter the outcome, it'll only benefit us.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Lingyun Guild mobilized, marching in a massive, imposing procession toward the Qinghuan Guild. Hundreds of spirit ships hovered in the air, carrying thousands of Lingyun Guild disciples in full battle formation, completely encircling the Qinghuan Guild. No wonder they're the third-ranked superpower in the eastern region. Their resources are truly vast.
Judging by their stance, they intend to utterly annihilate the Qinghuan Guild. They've even brought their sect's guardian spirit beast.
The Lingyun Guild's high-ranking officials could be seen riding on the back of a majestic demon beast, the Black Qilin, a 9th-tier demon beast whose power rivaled that of a Unity stage expert.
Attack!
The Lingyun Guild's patriarch wasted no time. As soon as all forces were assembled, he immediately issued the order to attack. The Black Qilin opened its massive jaws and violently spat out a black energy sphere, which hurtled rapidly toward the Qinghuan Guild below.
Boom!
However, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. In an instant, a dense network of runes lit up out of thin air, completely enveloping the entire Qinghuan Guild. Upon seeing this, Ling's gaze sharpened slightly.
So this is the Qinghuan Guild's heaven-sealing great formation.
I'll see just how resilient it really is. With that, he waved his hand, and everyone from the Lingyun Guild began launching attacks against the formation.
Yet even under the intense barrage, not a single crack appeared in the barrier. Truly worthy of an ancient great formation, its defensive power is astonishingly formidable. In the distance, Elder Xianming and the others hovered in midair, watching this battle between the sects.
Although the Qinghuan Guild has fallen on hard times in recent years, it is, after all, a superpower that has existed for over 10,000 years.
Moreover, the late ancestor Zhetian was a peerless powerhouse who broke through to the Unity stage.
It's hardly surprising that they possess such a formidable formation.
That's right. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse.
Even if the Lingyun Guild manages to win, they'll likely pay an extremely heavy price.
By then,
the speaker was the head of the Xiansheng Pavilion, ranked 4th in the eastern region. He had long resented the Lingyun Guild, which stood above him in the rankings, and this might just be the perfect opportunity to crush them once and for all. He wasn't alone. The leaders of the other factions present shared the same sentiment.
Meanwhile, within the Qinghuan Guild, all disciples and elders were stationed at the array's key points as instructed, continuously channeling their mana into the formation to keep it operational.
I didn't expect the Lingyun Guild to actually dare to come attacking us right here, Qingling said, a grave expression crossing her lovely face. In fact, the moment the sect was sealed off, she had anticipated this scenario, but she had no other choice after all. Opening the heavenly gate would trigger celestial phenomena. Naturally, it was impossible to keep this hidden from other factions if they intervened at a critical moment. The consequences would be unimaginable. However, this heaven-sealing array could hold out for only a few days at most, and maintaining it required a massive expenditure of mana. If the ancestors failed to complete the ascension ceremony, an extremely brutal battle would ensue. Yunxian, you'll have only one task then, to ensure Wan Er's safety. Upon hearing this, Yunxian's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She certainly wanted to do just that, but as the sect's Grand Elder, she also had a duty to safeguard the well-being of all the disciples. Sect Master, Wan Er is under the protection of our ancestors. She shouldn't be in any danger. Since the Lingyun Guild has chosen to mobilize its entire force, they're bound to bring that beast with them.
I'll handle it.
The beast Yunxian referred to was the Black Qilin, which was currently pummeling the barrier with frenzied attacks. Yunxian, Qingling said with a grave expression, you must understand that the sole reason we're fighting this battle is to ensure Wan Er successfully enters the immortal realm. If anything were to happen to her, then all these sacrifices would be in vain. Having heard this, Yunxian didn't press the matter further. She pursed her lips and nodded.
Actually, you two don't need to worry about Sue's safety.
Suddenly, Dongli Qian appeared before the two of them, and Qingling and Yunxian hurriedly curtsied. No need for formalities, he said, waving his hand.
How is the ascension ceremony going?
It's going fairly smoothly. Hearing this, the two women finally let out a sigh of relief. By the way, Ancestor, you said we don't need to worry about Wan Er's safety.
Does that mean you have a special way to protect her?
Not exactly, Dongli Qian shook his head, then explained, do you remember that kid, Lin? The two women nodded in unison. When the time comes, that kid will be the one to protect Miss Su.
What?
The moment he said this, the two women looked astonished. Ancestor, although Lin is very powerful, he still can't go head-to-head with a true powerhouse.
Isn't it a bit too much to ask him to protect Wan Er?
No. Dongli Qian shook his head, a hint of gravity flashing in his cloudy eyes. This kid's power is unfathomable. I was nearly reduced to ashes by him myself.
Ha!
Upon hearing this, the two women couldn't help but gape in shock.
No way.
Dongli Qian let out a bitter laugh.
Do you still remember that disastrous scene at the place of inheritance?
The two women nodded at first, then realized what he meant and cried out in alarm. Could it have been Lin who caused that?
That's right.
A hint of panic flashed across Dongli Qian's face. There's an incredibly terrifying energy within that kid. Even my own soul power would be shattered in the face of it. After hearing his account, Qingling and Yunxian exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes.
Then what star rating does Lin's talent have?
Qingling asked urgently.
I'm not entirely sure, Dongli Qian shook his head.
The spirit testing pillar didn't react to him at all, so we don't know exactly how high his talent has reached.
But one thing is certain, this kid is definitely no ordinary person. If I'm not mistaken, he is very likely a descendant of the immortal realm.
That single sentence caused the two women's pupils to contract sharply.
In any case, you must be careful. Try not to provoke this boy. The power within him can spiral out of control under the influence of emotion, and the consequences then would be unimaginable.
Yes, Qingling and Yunxian nodded to indicate they understood.
Boom!
Just as the two were speaking, a deafening roar suddenly rang out, followed immediately by all the elders and disciples guarding the array's core spitting blood.
Trouble!
Qingling's expression changed the moment she saw this. The Lingyun Guild's offensive was far more ferocious than she had anticipated. At this rate, the Grand Array would likely be broken in less than a day. Yunxian, you'll take charge of the situation for now. Leaving those words behind, Qingling rushed toward the depths of the sect. Yunxian was just about to speak up to stop her. After all, she knew exactly what Qingling intended to do: burn her own primordial essence to keep the formation running. The cost of doing so would be a drastic reduction in her lifespan, and she might even drop in cultivation level. But if she didn't do this, given the Qinghuan Guild's current strength, they would be utterly powerless to halt the Lingyun Guild's advance without the protection of the heaven-sealing grand formation. Yunxian pressed her lips together, a look of resolute determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. If they truly reached a dead end, she would risk her very life to prevent the enemy from approaching the heritage site. All disciples of the Qinghuan Guild, heed my command: channel all your mana to sustain the grand formation. All peak masters, prepare for battle. Seeing that the grand formation showed no signs of collapsing even after a day and night of continuous attacks, Ling's patience was completely exhausted. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Looks like I'll have to resort to that move. Bring forth the drill of the heavens. At these words, the expressions of the many elders of the Lingyun Guild shifted slightly. The Grand Elder hurriedly tried to dissuade her: Guild Master, this sealing heaven formation is on the verge of collapse. I believe it will be broken within half a day. Why resort to the drill of the heavens? Ling shot him a sidelong glance. You really are getting senile. Didn't you sense that the formation's strength suddenly surged just now? Moreover, there was a familiar aura mixed in. I suspect Qingling is using her own primordial essence to sustain the formation's operation. If that's the case, then all the better. Once the formation is broken, not a single member of the Qinghuan Guild will be a match for you, Guild Master. The fourth elder said eagerly. You pig-headed fool. Ling snapped at him. Qingling isn't stupid. She is well aware of the cost of doing this, yet she went ahead with it anyway. This means their plan has reached a critical juncture. It cannot be disrupted by outside forces. If we keep wearing ourselves down like this, by the time the sealing heaven formation is breached, they'll already be finished. Only then did the elders realize the gravity of the situation. Ling spread his hand, revealing a cone-shaped object resting in his palm. Let us begin. The elders immediately channeled their mana into it. Soon, the drill of the heavens was activated, expanding to 100 meters in size and radiating a blue glow. Go! Ling propelled the sky-piercing cone rapidly downward, and it soon collided with the barrier formed by the heaven-sealing array. Zzzzz. The piercing sound sent shivers down everyone's spine. Under the attack of the sky-piercing cone, the array runes began to tremble violently and even dimmed considerably. Put! At that moment, Qingling, who was at the array's core, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her face turned deathly pale. She had clearly suffered extremely severe internal injuries. Even so, she gritted her teeth and persevered, channeling immense energy into the array. Humph, she is putting up quite a fight. Seeing this, Ling snorted coldly, then immediately ordered the elders of the Lingyun Guild to continue infusing the drill of the heavens with mana. Crack crack. Finally, after half an hour of stalemate, a crack appeared in both the heaven-sealing array and the sky-piercing spike. A golden opportunity. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Ling's eyes as he witnessed this. He clenched his fist violently, triggering the sky-piercing spike to explode. The immense energy released by the blast forcibly shattered the heaven-sealing array. However, this action also caused severe backlash among the many elders of the Lingyun Guild. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, and their vital energy waned considerably. Ha! I can't wait to see what big plans your Qinghuan Guild has been hatching. Ling flew straight toward the Qinghuan Guild, only to be blocked by a figure. Sect Master Shen, it's been a long time. Qingling did not respond to the greeting without uttering a single word. He launched a ferocious attack against Ling. Thus, the two Unity stage powerhouses clashed, and the aftershocks of their battle caused the entire surrounding area to tremble incessantly. All disciples, heed my command, stormed the Qinghuan Guild. Under the command of the Lingyun Guild's Grand Elder, countless cultivators surged through the Qinghuan Guild's mountain gates. Fortunately, Yunxian had already ordered all disciples and elders to prepare for battle. A battle involving nearly 10,000 people erupted, and in no time at all, the mountain gates were stained red with blood. Meanwhile, at the heritage site, the lingering souls of past sect masters were converging their primordial essences, preparing to forcibly open the heavenly gate.
Yunwan sat cross-legged in the center, meditating.
Suddenly, she sensed energy fluctuations coming from outside. She opened her eyes, about to go out and see what was happening.
You can't leave.
Dong Liqian appeared just in time to block her path. This is the most critical moment. If you leave now, all our efforts will be in vain.
But Master Shi.
Yunwan's face was etched with anxiety. She could sense that people were dying one after another, and her masteress aura was growing weaker.
Su. Dong Liqian's voice turned extremely serious. Everything they're doing right now is for you. Do you really want to stand by and watch everyone sacrifice themselves in vain?
Hearing this, Yunwan lowered her head, her face filled with guilt. If you truly care about them, focus on receiving the legacy. Only if you succeed will everything they've sacrificed be meaningful. In the end, persuaded by Dong Liqian, Yunwan had no choice but to sit back down and enter a meditative state.
A flash of sharp determination suddenly flickered in Lin's eyes as he stood nearby. Boom! After a fierce clash of mana, Yunxian was instantly sent flying backward.
Fortunately, she managed to steady herself in time and raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Yunxian, even though you're already at the half-step unity stage, you're no match for me or Lord Mo Lin. At that moment, she was single-handedly facing off against Wei Chang, the Grand Elder of the Lingyun Guild, and Mo Qilin, the sect's guardian beast.
Then let us see. Yunxian, showing no sign of backing down, wielded her long sword. Even if I die, I'll take you both down with me.
How presumptuous!
Mo Lin's face betrayed a look of disdain.
If not for the sect master's orders, it would never have joined forces with Wei Chang to take on a single human.
Lord Mo Lin, we can't waste any more time. We must find out immediately what the Qingwan Guild is up to, Wei Cheng couldn't help but urge.
If this beast hadn't been holding back all this time, they would have defeated Yunxian long ago.
Are you giving me orders? Mo Lin shot Wei Cheng a cold glance. I wouldn't dare. I'm simply following the sect master's orders.
Hearing Wei Cheng invoke Ling, Mo Lin had no choice but to suppress his resentment, even if he felt resentful. Immediately, the two charged at Yunxian together. Faced with their combined attack, Yunxian could barely defend himself and found no opening to strike back.
His wounds multiplied, and his mana was gradually running dry. Boom!
Suddenly, Mo Lin seized an opening and swiped his claw across Yunxian's back, leaving several deep scratch marks. Wei Cheng, of course, wasn't he about to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away.
He concentrated a massive surge of mana in the palm of his hand and slammed it viciously into Yunxian's chest. Die! Thud!
At the very last moment, a wooden sword flew up from below, striking Wei Cheng squarely in the abdomen and sending him flying backward.
Who's there?
After regaining his balance, Wei Cheng immediately scanned the area for the sneak attacker, only to find the wooden sword in the hands of a man who emitted not a single trace of mana fluctuation. This kid, could he be a unity stage cultivator?
Wei Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted.
After all, the power contained in that earlier strike was no small matter, indicating that this person's strength was certainly no joke. And since he couldn't sense the man's mana, it meant his cultivation level was definitely higher than his own.
When did the Qingwan Guild produce such a young unity stage cultivator?
Just as a storm of shock was raging within Wei Cheng's mind, Mo Lin's voice exploded in his ear.
You idiot, what are you spacing out for? He is just a worthless cripple with no cultivation. Under Mo Lin's scolding, Wei Cheng snapped out of it instantly.
He stared wide-eyed at Lin. If he couldn't sense the other's cultivation level, it meant the boy was likely a unity stage powerhouse, yet even Mo Lin, who was at the same cultivation level, detected no mana fluctuations emanating from him.
That meant he was just an ordinary person without any mana.
Damn kid, how dare you toy with me? I'll tear you to pieces later.
He immediately flew toward Yunxian. Once more his top priority was to defeat this woman first. Take her out in one move. Mo Lin roared, instantly shifting back to his true form.
He opened his gaping maw and began gathering energy. Wei Cheng also unleashed his signature move. A massive Vajra mace materialized above his head.
She swallows mountains and rivers. Spirit-like shatter.
Faced with these two terrifying attacks, Yun Xian gritted her teeth and released a white lotus. Unfortunately, it lasted only half a second before being shattered in the clash, and the surging attacks continued to rush toward her.
Is this the end? Yun Xian closed her eyes in despair.
Now that her strength was completely exhausted, she could do nothing but wait for death to come. Just as she was about to be obliterated, the familiar wooden sword reappeared, instantly absorbing both the breath attack and the Vajra mace.
What? Mo Lin and Wei Chang cried out in unison at the sight. Their techniques had been neutralized so effortlessly. Just what was the story behind that wooden sword? Whoosh! A whistling sound cut through the air beside Yun Xian's ear.
She instinctively opened her eyes to see Lin suddenly appear before her. He reached out, gripped the hilt, and raised the sword high above his head. Immediately, the wooden sword burst into a brilliant gray glow. As Lin brought the sword down in a downward slash, a strange sight unfolded. Mountain swallowing chi and the Vajra mace appeared once again, but this time their targets were Mo Lin and Wei Chang. The man and the beast nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets when they saw their own attacks.
Defend yourselves, quick! Fortunately, Mo Lin reacted quickly and immediately warned Wei Chang.
Even so, both sustained serious injuries, especially Wei Chang, whose arm was shattered by the Vajra mace. Yun Xian was completely dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Lin to suddenly appear and save her twice, let alone deal such heavy blows to their opponents. Just as she was about to thank him, she noticed his body plummeting rapidly downward.
Yun Xian hurriedly grabbed his arm. You can't fly, how did you get up here?
Lin didn't answer. Instead, he raised a finger and pointed at the Mo Qilin in the distance.
What do you mean? Are you actually planning to take it on? Lin nodded.
Yun Xian retorted exasperatedly, that beast is a 9th-tier demon beast, its power rivals that of the Unity stage.
How could you possibly be a match for it?
Lin flung the wooden sword in his hand, only for it to be swatted away by the black Qilin's paw.
Kid, don't think a few weird tricks make you invincible. I'll tear you to pieces and devour you.
Clearly, what had just happened had thoroughly enraged the sect's guardian demon beast. The mere thought of having been humiliated by a kid with no cultivation power filled it with fury.
You'd better go back and protect Wan. I'll handle this here.
No sooner had Yun Xian finished speaking than Lin, whose arm she had been holding, suddenly vanished into thin air. The next second, he inexplicably appeared above the black Qilin's head. Gripping the wooden sword, he plunged downward. Just as he neared the black Qilin, he spun his body rapidly and slammed it hard into its head.
Boom!
The black Qilin's massive body plummeted toward the ground at breakneck speed, ultimately crashing into the earth and creating a deep crater while kicking up a massive cloud of dust.
He can actually teleport.
Yun Xian was taken aback for a moment, then recalled Dong Liqian's description of Lin.
Could it be that this kid really was a descendant of the immortal realm?
That would explain why he possessed so many extraordinary abilities. Lin, you really do know how to surprise people.
After this exclamation, Yun Xian turned his gaze to Wei Chang, who was equally stunned.
Although he was severely injured right now, dealing with this old man wouldn't be a problem.
I hope you can hold out a little longer.
The black Qilin had just stood up from the pit and was shaking its dazed head a few times.
Boom!
Before it could even recover, Lin plummeted from the sky, landing another blow right on its head.
Caught off guard, the black Qilin collapsed once more.
Lin stood atop its massive head, wildly swinging his wooden sword in an attempt to shatter Mo Lin's skull, but the creature's scales were exceptionally hard.
Even after suffering a series of heavy blows, they remained unbroken. Get off me! Snapping out of it, Mo Lin violently shook its head, flinging Lin into the air. Roar!
Mo Lin opened its massive jaws, having just gathered enough energy to unleash an attack, but upon seeing the wooden sword in Lin's hand, it withdrew the energy. After all, it had just witnessed with its own eyes how this kid could deflect energy attacks. It wasn't about to fall for the same trick twice. So it raised its palm and slammed it down hard toward the falling Lin, attempting to crush him into mincemeat. To its surprise, the attack was actually blocked. You've got quite a bit of strength, Mo Lin snorted coldly, immediately increasing the force in his palm. Yet even then, he couldn't budge that tiny figure.
Something's off. Mo Lin realized something was amiss.
This kid clearly didn't possess a shred of mana, so why was he so powerful, even matching Mo Lin's strength? After all, as a 9th tier demon beast, not even a Unity stage powerhouse could possibly match his strength, yet this guy. The moment he let his guard down, Lin vanished from his sight. Mo Lin hurriedly unleashed his divine sense to track him down, but soon discovered that because Lin lacked mana, he couldn't sense him at all.
Ha!
Suddenly, Mo Lin's massive body began to sway uncontrollably. He turned his head and was startled to find Lin standing right behind him, clutching his tail.
Could it be? Mo Lin was instantly overcome by a sense of foreboding.
Just as he was about to struggle to break free, Lin swung him around and began slamming him violently against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds echoed out, and the commotion drew the attention of many disciples who had been locked in combat. Immediately, they witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Under the relentless barrage of blows, even Mo Lin, despite his formidable physique, was battered senseless, and the sound of snapping bones could even be heard. High above the 9 heavens, another fierce clash of mana erupted.
Qingling, are you going to keep fighting?
I'm sure your Qinghuan guild has already been wiped out by now. Your Lingyun guild doesn't have what it takes.
Ha!
Ling smiled indifferently. With Qingling, the most powerful member, held in check by him, and Yunxian having no chance of defeating the Grand Elder or Mo Lin, the Qinghuan guild's downfall was inevitable as the balance of power shifted. But he never would have dreamed that a monster like Lin would appear out of nowhere. After being struck dozens of times in a row, Mo Lin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He was a mighty 9th tier demon beast, yet he was being toyed with like this by a puny human. What was even more pitiful was that he had absolutely no idea how to deal with Lin. Aside from his formidable physique, his greatest strength lay in the innate skills granted by his Qilin bloodline. Unfortunately, the wooden sword in Lin's hand could absorb and reflect his energy attacks. If it rashly unleashed its breath attack, not only would it fail to harm him, but it would only bring trouble upon itself. The immediate priority was to get this kid to let go, otherwise, if it kept getting pounded like this, it feared it would end up with quite a few broken bones. So, Mo Lin gritted his teeth against the pain, twisted his massive body with all his might, and swung his sharp claws, slashing viciously at Lin's abdomen and tearing a bloody hole right through it. Only then did Lin release his grip.
Mo Lin seized the opportunity to create some distance between them.
It stuck out its tongue to lick the blood from its claws, a hint of rapture flashing in its vertical pupils.
What a wonderful taste, and it contains a hint of strange energy. If I were to devour you, kid, I'm sure my cultivation would improve considerably.
With that, it first shrank its body to drastically increase its speed, and to prevent a repeat of the earlier incident, Mo Lin also tucked its tail away. Lin lowered his gaze to his abdomen. In just a few seconds, the gruesome wound began to heal. Such a terrifying rate of recovery caused Mo Lin's eyes to narrow in astonishment. Unparalleled physical strength, terrifying self-healing abilities, and the eerie energy contained within his blood.
Could this kid be an ancient divine beast in human form?
At this thought, a look of fervor flashed in Mo Lin's eyes. Although he called himself the Black Qilin, he possessed only a faint trace of Qilin blood in his veins. If Lin really were an ancient divine beast, devouring him would evolve his own bloodline power, and who knows, he might even break through to the 10th tier.
Kid, just hand over your life.
Mo Lin teleported right in front of Lin and swung his fist, slamming it down hard toward him. Lin met the attack head-on with his wooden sword. When the fist and the sword collided, an incredibly intense shockwave erupted, causing the ground around them to collapse in concentric rings.
Ha! Mo Lin roared as black energy surged forth.
His fist erupted with overwhelming force, sending Lin flying backward dozens of meters. Immediately, it closed in again, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Lin like a storm, clearly intent on giving him no chance to catch his breath.
Lin did not panic, however.
Instead, he methodically parried every attack with his wooden sword and even launched a counterattack when an opening presented itself. Whoosh! As the wooden sword whizzed past his ear, a gash was sliced open on Mo Lin's face, leaving him deeply shaken. This human was actually growing stronger as the battle progressed. At first, Mo Lin couldn't believe it, but after noticing that Lin's attacks were becoming more powerful with each strike, he had no choice but to admit it. No, if this dragged on any longer, it really might end up losing to him. A flash of ferocity crossed Mo Lin's beastly eyes. Instantly, it kicked the wooden sword, using the momentum from Lin's swing to retreat backward. Huff! It first took a deep breath, then opened its mouth wide. Shilin's secret art mountain shaking chant. A terrifying sound wave rushed toward Lin at high speed. But since it was colorless and formless and not an energy attack, it couldn't be absorbed or deflected. Lin had no choice but to take the hit head on, but he never expected this sound wave to launch a direct attack on his soul. A pain-like needle prick shot through his brain, and his consciousness began to waver. Lin raised his hand to cover his head, a look of pain flitting across his handsome face. Clearly, this strike had inflicted significant damage on him. Mo Lin, of course, wasn't about to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. It charged forward swiftly, its sharp claws aimed straight for Lin's chest, ready to rip out his heart. Die! At the same moment, the calm gray orb deep within Lin's soul realm began to stir restlessly due to the sound waves. It trembled frantically, continuously releasing gray energy. Ah! Lin suddenly threw his head back and let out a long, piercing howl. Endless gray energy surged out of his body in an instant, directly enveloping Mo Lin, who had just closed in. What is this? The creature was taken aback at first, but then realized with horror that its body was rapidly disintegrating under the corrosive effect of this gray energy. Not even its scales, as hard as black iron, could withstand it. No realizing the danger, Mo Lin desperately tried to retreat, but the gray energy clung to him like maggots burrowing into bone, leaving him no chance to escape. Moreover, the gray energy transformed into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, startling Ling and Xingling, who were battling above. They both looked down. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the gray pillar of light, these two Unity stage powerhouses actually felt a chill run down their spines, a sense of impending danger. Could this be the grand plan the Qingluan Guild has been plotting? It looks like they're about to succeed. No, we have to stop them. Ling immediately broke off his fight with Xingling and flew straight downward. Don't you dare run! Xingling, of course, wasn't about to let him leave so easily, but he never expected Ling to take his blow head on just to get to the Qingluan Guild and investigate for himself. When Ling arrived at the mountain gate, his first glance went straight to the source of the gray pillar of light. Master, save me! A familiar voice rang in his ears. Ling's pupils suddenly contracted as he watched Mo Lin's body gradually dissolve into nothingness under the corrosive grip of the gray energy. Stop it! Ling rushed forward in a panic, desperate to rescue him. Just then, Lin ceased releasing the energy and slowly raised his head. The moment their gazes met, an inexplicable chill ran from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, and he instinctively froze in place. It wasn't just him, every living being in this realm felt the same way, as if they were enveloped by the very breath of death. Ling felt it most acutely. Under the gaze of Lin's eyes, which resembled an ether spring, he lost all control of his body and could only float stiffly in midair. Fortunately, Lin's target wasn't him. He turned his head toward Mo Lin, who was struggling desperately within the gray energy. Destroy! As he softly uttered that single word, Mo Lin's body was instantly obliterated without a trace, leaving not even a speck of debris behind. Ling couldn't help but swallow hard as fear rapidly spread through him. If he could kill a 9th-tier demon beast so effortlessly, didn't that mean he was no different from an ant in Lin's presence? The next second, Lin's icy gaze fell upon him. Ling felt as if he had fallen into a glacial cavern that had been frozen for 10,000 years. The blood in his entire body froze solid in an instant. At that moment, only one thought occupied Ling's mind: he had to flee for his life. Unfortunately, his body had stiffened and refused to obey him. He could only watch helplessly as Lin below slowly raised his hand, and the same gray energy that had obliterated Mo Lin moments earlier surged toward him. It's over. Ling closed his eyes in despair. He never would have dreamed that he, a mighty Unity stage expert, would meet his end at the hands of a guy who looked to be under 20. Just as he was about to be engulfed, Lin's gaze suddenly froze. Immediately afterward, he collapsed to the ground and fell unconscious, and the gray energy vanished along with him. Realizing he narrowly escaped death, Ling gasped for breath, still shaken, and cast a fearful glance down at Lin. Soon, a cold, menacing expression spread across his face. That kid absolutely cannot be spared. Instantly, Ling flew toward Lin at top speed, intent on obliterating him completely. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Qingling appeared before Lin and blocked the attack.
Get out of my way!
Ling roared as a torrent of mana surged forth. His mind was now consumed solely by the desire to eliminate this dangerous threat.
Don't even think about it.
Qingling, of course, had no intention of letting him have his way, so the two sect masters once again engaged in a fierce clash. The aftershock of their battle nearly killed the surrounding disciples and elders. Although she had withstood a fierce blow earlier, Qingling had expended a great deal of her primordial energy to maintain the operation of the Grand Formation, so she was still at a disadvantage in her battle against Ling. On top of that, she had to divert her attention to protecting Lin's safety. If she continued to deplete her energy at this rate, she would likely be defeated. So Qingling decided to first send Lin to the place of inheritance. That way, she could at least ensure he remained safe. After all, this young man had saved the Qingluan Guild. She absolutely could not let Ling succeed.
However, her intentions were quickly discerned by her opponent.
Ling snorted coldly, and his aura surged instantly, forcing Qingling back so violently that she was compelled to fight back with everything she had.
You dare to lose focus while fighting me?
Qingling, you really don't take me seriously at all. Looking at Ling, who was fighting at full strength, a hint of gravity flashed in Qingling's eyes. That bastard was actually burning his primordial essence to push his cultivation to the peak of the unity stage. She'd have to fight with everything she had. So she took a deep breath, formed a seal with both hands, and immediately, the mana within her body began to surge rapidly, while her 3,000 strands of black hair turned white. With both of them now playing their final trump cards, the elders and disciples who had been fighting moments ago all chose to flee this dangerous place upon sensing the terrifying fluctuations in energy. Otherwise, once these two clashed, they would be caught in the crossfire and killed before the battle even began.
Meanwhile, the battle between Yunxian and Wei Chang was also drawing to a close. Without Mo Lin's help, Wei Chang was no match for her. No way.
Even if this woman is injured, I still can't beat her. If I keep this up, I'll definitely die by her hand. Wei Cheng considered fleeing, but he knew that if he did so, the sect master would certainly not spare him, and his fate would be grim.
I'll go all out.
It's a knife to the neck either way. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well take you down with me.
Yunxian dismissed this with disdain. You're not even worthy.
With that, she swung her long sword, conjuring several dazzling sword blossoms, each releasing terrifying energy fluctuations, clearly intending to end the battle with this move. Suddenly, another pillar of light appeared, shooting straight up into the heavens. Unlike the previous gray pillar of light, this one actually triggered a celestial phenomenon. The originally clear sky was instantly overcast with dark clouds, interspersed with a dense network of lightning.
What is going on?
Ling's attention was drawn upward. Looking toward the sky, he was startled to see a gap slowly opening in the heavens.
That's the heavenly gate.
Shenming the Elder and the leaders of other factions watching nearby were all taken aback. They finally understood why the Qingluan Guild had gone to such great lengths.
No wonder they're a faction that has existed since ancient times. But what is the point of them going to such great lengths to open the heavenly gate?
Although Qingling has reached the unity stage, she is still a long way from that level of cultivation. She is nowhere near the standard required to ascend to the immortal realm. Moreover, if she ascends recklessly, there is a high chance she'll be reduced to ashes under the onslaught of the Thunder Tribulation.
It's not that simple. I suspect someone else is the one destined to ascend to the immortal realm.
Sure enough, they soon noticed a graceful figure soaring upward from below, flying straight toward the crack above along the pillar of light.
Boom boom.
Immediately, the raging thunder and lightning in the sky lashed out at her with fury, only to be completely blocked by an invisible force, the very essence of the Qingluan Guild's successive Grand Masters.
She did it!
Qingling's face lit up with joy at the sight. After paying such a heavy price, they had finally enabled Mu Yunwan to successfully enter the immortal realm. As long as she became the legendary immortal, she would surely lead the guild to glory once again. Ling, of course, understood this as well, which is why he absolutely could not allow this woman to enter the immortal realm otherwise. The day she returned would be the day the Lingyun Guild met its downfall. But halfway through her ascent, Yunwan suddenly stopped, lowering her gaze toward the Qingwan Guild. The harrowing sight deeply shook her soul.
Come down this instant. Ling seized the opportunity and struck out with a fierce palm strike.
The surging palm imprint flew toward her at breakneck speed, attempting to knock Yunwan out of the beam of light. Once she lost that protection, the lightning would be enough to reduce her to ashes. Xingling, seeing this, was about to intervene but suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vitality waned, and he could only watch as the palm imprint closed in on Yunwan. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Lin awoke from his unconscious state. Without hesitation, he flung his wooden sword into the air, deflecting the palm strike.
It's you again, kid.
When Ling saw Lin, he was startled at first, but quickly realized the boy wasn't emitting that gray energy he feared so much. In other words, the boy posed no immediate threat, but he had to be eliminated first. Ling summoned a massive hand of mana, gripping Lin firmly from below.
Let him go.
Yunwan's face contorted with terror at the sight, and she instinctively tried to break free from the pillar of light.
Want to save him? You'll have to come out first.
Immediately, Ling tightened his grip, preparing to crush Lin to pieces. Yunwan, of course, couldn't just stand by and watch Lin come to harm.
Just as she was about to give up on her ascension, Dong Liqian's lingering spirit appeared. Su, you can't go over there.
But you saw it yourself just now. The Qingwan Guild paid a terrible price to ensure your successful ascension.
If you give up now, how can you face their sacrifice? Besides, even if you went over there, you wouldn't be able to stop it.
Ling would kill both you and Lin.
Yunwan pursed her lips.
The ancestor was absolutely right. With her current strength, charging in would be futile.
Let us go. Suddenly, Lin's voice rang in her ear. Hurry, go. Shut up.
Ling hurriedly covered his mouth. But Lin summoned the wooden sword into his hand and slashed violently at Ling.
Ling, however, blocked the attack with ease.
Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Ling manipulated the wooden sword, driving it straight through Lin's chest, piercing his heart as well.
No. It happened.
Seeing Lin's chest pierced, Yunwan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ignoring Dong Liqian's attempts to stop her, she tried to force her way through the pillar of light.
Sigh.
Seeing this, the latter sighed helplessly and immediately waved his hand to thicken the pillar of light. Although doing so would cause his last remnant of soul to vanish, it was all worth it to ensure Yunwan's smooth ascension.
Let me out.
Yunwan frantically pounded against the pillar of light, but even as her hands were battered to a bloody pulp by the recoil, not a single crack appeared on its surface. Young Miss Su, I understand the grief in your heart, but with your current strength, charging through would be a pointless sacrifice. If you truly care about Lin, stay in the immortal realm and cultivate diligently, then you can take revenge on your enemies yourself in the future. Moreover, as far as I know, there are rare treasures in the immortal realm capable of bringing the dead back to life.
Sure enough, upon hearing the words "bring the dead back to life," Yunwan instantly regained her composure.
She closed her eyes, and blood-red tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her once pitch-black pupils had been replaced by a deep crimson.
Ling, like Yunwan, swear that one day I will exact revenge for my husband with the heads of those responsible, and I will wipe the entire Lingyun Guild from the face of the earth, men, women, the young, and the old alike. Should I break this oath, may 5 bolts of lightning strike me down, and may my divine sense be utterly destroyed. Crackle.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than a thunderous roar erupted from the dark clouds. The lightning, carrying an aura of destruction, seemed to respond to Yunwan's oath, surging with even greater intensity. Ling and the members of the Lingyun Guild couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines at the sight.
However, having come this far, there was no turning back. He could only suppress his trembling and say coldly, whether the Lingyun Guild will be destroyed remains to be seen, but before that happens, this boy has already lost his life because you stood by and did nothing. I will make sure he is reduced to ashes. With that, he opened a spatial rift and tossed Lin's corpse directly into it.
Seeing this, Yunwan felt her blood surge, a streak of crimson trickling from the corner of her mouth, and she glared at Ling with a look that seemed to wish to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Ultimately, with the help of Dong Liqian and the successive patriarchs of the Qinghuan Guild, she successfully entered the Heavenly Gate, becoming the first cultivator in nearly a century to set foot in the immortal realm. Retreat! Seeing that he had failed to stop her, Ling decisively issued the order to retreat. After all, with the sect's guardian beast, the Black Qilin, slain and having lost this major ally, continuing to fight the Qinghuan Guild to the death would only lead to a mutually destructive outcome. Other factions were watching intently from the sidelines, especially the head of Xiansheng Pavilion, ranked 4th Ling could even sense the murderous intent radiating from him. Watching the members of Lingyun Guild retreat rapidly like a tide, Xingling did not order a pursuit after all, they too had suffered heavy losses. Everyone, rest and regroup here. She then walked over to Elders Xian Ming and the others in the distance. Have you all seen enough? The Qinghuan Guild truly lives up to its reputation as a superpower dating back to the ancient era. Its foundations are indeed formidable, and it has even sent a disciple to the immortal realm. I suppose the entire eastern region will eventually fall under the Qinghuan Guild's dominion. Indeed. By then, we'll all have to rely on your assistance, Sect Master Shen. Faced with the flattery of these old foxes, Xingling showed not the slightest trace of pleasure. With a blank expression, she said, "Since you've seen enough, leave this place. Anyone who dares to approach the mountain gate, don't blame me for fighting them to the death." Hearing this, the expressions of the few men shifted slightly. Although Qingling was currently gravely wounded, she was, after all, a unity stage powerhouse. If it came down to a life or death struggle, they wouldn't come out ahead. "We'll take our leave." Thus, Elder Xianming and the others chose to depart. Only then did Qingling's heart settle. If those individuals had taken advantage of her vulnerability just now, it would have been a catastrophic disaster for the Qinghuan Guild. Upon returning to the sect, she first ordered the 3 elders to reactivate the heaven sealing formation to prevent attacks during their recovery period, then began tallying the casualties from this incident. In the end, 33 elders had perished, 2 core disciples had been killed, 67 inner sect disciples had fallen in battle, and over 2,000 outer sect disciples had been killed or wounded. Sigh. Hearing these numbers, Qingling rubbed her temples in anguish. Take care of the wounded first. After this battle, the sect will need at least a year to recover. By the way, what about Lin? At the mention of Lin, both Qingling and Yunxian fell silent, their eyes filled with sorrow. He was the greatest hero of this battle. He saved the entire Qinghuan Guild. Indeed, if Lin hadn't intervened to slay the Ying Qilin, not only would the ascension ceremony have been interrupted, but the casualties would certainly have been far worse. Unfortunately, his heart was pierced, and he was thrown into the spatial turbulence. There's absolutely no chance he survived. Tears welled up in the corners of Qingling's eyes. She had finally managed to take on a disciple, only for him to meet such a tragic end. As his master, she felt utterly useless for failing to protect him. Ling. A murderous aura emanated from Qingling. She would avenge her disciple. Yunxian, I'm entrusting the management of the sect to you for the time being. Sect leader, are you planning to? Seeing the resolute expression on Qingling's face, Yunxian stopped the words before they left her lips and finally sighed helplessly. All right, I'll manage the sect well. The western regions, the abyss of utmost darkness. Legend has it that even unity stage powerhouses who venture here meet an inexplicable demise, so for thousands of years, no living creature has dared to approach this place. At the bottom of the pitch-black abyss, a figure lay flat on the ground, a rough wooden sword still lodged in their chest. It was Lin, the one Ling had thrown into the spatial rift. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from within his body. If one listened closely, it was actually the sound of a heartbeat. But Lin's heart had clearly been pierced moments before. By all logic, he should have been dead. After quite a while, Lin's eyelids twitched slightly, and he slowly opened his pitch-black eyes. Unlike his previous vacant stare, his eyes now gleamed with a sharp intensity. Lin stood up, looked down at the wooden sword stuck in his body, furrowed his brows, and flicked his finger. The wooden sword flew out on its own. Gripping the hilt, Lin parted his lips slightly and murmured, to dare devour your master, you're quite bold." As he spoke, he tightened his grip, and the wooden sword immediately began to buzz, as if begging for mercy. Fortunately, Lin didn't really intend to crush it. After giving it a slight lesson, he let it go. Lin then looked up at the sky. Through the pitch-black night, he felt as though he could see right through to the scenes hidden deep within the sea of stars. "I never imagined that after 10 lifetimes of reincarnation, I would finally complete this final step." Tianhuang, Daoqian, Xuanya, Lingxi. Every time Lin uttered a name, the forces of the universe trembled violently, as if some taboo had been violated. "Your king has returned." Hiss, 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 hiss. Just then, an eerie sound rang in Lin's ears, and he turned his head to look to the side. Although the place was pitch black, he could clearly make out several hideous monsters slowly approaching him. I never expected to find alien creatures in such a remote place. As soon as these creatures entered striking range, they lunged viciously at Lin. Whoosh! With a light swing of his wooden sword, Lin cut them all down. Sigh, Lin exhaled softly. Although he had completed the cycle of his final reincarnation, he had encountered too many unexpected twists along the way, leaving him unable to draw heavily on the chaos primordial source at the moment. "I'll just have to cultivate a bit first." Closing his eyes, he activated the chaos creation art, and the mana contained in the surrounding air instantly surged toward Lin. Once it entered his body, Lin didn't even need to refine it. He could control this energy directly. In just a few seconds, he broke through from being an ordinary person with no cultivation to the mid-chi refining stage. Such a terrifying cultivation speed would likely leave anyone speechless if they heard about it. Lin, however, wore a look of disappointment. "It's still too slow. The mana in the lower realm is ridiculously sparse. It looks like I'll have to find some treasures to replenish my energy, but the top priority right now is to get out of here." He glanced around. Aside from some jagged rocks, there was nothing else in sight. Then Lin's gaze fell on the corpses of strange creatures on the ground. Since these creatures are able to survive here, it means there must be a nest nearby. Lin unleashed his divine sense to scan the area within a radius of several hundred meters, and sure enough, he detected peculiar energy fluctuations emanating from a cave. Found it. Lin walked slowly toward the cave. Along the way, he encountered attacks from over a dozen of these creatures, but these ant-like beings couldn't even withstand a single sword strike. In fact, the strength of these creatures was comparable to that of golden core cultivators. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Lin took a moment to survey the area and realized that the cave was not naturally formed but man-made. "It seems there must be a way out of here." Lin stepped into the cave and walked for about half an incense stick's worth of time before a large open space appeared before him, with a grand hall exuding an ancient aura standing tall within it. Interesting. To build a palace in a place like this, and even keep mutant creatures as guards, its owner must come from the upper realm. With a flick of his finger, a beam of mana shot swiftly into the hall. Soon, a massive, terrifying creature burst out from within and launched a fierce attack directly at Lin. Lin raised his hand and effortlessly parried its savage blow, then used the momentum to leap high into the air and kick the creature squarely in the head. The terrifying force sent it flying backward, slamming heavily into the stone wall. Unfortunately, the beast's armor was extremely hard. Even after such a heavy blow, it suffered little damage. It hurriedly broke free from the rock wall, letting out a deafening roar, and immediately began pounding the ground frantically, causing the entire cave to shake violently. Seeing this, Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed the creature intended to collapse the cave and bury him alive. "Have you evolved sentience? That's quite a scheme." As debris continued to fall, Lin looked up and saw that the rock wall was already riddled with cracks. If it kept this up, the cave would indeed collapse completely. "I'll have to finish you off with a single strike." Lin gripped the wooden sword in his hand, aiming it at the alien leader not far away, as pale gray energy slowly condensed at the tip of the blade. Annihilate! A gray sword beam burst forth instantly, plunging into the alien leader's body at blinding speed. The creature immediately froze in place, and within seconds, its massive body disintegrated into dust. Lin furrowed his brows, surprised that his chaos power was so feeble it couldn't even completely annihilate such a weak opponent. Fortunately, after 10 lifetimes of reincarnation, his chaos body had evolved to perfection. Returning to peak condition was merely a matter of time, and he could even reach new heights. After dispatching the alien species leader, Lin successfully entered the palace, only to find no treasures whatsoever, not even a single spirit stone. Lin's gaze fell upon a set of skeletal remains on the throne atop a high platform in the center of the grand hall, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately leaped forward and examined them closely. To still emit such intense energy fluctuations after so many years of death, it seems this skeleton must have been a peerless powerhouse in life. Since they were so powerful, they must have left behind treasures of immense value. As he spoke, Lin reached out to search the skeleton, but for some reason, his fingers halted just a few centimeters away from the bones.
Never mind. It's been so long, even if there are treasures, they'd have lost their potency by now. I'd better go look elsewhere.
Just as Lin turned and took 2 steps away, the skeleton behind him trembled slightly, and a faint apparition shot out from it.
Youngster, would you be willing to accept this old man's legacy?
Looking at the old man who had suddenly appeared before him, Lin wore an expression of astonishment.
Are you a ghost?
The old man's affable smile froze instantly.
Ahem, ahem.
Fortunately, he didn't dwell on it. After clearing his throat twice to cover his embarrassment, he said in a serious tone, I am an immortal from the celestial realm, as spoken of in legend. I have slumbered here for countless ages, waiting for a person of destiny to receive my supreme legacy.
And you are that destined one.
Really? Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, his face lighting up with ecstasy. All you need to do is place your hand on my head, and you'll receive a peerless martial art.
Okay.
Lin eagerly reached out, but stopped abruptly just before his hand made contact. Sigh, he let out a helpless sigh.
The old man suppressed his excitement and asked in a deep voice, Is there a problem? Even if I receive this supreme legacy, what good will it do?
I'll still die in this godforsaken place where the sun never shines. You needn't worry about that. The old man raised a finger and pointed beneath the throne. I once set up a teleportation array here.
As long as you become my successor, you can use it to leave. I see.
A smile spread across Lin's face.
No wonder you old codger, were willing to go so far as to possess my body.
Upon hearing the words possess, the old man's expression changed abruptly.
How did you find out? Lin didn't answer.
He bent down to examine the teleportation array on the ground and discovered that it was indeed still functional. In fact, he had sensed the old man's presence from the very beginning and was well aware of his intentions. The reason he played along with the charade was to coax out a way to leave this place. After all, the fact that he was willing to possess even a lowly chi cultivation realm cultivator like him meant he'd long since prepared a means to escape the abyss. Since you've been such a big help, I'll give you a chance. He then pressed his finger against the old man's skull. The latter was instantly overcome with ecstasy and plunged directly into Lin's soul realm.
Ha ha ha, I've finally succeeded. I can finally return.
What is this?
Impossible, Aya.
In the end, this remnant soul was completely devoured by Lin's divine sense.
That tastes disgusting. Looks like I'd better stay away from this kind of thing in the future.
After devouring the old man's remnant soul, Lin began examining the teleportation array on the ground. He first removed the spirit stone embedded in the array's core. Because so much time had passed, the mana inside it had long since dried up. And at that moment, Lin didn't have a single spirit stone on him, so to reactivate the array, he would have to resort to other methods. Lin glanced up at the old man's skeletal remains, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward.
I'll let you be of some use one last time.
With that, he waved his hand, and a wisp of pale gray flame enveloped the skeletal remains, quickly burning them into a ball of pure energy.
Enter.
Under Lin's control, the energy surged into the array's center, and the once dull runes glowed once more as he stood in the center of the grand array. The next second, as a flash of white light flickered, Lin's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he had been teleported above the abyss.
Lin cast his gaze down at the bottomless pit.
The laws of the universe here were indeed rather strange. They seemed extremely chaotic, causing the mana in the air to be extremely thin, and it could even corrode a cultivator's body.
If one stayed too long, one would perish, both body and cultivation destroyed.
However, this had absolutely no effect on him after all, he had long since transcended the laws of the universe. Just as Lin was about to leave, he sensed two faint fluctuations of energy not far away.
Sister, I feel so terrible.
A little girl lay writhing in agony on the ground. Her skin was covered in black patterns, and her features were contorted. Kneeling beside her was a young woman, whose condition wasn't much better.
Xiao Ling, hang in there. I'll get you out of here right away.
But she had no strength left in her body. She couldn't even stand up, let alone carry someone away.
Whoosh!
Just as the two were on the verge of despair, a figure suddenly appeared before them.
Do you want to live?
Hearing the voice, the woman instinctively looked up, and immediately a face as ethereal as a celestial being came into view, leaving her stunned for a moment. Seeing that they were slow to respond, Lin couldn't help but furrow his brows.
It seems you don't want to live.
Without wasting any more time, Lin turned to leave.
Wait!
The woman finally snapped out of her daze and hurriedly called out to him, "Please, sir, save us sisters.
We'll reward you handsomely once this is over."
Lin's gaze fell on her once more, and he said coldly, "I don't need any so-called generous reward. I'll save you both if you agree to 3 conditions."
All right.
The woman nodded repeatedly. Seeing her sister's vital signs growing weaker by the second, she was frantic with worry at that moment. She wouldn't have refused even if he'd asked her to sacrifice herself, let alone agree to 3 conditions.
Please save my sister first.
Lin leaned down and pressed his finger against the girl's brow, instantly extracting the energy that had invaded her body. The black markings on her skin vanished in an instant, and her breathing steadied.
Now it's your turn. Lin walked toward the woman.
As she saw his outstretched hand, she hurriedly closed her eyes, a blush spreading across her delicate cheeks. Immediately afterward, she felt the disruptive energy within her being drawn out, leaving her feeling refreshed and invigorated.
Thank you, sir, for saving my life.
Lin waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to thank him. "You need to lead me out of here." Although he could use his divine sense to perceive the surrounding environment, his cultivation level was too low, and his range of detection was too limited, which would waste a great deal of time. If someone were to guide him, it would naturally save a lot of trouble.
No problem.
Upon hearing his request, the woman finally let out a sigh of relief. She thought Lin might ask for something of a more intimate nature.
But for some reason, she felt a slight pang of disappointment.
She picked up her younger sister, who was still unconscious, and began leading Lin on his way.
My name is Zhu Miaoyan. May I ask your name? Lin. Then I'll call you Brother Lin. How did you end up in the abyss of utmost darkness? I was thrown here.
At the mention of this, a flash of malice crossed Lin's pitch-black eyes, and the temperature in the air dropped noticeably.
Zhu Miaoyan couldn't help but shiver.
Ling, if it weren't for this guy meddling, his awakening wouldn't have been flawed, forcing him to start his cultivation all over again. Brother Lin, I've heard that even Unity stage powerhouses can be corrupted in the abyss of utmost darkness, yet you emerged unscathed and even helped us purge the energy from our bodies.
How did you manage that?
Lin shot her a sidelong glance, clearly seeing the curiosity in Zhu Miaoyan's eyes.
You're asking a bit too many questions. Sensing his slight displeasure, Zhu Miaoyan quickly knew better than to say anything more.
She led the way in silence, and the atmosphere grew noticeably tense at that moment. Finally, after walking for nearly 2 hours, Lin sensed that the mana in the air had grown slightly denser, indicating that they were nearing the exit of the abyss of extreme darkness.
My second request, give me all the spirit stones you have on you.
Without the slightest hesitation, Zhu Miaoyan took all the spirit stones from her storage ring and handed them over. Lin glanced at them and saw that they were almost entirely low-grade spirit stones. A look of embarrassment flashed across her face. Brother Lin, my sister and I had to leave in a hurry this time, so we didn't bring many spirit stones.
This is all we have. Why don't you come with me to the Zhu family estate?
I'll get you 10 high-grade spirit stones.
No need.
Lin shook his head. He only wanted the spirit stones to facilitate his travels after all, wherever he went, he would need them for transactions.
One last condition you.
Whoosh! Before Lin could finish his sentence, a sharp arrow whistled through the air. Just as it was about to pierce Zhu Miaoyan, he caught it in his hand. I never thought you two would actually make it out of the abyss of utmost darkness alive. It was well worth my while to wait here for so long. Immediately afterward, several burly men wielding sharp weapons approached, led by a man with a vicious expression. Third uncle, you really are quite cautious.
Upon recognizing the intruders, Zhu Miaoyan's expression turned icy cold.
My dear niece, if you know what's good for you, hand over the clan leader's token. Otherwise, as he spoke, a sinister look crossed his face.
These fellows will give you both a warm welcome. Behind him, the burly man eyed Zhu Miaoyan with looks of greed and lust.
She trembled with rage, yet could do nothing about it.
Are you done talking?
Just as Zhu Laosan was about to order his men to seize Zhu Miaoyan, Lin suddenly spoke up.
A glimmer of hope immediately lit up Zhu Miaoyan's eyes.
At that moment, she and her younger sister were no match for Zhu Laosan. If Lin was willing to step in and help, they might just escape this crisis. After all, even the peril-filled abyss of utmost darkness was as easy for him as walking on flat ground. But Lin's next words sent a chill through her. I don't care what grudges exist between you, but before you do anything, she must fulfill my final request. Brother Lin, please save us, Zhu Miaoyan pleaded frantically, begging Lin to intervene. But she received only a cold reply. Why should I save you? Zhu Miaoyan's breath caught in her throat. Indeed, Lin had no reason to save them. Back in the abyss of ultimate darkness, he only intervened to have her guide him. Now that she served her purpose, Lin naturally saw no need to engage in a fierce battle with these men just to save them. She turned her head once more to glance at Zhu Laosan and the men behind him, their faces twisted with lechery, and a chill spread through her heart. If they fell into the hands of these men, she could only imagine what would become of her and her younger sister.
One last request, tell me which direction the nearest city is in. I can take you there, Zhu Miaoyan said eagerly.
She knew that only by proving her worth would this man come to their rescue. No need, Lin shook his head. You're too slow.
I don't want to waste any more time. At that, Zhu Miaoyan was utterly despairing. Tears even welled up in the corners of her eyes.
After a few seconds of stunned silence, she blurted out, Brother Lin, I'm willing to become your handmaiden and serve you for the rest of my life. I just beg you to help me. I don't need that, Lin replied, furrowing his brow slightly, his expression betraying a hint of impatience.
Don't you guys take me for granted a little too much?
Just then, Zhu Laosan, who had been ignored for so long, finally lost his temper. With a grim expression, he ordered, Go on, grab them. And kill that man on the spot.
Yes, sir.
5 burly men immediately charged forward. They'd been itching to get a taste of these two sisters for quite some time. Whoosh! But after taking just 2 steps, an arrow flew at breakneck speed, instantly piercing Zhu Laosan's skull from behind. I hate nothing more than being interrupted while I'm speaking. Lin slowly turned around, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. The 5 burly men stood frozen in place as if under a spell. They hadn't expected this man to be so formidable. It was too late to run now. Lin, having made up his mind to kill, would certainly not let them escape. A wooden sword materialized in his hand.
With a casual swing toward them, an invisible blade of light instantly severed all 5 heads. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Miaoyan was so shocked she was speechless. So, in which direction is the nearest city?
A cold voice rang in her ears, and Zhu Miaoyan finally snapped back to her senses. She hurriedly pointed to the right and said tremblingly, If you walk 30 li in this direction, you'll reach Wuluwa City. Her woman's intuition told her that if she answered even a moment later, her fate might have been the same as those men's. Having obtained the information he wanted, Lin instantly turned into a blur and vanished from Zhu Miaoyan's sight in the blink of an eye, and that terrifying sense of oppression dissipated along with him.
She plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath.
Just a moment ago, she almost thought she was going to die right there. Ugh! Just then, the girl on her back slowly opened her eyes.
Noticing Zhu Miaoyan's unusual state, she asked in confusion. Sister, what's wrong? I'm fine, Zhu Miaoyan forced to smile.
Something happened just now, but it's been taken care of.
By the way, how are you feeling? Do you still feel unwell? Shu Ranran shook her head. I'm fine.
With that, she hopped down from Zhu Miaoyan's back and reached out her little hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Suddenly, she caught a strange smell and instinctively turned her head to look.
Don't look. Shu Miaoyan quickly covered her eyes. After all, the bloody scene would be too traumatic for Zhu Ranran. We'd better hurry back to the Shu family estate.
After changing the subject, the two sisters set off together toward Wolua City. Half an incense stick later, Lin successfully reached the gates of a city, but before he could even enter, he was stopped by a guard.
First-time visitors to Wolua City must pay an entrance fee.
Lin gave the guard a cold glance, sending a chill down his spine. Immediately, a low-grade spirit stone was tossed his way. The guard hurriedly caught it, a look of delight spreading across his face. Just as he was about to let Lin pass, his eyes darted around.
Wait a moment. He raised his hand to block the city gate and said sternly, Your entrance fee is too low. It must be 2 spirit stones. Lin stopped in his tracks. Are you sure?
The guard nodded, his eyes brimming with greed. He clearly thought he'd landed a big fish this time. Lin said nothing more but took out another spirit stone and handed it to him.
Wait, I spoke too soon. It's actually 3 spirit stones. Then you'd better hold on to them tight.
Lin suddenly patted him on the shoulder a few times, and the guard's expression froze instantly. After Lin left, he remained standing there in a daze, waiting until it was time for the shift change. When another guard saw him still standing motionless, he walked over and nudged him.
What are you doing? Hurry up and go back to having fun. Boom.
The next second, the guard's body exploded violently, scattering countless chunks of flesh across the ground.
Elsewhere, Lin strolled down the street.
The town wasn't particularly bustling, but fortunately, there were a few cultivation clans here, so one could still spot some rare treasures that were just about presentable.
However, with his current financial situation, he couldn't afford to buy anything.
Sigh, it seems that no matter where I am, the first problem I need to solve is money. He could have simply snatched something by force, but although Lin didn't consider himself a good person, he wouldn't stoop to such a degrading act.
Tianjin Gambling House.
Just then, he suddenly spotted a strange shop. Upon entering, he realized it was actually a gambling house, where quite a few gamblers were currently placing bets with flushed faces. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lin's mouth. He figured he could probably score quite a few spirit stones here. So he took out the few low-grade spirit stones he had left and walked over to the gambling table. With just a quick glance, Lin placed all his spirit stones on the 3-1 section. The gamblers around him immediately shot him strange looks, and upon recognizing his unfamiliar face, they couldn't help but break into mocking grins. In their eyes, Lin was nothing more than a complete novice who knew nothing about gambling. How dare he bet so big right off the bat? They assumed he'd lose everything in no time. But the moment the dice were revealed, everyone was stunned. 3-1s appeared clearly on the tray, and Lin swept the entire table. Just like that, he won 20 spirit stones in one go, though Lin didn't rush to collect them.
For the next round, I'm betting on 3-1s again.
This time, everyone was on the edge of their seats. He dared to place his bet before the dice were even shaken and on the same extremely unlikely outcome as the last round, 3-1s. They assumed he'd just been lucky the first time. But the instant the dice tray was flipped open for the second time, everyone was stunned. 3-1s lay clearly visible on the tray. And just like that, Lin swept the table once again, and the way many people looked at him changed. If the first time was just good luck, how could they explain this second time? Besides, he had no chance to cheat, since he'd already placed his spirit stones on the table before the bet began. Unless he could manipulate the dice from a distance. Realizing this, the gambling house staff dared not continue the game. They immediately went to report the matter to the proprietor, and before long, a middle-aged man with a smile on his face arrived at the scene. Who is this master who has managed to win big twice in a row? Let me get a good look at you. When he saw Lin's handsome face, he paused in surprise, but quickly recovered, his smile returning.
I never expected it to be such a young man. The younger generation is truly formidable. Lin shot him a sidelong glance and said in a flat tone, Are you planning to take all these spirit stones back? No, no, no. The middle-aged man shook his head.
You won these spirit stones, young friend, so they naturally belong to you now. Lin didn't stand on ceremony, he simply gathered up all the spirit stones on the table and turned to leave.
Wait a moment.
He had barely taken 2 steps when the middle-aged man called out to him.
Is there something else?
I heard from my servants that your gambling skills are astonishing, that you can even foresee the future. I love nothing more than gambling against masters.
Would you be willing to have a bet with me? No interest. Lin rejected the offer without hesitation.
The middle-aged man's expression stiffened. He was clearly displeased, though fortunately, he managed to hold back his frustration.
How about this, let us play 3 rounds.
If you win, I'll give you half of this gambling house's spirit stones, roughly 30 high-grade spirit stones. Of course, if you lose, you'll have to obey my every command from now on. At these words, everyone present was stunned.
Master, this.
An elderly man standing nearby tried to speak up to dissuade him, but Lin silenced him with a glance.
I wonder, young friend, if you'd be willing to take me on?
Lin didn't rush to refuse.
After a moment's thought, he nodded, All right, I'll take you on.
Seeing that he had agreed, a strange flicker crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. But let us make one thing clear, if you dare to break the terms of this wager later, the consequences will be more than you can handle. Feeling the intense pressure emanating from Lin, the middle-aged man couldn't help but flinch inwardly, though he quickly suppressed the reaction. This kid in front of him was merely a low-level chi cultivation cultivator. There was no way he'd let himself be intimidated by him. He composed himself, Don't worry. Since I, Xie Duojin, can afford to run a gambling house, I can certainly afford to lose.
I won't renege on my debts. That's fine then. Lin gave him a casual glance, so, what do you want to bet on?
For the first round, let us see who can roll a higher number on the dice.
All right.
You're the guest, so please go first.
Zhu Yujin made a gesture of invitation, but Lin shook his head.
As the saying goes, even a mighty dragon doesn't bully the local snake. You go first.
Then I'd be rude to refuse.
Without further ado, Zhu Yujin picked up the dice cup and began shaking it. Throughout the process, his gaze remained fixed on Lin. If this kid tried to cheat, he'd definitely catch him. Unfortunately, Lin maintained a completely nonchalant attitude throughout, even fiddling with the spirit stones in his hand.
Thud.
With a dull thud, the dice cup was slammed down on the table, and everyone watching stared intently.
Sorry about that, I won the first round.
Zhu Yujin slowly lifted the lid, revealing 3 sixes that stood out clearly before everyone's eyes. No matter how Lin shook the dice from then on, he could only roll the same numbers, which meant he was now in an unbeatable position.
Your turn.
Hu Shujin smiled as he handed the dice cup to Lin, who asked a strange question after taking it.
Only the numbers facing up count? Hu Shujin's mouth twitched slightly. So he hadn't even figured out the rules of the bet yet. It seemed he overestimated this kid a bit. That's right. Thud.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin slammed the dice cup down on the table and said indifferently, I'm done rolling.
Ah. The dozens of onlookers were all stunned, even Zhu Yujin froze in place.
He'd been planning to judge the dice's numbers by the sound of them rattling. But Lin had finished in an instant. It seemed he'd decided to go all out.
Please reveal the results.
Lin lifted the lid, and when everyone saw the dice tray, their faces were filled with disbelief. Zhu Yujin's pupils even contracted sharply. The 3 dice lay on the tray as if sliced by a knife, each face's pips neatly arranged. Upon counting them, the total was a staggering 42.
I won. Those 3 simple words struck Many Gold's heart like a heavy hammer. No way, you're cheating.
Lin replied calmly, I asked you before we started, and you yourself said that any pips facing up would count.
Why are you backtracking now?
Su Yujin was instantly at a loss for words. After all, who could have imagined such a brazen tactic? At that moment, every trace of a smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a smoldering anger.
Fine, I concede.
In the end, Su Yujin didn't press the issue further. In a deep voice, he said, "There is no time to waste, let us start the second round right away.
This time, let us play Pai Gao."
With that, he clapped his hands, and a servant immediately brought over a set of jade tiles and placed them on the table. Lin frowned as he looked at the jade tiles on the table. Seeing this, Su Yujin assumed the kid must not be good at Pai Gao. It seemed he had this round in the bag.
How do you play this thing?
Ha! That single question left Xie Duojin speechless, and everyone around them began to look at Lin as if he were an idiot.
How dare he challenge someone to a game without even knowing the rules of Pai Gao?
His nerve was truly boundless. Xie Duojin had no choice but to patiently explain the rules to Lin.
I see.
So, as long as I get this so-called double heaven supreme, I'm guaranteed to win.
Let us get started, then.
The tiles were laid out quickly. All they had to do now was draw 2 pairs from them.
I'll go first this time.
Su Yujin was just about to make his move when Lin called him back.
Wait a second. What's the matter? Lin smiled calmly. You went first in the first round, so I should go first in this second round, right? Fine.
Su Yujin didn't refuse and gestured for Lin to go first.
But Lin didn't rush to draw the tiles. Instead, he continued, how about this?
To thank you for teaching me the rules of Pai Gao, I'd like to ask Master Su to select 2 pairs of tiles for me.
What did you say? Are you joking, sir?
Su Yujin's smile faded. He felt Lin was simply toying with him.
I never joke.
Lin shook his head, his expression calm.
During our last match, your eyes were fixed on me the entire time. Wasn't that to prevent me from cheating?
So now I'm putting the opportunity right in your hands.
That way, if you lose later, you'll accept it with a clear conscience.
Accept it with a clear conscience, indeed. Su Yujin was so furious he could barely keep a straight face. Since opening this gambling house, this was the first time anyone had looked down on him like this.
Since you've made such a request, I naturally can't refuse.
With that, he casually drew 4 cards from the deck and placed them in front of Lin. Please go ahead and turn them over yourself, Mr. Su, so you can't accuse me of cheating again. Veins bulged on Su Jian's temples. If it weren't for the crowd of gamblers standing around them, he would have loved to flip the table right over.
Fine, I'll grant you your wish.
He abruptly flipped all 4 cards face up. When everyone present saw the symbols on them, they were all left speechless. Su Yujin's eyes widened like copper bells, and his mouth gaped wide enough to fit a goose egg. The twin heavenly sovereigns, the greatest beings in Pai Gao.
I.
He was so shocked that his speech became stammering. Lin, however, remained calm as he said, "It seems I've won this second round as well.
So, according to our bet, shouldn't you hand over 30 top-grade spirit stones?"
Su Yujin fell silent. He never would have dreamed that even though he clearly selected the lowest value cards based on his memory, they had somehow mysteriously turned into the supreme dual heavens. After all, Lin hadn't touched the cards at all during the entire process, so it was impossible for him to have tampered with them behind the scenes.
All right, I'm in a hurry. Hand over the spirit stones quickly. Su Yujin's expression turned complex.
Naturally, he didn't want to hand over so many high-grade spirit stones all at once, but he didn't dare renege on the bet in front of everyone.
Otherwise, who would dare set foot in the gambling house again?
After careful consideration, Su Yujin had made up his mind, and a friendly smile returned to his face. Young friend, your gambling skills are truly unfathomable. You've truly opened our eyes.
Cut the nonsense.
Before the flattery could be finished, Lin cut him off directly.
Hurry up and hand over the spirit stones, or are you trying to renege on the debt? Of course not.
Su Yujin said to the old man beside him, "Go fetch 30 high-grade spirit stones."
Master. Hurry up.
Su Yujin's tone suddenly hardened. The old man couldn't help but shudder, and in the end, he had no choice but to follow the order, heading to the gambling house's spirit stone vault to retrieve the high-grade spirit stones. There are a total of 30 high-grade spirit stones here. Please inspect them, young friend.
No need.
Lin reached out and took the storage ring.
I have quite a bit of trust in Master Su's character.
Those words struck Gold like a slap across the face.
Then I'll take my leave. Lin walked out of the gambling house under the envious stares of the crowd. Watching his receding figure, the old man asked in a voice filled with resentment, Master Su, are you just going to let him leave like this?
Of course not.
The corners of Gold's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a cruel smile. After taking so many spirit stones from me and making me lose face in public, do you really think he'll walk out of Wuluwa City alive?
Immediately, he announced that the gambling house would be closed for 3 days, and the gamblers had no choice but to leave in disappointment. After witnessing Lin's masterful gambling skills, each of them now felt incredibly confident in their own abilities. Soon, word spread throughout the city that a young man had won 30 high-grade spirit stones from Gold. After leaving the gambling house, Lin did not head straight for the crowded main streets. Instead, he circled the surrounding area and eventually arrived at a small alley. Seeing that the path ahead was blocked, Lin stopped in his tracks and said calmly, I'll give you a chance to live. If you leave now, I'll let this slide.
Ha!
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dozen or so men closed in on him, their faces all lit up with greed.
Kid, you were quite the show-off back at the gambling house just now, winning so many top-grade spirit stones in one go.
As the saying goes, those who witness it deserve a share at the very least, give us a cut. Lin slowly turned around, his pitch-black eyes brimming with mockery.
It seems you have no intention of cherishing this chance to live. Arrogant brat. Attack!
As he watched the dozen or so men swarm toward him, Lin sighed in resignation.
Why did they have to force him to kill?
Whoosh whoosh. As several streaks of sword light flashed by, the dozen or so people were instantly sliced into pieces. Crimson blood spattered in all directions, staining the entire alleyway with a gruesome hue. Looking at this gruesome scene, Lin suddenly let out a meaningful smile. I really have changed quite a bit. If he deep in his old self, these people would have been mercilessly slaughtered the moment they harbored any ill intentions. As Yunwan's figure flashed through his mind, a hint of tenderness flickered in Lin's eyes, though he quickly suppressed it.
You've been watching for so long, aren't you going to make your move?
Young friend, your perception is truly keen. Jin appeared at the entrance of the alley, accompanied by the old man. Glancing at the corpses on the ground, he furrowed his brow slightly. He had originally intended to use these men to gauge Lin's true strength, but they turned out to be utterly useless, unable to even block a single strike.
Attack!
Kill him and retrieve all the spirit stones.
At first, Su Jiaojin had hoped to win Lin over, but upon witnessing the young man's brutal methods, he immediately abandoned that notion. After all, how could such a dangerous individual ever be content to serve under another? Upon receiving the order, the old man instantly turned into a blur and lunged at Lin. Judging by the aura he emitted, he was clearly a foundation stage cultivator.
Su Jin turned to leave in his view. Lin, who was only at the chi refining stage, had no chance against the old man.
Leaving already?
Before he could take a single step, Lin's mocking voice rang out from behind him. He instinctively turned his head and saw the old man being hoisted up by the throat.
Guh, the intense sensation of suffocation caused him to struggle frantically.
You're really noisy, Lin said, a hint of impatience flashing across his face.
Crack!
With a slight tightening of his fingers, he crushed the old man's neck, snuffing out his life in an instant.
Now it's your turn. Lin looked at Gold with a playful expression. The latter finally felt panic set in. He hadn't expected Lin to be this powerful, able to effortlessly kill even a foundation stage cultivator. Young friend, please wait a moment.
If you spare me, I'll hand over every remaining spirit stone in the gambling house.
Whoosh!
No sooner had he finished speaking than a sword sheath sliced him in half at the waist.
Fool, now that you're dead, those spirit stones are mine anyway.
After disposing of Su Jin, Lin made his way straight to the gambling house's spirit stone vault. Inside were roughly 50 high-grade spirit stones, over 300 medium-grade spirit stones, and nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As expected of a gambling house, their financial resources were truly staggering. Lin didn't stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, he stowed them all into his storage ring. He then headed to the marketplace in Wuluwa City to start buying the treasures that caught his eye.
How much is this?
Lin passed by a stall when a rusty piece of iron caught his attention.
You have a keen eye, sir. This is a treasure brought back from an ancient ruin. It might even hold a major secret. Just tell me the price.
Lin couldn't be bothered to listen to the merchant's further rambling.
He.
The merchant gave an awkward chuckle and immediately held up 3 fingers.
3 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the price, Lin tossed the iron fragment aside and turned to leave.
Wait. The merchant panicked the moment he saw this and hurriedly said, 1 will do. 1 low-grade spirit stone. But to his surprise, Lin immediately slashed the price to the absolute minimum, which the merchant naturally refused to accept.
Can't you go a little higher? If not, forget it.
Lin clearly had no intention of adding another spirit stone. Seeing that he was really about to leave, the merchant had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree.
Deal.
In truth, he had stumbled upon this piece of iron by accident. He originally planned to make up a story to fool a layman, but Lin had seen right through him. Still, getting a low-grade spirit stone in exchange wasn't a bad deal. Afterward, Lin wandered through other shops, buying quite a few spiritual items. When night fell, he found an inn to stay at. He laid out the day's haul on the table. After a quick glance, his gaze settled on the iron fragment. A wisp of gray flame flared from Lin's fingertip. He flicked it onto the fragment. It immediately began to sizzle, and soon the fragment was burned clean, leaving only rust that slowly melted into a golden liquid. I never expected to encounter the spirit of gunmetal in such a remote place.
Is this the benefit of good fortune?
The fortune Lin referred to was a unique blessing he had gained after completing 10 lifetimes of reincarnation, the ability to draw upon the creative forces of heaven and earth to improve his own destiny. Take his earlier experience at the gambling house, for example. Under the influence of this fortune, the dice and jade tokens had produced outcomes most favorable to Lin.
Lin opened his mouth and swallowed the gunmetal spirit whole.
Immediately, the mana within his body began to surge restlessly, and in just a few moments, he successfully broke through to the gathering Yuan realm.
Clenching his fist, Lin sighed, "It's still too slow."
He then absorbed all the energy contained within the treasures on the table, but even so, he was unable to advance further in his cultivation realm. As expected, the further one progressed, the more immense the energy requirements became.
As for why Lin didn't simply use spirit stones, it was mainly because, in his view, they contained too many impurities. After refinement, the pure energy they yielded was quite meager. He might as well save them to buy rare and precious treasures instead.
Now that his financial concerns were resolved, Lin decided his next step would be to return to the eastern region. After all, he still had a score to settle with the Lingyun Guild.
The next morning, Lin awoke from his sleep.
Thanks to the effects of his chaos body, he could absorb surrounding mana anytime, anywhere, even without entering a meditative state. He pushed open the window, and warm sunlight streamed in.
Ha!
Lin suddenly noticed that the streets below were bustling with activity. All the citizens were rushing frantically in one direction.
Could something major have happened in the city? Driven by curiosity, Lin followed the crowd to find out what was going on.
When he reached the central square of the city, he saw a large arena set up in the middle, with a man standing on it whose cultivation had reached the late foundation stage. "Today is an important day for my Tianji sect as we recruit new disciples. Anyone interested may sign up to participate. The trials will officially begin in 1 hour."
Boring.
Lin had expected something major to be happening. Deeply disappointed, he was about to leave.
Whoever wins first place will not only be admitted directly into the inner sect but will also receive a Qingxian pill as a reward.
As he spoke, he produced a brown pill. Lin immediately sensed a potent surge of energy emanating from it. If he could refine it, he should be able to break through to the mid-Ju Yuan realm. Lin just wanted to hurry up and reach the Golden Core realm. After all, the eastern region was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from here. Even if he traveled day and night, it would still take quite a long time. Once he condensed his golden core, he would be able to fly through the air and reach the eastern region much faster. So Lin decided to enter the competition for the sake of that Qingxian pill. He followed the crowd to the registration area. 1 hour passed quickly, and a total of 130 people signed up. First, we need to narrow down the field. The elder of the Tianji sect certainly couldn't allow so many people to take the stage one after another for the competition. He released a powerful aura of pressure instantly. Most of the people present turned pale, their bodies feeling as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Some even collapsed directly onto the ground, unable to move even a single finger. The aura of pressure lasted nearly half an incense stick's worth of time. By now, only 10 people remained standing. All right. The elder withdrew the pressure and said to the 10, "You may take the stage. The rest of you may leave." Lin was, of course, among them. Once they were standing on the stage, the elder announced the rules of the contest. It's simple, you'll engage in a free-for-all. Whoever finishes in the top 3 will advance to the next round. Lin furrowed his brow. This was far more complicated than he anticipated. Begin. The moment the elder stepped off the stage, everyone immediately created distance between themselves to avoid surprise attacks. After all, with only 3 spots available, no one could be sure that the person next to them wouldn't suddenly strike. Lin was the only one in the entire arena who remained standing in place, and he was successfully surrounded in the center. Let us take this guy out first. Seeing that he had become the target of everyone's attacks, Lin showed not the slightest trace of panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It looked like he could end this right away. He slowly raised his foot and then stomped down hard on the ground. Boom! A terrifying shockwave instantly radiated out from Lin as the center. Before the attackers could even react, they were all sent flying. Fortunately, 2 of them quickly thrust their weapons into the center of the ring to absorb the impact, thus avoiding elimination. The remaining 7 were all disqualified. The entire arena instantly fell into a deathly silence. How will the next round be conducted? Lin turned to ask the Tianji sect elder, who was just as stunned. The elder finally snapped out of it and gave Lin a deep look. The competition is over. The 3 of you have successfully earned the right to train at our Tianji sect. Next, we'll face off against the disciples of Wulua City's 5 great clans to determine the ultimate victor. The 5 great clans, the Lu, Han, Zhu, Su, and Yin clans, were lineages that had been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. They virtually monopolized all industries in Wulua City. Since the Tianji sect was located not far from Wulua City, these 5 great clans provided a substantial amount of spirit stones to the sect each year. In return, each clan was granted 3 spots for disciples. These disciples could join the sect directly without having to participate in the trials. Soon, the heads of the 5 great clans, along with the disciples sent to the Tianji sect for cultivation this year, arrived at the scene. Niece Shu, given the immense upheaval your Zhu family has faced, you still dare to come here hoping to get a piece of the pie? Aren't you afraid of humiliating yourselves? No sooner had Zhu Miayan arrived than she was met with mockery from the head of the Su family. However, she did not take offense, but replied calmly, "It's none of your business how the Zhu family conducts itself. I hear that yesterday, someone won 30 top-grade spirit stones at the gambling house, and afterward, the spirit stone vault was completely ransacked. I imagine that must be quite a blow to the Zhu family." Struck at a sensitive point, the head of the Su family's expression instantly darkened, though he quickly regained his composure. "Your words are quite sharp, Nishu. I hope you don't end up like your father, dying young." "No need to worry about that." Zhu Miayan quietly clenched her delicate fist. In truth, she had long suspected that her father's sudden death was shrouded in mystery, and now it seemed the matter was indeed not as simple as it appeared. Unfortunately, the Zhu family had been severely weakened, and they simply didn't have the resources to investigate these matters in the short term. Once the situation had completely stabilized, she was determined to get to the bottom of it. By then, she would not spare anyone who had harmed her father. 5 clan heads, please have the disciples you've sent from your sects come to the arena.
The competition is about to begin.
Seeing the atmosphere in the venue growing increasingly tense, an elder from the Tianji sect spoke up to ease the tension. But when Zhu Miaoyan saw Lin standing on the arena, her pupils contracted instantly.
How could it be him?
But upon further reflection, given that Lin possessed the strength to instantly defeat experts at the Gathering Essence realm, it wasn't all that surprising that he had joined the Tianji sect. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Zhu Miaoyan. She hurriedly asked the elder, Senior Zhang, "I'd like to have a quick word with a friend."
Would that be all right? No problem.
You're free to talk as long as the contest hasn't started.
After receiving permission, Zhu Miaoyan quickly walked onto the stage and said to Lin, "Brother Lin, we meet again."
He merely gave her a calm glance, his eyes filled with cold indifference.
Zhu Miaoyan knew Lin's temperament well, so she adopted a very humble demeanor. "Brother Lin, I have something important to discuss with you. Could we step aside?"
After a moment's silence, Lin slowly nodded. The two immediately made their way to a secluded spot, where Zhu Miaoyan knelt on the ground without a word. "Please, Brother Lin, help my Zhu family."
Not interested.
Her request was flatly rejected, but Zhu Miaoyan seemed to have anticipated this response and quickly added, "Once this is done, I'm willing to offer you 50 top-grade spirit stones."
Upon hearing about the reward, Lin finally asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Compete on behalf of the Zhu family and win first place."
In truth, her motive was to use Lin to gain control of the largest neighborhood in Wulua City, thereby stabilizing the precarious position of the Zhu family. Every year, the 5 great clans determined which family would manage the district's operations through a disciple recruitment competition hosted by the Tianji sect. Zhu Miaoyan knew full well that, given Lin's strength, victory would be a breeze.
However, since he was currently an outsider, if he took first place, the operational rights would be split equally.
Given the Zhu family's current situation, they wouldn't gain much of an advantage in that scenario.
All right.
Lin agreed to her request. After all, he had already planned to claim the Qingxin pill for himself, and now he'd gain an extra 50 top-grade spirit stones for free. Why not?
Thank you, Brother Lin.
Zhu Miaoyan was overcome with gratitude. She felt as though Lin had been sent by heaven to save the Zhu family, always coming to their aid at critical moments.
No need to thank me.
Lin waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent.
It's just a business deal.
Clearly, he didn't want to get too deeply involved with the Zhu family. And since Lin would be representing the Zhu family in the competition, one of the 3 originally selected participants would have to be dropped.
Zhu Jia, you'll have to make do without it this year. You can join the Tianji sect next year. Why?
Upon learning that his spot had been given to someone from outside the family, Zhu Jia was naturally extremely dissatisfied.
Zhu Miaoyan replied firmly, "There's no why. This is all for the good of the family."
"I won't accept this," Zhu Jia protested loudly.
"Obey the order, or you'll face disciplinary action under family law."
Not wanting to waste any more time arguing with him, Zhu Miaoyan used her authority as head of the family to make the personnel change.
"I'll explain the reasons later and offer you some compensation."
Seeing that the matter was already settled, Zhu Jia had no choice but to compromise.
He glanced at Lin, who was standing beside Zhu Miaoyan, his face clearly showing his resentment. "Head of the family, I request a duel with him." "Don't be ridiculous."
Zhu Miaoyan had no intention of offending Lin over this. If he refused to help, things would get complicated.
"Fine."
To her surprise, Lin actually agreed.
"If you can catch even one of my fingers, you win. Don't look down on me."
Zhu Jia instantly felt belittled and immediately unleashed his mid-chi cultivation realm power.
Boom!
The very next second, Lin's finger lightly tapped his forehead, sending Zhu Jia flying backward. He skidded across the ground for dozens of meters before falling unconscious.
Sigh. Seeing this, Zhu Miaoyan sighed helplessly. He'd gone and asked for trouble.
In fact, Zhu Jia hadn't been among the original 3 candidates. It was only because she had inherited the position of family head and had to manage the Zhu family that she had ceded her spot to him.
The trial period is over.
First match, the Lu family versus the Han family. Upon hearing this, the two major clans each sent a disciple onto the stage, and the outcome was decided in less than half an incense stick's time.
Second match, the Shu family versus the Su family.
Upon learning that these two clans who were usually at each other's throats were facing off, everyone turned their eyes toward the stage, eager for a spectacle. Lin leaped directly onto the stage, and the moment he appeared, the five great clans immediately began to buzz with speculation. Elder Zhang, this man is not a member of the Zhu clan. Why is he on the stage? The head of the Su clan asked, furrowing his brow. He just reached an agreement with the Zhu clan to join them, so he is eligible to compete on their behalf. The head of the Su family, Su Shangtian, was about to say something when suddenly a man whispered a few words in his ear.
What? It's actually him. Su Shangtian jumped to his feet, glaring fiercely at Lin.
So it was you brat, who won 30 top-grade spirit stones at the gambling house.
Speak. Did you kill Su Duojin?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the venue turned their astonished gazes toward Lin.
Lin shot Su Shangtian a sidelong glance. I don't know who Su Duojin is. Boom.
Su Shangtian slammed his palm down so hard he shattered the armrest of his chair. The veins on his forehead bulged, clearly showing he was at the peak of his rage.
Fine, just fine.
It seems the disappearance of the spirit stones from the spirit vault is also your doing.
Don't even think about leaving here alive today.
Clearly, he intended to seize Lin right then and there and search him for the spirit stones.
Wait.
At that critical moment, Elder Zhang stepped in to stop him. Head of the Su clan, this man has already passed the trial and become a disciple of our Tianji sect.
If you lay a hand on him, wouldn't that show a complete lack of respect for me?
But Su Shangtian naturally dared not offend the Tianji sect, but letting Lin off the hook like this was out of the question. His eyes darted about quickly. Elder Zhang, if I recall correctly, there was only one rule during the trial: it must not endanger one's life.
Elder Zhang nodded.
All right, in that case, Junfeng, go up there and see what he is made of.
Remember, don't kill him. The last three words were practically ground out from between Su Shangtian's teeth.
Su Junfeng immediately understood what he meant, a cruel expression flashing across his face.
Don't worry, father. I won't let you down. Su Shangtian intended for his son to cripple Lin during the match.
That way, the Tianji sect wouldn't have to sever ties with the Su family over a good-for-nothing who could no longer cultivate. Dealing with that kid later would be a piece of cake. Soon, the two stood facing each other on the arena.
Begin.
At Elder Zhang's command, Su Junfeng instantly charged toward Lin, his right hand forming a claw as earth-yellow mana coalesced within it.
Take this earth-splitting claw. Smack.
Before the claw could even strike Lin, a massive hand slapped Su Junfeng across the face, sending him flying backward. Su Junfeng rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. One side of his face swelled up visibly, making him look like a pig's head.
The entire arena fell into an eerie silence.
Aya, what the hell are you doing? Su Junfeng sputtered, spitting out several blood-stained teeth as he spoke.
Shut up.
Lin couldn't be bothered to waste any more time on scum like this. He instantly teleported right in front of Su Junfeng, grabbed him by the throat, and hoisted him off the ground.
Let him go.
Su Shangtian, seeing his son being treated this way, was instantly consumed by rage and instinctively lunged toward the stage.
Stop.
Elder Zhang immediately snapped at him sternly, his expression grave. During the match, unless they concede defeat themselves or one party is completely unconscious, no one is allowed to intervene.
Get out of my way.
In his panic, Su Shangtian couldn't care less about the rules. He suddenly unleashed a surge of overwhelming aura, actually forcing Elder Zhang to step back.
Kid, come and get me.
Facing the ferociously advancing Su Shangtian, Lin showed not the slightest sign of panic. He merely tightened his grip, causing Su Junfeng's features to contort in agony.
Stop it.
Seeing this, Su Shangtian hurriedly halted his advance and said urgently, let go of Junfeng.
Fine.
To his surprise, Lin actually agreed and even tossed Su Junfeng toward him. Su Shangtian hurriedly caught his precious son.
After assessing Su Junfeng's injuries, Su Shangtian glared at Lin with bloodshot eyes and roared, "You've crippled his cultivation." Lin nodded, then turned to Elder Zhang. This shouldn't violate any rules, right? No. You vile brat. I'll make you pay with your life for what you've done to my son. At that moment, Su Shangtian completely lost his composure. His son, whom he had painstakingly nurtured for years, had now been reduced to a complete invalid. How could he not be furious? But before he could strike, Elder Zhang stopped him. Head of the Su clan, do you really intend to declare all-out war against my Tianji sect? That single sentence brought Su Shangtian back to his senses. He realized that his impulsive outburst could very well bring catastrophic ruin upon his clan. Please forgive me, Elder Zhang. It was merely my deep love for my son that led me to act so rudely. I hope you'll be magnanimous and let this slide. Humph! Elder Zhang snorted coldly, clearly very dissatisfied with Su Shangtian's earlier attempt to force him back. After all, it had caused him to lose face in front of everyone. Your Su family has only one spot this year, and you are not permitted to participate in the upcoming trials. The implication was clear: the Su family would be barred from competing for the right to manage the neighborhood. Hearing this punishment, Su Shangtian felt deeply resentful, yet there was nothing he could do. He could only shoot a murderous glare at Lin on the stage. You little brat, I'll tear you to pieces. Meanwhile, members of the other 5 major clans around them all wore expressions of delight. With the Su family a formidable competitor out of the picture, their chances of winning had greatly improved. Thank you, Brother Lin. When Lin returned to the rest area, Xu Miaoyan walked up to him, her face beaming with excitement. It was just a deal. No need to thank me. Hearing his cold, dismissive tone, a flash of disappointment crossed her eyes. Sis, who is he? Xu Ranran walked over, her little face full of confusion. It was the first time she'd seen her sister treat someone with such deference. Ranran, hurry up and thank Brother Lin. Otherwise, we would have died near the abyss of utmost darkness long ago. So it was you who saved us. Xu Ranran's eyes widened in surprise as she scrutinized Lin closely. Upon seeing his face, which resembled that of a celestial being exiled from heaven, her heart began to race. Brother Lin, thank you for saving my life. Lin didn't reply. He simply closed his eyes to rest. Little did he know that this aloof demeanor instantly had a profound effect on Xu Ranran. Brother Lin, do you have? I already have a wife. Lin cut her off before she could finish her sentence. The moment she learned he had a wife, the light in her eyes vanished instantly, and the look of anticipation on her face turned to disappointment. Finally, she forced a faint smile. Then I wish you happiness. She immediately turned and hurriedly fled the scene, with glistening tears even welling up in the corners of her eyes. That girl, Xu Miaoyan sighed helplessly. Brother Lin, please forgive her. It's fine, Lin said, clearly not taking it to heart. Xu Miaoyan, however, was somewhat curious. What kind of woman could possibly be a match for such an outstanding man? Powerful, aloof, handsome, mysterious. Lin embodied nearly every virtue a man could possess. Xu Miaoyan knew full well he was beyond her reach, so she had long since dismissed any such thoughts. Because of Lin's earlier feat of defeating Su Junfeng in a single strike, the opponents he faced next chose to concede defeat almost without hesitation. After all, they didn't want to suffer the same fate for a cultivator. Having their cultivation stripped away was far more agonizing than death itself. Next, we proceed to the final showdown. Lin, representing the Zhu family, will face Shen Lang. Shen Lang was not a member of the 5 great clans, but one of the 3 who had previously passed the trials. As such, he was well aware of Lin's strength. Back then, Lin had merely stamped his foot to unleash such a terrifying shockwave. Had he not steadied himself with his weapon in time, he too would likely have been knocked off the stage. Even so, Shen Lang had no intention of conceding defeat, for he wanted to see just how great the gap between himself and Lin truly was. Fellow Daoist Lin, I look forward to your guidance. With that, he suddenly raised his greatsword, channeling all his green energy into the blade. Qingji slash. Once his momentum had built to its peak, he swung the blade with all his might toward Lin. A nearly tangible streak of blue light burst forth, carving a deep gash directly into the stage. Unfortunately, just as the attack was about to strike Lin, he caught it effortlessly with a single finger. What?
Xin Lang's pupils suddenly contracted. His full power strike was, in fact, so feeble.
The momentum is impressive, but it's all just for show.
Hearing this, Xin Lang was startled at first, then a self-deprecating expression crossed his face. Fellow Daoist Lin, your insight is truly sharp. I admire you. It turned out that although the Qingxian/Ed just unleashed had radiated a faint trace of sword intent, it was merely Xin Lang imitating the artistic essence of a swordsman he'd once seen. It wasn't truly his own. You needn't feel so inferior.
Intent is something that depends on serendipity.
If you wish to cultivate it through your own insights, unless you possess exceptional comprehension, no amount of time spent will make a difference. It was rare for Lin to offer him such guidance, and Xin Lang felt as if a veil had been lifted from his mind. Only then did he realize that he had been overly fixated on the sword intent all along. On top of that, by blindly imitating others, he had nearly lost what was truly his own.
Thank you for your advice, Xin Lang said respectfully, clasping his fists in gratitude. He then raised his hand and shouted, I concede defeat. With that, the contest came to an end, and Lin walked over to Elder Zhang.
Here is the identity token for an inner sect disciple of the Tianji sect, along with the Qingxian pill. Lin took the pill and examined it closely. A hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. The craftsmanship was far cruder than he had anticipated. The effects of this Qingxian pill are extremely potent. You'd best dissolve it in water and absorb it little by little. That way, you won't. Before Elder Zhang could finish his sentence, Lin tossed the pill directly into his mouth. After chewing it a couple of times, he spat out some black substance. Clearly, these were impurities contained within the Qingxian pill. The remaining pure medicinal energy had been absorbed and refined by him. Elder Zhang was completely dumbfounded. He never would have imagined that this guy would dare to eat the Qingxian pill raw. Any other Zhu realm cultivator would have been blown apart by the overwhelming medicinal power long ago. Yet Lin seemed perfectly fine. Could it be that the strength of his physique was already on par with that of a gold core realm cultivator? After finishing the pill, Lin turned to leave. Only then did Elder Zhang snap out of his daze and hurriedly call out to him, Where are you going? Lin turned his head and asked in return, Do you still have business with me? Of course, Elder Zhang said irritably. We're about to set off for the Tianji sect. Don't wander off. To his surprise, Lin shook his head, I don't want to join the Tianji sect. What? Elder Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Then why did you enter the competition? For the Qingxian pill. Lin made no attempt to hide it, directly revealing his true motive. You're one straightforward kid, Elder Zhang muttered, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. I don't care. Since you've already entered the competition, that means you're willing to join my Tianji sect. You'll follow me back to the sect right now. Lin's arched eyebrows furrowed slightly, and an intense aura of pressure emanated from him. Are you telling me what to do? For some reason, a chill ran down Elder Zhang's spine. His intuition told him that the young man standing before him was extremely dangerous. Calm down for a moment. Elder Zhang adopted a much more conciliatory tone. He knew Lin was a rare talent, and if he could join the Tianji sect, he might play a crucial role in the sect's development. Our Tianji sect is the most powerful force in this region, and we provide our disciples with abundant precious cultivation resources. Exactly how much? As an inner sect disciple, you'll receive 50 mid-grade spirit stones every month, Elder Zhang replied proudly. Clearly, in his view, there was no way Lin could refuse such generous compensation. Not interested. Instead, Lin shot him a look of utter disdain. As if he could easily win dozens of high-grade spirit stones just by playing around at the gambling house. Why would he waste his time at the Tianji sect? Seeing that the kid wasn't the least bit tempted, Elder Zhang felt a surge of frustration. Finally, he glanced around and decided to let Lin in on a secret. He whispered, Do you know about the yin-yang spirit pool? Upon hearing those 4 words, a look of astonishment flashed across Lin's face. After all, the yin-yang spirit pool was an extremely rare phenomenon, even in the upper realm. A petty sect like the Tianji sect couldn't possibly possess a treasure like the yin-yang spirit pool. Elder Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words, mainly because the kid was telling the truth. Given the Tianji sect's strength, if they were to possess the yin-yang spirit pool,
the sect would likely be wiped out overnight. After all, even Unity stage experts couldn't resist the temptation of the yin-yang spirit pool. Our Tianji sect does not possess one, but we do know where this treasure is located. Explain in detail. Not long ago, when our Grand Elder was traveling, he stumbled upon a secret realm. Unfortunately, the entrance is restricted, allowing only cultivators at the foundation stage or below to enter. He attempted to force his way in but ended up severely injured. Through the pain, he caught a glimpse of a spirit pool, with a stone stele beside it inscribed with the characters yin and yang. So, the sect is planning to assemble a group of disciples to investigate it soon. If you join the Tianji sect, I'll secure a spot for you. What do you say? Upon hearing this, a gleam flashed in Lin's eyes. If he could absorb all the yin-yang energy from the spirit pool, his cultivation would undoubtedly receive a massive boost. More importantly, the formation of the yin-yang spirit pool would inevitably be accompanied by the emergence of an extremely crucial treasure. That was the yin-yang Dao, ranked 6th among the 3,000 Daos. Alright. For the sake of the yin-yang spirit pool, I'm willing to join the Tianji sect. Upon hearing his agreement, Elder Zhang finally let out a sigh of relief. He had finally recruited a peerless genius for the sect. Brother Lin, there are 30 high-grade spirit stones inside. Thank you very much for your help. Lin accepted the storage ring with an impassive expression. I was simply fulfilling a request. No need to thank me. Oh. A hint of disappointment flashed in Zhu Miaoyan's eyes. Will we ever see each other again? No. Lin gave a decisive answer. Once he returned to the Eastern Realm and settled matters there, he would head to the Upper Realm, and naturally, he would have no further ties to Zhu Miaoyan and the others. Then I wish you all the best in becoming a great powerhouse. By the way, there is something you should prepare for in advance. It might help the Zhu family rise to prominence quickly. After bidding farewell to Zhu Miaoyan, Lin boarded the spirit vessel bound for the Tianji sect. Kid, let me warn you, things inside the sect are a bit complicated. You'd better not get into any trouble. Don't worry. Lin flashed a friendly smile. I'm not the type to cause trouble. Suddenly, Lin's expression shifted slightly. He turned his head to look at the sky beside him, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Elder Zhang, how far are we from the sect now? We'll be there in a little while. What's the matter? Are you also eager to catch a glimpse of the splendor of our Tianji sect? But no sooner had he finished speaking than Lin stepped onto the railing of the spirit vessel. After saying, I'll head to the sect on my own in a moment, he actually leaped toward the ground. Where are you going? Elder Zhang realized what was happening and rushed to the edge of the spirit vessel, only to find that Lin's figure had already vanished into the dense jungle. After landing safely, Lin didn't rush into action but stood where he was, gripping his wooden sword. Head of the Su clan, you've been following me for so long, aren't you going to show yourself yet? As Lin's teasing voice echoed through the area, 3 figures dressed in black and wearing masks emerged from the shadows. Seeing that his identity had been exposed, the leader raised his hand and removed his mask. It was none other than Su Shangtian, the head of the Su family. Kid, when did you figure it out? After leaving Wulua City, I sensed a powerful intent to kill. And aside from you, head of the Su family, I can't think of anyone else who would harbor such deep hatred toward me. Your intuition is quite sharp, Su Shangtian said, a savage expression crossing his face. Now that you've discovered our presence, you still dared to leave the spirit vessel? You're practically asking for death. Lin, however, shook his head and replied calmly, I don't think the 3 of you useless fools stand a chance against me. How arrogant! Just wait until I cut out your tongue. Seize him. At his command, the 2 foundation stage cultivators standing nearby swiftly charged toward Lin. Watching the 2 figures closing in from different directions, Lin suddenly thrust his wooden sword into the ground and softly uttered a single word. Shock. Instantly, a powerful wave of energy radiated out from him, and the 2 foundation stage cultivators, caught off guard, were sent flying. But before they could regain their footing, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked open, and a beam of light burst forth from below, enveloping them. No! This energy is actually breaking down the mana within our bodies. Realizing something was wrong,
the two frantically tried to break free from the beam's range, only to discover they were trapped. The seemingly thin wall of light was as hard as mystic iron. Feeling their mana drain away at breakneck speed, the two Foundation stage cultivators let out blood-curdling screams, and in the end, had no choice but to beg Lin for mercy. "Please, spare us. I'll become your servant and do whatever you command." Lin paid them no mind. His gaze fell on Su Xiangtian, who stood not far away, his face frozen in shock. "Since the Su family has sent me so many spirit stones, I'll let you choose how you die." "How presumptuous." Su Xiangtian snapped out of his daze, snorted coldly, and pulled a silver spear from his storage ring before charging at Lin. "Since you won choose, I'll choose for you." Lin drew his wooden sword and hurled it into the air. Seeing this, a flicker of joy crossed Su Xiangtian's eyes. He had actually chosen to discard his weapon of his own accord. But just as he reached a spot 3 meters in front of Lin, a dark shadow suddenly appeared beneath him. Su Xiangtian instinctively looked up, and his pupils contracted sharply. A gigantic sword, over 100 meters long, hung directly above his head and was coming down on him with tremendous force. Faced with such a dire situation, Su Xiangtian had no choice but to raise his silver spear horizontally above his head. Clang! The moment the two objects collided, the spear snapped in two, failing to buy him even half a second to escape. No! In the end, Su Xiangtian was struck by the giant sword and reduced to a pile of mud. The wooden sword then returned to its original form and flew back into Lin's hand. Traveling all this way just to die, what a pathetic wretch. With that, Lin turned his gaze to the two figures still struggling desperately within the pillar of light. Explode! Boom! The two Foundation stage cultivators instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, bringing the death toll to 3. Having dealt with these pests, Lin looked toward Oluo City. "Now it's up to you to seize this opportunity." It turned out Lin had long anticipated that Su Xiangtian would come after her, which was why she had instructed Zhu Miaoyan in advance to rally the Zhu family as forces and declare war on the Su family. Without their family head and two Foundation stage cultivators, the Su family would naturally be no match for the Zhu family, allowing her to easily annex the former. With the Su family's resources at their disposal, the Zhu family could leap to become the most powerful clan in Woluwa City. With everything settled, it was time to head to the Tianji sect. But when Lin arrived at the mountain gate and tried to enter, she was stopped by a disciple on guard duty. "Who dares to intrude upon our Tianji sect? I'm a new disciple. Here is my identity token." When the guard heard that Lin was a new disciple, a strange look flashed across his eyes. He didn't bother to inspect Lin's identity token, but instead said sternly, "All new disciples are personally escorted into the sect by an elder." "Why are you here alone, kid?" Lin offered no explanation. In truth, he had long since seen through the man's intentions. "Spit it out. How many spirit stones do you want?" Hearing his ulterior motives exposed, a look of surprise flashed across the man's face. He quickly forced a sheepish smile and said, "Junior brother, what are you talking about? I'm merely following orders to guard the mountain gate. According to sect rules, all disciples entering or leaving must pay a certain amount of spirit stones. I'm just following orders, I'm not lining my own pockets." Lin couldn't be bothered to listen to his excuses and said coldly, "Just tell me how many spirit stones you want." The man held up a single finger and chuckled, "1 high-grade spirit stone." Hearing this reply, a cold smile curled at the corner of Lin's mouth. That's quite the exorbitant demand. Asking for 2 months' stipend of an inner sect disciple right off the bat, aren't you afraid you'll stuff yourself to death? Faced with Lin's sarcasm, the man scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I've just been a bit short on cash lately, so I thought I'd earn a little extra." "Fine, then 1 high-grade spirit stone." Immediately, Lin actually pulled a crystal-clear spirit stone from his storage ring. A rich surge of mana instantly washed over him, and the man's eyes were instantly captivated. He instinctively reached out to take the spirit stone, but paused at the very last moment. He abruptly turned his head away from the spirit stone and said in a subdued voice, "Go on in." Lin was somewhat taken aback. "Aren't you supposed to charge a fee?" The man sighed, a look of melancholy crossing his face. Based on my many years of experience as a gatekeeper, if I were to accept this spirit stone, I'm afraid I wouldn't survive. Why do you say that? The man explained, anyone who can casually pull out a top-grade spirit stone must have quite an impressive background, junior brother. I'm just an ordinary outer sect disciple. If I were to offend you, I'd probably end up with my body torn to pieces. Lin was taken aback for a moment, then took another look at the man.
So your original intention in charging an entrance fee was to see what kind of power is behind the new disciples?
Not entirely, the man said, scratching his head again.
If I happen to come across a pushover, I might still get something out of it.
Ha, Lin chuckled twice upon hearing this. It was indeed rare to meet someone so amusing. Catch. He then tossed the high-grade spirit stone in his hand toward the man, who instinctively caught it.
Take me to Elder Zhang.
Consider the spirit stone your reward. A look of joy spread across the man's face.
He nodded vigorously and said gratefully, "Thank you for your generosity. From today on, you're my big brother, Shirley. Just give me any orders you have. Let us go."
This way, please. On the way to find Elder Zhang, Lin also learned about the situation at the Tianji sect from Shirley. The internal power structure was similar to that of the Qinghuan Guild, but the two were worlds apart in terms of strength. The strongest member of the sect was the Grand Elder, who was only at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Such a cultivation level wouldn't even rank in the top 10 of the Qinghuan Guild.
Soon, led by Shirley, Lin arrived at Elder Zhang's residence.
I've brought him here. I'll head back to guard the mountain gate now.
If there's anything else, just let me know, big brother.
Once Shirley had left, Lin pushed open the gate and walked into the courtyard. At that moment, Elder Zhang was guiding a young girl, about 11 or 12 years old, in her cultivation. When he saw Lin, he hurriedly stood up.
Where have you been, kid?
I was taking care of some minor matters, Lin shrugged. Don't go off on your own so much in the future.
We went to great lengths to recruit you into the sect. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to the sect master?
After all, the Tianji sect had been actively recruiting new disciples, even offering 4th-tier elixirs as rewards in order to better explore the Yin-Yang secret realm.
Don't worry.
There aren't many people in this world who could hurt me. The world Lin referred to wasn't limited to the lower realm.
You're just bragging. Just then, the young girl walked over.
Upon seeing Lin's handsome face, her heart had fluttered for a moment. But upon hearing Lin's brazen boast, the slight fondness she felt vanished instantly.
Xiaofeng, don't talk nonsense.
Elder Zhang scolded her softly.
The girl named Xiaofeng snorted coldly and immediately turned her head away.
I've spoiled this girl, please forgive her.
It's fine.
Lin waved his hand, indicating he didn't take it to heart. However, his gaze lingered on Xiaofeng for a moment.
Elder Zhang, is she your daughter?
That's right.
Then has her mother passed away?
Elder Zhang's expression froze, while Xiaofeng snapped angrily, don't you dare mention my mother. Don't get the wrong idea, Lin explained in a low voice. I didn't mean to offend you, it's just that this girl's situation is a bit unusual, so I wanted to confirm.
Hearing this, Elder Zhang shuddered, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. You can tell?
Yes.
Lin nodded, his gaze settling once more on Xiaofeng's frail frame.
The poison has penetrated to her bone marrow and has completely fused with her body. This means she was exposed to a potent toxin while still in the womb. Hearing Lin describe Xiaofeng's condition in full, Elder Zhang's face was overcome with grief. Years ago, when my wife was pregnant, she was persecuted by cultists, which caused her to be poisoned. Although we managed to temporarily suppress the spread of the toxin with the heart-restoring herb, we were unable to eradicate it completely. Later, clinging to her last breath, she successfully gave birth to Xiaofeng before passing away.
I never imagined that Xiaofeng would also be affected by the toxin. Lin showed no interest in Elder Zhang's tragic ordeal.
He said calmly, the toxin accumulated within this girl's body is far too potent, and combined with her low cultivation level, she will likely die from the poison within a year.
What? Elder Zhang's pupils contracted. The Grand Elder had told him Xiaofang had 3 years left. How could Lin say she had less than a year? He quickly came to his senses, grabbed Lin's shoulders forcefully, and asked urgently, "Do you have a way to cure her?" "Of course." Lin held up 3 fingers. "I have 3 ways to save her life." Those words were like a breath of spring breeze, blowing away all the despair in Elder Zhang's heart. He knelt on the ground with a thud and said earnestly, "I implore you to save Xiaofang. I am willing to pay any price." There is no need for such a grand gesture. Lin reached out and pulled him to his feet. "You helped me secure an opportunity to enter the yin-yang spirit pool, so naturally I will save your daughter. The first method is to raise her cultivation to the golden core realm before the poison takes effect. At that point, her golden core will be able to suppress the toxins." "How is that even possible?" Elder Zhang sighed deeply. Advancing from the Qi refining realm to the golden core realm in less than a year was impossible, even for someone with the greatest natural talent. In fact, there was one right in front of him. The second method is rather drastic, directly stripping all the toxins from her body. However, since the toxins have already fused completely with her body, this will have a severe impact on her. Not only will she be unable to cultivate, but she'll also be frail and prone to illness for the rest of her life. Upon hearing this method, Elder Zhang's eyes lit up involuntarily. After all, compared to death, this was already a very favorable outcome. What about the final method? Condense a poison pill within her body. That way, she'll be able to control the toxins at will, and she'll even be able to convert mana into poison with even more terrifying power. However, during the process of condensing the poison pill, she'll have to endure excruciating torment. The slightest misstep could lead to sudden death. Given her age, the probability of success is less than 1 in 10. After Lin finished explaining the third method, Elder Zhang hesitated for barely a moment before opening his mouth to choose the second one. "I'll take the third method." Lin and Elder Zhang both looked down at Xiaofang at the same time. Her face was filled with determination. "Please help me condense the poison pill." "Nonsense!" Elder Zhang snapped harshly. "Didn't you hear that the process of condensing a poison pill is excruciatingly painful? The slightest misstep could cost you your life." "I know," Xiaofang replied fearlessly. "But I don't want to spend my whole life as a cripple. I want to avenge my mother." Elder Zhang's expression froze in surprise. He hadn't expected his daughter to harbor such thoughts. As for the enemy who had persecuted his wife, Elder Zhang naturally wanted to kill him with his own hands, but given his current strength, he had no way to exact revenge. "Elder Zhang, the reason your cultivation cannot progress is due to the hidden injuries within your body. Of course, I can help you heal those injuries, but I'm powerless to help with your daughter's poison." After all, the assistance he could offer was only enough for Lin to accomplish one of these tasks. "Neutralize the poison in my daughter," Elder Zhang replied without a moment's hesitation. As long as Xiaofang was safe and sound, he would sacrifice even his own life without hesitation. "Very well," Lin said, respecting his choice. "But you must decide carefully which method to use for the antidote." Elder Zhang naturally favored the second option, for as long as Xiaofang could live safely and soundly, nothing else mattered. But Xiaofang insisted on choosing the poison pill method. In her view, she absolutely had to avenge her mother. She was absolutely unwilling to settle for a life of mediocrity. This led to a heated argument between father and daughter. Though Xiaofang was still young, she had an extremely stubborn temperament. No matter how Elder Zhang tried to persuade her, she refused to back down, determined to choose the poison pill method. Elder Zhang did not want to see anything happen to his daughter, so he turned directly to Lin and said, "Please help her purge the toxins from her body." He then used mana to bind Xiaofang tightly. "Let me go." The young girl struggled fiercely, her eyes filled with defiance. "I don't want to become a cripple. I want to avenge my mother and seek justice for these 13 years of torment." Hearing his daughter's hysterical screams, Elder Zhang's face was filled with anguish. He knew full well the suffering Xiaofang had endured over the years. But no matter what, he had to save her life. "Go ahead." Lin stepped forward to stand before Xiaofang, reaching out to place his hand on her head.
As his large hand drew closer, she shook her head frantically. Stop. Even if you remove the toxin, I'll take my own life. It's better to die than to live on like this, barely clinging to life. Those words instantly pierced Elder Zhang's heart like a sharp sword. His eyes widened as he cried out urgently, "Wait!" Lin's hand hovered a few centimeters from Xiaofang's head. Do you really want to choose the third path? Yes. Xiaofang nodded firmly. All right. Elder Zhang sighed deeply, as if summoning all his strength, and said, "Please use the poison pill method." Lin wasted no time, pressing his finger against Xiaofang's brow. No matter what happens next, you must remain fully conscious. Otherwise, the toxin inside you will spiral out of control. Not only will you die, but the area within a 10-li radius will be contaminated by poisonous fumes. Ah! Elder Zhang exclaimed upon hearing this. Then let South find another place to do this. There is no time, Lin shook his head and explained, her intense emotional turmoil just now fully activated the toxins, we must proceed immediately. With that, Lin channeled a strand of gray energy into Xiaofang's brain. In an instant, the toxins lurking there surged toward the gray energy as if possessed, only to be completely absorbed by it. Xiaofang let out an agonized scream. It felt as if countless sharp spikes were frantically piercing her brain. The excruciating pain nearly caused her to faint. Fortunately, she kept Lin's instructions firmly in mind and forced herself to stay alert, refusing to let herself slip into unconsciousness. This agony lasted a full half hour. After completely absorbing all the toxins from her brain, Lin proceeded to the next step. Focus your consciousness and draw in your soul realm. You should be able to see a gray bead. Following Lin's guidance, Xiaofang indeed saw a rapidly spinning gray bead. Use your psychic power to control it. Unexpectedly, the moment Xiaofang's soul form touched the gray bead, her entire arm was torn off and instantly sucked into it. The pain was no less intense than having her physical arm torn off. Xiaofang was so terrified that she stumbled backward repeatedly, her eyes filled with fear as she stared at the gray orb. If she got any closer, her soul would surely be torn to shreds. Hurry up! Lin's urgent voice rang in her ears. But if you delay any longer, it will devour your soul realm, and you'll become nothing more than a walking corpse. Xiaofang wanted to tell Lin that the gray bead was far too dangerous, but before she could speak, he cut her off ruthlessly. Hearing such a grim fate, she realized she had no way out. After all, it was her own choice. So Xiaofang mustered her courage, approached the gray bead once more, and raised her hand to grasp it, but that terrifying suction force quickly returned, and she instinctively pulled her hand back. Lin sighed helplessly at the sight. He clearly overestimated this girl's resolve. It's not too late to give up now. I'll retrieve it, and then I'll purge the toxins from your body. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiaofang made an incredibly bold move. Disregarding the danger of being torn to shreds, she charged forward and swallowed the gray orb whole. She soon paid the price for her actions. An excruciating pain surged from within her body, as if her soul were about to explode at any moment. Xiaofang's soul let out a piercing wail as she thrashed about in the soul realm, seemingly trying to ease the pain. The gray orb seemed to possess a will of its own, struggling to burst out of her soul. Xiaofang knew that if she let it escape, she would never be able to tame it again. Calm down. She used her psychic power to envelop the gray orb, trying to stop it from running amok. Unfortunately, Xiaofang's psychic power was too weak to restrain the gray orb at all. I'll go all out. Just as the gray orb was about to force its way out, Xiaofang decided to gather all her soul power into one, clearly intending to fight to the death. Fortunately, her decision proved correct. As more and more soul fragments merged into the gray orb, it actually began to settle down. Well done, Lin's admiring voice rang in her ear. But this is only the beginning. I hope you can hold on through what comes next. No sooner had she spoken than Xiaofang noticed the gray orb, which had just stabilized, was suddenly stirring again, and this time, the suction it generated was more than 10 times stronger than before. In the blink of an eye, her entire soul was devoured. Lin withdrew his hand and sat down on the stone chair. How is she? Elder Zhang hurried forward to ask,
his brow furrowed with concern. I've done everything I could. Now it's up to her own fate. What do you mean? Elder Zhang froze, not quite understanding Lin S words. Meanwhile, after her soul was devoured, Xiaofang was surprised to find herself in a hazy, gray space. She looked around curiously, but could see nothing. Could it be that she was already dead? As this thought crossed her mind, a hint of self-mockery flashed across Xiaofang's face. She had resolutely chosen the most dangerous path, yet she hadn't seen it through to the end. Still, she had no regrets. Rather than living a mediocre life, she was willing to die while striving for her goals. A fine resolve. Suddenly, a clear voice rang in her ear. Xiaofang instinctively turned her head to her side and saw a mass of gray mist churning constantly, eventually coalescing slowly into a human form. But when Xiaofang got a clear look at the other person's face, her pupils contracted involuntarily. How is this possible? It turned out that the person standing before her looked exactly like herself. No need to be surprised, the apparition said with a smile. I was formed from the toxins within your body. Having lived side by side for so many years, it's no wonder we look alike. It's you! Xiaofang's expression twisted instantly. She roared and lunged forward, grabbing the apparition by the chest. You're the one who caused my mother's death and forced me to endure unimaginable torment every single day all these years. Don't get so angry, the illusion replied calmly in the face of Xiaofang's accusations. I wasn't the one responsible for all this tragedy. Besides, I even saved your life when you were a child. That single sentence brought Xiaofang, who had been consumed by rage, back to her senses. When she was 6 years old, she had wandered deep into the jungle while playing and ended up being targeted by a demon beast. Just as she was about to meet her end in its jaws, the demon beast was suddenly killed by the toxin in her blood, and Xiaofang narrowly escaped death. Not only that, but from now on, you'll have to rely on me to grow stronger so you can avenge your mother. Hearing this, Xiaofang had no choice but to slowly release her grip, even though she didn't want to admit it. I don't think I've earned your approval yet, have I? That's right. Then what do I need to do? It's simple. The illusion raised a hand and gave her forehead a light flick, sending Xiaofang flying backward. Defeat me. Only strength can make me submit. Xiaofang struggled to her feet, her eyes blazing with a fierce fighting spirit. Fine, I'll make you submit willingly. With that, she charged toward the illusion, swinging her tiny, pink fists at its head. Sigh. The illusion let out a soft sigh and effortlessly parried her attack. You don't really think you can beat me with that level of strength, do you? The illusion suddenly exerted force, snapping Xiaofang's arm clean off. Yet she didn't even let out a groan of pain. Clearly, after enduring her previous ordeal, her endurance had improved significantly. Xiaofang gritted her teeth against the pain and tried to strike the illusion's vital points with her other hand. Crack! The result was that this arm was snapped as well. The phantom seized the moment to leap forward and deliver a kick to Xiaofang's abdomen, sending her flying. Armless, she lay face down on the ground, struggling to get back to her feet. I'd actually hoped you'd made some progress, but it seems this is the best you can do. The phantom walked slowly toward her, looking down at Xiaofang. You surely know the price of failure. Hand over control of your body. No way. Xiaofang certainly wouldn't give in so easily. She still had to avenge her mother. There was no way she was going to go down here. In that case, I'll have no choice but to erase your soul. The phantom condensed a ball of green toxin in her hand, preparing to use it to corrode Xiaofang. Just as it was about to strike, Xiaofang rolled her body at the last moment, dodging the fatal blow. She then spun halfway around on the spot and kicked the phantom hard in the ankle. Caught off guard, the phantom fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaofang clamped her legs tightly around the phantom's neck, attempting to suffocate her. That's a great idea, but it seems you've forgotten that I have no physical form to begin with. Instantly, the phantom's body dissolved into nothingness, then turned into a cloud of gray mist and vanished, only to reform right in front of Xiaofang. A sense of despair welled up inside Xiaofang. Facing such a powerful opponent, how could she possibly win?
That had been her only chance to win, but unfortunately, it hadn't worked. Now, having lost both her arms, she couldn't even stand up.
Wait a minute.
Xiaofang suddenly recalled what Lin had said. The success rate of the poison pill technique was minuscule, but it wasn't entirely impossible. There was also something else that puzzled Xiaofang. If this illusion truly intended to kill her, it could have struck the moment it appeared, yet it hadn't. Instead, it had revealed the method to control the toxin. All signs pointed to the fact that things were definitely not that simple.
It's time to go.
Just as the illusion prepared to inject the toxin into Xiaofang's soul once more, at the very last moment, she suddenly closed her eyes.
Ding! The next second, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the illusion's attack. What? Just as I thought.
Xiaofang opened her eyes, and under the illusion's astonished gaze, her severed hands regenerated to their original state.
Since this is my mental space, that means I am the absolute ruler here, capable of controlling everything at will.
She raised her hand and clenched it in midair, and the phantom was firmly bound.
So you figured it out after all.
Yet it showed no sign of panic, merely stating calmly, "You've won."
Xiaofang looked at the phantom with a complex expression. Actually, you never intended to kill me.
What makes you say that?
Intuition.
The illusion seemed taken aback by her words, a look of surprise crossing its face.
Still, I have to thank you.
Even though your existence took my mother away from me and made me endure so many years of torment, at the very least, you saved me when I was in danger.
Of course. And from now on, it's because of you that I'll have the means to take revenge on my enemies. Is Xiaofang really okay?
Lin took a sip of tea and looked, somewhat exasperated, at Elder Zhang, who was shifting restlessly in his seat.
You've asked that at least 20 times already. Can't you calm down a bit?
I can't calm down, Elder Zhang said with a bitter smile. I promised her mother I'd protect her at all costs. If anything happens to Xiaofang, not only will I be unable to go on living, but I'll have no face to show you her. In any case, it all comes down to her own insight and destiny. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a green beam of light shot skyward. When the beam dissipated, Xiaofang stood there unharmed, her skin covered in green patterns that seemed to contain energy slowly flowing beneath the surface. Elder Zhang hurried over and instinctively reached out to touch the strange patterns.
Do you want to lose your hand? Lin's voice suddenly rang out, stopping him in his tracks. What is going on with her? Elder Zhang asked Lin. Nothing much.
The poison pill has successfully formed. Right now, it's gathering the toxins from her body into it.
From now on, she'll be able to cultivate using the poison pill. Hearing this, Elder Zhang's heart finally settled. Thank you for your help.
Lin stood up and waved his hand, indicating there was no need to thank him. Just don't forget about the yin-yang spirit spring.
Don't worry, Elder Zhang said confidently. I'll go see the sect master right away and get his approval for you to enter the secret realm.
After all, Elder Zhang had once helped the sect master by chance, so the latter had promised to grant him one request unconditionally. Just then, Xiaofang opened her eyes. She cast a glance down at the changes in her body, which was now brimming with immense power.
How do you feel?
Great. Faced with her father's concern, Xiaofang replied excitedly, I feel like I can already control the toxins within my body at will, and I can even convert external mana into poison energy. Hearing that his daughter had finally been freed from the toxin's torment, Elder Zhang was so overcome with excitement that tears streamed down his face. He immediately knelt before Lin. Looking at the father and daughter kneeling before him, Lin simply shrugged. I told you, this is just my thank you for helping me secure a spot. By the way, now that I've joined the Tianji sect, where should I live? The courtyard next to mine has been vacant for years.
If you don't mind, young friend Lin, I can apply for it on your behalf.
Then I appreciate your help. Lin had been hoping to stay somewhere quiet as a third-rate sect. The Tianji sect likely housed its inner sect disciples all together, which would be extremely inconvenient for him. By the way, that girl has just condensed her poison core. It'll be hard for her to adapt in the short term. You'd better get her a poison cultivation manual, that way, she'll be able to fully master her poison-imbued physique much more quickly.
Hearing this, Elder Zhang couldn't help but furrow his brow.
After all, poison cultivation manuals were extremely rare, they weren't something one could just obtain on a whim. However, for the sake of his daughter, he would go through fire and water without hesitation.
Brother Lin.
Just then, Xiaofang knelt before Lin once more and said earnestly, "I'd like to ask for your help."
To help your father heal the hidden injuries within his body, right? Xiaofang's expression grew serious, and she nodded firmly.
I've already said that the reward for the yin-yang spirit pool spot is only enough to complete one task. I've given you a choice, one shouldn't be too greedy.
Hearing this, Xiaofang was instantly at a loss for words.
She bit her lip, knowing full well that her request was somewhat presumptuous. If Brother Lin agrees to help heal my father's injuries, I'm willing to pay any price, even if it means serving you as a slave or maid for the rest of my life. I'd do so willingly.
No need.
Yet her heartfelt plea failed to move Lin.
To be honest, in my eyes, you don't even have the qualifications to follow me. Lin didn't want to waste any more time.
He turned to Elder Zhang and said, "Take me to my quarters."
"Please follow me."
The elder cast a complex glance at his daughter, who was kneeling on the ground. In fact, the reason he didn't speak up to stop him was that he had a certain self-interest, but not for himself, rather for his daughter's sake. Lin's abilities these days are beyond imagination. Even toxins that plague those at the spirit transformation realm are effortlessly neutralized by him. No doubt Lin will achieve great things in the future, and it would be an honor for Xiaofang to follow in his footsteps.
Watching Lin's receding figure, Xiaofang couldn't help but clench her delicate fists.
She didn't resent him for not coming to her aid, she simply felt utterly useless.
"Brother Lin."
Xiaofang jumped to her feet and shouted at Lin, "If one day I become worthy of serving you, will you grant my request?" Hearing the young girl's hysterical yet resolute cry, the corners of Lin's mouth lifted slightly. "All right, I'll wait for that day. This place really is quite shabby." Looking at the courtyard before him, which hadn't been cleaned in who knows how many years, Lin's arched eyebrows furrowed slightly. Elder Zhang looked slightly embarrassed.
"This used to be my wife's residence.
After she passed away, the sect kept it vacant out of concern that toxic residues might still be present. Lin, of course, wasn't worried about toxins. There wasn't a poison in this world that could threaten him.
"Would you like me to clean it up for you?" "No need."
Lin shook his head, he would tidy it up himself.
"Then I'll be on my way."
Elder Zhang was eager to hurry off and find a poison cultivation manual for his precious daughter. After he left, Lin gave the small courtyard a quick tidy up, but just as he finished, an uninvited guest barged in.
"Ha? Who are you?"
Faced with the question, Lin replied calmly, "Before asking others, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?"
"My apologies."
The young woman paused for a moment, then flashed a smile so breathtaking it could topple a kingdom.
"My name is Gurulin." "Lin. That's an unfamiliar name.
Are you really a disciple of this sect?"
"I just joined today." "I see."
Gurulin realized why he hadn't reacted at all when she mentioned her name.
"Since you're a new disciple, shouldn't you be in the outer sect? Why are you here in the inner sect?" "Because I'm an inner sect disciple." Lin produced his identity token.
Gurulin was quite surprised when she saw it. To be promoted directly like that, it seems you have remarkable talent.
"It's nothing special. I'm still no match for you."
Lin's remark caused Gurulin's pupils to contract slightly.
"What do you mean, junior brother?"
"At first, I was curious why you'd come here, but after examining your constitution, I think I understand the reason."
"That's utter nonsense."
A flicker of panic crossed Gurulin's eyes, though she concealed it well. She left a parting remark and turned to leave.
"Are you sure you want to leave?"
But Lin's teasing tone made her stop in her tracks. A twin spirit body. While it grants a cultivation speed far surpassing that of ordinary people, it's extremely prone to breeding inner demons. If you don't vent them in time, you'll lose control. Hearing Lin describe her constitution word for word, Gurulin's face was filled with shock as she slowly turned her head.
"Who exactly are you?"
"Who I am doesn't matter.
What matters is that I can help you eliminate your inner demons. The 4 words eliminate inner demons struck Gu Rolin's heart like a heavy hammer. She hurried over to Lin and asked, her face full of hope, can you really do that?
Lin nodded. Then please help me kill that bug. Gu Rolin had intended to ask Lin for help, but before she could finish her sentence, her expression turned ferocious, and her once beautiful eyes glowed crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand to stab at Lin's chest, clearly intending to rip out his heart. Just as her sharp nails were a few centimeters from Lin's chest, she suddenly stopped. Her slender wrist was firmly grasped by a large hand.
What a nuisance!
Lin simply hurled Gu Rolin across the room.
I hate nothing more than being interrupted while I'm talking to someone. If you go back on your own right now, I might let this slide.
Unfortunately, the heart demon did not appreciate Lin's goodwill. As soon as she regained her footing, she immediately launched another attack, her eyes brimming with a bloodthirsty glint.
If you want to take the kind offer, you'll have to face the consequences.
Lin wasn't in the mood for small talk. He summoned his wooden sword and engaged her in combat.
Gu Rolin looked to be only around 20 years old, yet her cultivation had already reached the golden core realm.
It had to be said that the twin spirit body was indeed formidable, and with the heart demon's boost, her strength was on par with the nascent soul realm. Without resorting to the power of chaos, Lin truly wouldn't be able to suppress her in the short term. After all, he was currently only at the gathering essence realm. There was a gap of a full 3 major realms between them.
Boom!
With a dull thud, Lin was actually knocked flying. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. He raised his hand and brushed the dust off his clothes.
Not bad. Since my rebirth, this is the first time I've felt the urge to fight.
As a king, Lin didn't deign to use chaos power when fighting cultivators of a similar age. He thrust the wooden sword in his hand into the ground, then immediately unleashed all the mana within his body. In an instant, his aura began to surge rapidly.
Zuantiangang Qi.
The mana that surged out condensed into a layer of armor covering his body.
Clang!
When Gu Rolin's claws slashed past, they actually produced a sound like metal scraping against metal, yet not a single crack appeared, a clear indication of just how hard this armor was.
Of course, that wasn't all.
Lin stomped his foot down with all his might. The ground instantly rippled like flowing water, forcibly sending Gu Rolin reeling back dozens of steps.
Shilin treading the heavens.
But it wasn't over yet. Just as she struggled to steady herself, an intense wave of dizziness swept through her brain, causing her vision to spin. By the time she regained her senses, a massive hand was rapidly looming in her field of vision.
Gu Rolin instinctively tried to block it, but it was too late.
Lin grabbed her by the neck and hoisted her into the air. She struggled frantically, but couldn't break through the aura of energy enveloping him.
Seal!
With Lin's soft command, Gu Rolin's mana was sealed off, completely beyond her control. It's time to bring out the real deal, Lin said as he tightened his grip. The suffocating pressure contorted Gu Rolin's features. Lin showed no sign of mercy. He stared coldly at Gu Rolin, whose face was contorted with pain. You've shown quite a bit of resilience, but in my presence, your resilience is meaningless. Finally, just a second before she was about to be choked to death, the heart demon could no longer hold out and retreated deep back into Gu Rolin's body.
Let me go. You've regained your senses.
Only then did Lin release his grip. Gu Rolin immediately slumped to the ground, clutching her neck and gasping for breath. Her head throbbed as if being pierced by needles due to the lack of oxygen. Lin showed no sign of apology whatsoever and asked expressionlessly, I can help you eliminate the inner demon, but in return, you'll have to pay a price.
Go ahead.
Gu Rolin knew full well that there was no such thing as a free lunch, but she had been tormented by her inner demon for so long that if she could eradicate it once and for all, she was willing to pay any price.
The price is simple, I want you. What? Be my servant for a year. What?
The first part of the sentence had already startled Gu Rolin. She almost thought Lin was after her body, but the second part filled her with intense shame and indignation.
No way.
Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Rolin flatly refused Lin's demand.
Suit yourself.
Lin didn't press the issue. He simply shrugged and said, after all, I'm not the one being tormented by the inner demon. That single sentence dredged up all those terrible memories in Gu Rolin's mind. Whenever the heart demon reawakened and took over her body, she was actually conscious of it, but unfortunately, she was completely powerless to stop it. She could only watch helplessly as she turned into a beast whose mind was filled with nothing but murder. Out of sheer desperation, Gu Rolin had sealed herself away in this small courtyard, a place no one dared to approach on ordinary days. Since you won agree, then leave right away. You can find another place to vent your rage in the future. Also, remember to use thicker chains. Otherwise, if you break free, quite a few disciples will likely suffer. Lin's words sent a shiver down Gu Rolin's slender frame. She knew full well that as her cultivation grew stronger, the power of her inner demoness outbursts would become increasingly terrifying. At this rate, the Tianji sect would very likely be destroyed by her own hand in the future. Gu Rolin pursed her lips and stood there deep in thought for quite a while. Eventually, a look of resolve flashed in her eyes. All right, I agree. Then let us sign the soul contract. Lin seemed to have anticipated this outcome all along. With a sweep of his hand, he conjured a contract before Gu Rolin. Just place a drop of your essence blood inside it. What is this? Gu Rolin furrowed her willow-like brows and asked in confusion. A blood pact. If you dare to break it, I can make your life a living hell. What? Gu Rolin was deeply shocked upon hearing this. Doesn't that mean my life is entirely in your hands? Exactly. At that, Gu Rolin began to have second thoughts. What if, after signing the contract, Lin didn't honor his end of the bargain? She'd be the one left holding the short end of the stick. Can't we just not sign it? Since I've already agreed to help you, I'll naturally keep my word. No, Lin flatly refused, his expression impassive as he said, I don't trust you. He certainly wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. Isn't there any other way? A blood pact is the safest method. Don't worry, for the next year, you'll just be my attendant. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Really? Gu Rolin looked skeptical. She knew full well how tempting her beauty was to men. If he couldn't control himself and took advantage of her, she wouldn't even have anywhere to cry about it. Believe it or not, Lin said irritably. Stop daydreaming about such pleasant things. You're not even good enough for me. For some reason, Gu Rolin actually felt there was some truth to his words. Although she really didn't want to admit it, just based on his looks alone, she certainly wouldn't be at a disadvantage. After all, Lin's face was truly breathtaking. Finally, after careful consideration, Gu Rolin gritted her teeth and agreed to Lin's request. She pricked her finger and let a drop of blood seep into the contract. Immediately, the contract transformed into streaks of light that shot into the space between her eyebrows, and in an instant, Gu Rolin felt as if her soul had been bound by some mysterious force. I've done as you asked. Can you help me eliminate my inner demon now? Lin, of course, wouldn't go back on his word. He stepped forward to stand before Gu Rolin, pressed his finger against her forehead, and then used his divine sense to transmit a set of meditation techniques to her. The Supreme Pure Heart Sutra. Gu Rolin was instantly deeply moved, and a look of joy spread across her delicate face. If she followed the sutra exactly as instructed, she might truly be able to banish her inner demon. This sutra is at least of the holy grade level. I never imagined you'd have such a stroke of luck. Lin, upon hearing this, snorted disdainfully. The Supreme Pure Heart Art was an ancient secret technique. Even the most precious divine-grade cultivation methods in the lower realm weren't worthy of tying its shoes. Lin didn't offer much explanation, merely adding, start practicing on your own for now. If you run into anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Thank you. Gu Rolin turned to head back to her meditation chamber, but after taking just 2 steps, a sharp pain shot through her head. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees. Where do you think you're going? Lin's indifferent voice rang in her ear. As a servant, shouldn't you always stay by your master's side? Gu Rolin forced herself to endure the pain and said apologetically, I was thoughtless. I beg your forgiveness, master. Seeing that she was reasonably sensible, Lin didn't press the matter further and pointed to the small hut nearby.
You'll live here from now on. Remember to clean my quarters every day. With that, Lin turned and walked into the main house.
After killing Su Shangtian earlier, he had deliberately taken his storage ring, which happened to contain several decent quality medicinal herbs. Although he could have absorbed them directly, Lin planned to refine them into elixirs. This would not only make the energy purer but also significantly enhance their effectiveness. Lin took out all the medicinal herbs and arranged them according to their corresponding attributes. Soon, he decided which elixirs to refine. First up was the Sacred Sun Elixir, which was extremely beneficial for cultivators practicing fire-based techniques. Even without a pill furnace, Lin was still able to refine it. A wisp of gray flame ignited at his fingertips, enveloping the herbs one by one. Within a few breaths, they had turned into liquid. Unlike other alchemists, who must go through various processes such as tempering, purifying, liquefying, and condensing, the pill Lin's method was extremely simple and brute force. He directly melted the herbs into a liquid and immediately began condensing them together, all while skipping the so-called sequence and performing these steps simultaneously. The consequence of doing this would be a loss of control over the medicinal power, leading to a furnace explosion. In response, Lin remarked, "I don't even have a furnace, so there's no way the furnace could explode." Gu Ruolin, who was practicing her meditation technique in the courtyard, was suddenly startled by a violent surge of energy. She opened her eyes and looked toward the main house. A look of confusion crossed her face. What on earth was Lin doing inside that was causing the mana to become so restless? Immediately afterward, she caught a whiff of a rich, herbal scent that filled her with a sense of bliss. Such a heart-soothing herbal fragrance. Could this be the legendary 9th grade elixir? Gu Ruolin was utterly astonished. She instinctively wanted to rush inside to see what was happening. But she quickly stopped in her tracks. If she barged in without permission, given Lin's temper, he certainly wouldn't forgive her easily. She had no desire to relive that agony of pain so excruciating it felt worse than death. So, suppressing her curiosity, Gu Ruolin sat cross-legged on the ground once more, gathered her focus, and continued her cultivation. Only 8 alchemical patterns? It seems my alchemy skills have declined quite a bit. Lin examined the pill in her hand, entirely crimson in color and covered with peculiar patterns on its surface. Let us test its effects. She opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. The very next second, energy as scorching as magma spread throughout her body, and the skin on Lin's face began to turn a dark red. However, it was quickly absorbed and refined in its entirety. After just a few deep breaths, Lin returned to normal. He exhaled deeply, a look of satisfaction flitting across his eyes. Late-stage Yuan gathering realm. I'm just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. It seems I'll need even more ferocious energy. When Lin stepped out of the house, he spotted Gu Ruolin meditating in the courtyard, with several milky white halos floating around her body. This was precisely the sign that she had reached the first level of the supreme pure heart art. Next, she needed to continuously enhance the strength of her divine sense to suppress her inner demon, at the very least, to prevent her from completely losing her sanity as she had before. Lin planned to find a place rich in energy. Before entering the yin-yang secret realm, he had to at least break through to the foundation stage so he could better assimilate the yin-yang Tao. Only after the energy within her body had circulated through 10 celestial cycles did Gu Ruolin slowly open her eyes. Her young face was radiant with joy. She could clearly sense that her inner demon had weakened considerably. This cultivation method was indeed effective. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she could eradicate it completely. Now that you're awake, let us go. Master, where are we going? Having personally experienced the wonders of the supreme pure heart art, Gu Ruolin was now completely convinced of Lin's abilities, so the title master rolled off her tongue with ease. To the east. Lin could sense intense energy fluctuations emanating from that direction. What? Upon hearing this, Gu Ruolin hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Master, we'd better not go there. What do you mean? Gu Ruolin explained, to the east of our sect lies a terrifying thunder realm, filled with violent lightning. Even the Grand Elder wouldn't dare approach it lightly. Upon hearing this, Lin's eyes lit up. Lightning was a valuable resource to him.
How far is it, roughly? 50 kilometers. Lead the way.
Gu Rulin was at a loss for words, but she had no choice but to obey the order.
She summoned a flying sword and took off, riding it through the air.
But as soon as she took to the sky, she noticed that Lin was still standing motionless where he was. "Master, is there something else?" she asked, flying back down in confusion.
Do you think a Ju-Yuan realm cultivator can fly through the air? What? Gu Rulin's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, you're at the Ju-Yuan realm?
She had actually been defeated by a Ju-Yuan realm cultivator, and while she was in the grip of her inner demon, no less. "Move over a bit," Lin urged. Gu Rulin instinctively made room behind her, and he hopped onto the flying sword.
Let us go.
Yes. Gu Rulin steered the flying sword, carrying Lin as they transformed into a streak of light and sped eastward. As the two swept rapidly over the Tianji sect, they instantly caught the attention of many disciples.
The Tianling sword isn't that senior sister Rulin's flying sword? She must be rushing off to handle some urgent matter. Definitely. Rulin is a very busy person.
Not only is she the most talented disciple in our Tianji sect, but she also comes from an extremely noble background and is breathtakingly beautiful. How blissful it would be to become her Tao companion.
You? Stop daydreaming. Senior sister Rulin is famously aloof.
Once, a golden core level genius confessed his feelings to her, only to be beaten so severely that he was bedridden for an entire year.
Look! There is someone standing on the sword, and it's a man.
Suddenly, a sharp-eyed disciple cried out in surprise, and the others quickly noticed Lin standing behind Gu Rulin.
Who is this guy? How dare he fly side by side with senior sister Rulin? Not sure I can't see his face. I'm so jealous. I really wish that person were me.
Gu Rulin was still unaware that her decision to take Lin with her on their sword flight had already caused a sensation within the sect. The two of them flew swiftly straight toward the Thunder Realm.
Master, what are you planning to do in the Thunder Realm? Cultivate.
That's too dangerous, Gu Rulin said, trying to dissuade him.
Those thunderbolts contain terrifying power.
No matter how powerful you are, Master, you couldn't possibly tame them.
Who said I'm going to tame them? Then what are you? Absorbing them.
Lin casually uttered those two words, leaving Gu Rulin utterly stunned.
In her view, Lin must have gone mad. As the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, how could lightning possibly be easily absorbed by a cultivator?
Even someone with a lightning attribute constitution couldn't manage it.
Since he was determined to court death, Gu Rulin saw no point in further small talk. Instead, she asked cautiously, Master, if something were to happen to you, would it affect me? Lin shot her a sidelong glance and teased, What? Worried you might lose your life along with me? Gu Rulin forced a smile. I was just curious.
Don't worry, Lin said with an eerie smile. If I die, you won't survive either. The first three words had actually made Gu Rulin breathe a quiet sigh of relief, but the rest of the sentence sent a chill straight through her.
Master, that joke isn't funny.
Lin replied seriously, I never joke.
It's over.
Gu Rulin's heart sank to the depths of despair in an instant. She certainly didn't want to die for nothing like this.
Master, can we make a deal?
Please dissolve the blood contract. I don't want this supreme pure heart technique anymore. Compared to the threat of the heart demon, Gu Rulin felt her own life was far more important. I'm sorry, but the blood contract cannot be dissolved until the term expires.
How could this happen? Gu Rulin immediately wore a mournful expression.
As her attention wavered, the flying sword beneath her feet began to wobble wildly from side to side. Lin furrowed his brow and raised his hand to tap her on the forehead.
Focus. Stung by the pain, Gu Rulin could only pout as she reluctantly continued to control the flying sword.
Lin could only say helplessly, even if you die, there is absolutely no way anything will happen to me.
Really? Believe it or not.
Lin couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on her and simply closed his eyes to rest. Soon, a thick, dark cloud appeared before their eyes, accompanied by a deafening roar. Countless bolts of lightning raged and flashed wildly within the clouds, radiating an aura of destruction that made one's scalp tingle. Gu Rolan's heart raced with fear.
This thunder pool, resembling a veritable hell, would surely reduce anyone who accidentally entered it to ashes. Fly into it. Gu Rolan seriously wondered if she imagined what she heard. She stiffly turned her head and asked, forcing a smile, "Master, you didn't just say that, did you?"
"I said, fly into it." What met her was Lin's icy voice, like the whisper of a demon.
Gulp. Gu Rolan swallowed hard.
She glanced at the Thunder Realm once more. It resembled a monster with a gaping, blood-red maw, ready to devour any living creature that dared to intrude. But Lin, standing behind her, was even more terrifying. He could make her wish she were dead with a single thought. After a few seconds of deep contemplation, Gu Rolan had no choice but to grit her teeth and steer her flying sword slowly into the Thunder Realm. At that moment, she could only hope that the lightning would kill her instantly. That way, at least she'd suffer a little less. "Hurry up," Lin urged impatiently.
"I'll take my chances."
Gu Rolan steeled her resolve and darted into the Thunder Realm at top speed. She closed her eyes tightly, waiting for death to come. But quite some time passed without her feeling a thing.
Could it be that she had already been blasted to smithereens by the lightning?
She slowly opened her eyes, and lightning bolts thicker than her arm instantly filled her field of vision.
"Ah!" Gu Rolan instinctively let out a piercing scream. "That's so damn loud."
The next second, she felt a heavy thud on her forehead. Gu Rolan quickly turned her head to look behind her and saw Lin raising his left hand high. All the lightning around them seemed to respond to a summons, converging frantically toward the palm of his hand, then transforming into energy filled with a destructive aura that surged into Lin's body.
He was actually absorbing the power of lightning.
Gu Rolan felt her worldview shatter. For as long as anyone could remember, all cultivators had known one thing: energies condensed from the laws of heaven and earth such as lightning, hurricanes, and magma could never be directly absorbed and refined.
After all, the slightest misstep would result in instant death.
Yet Lin, merely a cultivator at the Gathering Essence realm, had accomplished something so utterly unimaginable.
Was he really human? Gu Rolan looked at Lin as if he were a monster. "Stop staring at me. Get ready to cultivate."
"Ha!" Before Gu Rolan could even react, Lin raised his hand, caught a bolt of lightning, and channeled it into her body. Although you don't have a lightning attribute constitution, thanks to the unique nature of the twin spirit body, you should be able to refine it after some processing. To Gu Rolan's surprise, the bolt of lightning settled within her body with unexpected calm, as if it were a tamed beast. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she hurriedly sat cross-legged, entered a meditative state, and attempted to absorb the energy contained within the lightning, a process that went remarkably smoothly. Compared to Gu Rolan's cautious and careful approach, Lin's method was much more forceful. He directly used the lightning attraction technique to draw all the nearby lightning toward him. He then integrated it into his body without refining it first. If anyone else had done this, even someone at the Unity stage, they would have been reduced to ashes in an instant, for lightning contains an utterly terrifying destructive power. But Lin's chaos origin far surpassed that of others. As vast amounts of lightning were absorbed by Lin, his entire body became shrouded in an aura of destruction. Gu Rolan, who had just finished her own cultivation nearby, felt it and couldn't help but tremble with fear.
Was he going to explode?
Gu Rolan instinctively curled up into a ball, seeking some sense of security. Finally, after about 1 hour had passed, Lin ceased the thunder summoning technique. He exhaled a deep breath of murky air, his body still flickering with electric light, resembling a thunder god.
Not bad. This energy should be enough to break through to the Golden Core realm.
Lin clenched his fist, feeling the thunderous power surging within him. However, he wasn't in a hurry to condense his Golden Core. It wouldn't be too late to break through once he had obtained the Tao of Yin and Yang. Most of the lightning in the Thunder Realm had been absorbed, so it was no longer as terrifying as before, but there were still plenty of lightning bolts raging about. I might as well use them to make some heavenly thunder pills. Lin first instructed the shivering Gurulin, secure your flying sword.
Yes.
With the help of that earlier bolt of lightning, her cultivation had also improved significantly. She was now on the late Golden Core realm. Immediately, Lin manifested 9 grey giant hands, plucking 9 bolts of lightning directly from the pitch-black clouds, and then to everyone's astonishment began kneading these terrifying, energy-filled bolts with his bare hands.
That's just terrifying. Gurulin was so stunned by Lin's astonishing prowess that she was speechless.
Under her incredulous gaze, the 9 bolts of lightning were forcibly compressed into small spheres the size of lungan fruits, their surfaces covered by a thin grey membrane. Lin stored them in his storage ring, then continued to use his giant hands to grab more lightning, repeating the process over and over. Only after condensing 30 heavenly thunder pills did he finally stop. No wonder such a vast thunder domain has formed here. It turns out a thunder attribute heaven and earth spirit treasure has been born. Lin peered through the clouds and spotted a small axe deep within. A naturally formed spirit treasure like this far surpassed even the divine-grade Dao weapons that figures like Elder Xianming, a Unity stage cultivator, had once dreamed of possessing. But Lin did not reach out to seize it. In his view, having already absorbed so much lightning energy, he naturally could not go so far as to claim its very source.
Moreover, this object would be of little use to him if he left it there. The lightning domain would return to its original state before long. Let us go back.
Without a moment's hesitation, Gurulin steered her flying sword toward the edge of the lightning domain. She had long been eager to leave this dangerous place. Upon returning to the sect, the moment the two entered the courtyard, they discovered an uninvited guest.
Father.
Seeing the middle-aged man before her, Gurulin's face immediately betrayed her panic.
Shaolan, have you broken through again?
He immediately sensed the shift in Gurulin's aura, but rather than feeling pleased about his daughter's cultivation advancement, he wore a look of concern.
Didn't I tell you not to cultivate until you've completely suppressed your inner demon?
Don't worry, Gurulin hurried to explain.
I've already found a way to eliminate the inner demon.
Really?
The middle-aged man's eyes lit up.
The inner demon within his daughter had long been a thorn in his side. He tried every possible method but had been unable to completely dispel it. Just as he was about to ask what the method was, Lin spoke indifferently, "You two go talk somewhere else.
I need to rest."
"Who are you?" The middle-aged man only then noticed his presence.
"Father, his name is Lin. He is the one who gave me the method to eliminate the inner demon."
Gurulin hurried to introduce him, lest Lin's arrogant attitude upset her father.
"So you're Lin."
The moment the middle-aged man heard that name, the hint of suspicion that had begun to surface vanished without a trace.
"Father, do you know him?" Gurulin asked curiously.
"Yes." The middle-aged man nodded.
"Not long ago, the toxins inside Elder Zhang's daughter were completely eliminated, and it was all thanks to him."
Gurulin, however, wasn't he the least bit surprised to hear this. She was likely accustomed to Lin's various extraordinary feats, and a mere toxin was nothing to him. Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. "You must be the sect master of the Tenji sect."
"That's correct."
The middle-aged man clasped his hands behind his back and said with a resonant voice, "I am Gu Xiuda, the 19th generation sect master of the Tenji sect."
"Oh." Lin replied indifferently, then immediately asked, "When will the Yin-Yang secret realm open?"
"You little rascal." Seeing how calm he was, Gu Xiuda shook his head with a wry smile.
"I suppose you joined my Tenji sect solely for the Yin-Yang spirit pool."
"That's right."
Lin saw no reason to hide it. "The entrance to the secret realm will open in 3 days. You'll be able to enter then."
Hearing this, a hint of joy flashed across Lin's face.
Once he obtained the Yin-Yang Dao, he could condense his golden core and head for the eastern realm. "Although I've already promised Elder Zhang to give you a spot, if I'm not mistaken, you'll leave the Tianji sect immediately after emerging from the Yin-Yang secret realm, one to you?"
Lin nodded. He still had a few scores to settle, so naturally he couldn't stay here forever.
"At first, I wanted to persuade you to stay at the Tianji sect.
After all, with your talent, you're bound to become a powerful figure in the future. When that happens, the sect's standing will rise accordingly. It might even join the ranks of the top-tier powers."
"But I've put that thought aside now. Whether you stay or go is entirely up to you. I only hope that if the Tianji sect ever faces adversity in the future, you'll lend a hand for the sake of the yin-yang spirit pool. That one tea be necessary. Faced with Gu Xiuda's request, Lin simply shook his head in refusal. Gu Xiuda's expression stiffened slightly. He hadn't expected that even after lowering his stance so much, Lin wouldn't even grant him a verbal promise. Your Tianji sect cannot yet bear the karmic burden of my involvement. Perhaps sensing a hint of dissatisfaction in the other man, Lin offered an explanation. But to Gu Xiuda, this talk of fate sounded like nothing more than an excuse. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Gu Rulin hurried over, grabbed his arm, and pulled him aside. Father, please hear me out. In the end, no one knew exactly what Gu Rulin had said to him, but Gu Xiuda returned to Lin's side with a smile on his face. It seems I failed to recognize a great man when I saw one and underestimated young Master Lin's abilities. I never imagined you possessed such earth-shaking, soul-stirring prowess. Faced with the praise, Lin remained unmoved, merely casting a dispassionate glance at Gu Rulin. Clearly, this woman had told Gu Xiuda everything that had just happened in the Thunder Realm. Does the sect master have any further business? If not, please take your leave. I need to rest. Then I'll take my leave. Gu Rulin had intended to leave with her father, but suddenly a hand landed on her shoulder. Where are you going? Gu Rulin stiffly turned her head, forcing a smile. I'm going back to rest, too. Lin's face was full of an amused smile. Don't you know which room you're staying in? Following the direction of his finger toward the small cottage next door, Gu Rulin felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. She had been hoping that with her father present, she could temporarily escape Lin's side. Although he had indeed granted her many benefits, he was utterly ruthless when it came to bossing people around. The experience of him forcibly barging into the Thunder Realm last time had left Gu Rulin with a deep psychological trauma. Clan leader Gu, there is something I forgot to tell you. Gu Xiuda turned around in confusion. What is it? Your daughter. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Rulin quickly raised her small hand to cover his mouth. Father, he is fine. You should go back now. Really? Please, don't tell father. Gu Rulin pressed her palms together, her little face filled with pleading. There was indeed a minor issue just now, but it's resolved now. Oh. Gu Xiuda cast a meaningful glance at Lin and his daughter. His intuition told him that the relationship between these two was far from simple. The truth turned out to be pretty much as he suspected, though the nature of their relationship was somewhat different from what he imagined. Only after Gu Xiuda had left did Gu Rulin let out a sigh of relief, her legs trembling uncontrollably. If her father found out she'd become this guy's servant, he'd probably die of shock on the spot, so this matter absolutely couldn't be revealed to a third party. Master, could you please not tell anyone? What don't you want me to tell anyone? Lin asked, feigning ignorance. The fact that I'm your servant. So you're still aware of your status, huh? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Lin's mouth. I thought you'd completely forgotten about it. Oh no. The moment Gu Rulin heard those words, she instantly realized she must have done something to upset Lin. Master, I was wrong. To avoid punishment, Gu Rulin hurriedly began to apologize. Tell me, where did you go wrong? If you get it right, I won't punish you. A bead of sweat formed on Gu Rulin's forehead as her mind raced, but she just couldn't figure out what she'd done wrong. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she quickly said, I shouldn't have revealed your abilities to father. An eerie silence fell over the room. Gu Rulin felt her heart was about to leap out of her chest, terrified that she might have guessed wrong. Get some rest. Come with me tomorrow. Yes. Watching Lin walk into the house, Gu Rulin slumped to the floor, her whole body feeling drained. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. She narrowly escaped disaster. Master, where are we going? The next morning, Gu Rulin summoned her flying sword and asked curiously. We're going to look for some medicinal herbs. Taming the way of yin and yang was no easy task. Thorough preparation was essential. Therefore, Lin planned to refine a yin-yang mystic chi pill.
This pill would allow the body to temporarily withstand the power of yin and yang, and the ingredients required for its refinement weren't particularly scarce except for one item called the yin-yang mystic stone, which was very hard to find.
Do you know where the entrance to the yin-yang secret realm is?
I do.
Gu Ruolin nodded.
It was she who had discovered the yin-yang secret realm during her last outing with the Grand Elder, though unfortunately, her cultivation level exceeded the entry requirements, preventing her from entering.
Let us go there.
Yes. Soon, the two set off once more on a single sword, leaving the sect behind.
This only made many disciples envy Lin even more in their eyes. This man was undoubtedly Gu Ruolin's Tao companion.
After all, in the cultivation world, it was generally only cultivation partners who would ride a single sword together. What they didn't know, however, was that in Lin's eyes, Gu Ruolin was nothing more than a servant. About an incense stick's worth of time later, the two successfully arrived at their destination. Lin looked at the constantly warping space before him, as well as the faint traces of yin-yang energy seeping out from within, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It is indeed the yin-yang spirit pool. He motioned for Gu Ruolin to approach the entrance, but she shook her head, still shaken by the experience.
I can't do it.
It's saturated with powerful restrictive forces, we simply couldn't withstand them. It seemed she had tried this before and had nearly been severely injured by a backlash. It's fine, Lin replied calmly. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Seeing that Lin had gone this far, Gu Ruolin had no choice but to grit her teeth and fly toward the entrance. Sure enough, the moment she drew near, an inexplicable force began to assault her body, even affecting her internal organs. Fortunately, just as she was about to collapse, Lin waved his hand and actually dispelled that force. So it's the regulatory power of the lower realm. Lin carefully sensed the energy and finally understood why this had happened. It was likely a measure the lower realm had put in place to prevent anyone from ascending to the upper realm. That's why the entrance to the secret realm restricted cultivation levels. Otherwise, once a unity stage cultivator was tempered by the yin-yang spirit pool, they would gain the ability to open the heavenly gate.
Let us go down.
Once they reached the ground, Lin instructed, look around for a stone that's both black and white.
Ha! I have a very important use for it. Hurry up.
Generally speaking, yin-yang mystic stones appear in places where yin-yang energy is extremely abundant, and right now, this area was the most likely candidate. After all, an endless stream of yin-yang energy was spilling out from the secret realm. While Gu Ruolin searched, Lin wasn't idle either. He took all the spirit stones out of his storage ring and began arranging them on the ground in specific positions.
It looked as if he were setting up a formation. In fact, Lin was indeed setting up a formation. He planned to gather all the yin-yang energy in the vicinity.
If he couldn't find the yin-yang mystic stone, he would simply create one himself. Although he possessed great fortune, Lin couldn't possibly rely solely on luck. Finally, after spending 260 high-grade spirit stones, Lin successfully set up a medium-sized spirit gathering array. If anyone else had seen Lin's array setting techniques, they would likely have been stunned. After all, he was able to maintain the array's operation without even using array runes, which was completely beyond common sense. Lin picked up a random stone from the ground and placed it at the center of the array. A spirit gathering array alone wasn't enough after all. It would gather all the energy within a 10-kilometer radius, which wouldn't be sufficient to form a yin-yang mystic stone. Therefore, he had to refine it to extract the yin and yang energies contained within. Naturally, this had to be done by Lin himself. He released his divine sense to scan the surroundings and found nothing out of the ordinary.
Let us begin, then. Lin raised his hand to activate the formation.
Instantly, all the surrounding energy seemed to be drawn toward this spot, converging here with frenzied intensity. If viewed from above at that moment, the area resembled a massive vortex, ceaselessly drawing an energy like a surging tide. Once nearly all the surrounding energy had gathered, Lin raised his right hand high, and in the next second, he drew all of that energy into his body. Lin closed his eyes, feeling the energy surge through his body. He immediately began refining it using the power of chaos, and eventually, several strands of black and white light floated in the palm of his hand.
It's rather weak, but it's just right for condensing the yin-yang mystic stone.
Glancing at the stone placed at the center of the formation, Lin directly infused all the yin-yang energy in his hand into it, and the ordinary stone began to transform. Black and white hues slowly emerged on its surface, blending together and even emitting a faint, peculiar glow. Finally, after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Lin successfully condensed a yin-yang mystic stone, though judging by its quality, it was not of the highest grade. However, it was more than sufficient for refining elixirs. As for those top-grade spirit stones, they had all turned into worthless rock. Lin didn't feel the slightest bit of regret after all. A single yin-yang mystic stone was worth 1,000 top-grade spirit stones.
Just as he finished, Gurulin returned.
She glanced at the stone lying on the ground and wore a puzzled expression.
What happened?
Lin shot her a sidelong glance and ordered, "I'm going to refine a pill. From now on, you must not let anyone approach this area."
Do you understand?
Gurulin had wanted to say something, but when she saw Lin taking out various herbs, she could only reply, "Got it." When she saw Lin summon a gray flame, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had never seen a flame of that color before. What was even stranger was that, even though she wasn't particularly far from the flame, she didn't feel any burning sensation. Not even the air seemed to have warmed up.
"That's really odd," Gurulin muttered under her breath.
She suspected Lin was just putting on a show. A flame with no heat was simply impossible to use for alchemy. Not to mention that he wasn't even using a furnace. He didn't resemble the alchemists she had in mind at all. "I hope this ends soon," Gurulin said as she sat on a tree branch, observing her surroundings while idly playing with a stone out of boredom. If Lin hadn't been completely focused on alchemy at that moment, he would have noticed that the stone in Gurulin's hand was none other than the yin-yang mystic stone he had gone to such great lengths to forge.
"He made me go find this thing, and now that I've found it, he doesn't even want it." As time passed, Gurulin gradually began to notice something was amiss.
She glanced over and was startled to see that the herbs, enveloped in gray flames, had all turned into liquid.
"That's impossible."
She was so shocked she nearly fell out of the tree. Setting aside the fact that the gray flames could incinerate the herbs without an alchemy furnace, if the flames came into direct contact with the herbs, they would almost certainly turn to ash. But this hadn't happened to Lin, which meant his control over the heat was extremely precise, something even an 8th rank alchemist couldn't achieve.
Could he possibly be a 9th rank alchemist?
A bold thought flashed through Gurulin's mind.
Probably not.
But she quickly dismissed the idea. After all, 9th rank alchemists were extremely rare, and even top-tier factions seldom had such figures. Lin looked to be in his early 20s at most. No matter how exceptionally talented he might be, it was absolutely impossible for him to have become a 9th rank alchemist at such a young age.
By the way, what kind of elixir is he refining?
The scent is so rich. Wait, the scent of an elixir. Gurulin had been lost in the intoxicating fragrance, but she quickly realized that Lin had actually begun the elixir condensation process.
He can't be out of his mind condensing the elixir right after refining it. Gurulin knew full well the consequences of doing so. The elixir would spiral out of control and cause the furnace to explode.
No, she had to get out of here. If the furnace exploded, even as a golden core cultivator, she would be caught in the blast. But just as she was about to flee, she remembered what Lin had instructed her to do. She had to protect him from being disturbed. If she ran off like this, Lin would definitely not let her off the hook afterward. Under pressure from this guy's domineering attitude, Gurulin had no choice but to abandon her escape plan. But then she realized that he hadn't even used alchemy furnace during the alchemy process, so there was naturally no risk of an explosion.
Gurulin finally let out a sigh of relief.
She turned her gaze back to Lin and found that his focused expression was actually quite charming. His face was already ridiculously handsome to begin with, and at that moment, it made her heart flutter involuntarily. "No, I can't let him tempt me." Gurulin shook her head quickly, trying to snap herself back to her senses, because she knew Lin's true nature all too well. Although he was indeed very good-looking, his inner self could only be described as dark. If she were to fall for him, the outcome would undoubtedly be tragic. Just as Gurulin was lost in her thoughts, Lin reached the final step.
Unlike the previous Holy Sun pill, the yin-yang mystic chi pill possessed an even more overwhelming power.
No sooner had it taken shape than it began to surge wildly, trying to break free from Lin's control.
Humph, It's like an ant trying to shake a tree.
Lin snorted disdainfully and clenched his fist with a sudden movement. The previously restless nascent pill was instantly subdued.
The pill is complete.
With Lin's low roar, a black and white pill successfully solidified, and 9 peculiar pill patterns clearly emerged on its surface.
It's finally done.
Now all we need to do is wait for the secret realm to open.
Lin tucked the pill away and turned to look at Gu Rulan standing beside him.
You should head back first.
Yes.
To Gu Rulan, those words were music to her ears. She couldn't wait to get as far away from this dangerous fellow as possible.
Oh, by the way, Master, is this the stone you were looking for? With that, Gu Rulan pulled out the yin-yang mystic stone.
When Lin saw it, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily.
Why didn't you show it to me sooner?
Gu Rulan wore an innocent expression. I was going to mention it, but you didn't give me a chance to speak, Master. Only then did Lin realize that Gu Rulan had indeed wanted to report something to him, but at the time, he'd been so preoccupied with refining the elixir that he hadn't had a moment to spare.
Never mind. The goal has been achieved anyway. Let us just keep this thing for now and use it later.
The yin-yang mystic stone wasn't just for refining elixirs. It had other wonderful uses as well, such as enhancing the quality of weapons or setting up magical arrays.
Treat yourself to some good food these next couple of days.
Just as Gu Rulan was about to fly away on her sword, Lin suddenly spoke up to remind her.
Is my master showing concern for me?
She asked, feeling a bit flattered and surprised, but he didn't offer much explanation, his eyes merely revealing a hint of pity. She had managed to find such a rare item, and unlike him, Gu Rulan didn't bear the weight of great destiny which could shorten her lifespan.
After Gu Rulan left, Lin walked back to the entrance of the secret realm.
He reached out to touch it, but was immediately repelled by an invisible force. What a powerful force of the rules! It seems the Tao of Heaven is quite determined to prevent cultivators from the lower realms from ascending. Lin now understood why the heavenly Tao hadn't activated the Slaying Immortals sword formation when the residual souls of the Qingluan Guild's sect masters had forcibly opened the heavenly gate at the cost of their own primordial essence. Generally speaking, to pass through the heavenly gate, one must not only endure the tempering of heavenly thunder but, more crucially, break through the Slaying Immortals sword formation while crossing between the upper and lower realms. Yet Yunwan had not encountered this situation during her ascension, primarily because the Tao of Heaven had directed a portion of its power to this very spot. That girl really is lucky, Lin thought, recalling his wife, and a faint smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. However, even if she had actually encountered the sword array of exterminating immortals, at worst she would have simply failed to ascend. It would never have endangered her life. After all, the moment they were married, Yunwan's fate became intertwined with Lin's. In other words, she possessed a portion of Lin's destiny, which was sufficient to withstand the way of heaven. I wonder how she is doing in the upper realm. Lin knew better than anyone how cruel the world above was. Even a Unity stage powerhouse, someone powerful enough to dominate a region in the lower realm, was no different from an ant in the upper realm, let alone Yunwan, who was only at the golden core cultivation level. However, Yunwan possessed the unblemished physique, and with his jade pendant still on her person, that should be enough to keep her safe and sound. Once I've settled everything in the lower realm, it'll be time for me to ascend as well. Lin tilted his head back. A flash of sharp brilliance flickered through his deep black eyes. It was as if he could see straight through the clouds to the Tao of Heaven hidden high above the 9 heavens. I hope you won T-Metal in other people's business by then. Otherwise, this lower realm will have no choice but to get a new Tao of Heaven. For the rest of the time, Lin searched the surrounding area to see if he could find a few more yin-yang mystic stones. Unfortunately, even after combing through every inch of the 10-li radius, he came up empty-handed. I really should have let that woman look for them. Lin regretted a little that he let Gu Rulan return so soon. After all, it wasn't his own lifespan being drained, so there was really nothing to feel bad about. Boom! Finally, on the day the secret realm was about to open, a massive rumble suddenly echoed from above. Lin looked up and saw a spirit vessel carrying 100 people slowly emerging from the clouds. The arrivals were, of course, from the Tianji sect. Gu Xiota stood at the bow and addressed his disciples. You will now enter the yin-yang secret realm to explore. There are many ancient ruins within. 70% of any treasures you discover must be handed over to the sect.
Is that clear?
Yes. None of the disciples voiced the slightest complaint after all. Their primary goal was the yin-yang spirit pool, a treasure capable of captivating even unity stage experts.
Purifying the marrow, refining the bones, reshaping the body.
Any one of these effects could lead to immense future achievements. In comparison, those treasures were utterly insignificant.
How lively!
Suddenly, a mocking voice that pierced straight to the heart rang out across the heavens and earth, instantly catching Gu Xiaoda's attention. He whipped his head around to look to his side. He saw the space not far away begin to twist wildly, and immediately afterward, dozens of figures emerged from within.
Liyang sect, why are you here?
The man at the forefront chuckled. This yin-yang spirit pool is a rare natural treasure.
How dare your Tianji sect even dream of hoarding it all for yourselves? Aren't you afraid of overeating yourselves to death? Gu Xiaoda's expression had turned as grim as could be.
To prevent other factions from learning of the yin-yang secret realm's existence, he hadn't even stationed guards here, yet the news had still leaked out. This meant there was a traitor within the Tianji sect, and their status was certainly not low, at least an elder, since even these disciples hadn't known of the yin-yang spirit pool's existence until now.
Mo Yanling, this is the Tianji sect's business, it's none of your concern.
Ha, Mo Yanling, the sect master of the Liyang sect, was naturally not about to back down just because of a single remark. I'll say it again, your Tianji sect isn't strong enough to handle this secret realm. In the next instant, both sect masters simultaneously unleashed a terrifying aura of authority, and the tension in the air became palpable.
After a standoff lasting several seconds, it was Gu Xiaoda who broke the deadlock first.
After all, the secret realm was about to open. If a conflict with the Liyang sect erupted at that moment, they would be unable to explore the yin-yang secret realm. I can give your Liyang sect 10 spots, but before that, you must tell me exactly who tipped you off. Allowing such a cancerous element to lurk within the sect would sooner or later become a major threat. At the mention of this, Mo Yanling's expression shifted slightly. Naturally, he had no intention of revealing the traitor's identity. After all, this person held a high position within the Tianji sect, and Mo Yanling had paid a considerable price to recruit him. He was counting on him to provide more valuable intelligence in the future.
Sect Master Gu, you jest.
I merely happened to be passing by and sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation, so I came to investigate.
No one tipped me off.
Gu Xiaoda, of course, found this hard to believe.
Most of the people following Mo Yanling were at the foundation stage, and they clearly knew in advance that there were restrictions at the entrance.
If you don't tell me, then none of us will be entering the yin-yang secret realm today.
Mo Yanling hadn't expected Gu Xiaoda's stance to be so firm. After a moment's hesitation, he whispered a name to Gu Xiaoda via mental transmission. How am I supposed to know if you're just making this up? What if it's not true? Wouldn't I be wrongly accusing an innocent person?
Mo Yanling hadn't expected Gu Xiaoda to be so cautious, but since things had come to this, there was no point in continuing to conceal the truth.
Here's the token he gave me.
Only after taking the token and examining it did Gu Xiaoda fully believe his words.
Excellent. I never expected it to actually be him.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, the entrance to the secret realm suddenly began to vibrate incessantly, and immediately, dense yin-yang energy surged out from within, causing everyone present to light up with joy. Then they saw a figure flying toward the entrance at an extremely high speed.
Stop right there.
Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Yanling struck out, ready to apprehend the figure.
Boom!
But he was stopped by Gu Xiaoda, who had already recognized the figure as Lin. He is a disciple of my Tianji sect.
I see. Mo Yanling withdrew his hand and watched as Lin entered the yin-yang secret realm unhindered.
If you encounter anyone from the Tianji sect inside the secret realm, kill them without mercy. He quietly transmitted this message to the disciples behind him. Gu Xiaoda did the same. Neither side intended to let the other people leave alive.
Let us go.
As the entrance to the secret realm opened completely, dozens of disciples swiftly poured inside. After successfully entering the yin-yang secret realm, Lin looked at the ancient ruins before him, which exuded an air of antiquity, and his sword-like eyebrows involuntarily furrowed slightly. This place was much larger than he had anticipated, and coupled with the abundance of violent energy, it made it difficult for him to pinpoint the exact location of the yin-yang spirit pool. What a hassle, Lin sighed softly, then raised a finger to press against his brow. Whoosh! In the next instant, a terrifying surge of divine sense radiated outward from him, and soon every blade of grass and tree within a radius of dozens of kilometers fell within Lin's perception. Even so, he could only detect faint traces of yin-yang energy. Fortunately, based on these faint traces, Lin successfully pinpointed the location of the yin-yang spirit pool. Without the slightest hesitation, he headed straight for it. At the same time, members of the Tianji sect and the Liyang sect had also entered the secret realm, though they were teleported to different locations. They immediately rushed into the ruins in search of treasures left behind from ancient times. When disciples from the two sects encountered one another, there was not a single word of idle chatter. They immediately began fighting. After all, Gu Xiuda and Mo Yanling had both issued orders beforehand. Under no circumstances were the opposing sect's disciples to be allowed to leave the yin-yang secret realm alive. Moreover, each kill would net them a significant haul of treasures. Unfortunately, although the Tianji sect held an absolute numerical advantage, every disciple from the Liang sect was at the peak of the foundation stage. Compounded by the fact that they had been randomly teleported to different locations upon entering, they stood no chance in one-on-one combat. Fortunately, they quickly realized this and decided to regroup with their teammates first before settling the score with the Liang sect disciples. Of course, none of this concerned Lin. His full attention was focused on the yin-yang spirit pool. After half a day of exploration, he finally arrived at the entrance of a magnificent ruin. "I've found it," Lin said, sensing the yin-yang energy radiating from within. A smile involuntarily spread across his lips. After all that effort, he would finally be able to master the yin-yang Dao. But he soon discovered that things weren't as simple as he anticipated. A powerful restriction enveloped the entire ruin, preventing him from entering. This is interesting. To have set up such a formidable restriction, the owner of this ruin must have been at least at the Immortal King realm in life. Lin reached out and gently traced the restriction with his hand. He knew that brute force alone wouldn't be enough to break it, though using chaos energy might work. However, the chaos essence he had accumulated within his body was currently insufficient. Wasting it on this would be more trouble than it was worth. After a moment's contemplation, Lin decided to employ the safest method, gradually wearing down the barrier using the yin-yang energy present in the area. He sat cross-legged on the ground, palms pressed together. Immediately, the yin and yang energies permeating the surrounding air converged upon him, though Lin Fei did not absorb them. As Lin slowly parted his hands, the yin and yang energies which had been intertwined were separated into two distinct forms of energy. Everyone understands that all things must obey the laws of yin and yang, yet few realize that yin and yang are actually mutually repulsive, just as water and fire cannot coexist. As for why they had merged into one, it was due to the suppression of the laws of the Tao, and Lin had directly removed that constraint. Looking at the energy emanating from his hands, each carrying a distinctly different aura, a gleam of determination flashed in Lin's eyes. "I hope you don't let me down." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he slammed his right hand down onto the barrier. Instantly, the yang energy began to furiously erode it, though unfortunately, it had little effect. Lin had long anticipated this outcome. After half an incense stick's worth of time had passed, he placed his left hand filled with yin energy onto the barrier. Crack! In the blink of an eye, a long crack appeared in the once impenetrable barrier. This did not mean that yin energy was more powerful than yang energy. Rather, when the two came into contact unrestrained by the laws of the Tao, they generated an incredibly terrifying annihilation energy. Not even an Immortal King level powerhouse could withstand the erosion of this energy, let alone a barrier that had endured tens of millions of years. Lin then continued to wear down the barrier in this manner, and finally, after expending immense effort, he succeeded in creating a breach. Lin raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. After all, separating these two energies was no easy task. After successfully passing through the barrier and entering the interior of the ruins, Lin was about to head toward the yin-yang spirit pool hidden deep within when he stopped in his tracks upon passing a grand hall. He turned his head to look at a humanoid object placed in the corner, walked over slowly to examine it, and a hint of delight flashed in his eyes.
It's actually a golem, and it's in remarkably good condition.
It seems the owner of this ruin must have come from the Shin Kuei Holy Land. This was a renowned power in the upper realm, famous throughout the world for crafting powerful puppets. Their puppets were divided into 3 categories: heaven, earth, and man, though, of course, above these were the holy puppets and immortal puppets. Judging by its patterns, the puppet before him was likely a heaven puppet. If he could fill it with energy and activate it, its power would rival that of an immortal king. At that point, a mere flick of the finger would be enough to crush a Unity stage cultivator hundreds of times over. Unfortunately, ordinary energy was completely ineffective on this thing. It required immortal stones imbued with the spiritual essence of the Tao. Seeking such a treasure in the lower realm was nothing short of a pipe dream. Lin first stored this heaven puppet in his storage ring, intending to figure out how to activate it after he ascended to the immortal realm.
Afterward, Lin continued deeper into the ruins.
Along the way, he discovered quite a few treasures, though they had all become dilapidated and worn down by the passage of time. Finally, Lin came to a stop at the edge of a spacious pool. However, he didn't rush to enter it. Instead, he sensed that the energy fluctuations here were somewhat eerie.
This isn't the yin-yang spirit pool.
Lin furrowed his brow. He bent down and dipped his hand into the water, only to discover to his shock that it contained an incredibly potent toxin.
Could it be that the owner of this ruins had resorted to such an utterly unscrupulous act to prevent others from laying a finger on the yin-yang spirit pool? Now that it had been contaminated, the yin-yang spirit pool had essentially lost its efficacy. Even if he managed to purge the toxin, he would still be unable to absorb the way of yin and yang. Damn it!
A rare look of anger flashed across Lin's face. Such a precious natural treasure, wasted for nothing at that moment. He truly wanted to dig the owner of the ruins out of the ground and flog his corpse 100 times. It seemed he would have to go look for other treasures instead. All in all, it wasn't a complete loss. At least he had obtained a celestial golem, which would enhance his ability to defend himself once he entered the upper realm. Just as Lin turned to leave, he noticed a stone stele standing nearby, engraved with 5 large characters.
The yin-yang heavenly scroll. A legacy stele. Lin recognized its significance at a glance.
It turned out that the owner of the ruins, in order to prevent his cultivation techniques from vanishing into the river of time along with him, had deliberately left behind this stele with legacy properties. Lin walked slowly toward the stele. All he had to do was place his hand on it to acquire this ancient secret art. But the next second, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. A wooden sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swung it with all his might, slamming it hard against the stele.
Boom!
With a dull thud, Lin's sword strike forced a notch into the stele.
You destroyed the yin-yang spirit pool, yet you still expect others to accept your legacy? That's nothing short of delusional.
As Lin spoke, he increased the force of his strikes, clearly intending to shatter the stele completely.
As more and more cracks appeared on its surface, the stele's endurance was nearing its limit. Stop!
Just as Lin was about to deliver the final blow, a voice brimming with authority suddenly rang out, and immediately afterward, a figure shot out from within the stele.
You finally crawled out.
Lin wasn't the least bit surprised by this turn of events. He had clearly sensed long ago that a residual soul was hidden within the stele.
You brat, you have some nerve daring to destroy this one's legacy.
Lin scratched his ear and said nonchalantly, "Hand over the source of yin and yang, or I'll wipe out your divine sense." The residual soul paused in surprise for a moment. He almost thought he'd heard wrong.
Was this greenhorn actually threatening him? Ha 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 ha. A mere ant from the lower realm dares to be so insolent toward me? You truly don't know when to quit.
Lin couldn't be bothered to waste words on this creature. He raised his hand and conjured a gray chain, binding his opponent tightly.
The remnant soul showed no sign of panic. Instead, he wore a look of utter disdain. You don't really think you can suppress me with this trinket, do you? What a delusion!
With that, he suddenly unleashed a terrifying surge of divine sense, attempting to shatter the chain by force. To his surprise, however, his divine sense not only failed to cause the slightest damage to the chain but found it growing even more solid, and it even began to devour his own soul.
What is this thing? A look of genuine panic finally appeared on his face.
I'll say this one last time, hand over the source of yin and yang. Lin's icy voice rang in his ears.
Fortunately, the remnant soul finally remembered that the source of yin and yang still existed within him. He hurriedly released the power of yin and yang, attempting to use it to break the chains.
To his surprise, the yin-yang power that had once accompanied him as he roamed the world now trembled in fear upon encountering these gray chains, as if a mouse had encountered a cat.
Impossible.
The way of yin and yang ranks among the top 5 of the 3,000 Tao essences. How could it possibly be suppressed by these gray chains of yours?
Could it be that? As if a realization had struck him, the remnant soul's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin.
Your chaos. Shalin raised a hand to silence him, and the remnant soul immediately clamped his mouth shut, not daring to utter another word.
It seems it hasn't been that long since you perished. Now, hand over the source of yin and yang.
Of course. Without the slightest hesitation, the remnant soul raised his hand, thrust it forcefully into his chest, and immediately pulled out a black and white crystal.
This is the source of yin and yang. Please accept it.
Lin snapped his fingers, and the crystal flew into his hand. After examining it closely and confirming it was indeed what he had been seeking, he finally let out a sigh of relief. My lord, isn't it rumored that you have already? The remnant soul asked cautiously, but fearing he might offend his counterpart, he stopped mid-sentence, unable to finish.
They say I've already perished, right? Lin tucked the crystal away. Those bastards were indeed ruthless back then. If I hadn't reached the realm of eternal life, there's a real possibility they would completely refine me away.
Eternal as the heavens. Upon hearing those 4 words, the remnant soul couldn't help but shudder inwardly. Throughout all of history, no one had ever managed to break through to that level. He never expected Lin to have achieved it, though when he thought of Lin's past glorious achievements, the remnant soul didn't find it all that surprising.
So, do you plan to seek revenge now?
You're kidding.
Lin shot him a glance.
Those bastards betrayed me so thoroughly. Do you really think I'd let them off the hook? It seemed the balance of power in the celestial realm was about to shift. The remnant soul could already imagine the shock those forbidden beings would feel upon learning that Lin was still alive. After all, the being standing before him was a terrifying entity that had dominated for over 10,000 eras. My lord, the Xian Kuei Holy Land did not participate in the events of the past. If you should regain control of the celestial realm in the future, might you, for the sake of today's favor, spare the Holy Land? Kanhun didn't dare to hope that Lin would offer any support to the Xian Kuei Holy Land. He only hoped that when the time came for reckoning, they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire.
Rest assured, I'm not so ruthless as to wipe out every faction. I understand the principle that wrongs have their perpetrators and debts their creditors. Thank you, Your Excellency. The remnant soul nearly knelt before Lin.
Ha! Suddenly, Lin sensed that more than a dozen people were rushing toward him at breakneck speed. They must have entered the ruins through the breach he had previously opened.
Step back.
Lin retracted the gray chains wrapped around him.
Yes, sir.
The remnant soul hurriedly flew back into the stone steel.
Immediately, the group appeared before Lin.
Upon seeing this unfamiliar face, they all looked puzzled. You are disciples of the Tianji sect. Lin glanced around and noticed that all of them had sustained injuries of varying severity.
Not far away, several powerful auras were rapidly closing in. Could you be Lin?
The leader of the Tianji sect was a disciple at the peak of the foundation stage. He suddenly recalled that when they entered the secret realm, the sect master had specifically instructed them never to provoke a man named Lin.
That is correct.
Lin replied briefly, then turned to leave. Now that he had obtained the yin-yang primordial source, there was no reason for him to stay any longer.
Wait.
Seeing him about to leave, the man hurriedly called out for help. We're being hunted down by disciples of the Liyang sect.
Please, sir, come to our aid. Not interested.
Lin simply waved his hand in refusal. He wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs. We're all from the same sect, after all. Shouldn't we help each other when we're in danger? Someone said with a tone of dissatisfaction. Lin gave him a dispassionate glance, and the man instantly felt the hairs on his body stand on end, as if he were being stared at by a wild beast. Whether you live or die has absolutely nothing to do with me. Got it? Yes, yes, yes. Perhaps sensing the threat of death, the disciple hurriedly apologized. Fortunately, Lin didn't hold it against him, but just then, the three members of the Liang sect arrived on the scene. Let us see where you run now, the trio said, glaring ferociously at the disciples of the Tianji sect. Golden Core Realm. After a quick glance, Lin realized why the Tianji sect was being hunted down despite their numerical advantage. It turned out that all three of them had broken through to the Golden Core Realm. Presumably, Mo Yanling had forcibly suppressed their cultivation levels, only allowing them to condense their golden cores after he had entered the secret realm. This way, they wouldn't be affected by the forces of the laws. It had to be said that the Liang sect had planned this well. They clearly had no intention of letting anyone from the Tianji sect leave alive. Who are you? The three across from him also noticed Lin's unfamiliar face at that moment. Just a passerby, Lin replied calmly. Make way. It turned out these three golden core cultivators who had wiped out all dozen or so disciples of the Tianji sect had deliberately blocked the path out of this area. Hearing him demand they make way, the three exchanged glances, then burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, what kind of fool are you? You don't really think you can walk out of this secret realm alive, do you? Mo Yanling had issued a strict order: apart from the sect's own disciples, everyone else must be buried here, thereby weakening the younger generation of the Tianji sect as much as possible. So you're not going to make way for me? Lin's tone turned cold. It was one thing for him not to want to come to their rescue, but it was quite another for them to be courting death on their own. Xin Feng, hold this position. We'll take care of these guys. With that, the two golden core cultivators charged forward, radiating murderous intent. The Tianji sect disciples immediately looked at each other in despair. They stood no chance against such opponents, and their deaths were now inevitable. Boom! Boom! But in the very next second, the sound of bodies colliding rang out. Immediately afterward, the two men were sent flying backward like cannonballs, slamming heavily into the wall behind them. Lin calmly withdrew his foot. It turned out that, due to the distance, the two golden core cultivators had intended to kill him first, but they hadn't expected to hit a brick wall. They had barely closed in and hadn't even had time to react before Lin kicked each of them flying with a single blow. Now, their bodies were embedded in the wall. The scene instantly fell into a deathly silence, and the disciples of the Tianji sect stood with their mouths agape in shock. Just then, Xin Feng, who had finally snapped out of it, rushed over to check on the two men. After struggling to pry the two unlucky souls out of the wall, he was horrified to discover they were already dead. Dead? How is this possible? Xin Feng slumped to the ground. To have killed two golden core cultivators in a single exchange, what kind of monster had they provoked? You should be able to handle the remaining one, right? Lin looked at the dazed disciples of the Tianji sect. They froze for a moment, then nodded stiffly. If it were just a single golden core cultivator, they could indeed rely on their numerical advantage to defeat him. Then I'll leave it to you. Lin waved his hand and walked toward the exit of the ruins. He intended to find a quiet place to absorb the yin-yang primordial source and naturally had no time to get entangled with these people. Realizing the situation was dire, Xin Feng, paying no heed to his two fallen comrades, rushed toward the exit of the ruins as fast as he could. He knew that if he didn't leave immediately, he would surely die. Smack! Just as he was about to take flight on his sword, a pebble flew toward him at high speed, piercing his thigh with pinpoint accuracy. Xin Feng stumbled and tumbled to the ground instantly. Ah! Clutching his bleeding thigh, he let out a pitiful howl. Suddenly, a chill shiver spread through him, causing him to momentarily forget the pain as he instinctively looked up. There, he saw Lin's face, which resembled that of a demon, and in that instant, Xin Feng felt as if his entire being had plunged into a glacial cavern frozen for 10,000 years. Fortunately, Lin did not strike him down. He merely walked past him with slow, measured steps, not even sparing Xin Feng a glance. But before Xin Feng could even breathe a sigh of relief, the disciples of the Tianji sect swarmed him, unleashing a frenzied barrage of techniques and moves of every element. At that moment, their sole desire was to vent all the pent-up resentment from being hunted down over the past few days. And just like that, under the combined assault of the crowd, Qin Feng was reduced to a pile of shredded flesh of fate that could only be described as utterly gruesome. After dispatching him, the disciples of the Tianji sect turned their attention to the spirit pool, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Wait! Just as someone was about to rush into the spirit pool, they were stopped by their leader, Lin Aocheng. Something's off. He cautiously walked to the edge of the pool. Although it indeed emanated an extremely dense yin-yang energy, it also revealed faint, eerie energy fluctuations. What are we waiting for? Didn't we fight tooth and nail for this? Asked an impatient disciple, puzzled. Lin Aocheng reached out and gently dipped his hand into the pool. Instantly, the powerful yin-yang energy began to seep into his flesh, but after just a second, he hurriedly pulled his hand back. There's poison in here. Hearing his cry of alarm and seeing his palm turn black, the others couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in their hearts. Who could have imagined that the yin-yang spirit pool they searched so hard to find would contain such a deadly poison? No wonder Lin didn't use the spirit pool earlier, Lin Aocheng said, still shaken. The corrosiveness of this poison is terrifying. Even a golden core cultivator couldn't withstand it. If we all went in there, we'd probably be reduced to a pool of blood in an instant. It can't be that bad, a female disciple said, refusing to give up. Lin Aocheng knew it would be extremely difficult to get everyone to give up on the yin-yang spirit pool just like that, so he quickly walked over to the disciples of the Liyang sect who had been standing nearby. He grabbed one of them by the arm and threw him into the yin-yang spirit pool. Splash! Immediately, a strange sound rang out. Under the horrified gazes of the dozen or so people standing nearby, the man's corpse was completely corroded away. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Although the man was already dead, he was, after all, a golden core cultivator. His physical constitution was far superior to theirs, yet he hadn't even lasted a few seconds. Thank goodness I didn't jump in just now, otherwise, I'd be nothing but bones by now, said the disciple who had charged forward first, trembling with fear. Looks like we can't count on the yin-yang spirit pool. Let us go look for other treasures instead. Elsewhere, Lin had successfully found a secret chamber specifically designed for seclusion. After sitting down in the lotus position, he took out the crystal containing the primordial essence of yin and yang. I'll use you to condense my golden core. He then swallowed the yin-yang mystic chi pill he had refined earlier, crushed the crystal shard in his hand, and a colossal surge of yin-yang energy erupted instantly, flooding into Lin's body. The yin-yang secret realm remained open for a total of 10 days. Anyone unable to leave before then would be trapped inside forever. As the final day arrived, Gu Xiaoda and Mo Yanling appeared simultaneously at the exit. Sect Master Gu, I think you can return directly to the Tianji sect right now, no need to waste time here, Mo Yanling said with a smug smile. Gu Xiaoda shot him a glance. That advice would be better suited for you. Looks like we're on the same page. However, even though your Tianji sect has the numerical advantage, you probably wouldn't stand a chance against 3 golden core cultivators, would you? At these words, Gu Xiaoda's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean? The yin-yang secret realm did not allow cultivators above the foundation stage to enter, so it was simply impossible for anyone at the golden core realm to be present. A while back, I accidentally came across a cultivation technique that can temporarily seal a cultivator's mana. It was originally meant to produce unexpected results during combat, but this time, I've used it in a different way. With the matter laid out so plainly, even someone as slow on the uptake as Gu Xiaoda could grasp the other man's meaning. You actually sealed the cultivation of your own sect's disciples to circumvent the secret realm's restrictions. Correct. A cruel expression flashed across Mo Yanling's face. So, do you think those dozen or so disciples will make it out alive this time? Mo Yanling. Gu Xiaoda suddenly unleashed a powerful aura of intimidation, and a thick wave of murderous intent instantly engulfed his opponent. The other man showed no fear. Instead, he said with a hint of amusement, already losing your temper? Die. Enraged, Gu Xiaoda couldn't be bothered with further words. He raised his hand to form a magical seal, preparing to hurl it at Mo Yanling. Whoosh! Just as the two were about to clash, several figures suddenly flew out of the secret realm, instantly catching their attention. But when they got a clear look at these people's faces, the smug expression on Mo Yanling's face froze, while Gu Xiuda's face lit up with wild joy. Sect Master Lin Aoqing flew up to Gu Xiuda. "You've broken through to the golden core stage." Lin Aoqing nodded. This disciple was fortunate enough to come across an evergreen vine fruit. With its medicinal properties, I successfully condensed my golden core. That's excellent, Gu Xiuda exhaled deeply in relief. He reached out and patted Lin Aoqing on the shoulder. "So it was you who held off those 3 golden core cultivators from the Liang sect. Well done. Once we return, I'll take you on as my final disciple." To his surprise, Lin Aoqing shook his head. "Sect Master, it wasn't Tini who fought those 3 golden core cultivators. On the contrary, they cornered us and we nearly all lost our lives." "Then how did you manage to escape in the end?" "It was Lin. He stepped in and killed our opponents." "So that's how it was." Gu Xiuda realized with a start. If it was that kid, it wasn't all that surprising. "Impossible." Mo Yanling, overhearing their conversation, shouted angrily, "No matter how skilled that kid is, there is no way he could take on 3 golden core cultivators at once." At that moment, all the disciples of the Tianji sect shot mocking glances at Mo Yanling. Was he already losing his composure? The real shockers were yet to come. "Sect Master, these are the spoils of our journey." Lin Aoqing pulled out all sorts of treasures from his storage ring. "Excellent. I'll reward you handsomely once we return." Gu Xiuda glanced over the items and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "And the rest this, too." Immediately afterward, Lin Aoqing produced a snakeskin pouch. When he emptied its contents, Gu Xiuda was taken aback. Inside the bag lay several human heads none other than the disciples Liang sect had sent into the secret realm. Mo Yanling's pupils suddenly contracted. He couldn't believe that the outstanding young talents he had painstakingly trained had perished just like that. Fortunately, he didn't see Qin Feng's head, which meant Qin Feng must still be alive. Little did he know that Lin Aoqing's next words would shatter that sliver of hope completely. Those 3 golden core cultivators were all killed by Lin. 2 of them were reduced to nothing but ashes, so their heads aren't here. Devastated, Mo Yanling let out a piercing scream, and his aura became extremely unstable. He looked as if he were on the verge of losing control and falling into madness. Seeing this, Gu Xiuda immediately led his disciples to a safe distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Whoosh! Suddenly, another figure flew out of the secret realm. "It's quite a commotion here," Lin said, glancing around before fixing his gaze on Mo Yanling, who was on the verge of a frenzied rage. "It's you, you brat." Mo Yanling recognized the culprit responsible for killing his disciples. "Pay with your life for my disciple. Watch out." Gu Xiuda rushed forward to stop Mo Yanling, only to be forcibly pushed back by the burst of energy he unleashed. This guy has actually activated the secret technique that burns his essence blood. Watching the ferociously charging Mo Yanling, Lin showed not a trace of panic. He simply pointed his finger calmly at the other man. "You'll be the perfect test subject for this strike." The next second, 2 beams of light, one black, one white, shot from his fingertips. Petty tricks. Mo Yanling completely dismissed them, waving his hand to knock them away. But to his surprise, the 2 beams of energy formed discs on either side of him. "Activate." With a soft chant from Lin, waves of black and white light burst forth simultaneously from within the discs, instantly enveloping Mo Yanling. Break! Mo Yanling's body erupted in blazing flames as he attempted to burn the yin-yang discs to ashes, but the flames vanished into nothingness the moment they made contact. Ha! Only then did he finally realize something was wrong. He tried to flee, but it was already too late. The moment the yin and yang forces merged, his physical form began to disintegrate at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, his skin vanished, and his flesh and bones began to be eroded. In the end, Mo Yenling didn't even have a chance to let out a scream before he turned into a cloud of blood mist that drifted away into the air. Fu Lin exhaled a breath of stale air as he withdrew the yin-yang energy. The power is impressive, but the energy drain is just too great. Gu Xiaoda and the disciples of the Tianji sect were all left speechless. What exactly had just happened? Why had Mo Yenling been instantly killed in the blink of an eye? Let us go. We'll head back to the Tianji sect first. Lin flew up to Gu Xiaoda and said flatly. All right. Only then did Gu Xiaoda snap out of his daze. He hurriedly produced his spirit boat, his gaze filled with awe as he looked at Lin. This young man's abilities were truly terrifying. Upon returning to the sect, Gu Rulin was practicing the Taishan Sushin art in the courtyard. Master. Upon seeing Lin, she quickly stood up and bowed. I'm leaving, Lin said straight to the point. So you have two choices now. First, come with me to the Eastern Realm. After all, it hasn't even been a year yet. Second. I'll take the first option. Hearing her choose the first option without hesitation, Lin was somewhat surprised. Haven't you wanted to break free from my control for a long time now? Gu Rulin stroked her chin and replied, I did have those thoughts before. After all, you're quite ruthless when it comes to giving orders, and there have even been several times when my life was in danger. However, I've gained a great deal during this time, especially in my cultivation. Not only has my cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds, but my state of mind has also undergone a significant transformation. There was not a hint of exaggeration in her words. In the past, due to her inner demons, Gu Rulin would harbor numerous reservations no matter what she did. Over time, she had become timid and cowardly, unaware that the path of cultivation inherently demands fearless determination. After all, only those who have endured setbacks in life and death trials are qualified to become true masters. Added to this was the fearless and unflappable attitude Lin had displayed, his calm composure in the face of any difficulty, which had deeply influenced Gu Rulin. Therefore, she firmly believed that continuing to follow this man would undoubtedly be of great benefit to her. Besides, since we made an agreement, I certainly won't break my word. A year is a year. Good. Lin's lips curled slightly upward. This girl was indeed a promising prospect. We'll set out in 1 hour. After speaking, he made his way to Elder Zhang's quarters, where the elder was currently guiding Xiaofang in her cultivation. Watching Xiaofang skillfully manipulate the flow of toxins, Lin surmised that Elder Zhang must have found her a rather decent poison cultivation technique. Young friend Lin, you're here. Elder Zhang hurried forward, clasping his hands in a bow. Thank you very much for your great kindness. No need to thank me, Lin waved his hand. You helped me obtain the yin-yang power, and I helped your daughter resolve her poison-afflicted constitution. It's a fair exchange. So you've already entered the yin-yang spirit pool? No. Then. But I've fully mastered the yin-yang power. As he spoke, Lin raised his hand and condensed a ball of black and white energy in his palm. Just staring at it sent a chill down Elder Zhang's spine. This is the legendary yin-yang power. It's truly terrifying. I'm about to leave the Tianji sect. What? Elder Zhang was taken aback at first, but quickly realized that Lin had joined the sect solely to secure a spot in the yin-yang secret realm. Now that his goal had been achieved, there was naturally no reason for him to remain at the Tianji sect. So where are you planning to go? The Eastern Realm. That far? Yes, to settle some personal scores. As he spoke, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin's eyes, sending a chill down Elder Zhang's spine. Anyone targeted by this young man was likely in for a gruesome fate. Then I wish you a safe journey. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again someday. Let us hope so. Are the goodbyes over? Yes. Gu Rulin nodded. Although Gu Xiaoda was very reluctant to let her leave the sect alone to travel such a long distance, upon seeing the determination in his daughter's eyes, he ultimately gave his consent. The child had grown up, it was time for her to go out and gain some experience. Besides, he witnessed Lin's prowess firsthand. Even the sect master of the Liang sect, as powerful as he was, had been instantly wiped out before him. With such a formidable presence around, at least he didn't have to worry about his daughter's safety.
Let us go, then.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than Lin transformed into a streak of light and shot into the clouds, leaving Gurulin standing there, completely dumbfounded. Master has actually broken through to the Golden Core realm. Such a cultivation speed was simply terrifying. Her own twin spirit body, which she had always taken pride in, was practically a joke compared to Lin's. Coming to her senses, Gurulin hurriedly summoned her flying sword and rushed after him. But no matter how much she accelerated, she couldn't close the gap between them.
That's way too fast, Gurulin thought, baffled.
Normally, it takes some time to adjust after a breakthrough, but Lin seemed to have complete mastery over the Golden Core realm. Fortunately, just as he was about to vanish completely from her sight, he finally slowed down. It appeared his mana was nearly depleted, so Gurulin seized the opportunity and hurried after him.
Master, do you want to rest for a bit? No need. Lin glanced at her. Are you tired? I'm fine.
You're way too slow. At this rate, it'll probably take us 3 days to reach the eastern region.
Hearing the disdain in Lin's tone, Gurulin felt quite innocent. How could she possibly compare to a monster like him? By the way, since we're crossing regions, why don't we look for a teleportation array? Gurulin muttered under her breath, and Lin stopped instantly upon hearing it. A teleportation array? Don't you know?
Most major cities have teleportation arrays, specifically designed to help cultivators quickly reach distant locations. They have that kind of thing in the lower realm, too. Lin rubbed his chin. This was indeed similar to the spatial passages in the upper realm.
Is there a teleportation array nearby? Gurulin pointed in a direction. If we go straight ahead for about 100 kilometers, we'll reach Shifang City. Let us head there, then.
Lin naturally wanted to save himself some trouble, especially since Gurulin was moving far too slowly.
The teleportation array in Shifang City is controlled by the Yi family.
To use it, you'll have to pay about 30 mid-grade spirit stones.
Per person? That's right. Then you can pay for it.
Gurulin was at a loss for words. She realized her master was a real tightwad, unwilling to part with a single coin. Fortunately, when she left the sect, her father, worried she might face hardships out in the world, had specifically given her a considerable amount of cultivation resources, including as many as 1,000 high-grade spirit stones.
After arriving at Shifang City, Gurulin asked if they should buy some supplies for the journey. Then you go ahead and buy them. I'll go check out the teleportation array.
So the two went their separate ways, but Gurulin had barely taken 2 steps when she suddenly remembered something and hurried back.
Master, the Yi family is the local power broker in Shifang City.
You mustn't get into a conflict with them, otherwise, it'll cause a lot of trouble.
Got it.
Lin shrugged. As long as others don't come looking for trouble, I certainly won't start any myself.
Seeing his attitude, Gurulin sighed helplessly.
She knew Lin wasn't the type to let anyone take advantage of him. She just hoped the Yi family would have the sense not to cross him. Unfortunately, the more she worried about something, the more likely it was to happen. While Gurulin was shopping for daily necessities, she suddenly heard passers-by whispering among themselves.
Did you hear?
Some super tough guy just smashed the Yi family's Tianhe Hall to pieces. What's more, he took down 3 golden core cultivators with a single move. His strength is at least at the nascent soul level.
The Yi family's really hit a brick wall this time. But who can blame them?
Their eldest son was bullying people with his power. He deserved to get beaten up. Yeah, the Yi family has been running roughshod over Shifang City for years. It's about time someone taught them a lesson. Gurulin was utterly speechless inside. Just as she feared, the worst had come to pass. Now, she had no heart to continue shopping and hurried straight to Tianhe Hall. When she arrived at the scene, she found it had been reduced to a complete shambles.
Gurulin sighed helplessly. Things were even worse than she imagined.
With such a huge commotion, the Yi family definitely won't let this go.
My master must have left Shifang City long ago.
So she set out to search for Lin outside the city, but the moment she turned around, she bumped into someone.
What's the rush?
Hearing the familiar voice, Gurulin instinctively looked up and was startled to find that the person standing before her was none other than Lin. "Why are you still here?" she exclaimed, then immediately grabbed Lin's hand and rushed toward the city gates. "With a scandal this big, how dare you linger here? The Yi family's powerful warriors will be here any minute." But the very next second, her ear was yanked by a large hand. "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Gurulin whimpered in pain. Lin said exasperatedly, "It seems you're becoming more and more disrespectful. How dare you tell your master what to do?" Only then did Gurulin realize that, in her panic, her words had indeed been a bit rash. She hurriedly apologized. "I was wrong. Please forgive me, master. This is a one-time thing." Only then did Lin let go of her. "Master, we must leave immediately." "Why?" Gurulin was utterly speechless inside. "You've gone and smashed their Tianhe hall, and you still have the nerve to ask why?" She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. "There's been quite a commotion here. People from the Yi family will be here any minute now once they hear about it, and it'll be difficult to slip away by then." "No need." Lin shook his head, however, and said calmly, "I've already forgiven them." Gurulin really had no idea just how bizarre Lin's way of thinking was. You caused a ruckus on someone else's turf, and yet you went and forgave them. Seeing that Lin refused to budge no matter what she said, Gurulin had no choice but to give up. "Looks like we'll just have to fight." Yi Qingping, the head of the Yi family, was at the mid-Yuanling stage. If she were to face him directly, she should be able to hold him off for a while. As for the others, she trusted Lin to handle them. That way, at least they'd have a chance to escape. No sooner had she finished formulating her strategy than Gurulin sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching. "Master, they're here." Gurulin pulled a long sword from her storage ring and readied herself for battle. Soon, 5 people appeared before her, led by none other than Yi Qingping, the head of the Yi family. "Head of the Yi family, I am Gurulin of the Tianji sect. Today's incident was actually a misunderstanding. I can compensate for all the losses he has caused." "So you're the daughter of sect master Gu?" Unexpectedly, Yi Qingping showed no sign of anger whatsoever. Instead, he smiled and said, "This really is a misunderstanding. It's all my fault that wayward son of mine acted without thinking and offended young friend Lin, so I've come here specifically to apologize." "Ha!" Gurulin seriously wondered if she had misheard him. His attitude was far too humble. "You really should discipline your son properly," Lin stepped forward and said bluntly. Yes, I'll definitely keep a close eye on him from now on." Yi Qingping wore a fawning expression as he immediately produced a storage ring. Inside are 100 high-grade spirit stones and a teleportation array token. "Please accept them." Lin didn't beat around the bush. He simply reached out and took it. "I'm going to the eastern region. The teleportation array for the eastern region is at Qingling Hall. Please follow me." Led by Yi Qingping, the two quickly arrived at the hall located on the eastern side of Shifang City. Just place the token within the magical array, and you'll be teleported directly to the eastern region. "Is it that simple?" Lin first handed one token to Gurulin, then immediately activated the one in his hand. Whoosh! The next second, both of them vanished simultaneously. Seeing this, Yi Qingping finally raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. "I've finally gotten rid of that demon." It turned out that after clashing with his son, Lin had stormed into the Yi family ancestral hall and beaten the old ancestor who was in seclusion to a pulp. Meanwhile, as the world spun wildly before their eyes, Lin and Gurulin finally found themselves on a vast, boundless plain. "Master, is this the Eastern Realm?" "I don't know." Lin shook his head. After all, he hadn't exactly explored the entire Eastern Realm. "Let us find someone to ask first." After unleashing his divine sense, Lin quickly detected intense energy fluctuations 30 kilometers away. It seemed a fierce battle was underway. "Let us go." "Junior sister Sue, you must go. Don't worry about us." "No, I won't abandon you." 3 severely wounded women were leaning against a rock, and standing before them was a woman in a green robe wielding a long spear. "Tisk, TSK. Such deep affection and loyalty.
Rest assured, you'll all soon become my playthings. As the man spoke, he waved his hand, and a purple mist spread out. Seeing this, the woman in green hurriedly raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, but she still accidentally inhaled some of it and immediately felt dizzy and lightheaded. Even those at the Golden Core realm cannot resist my boiling heart powder. You're just a lowly gathering essence realm cultivator at 1TB long before you're completely drained of strength, and then you'll be at my mercy. As he spoke, the man let out a sinister laugh. Die! The woman in green forced herself to swing her spear at him, but he easily dodged the attack and struck her across the back with the palm of his hand. The woman in green spat out a mouthful of blood, but she immediately swung her spear around and charged at the man once more. You're quite feisty. I love conquering women like you. The man grabbed the spear and violently wrenched it from the woman's hands, then struck her with another palm strike. Boom! The woman was sent flying and fell to the ground, her face pale. The boxin powder inside her was taking effect, leaving her too weak even to stand. Finally behaving yourself. Let us start with you, then. The man walked up to her, a wicked grin on his face, and reached out to tear off her clothes. As she watched that despicable hand draw closer and closer, the woman in blue closed her eyes in despair. Better to die than be defiled by scum like him. So she prepared to use her last ounce of strength to bite her tongue and take her own life. Just before she died, a man's face flashed through her mind. Farewell, brother-in-law. Boom! At the very last moment, something suddenly fell from the sky, crashing heavily between the two of them. The terrifying impact instantly sent the man flying, while the woman in blue remained unharmed. Who was there? After regaining his balance, the man looked ahead in astonishment and saw a wooden sword stuck in the ground right in front of the woman in blue. At that moment, she opened her eyes, and as the familiar wooden sword came into view, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Just as Yunya was about to burst into tears, a large hand suddenly rested on her head, gently stroking her hair, and a familiar face came into view. Don't cry. I'm here, no one can hurt you. Yunya responded instinctively, but quickly realized what had happened. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, Brother-in-law, you can talk now? Smack! Lin gave her a light tap on the forehead in exasperation. I'm not mute, of course I can talk. Yunya clutched her forehead in pain and muttered under her breath, but you never said a word before, and you even pretended to be an idiot. I wasn't pretending, Lin shrugged, explaining helplessly. Due to some special circumstances, my divine sense was sealed off back then, so I could only act on instinct. Even so, Yunya still didn't quite understand, but it was wonderful to see Lin again. Have you two finished chatting yet? The man who had been knocked away earlier, seeing that he was being completely ignored, suddenly roared, Another one coming to die? Then I'll grant you your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his boiling heart powder. Seeing this, Yunya hurriedly called out, Brother-in-law, get out of the way. That stuff can make you completely helpless. Whoosh. In response, Lin merely gave the man a cold, sidelong glance, then slowly raised his hand and clenched it in midair. Instantly, the man was pinned in place by an invisible force. Hey, what is going on? Let me go. Taken completely by surprise by this sudden turn of events, he struggled to break free. Close your eyes. Yunya was startled by the scene, and as Lin's gentle voice rang in her ears, she obeyed without a second thought. Boom! In the next second, the man's entire body was crushed to pieces, and blood and flesh splattered in all directions, though they were quickly consumed by a gray flame. All done. Yunya slowly opened her eyes, only to find that the despicable man had vanished. Tell me, why aren't you staying safely at home? Why did you come to a place like this? Faced with Lin's question, Yunya recounted her recent experiences. It turned out that half a year ago, the sect master of the Hualing sect had happened to be passing through the capital. Recognizing Yunya's remarkable talent, the sect master had decided to take her back to the sect for training. As soon as the girl heard she could become a cultivator, she immediately agreed. After all, she still needed to find her older sister and brother-in-law. Old Master Su, of course, had no objections, so Yunya successfully joined the Hualing sect.
This time, she was on a mission with her senior sisters when they unexpectedly fell victim to an ambush by the blood-cold sect. If Lin hadn't shown up in time, the outcome would have been absolutely disastrous. "You're one lucky girl," Lin said, pinching her nose in exasperation. "Thank goodness I got here in time, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to face your sister." Hee, Yunyao gave a mischievous smile. She wrapped her arms around Lin's arm and said in a sweet voice, "I knew my brother-in-law would show up just when things got most dangerous." "What are you planning to do next?" "Go back to the sect, of course." Lin rubbed his chin and thought for a few seconds. "All right, then I'll go with you to the flower spirit sect first." Hearing this, Yunyao froze for a moment. Her hesitant expression clearly suggested she had something she couldn't bring herself to say. "What's the matter? Don't you want me to come with you?" "Of course not." She quickly shook her head. She loved nothing more than to have her brother-in-law by her side. The Hualing sect has always only accepted female disciples. Men aren't allowed to set foot there. "There's a rule like that?" Lin was a bit surprised. "It's because the sect's cultivation techniques are only suitable for women, so that's why." "Brother-in-law, you aren't thinking of joining our sect, are you?" "No way." Lin flatly refused. "I guess not. After all, you've already joined the Qingluan Guild." Yunyao forced a slight smile. "That's not the reason." Lin shook his head. "The reason I'm going to the Hualing sect is to take you away." "Huh?" Yunyao was taken aback. "There's no way I'm leaving you out there all by yourself." As this young lady's brother-in-law, Lin had a duty to ensure her safety. "Master." Just then, Gurulin rushed over and immediately saw Yunyao clinging to Lin's arm. She couldn't help but freeze in surprise. This woman actually dared to make such an intimate gesture toward this fearsome figure. More importantly, Lin wasn't even angry, and considering how frantically he rushed over just now, could it be that? "I suppose this must be the mistress." That single sentence left both Yunyao and Lin speechless, and the former's face flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin's mouth twitched slightly. "She's my sister-in-law." "Ha!" Gurulin finally realized she'd said the wrong thing and let out two awkward laughs. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood." After this little incident, Yunyao remembered that her senior sisters were still lying on the ground. She hurried over to check on them and found that they had all fainted. "Senior sister Zhang, wake up!" Yunyao was frantic with worry at the sight. "Don't worry." Fortunately, Lin walked over to her side at that moment. After a quick glance, he said, "Their injuries aren't life-threatening, they're just severely poisoned, which is why they're unconscious." "Then what should we do?" "Brother-in-law, please save them. Give them this to take." Lin took out 3 antidote pills. Yunyao immediately took them and slipped them into the girls' mouths. As the medicine took effect, their breathing steadied. Seeing that her senior sisters were all right, Yunyao finally let out a sigh of relief. "Brother-in-law, was my sister training at the Qingluan Guild?" No. Lin shook his head and pointed up at the sky. "She should be in the world above right now." "What?" Yunyao's pupils suddenly contracted, and she immediately burst into tears. "Why are you crying?" "My sister, she's actually dead." Lin was at a loss for words. "Who said she was dead? Didn't you say she went to heaven? Doesn't that mean she's no longer among the living?" "That's not what I meant." Lin realized his words could be misinterpreted. "She broke through the limitations of the heavenly gate and successfully entered the immortal realm." "Really?" During her time training at the Flower Spirit sect, Yunyao had heard bits and pieces about the immortal realm throughout history. Countless cultivators had longed to enter this world filled with immortals. As long as she is safe and sound, that's all that matters. Just as the two were talking, Lin suddenly sensed several auras rapidly approaching. Moreover, the energy fluctuations they emitted were almost identical to those of the man he had just killed, indicating that these people were also disciples of the blood-cold sect. "Let us talk later." "What's wrong?" "I need to take care of a few pests." Soon, 5 men arrived on the scene. The leader was dressed in lavish attire and clearly held a position of high status. He scanned the area but failed to spot the man Lin had crushed with a single grip moments earlier. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Where is my brother?" "Brother-in-law, this is Yue, a disciple of the blood-cold sect's sect master." Yunyao whispered in Lin's ear, "This man's cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of the gathering essence realm. We stand no chance against him." But Lin showed no sign of panic. He turned to Gu Rulan standing beside him and said, "I'll leave this to you." "Yes, master." Gu Rulan was, of course, more than happy to oblige. The past few days of training alongside Lin had left her physically and mentally exhausted, and she'd been itching to let off some steam for quite some time. When Yue saw Gu Rulan's pure and beautiful face, he paused in surprise for a moment, then a lecherous glint flashed in his eyes. "My lady, I am Yue, the senior disciple of the blood-cold sect." "May I ask your name?" He began by revealing his identity, hoping to win her favor through the blood-cold sect. "Blood-cold sect? Never heard of it. Is it some small, obscure sect?" But Gu Rulan's reply caused his smug expression to freeze. "As a newcomer, you likely aren't very familiar with our sect yet. How about this? I'll invite you to visit the blood-cold sect as my guest, and I'll make sure you're well taken care of." "Forget it," Gu Rulan shook her head, her tone calm. "I only want one thing from you." "Go ahead, ask." Yue's eyes lit up at her words. "Your life." A sudden glint of murderous intent flashed across Gu Rulan's face as she transformed into a streak of light and charged straight at him. Before Yue could even react, his chest was pierced. The other four froze in shock at the sight, but Gu Rulan gave them no chance to escape. She swiftly swung her sword, severing all their heads. And just like that, every disciple of the blood-cold sect was reduced to a headless corpse. "Master, they've all been dealt with." Gu Rulan returned to Lin's side and bowed respectfully. "Well done. Just remember to keep the chatter to a minimum next time you face an opponent." "Yes." Yunyao, meanwhile, was completely dumbfounded. She never expected that Yulong, who she had considered invincible, would be instantly killed by this woman at her brother-in-law's side. What puzzled her even more was Gu Rulan's attitude toward Lin. "Brother-in-law, who is this woman?" "My servant." Lin replied calmly. "No way." Yunyao couldn't believe that such a powerful and beautiful woman would willingly serve as her brother-in-law's attendant. "If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself." Lin was worried that the girl might misunderstand the nature of his relationship with Gu Rulan. "I am indeed my master's attendant, and I follow him wholeheartedly." Gu Rulan immediately saw through Lin's concerns and stepped in to explain. "So that's how it is." Yunyao felt her mind going a bit blank. "Then what cultivation level are you at, sister? To be able to instantly kill a Zhu Yuan realm cultivator with a single strike, you must be a golden core cultivator, right?" No. Gu Rulan shook her head. "I was fortunate enough to break through to the nascent soul realm a while back." "What?" Yunyao was so shocked she was momentarily speechless. After all, even the sect master of their Hualing sect was only at the Yuanying realm. "I owe it all to Master's help." Gu Rulan wasn't just paying Lin a compliment after all. Her breakthrough was primarily due to the supreme pure heart art and the power of that heavenly thunder, all of which Lin had bestowed upon her. Yunyao's gaze toward Lin wavered slightly. "What's wrong?" Lin sensed something was off. "Brother-in-law, you've really changed so much." Lin merely smiled faintly and reached out to ruffle her hair. "Don't worry. No matter how I change, I'll always be your brother-in-law." Upon hearing this, Junyao pursed her lips and said in a very soft voice, "Is it only brother-in-law?" "What did you say?" "Nothing. By the way, when will senior sister and the others wake up?" "In about half an incense stick's time." In truth, Lin had heard what she said earlier and understood exactly what the girl was thinking, but he chose not to call her out on it. "Here, take this." With a puzzled look on her face, Yunyao took a pill shimmering with electric light from Lin's hand. "Brother-in-law, what is this?" "The Heavenly Thunder Pill. It contains extremely violent energy.
If you can refine it, you should be able to break through to the gathering essence realm. Really? Yunyao's eyes lit up instantly. Do you think I lie to you? Take it now, before they wake up.
Just as Yunyao was about to put it in her mouth, she suddenly stopped. No, a pill this powerful should be for you, brother-in-law. With that, she handed the Heavenly Thunder pill back to Lin without hesitation. Silly girl, Lin chuckled softly. Don't worry, I've got plenty of these. To convince her, Lin pulled out several more Heavenly Thunder pills, which finally put Yunyao's mind at ease. Brother-in-law, you're really amazing, Yunyao said, her eyes sparkling.
Go ahead and take it. Lin affectionately tapped her between the eyebrows.
Gurulin, standing nearby, watched the scene with intense envy. She realized that Lin was genuinely kind to his family. How wonderful it would be if he treated her with such tenderness as well.
But Gurulin quickly dismissed the thought.
Given this guy's cold-blooded and ruthless nature, she should count herself lucky he didn't make her work even harder.
Are you cursing me under your breath?
Lin Fei noticed the change in Gurulin's expression, narrowed her eyes slightly, and asked in a somewhat sharp tone. No, Gurulin was instantly drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly shook her head like a rattle.
That's good enough.
Fortunately, Lin didn't press the matter, allowing Gurulin to breathe a sigh of relief.
I see your cultivation has been improving rapidly lately. This could very well lead to an unstable foundation.
In a couple of days, I'll help you practice a bit to stabilize your cultivation. But the next sentence sent her into a deep freeze. All Gurulin could do was reply with a long face, "Thank you, master." Soon, the three unconscious women gradually came to. Their memories were still stuck at the moment before they lost consciousness, so as soon as they regained awareness, they immediately checked their clothes. Only after confirming they hadn't been violated did they let out a heavy sigh of relief, and then they spotted Lin and Gurulin.
Who are you? The three women's eyes betrayed a look of wariness.
Don't worry, Lin explained.
I'm a family member of Yunyao. Family?
The three women exchanged glances, and their guard dropped considerably. You must be Lin, the brother-in-law Yunyao always talks about, one of the women exclaimed.
That's right.
I used to think Yunyao was exaggerating, but I never imagined you'd be even more stunning in person than she described, the three women said, unable to resist taking a closer look at Lin.
It couldn't be helped, his face was undeniably a major draw for women. The Hualing sect is just ahead.
After half a day's journey, the group successfully arrived at the sect.
I won't be going in, then. Lin stopped at the entrance.
Since the rules forbade men from entering, he naturally had to respect that. After all, the Hualing sect had taken care of Yunyao for some time. Stay by her side and keep her safe.
Yes.
After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin, who had been dozing on a rock, slowly opened his eyes. He saw Yunyao, Gurulin, and a woman in the prime of her youth standing before him. I presume you must be the sect master of the Hualing sect.
That is correct.
The woman sized Lin up, her willow-like brows furrowing slightly. This young man gave her an unfathomable impression.
Yunyao must have told you I intend to take her away.
Lin didn't beat around the bush, he got straight to the point. The sect master of the Hualing sect remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Although you are her relative, Yunyao is, after all, a disciple we've been nurturing with great care. Letting you take her away so easily would be far too casual.
So you're saying you want compensation?
That's not what I meant, Hua Ran shook her head.
If you want to take Yunyao away, you'll have to last 3 moves against me. Ha!
No sooner had the words left her mouth than Gurulin, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sis, you'd better come up with a different demand. His strength far exceeds your imagination. Forget 3 moves, you won't even last a single one against him. Immediately afterward, Gurulin sensed an icy gaze fixed on her. She stiffened and turned her head to look at Lin. You're getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to interrupt while your master is speaking.
I'm sorry. Without a moment's hesitation, Gurulin hurriedly apologized.
Lin paid her no further attention and then said to Hua Ran, then let us do as sect master Hua suggests. Hua Ran was also somewhat surprised by this. She knew that Gu Rolan, like herself, was a cultivator at the nascent soul realm, yet the latter was so obsequious in Lin's presence, even willing to become his slave. All signs pointed to Lin being exceptionally powerful, but even so, she did not change her demand. Then please be careful, Lin. Wind attribute mana erupted from Hua Ran's body, causing her to float in midair as she aimed her energy-charged long sword at Lin. Wind fall. In the next second, a blue beam burst forth, hurtling straight toward him at blinding speed. Yet faced with this attack, Lin showed no intention of dodging. He didn't even deign to block it. Seeing this, Hua Ran prepared to recall her spell. Her main purpose in making this demand had been to test whether Lin was capable of protecting Yunyao not to harm him. Crack! What happened next, however, made her eyes widen in shock. Her killing move had been casually shattered by Lin with a single flick of his hand. Watching the blue light shatter into fragments across the sky, Hua Ran was so stunned she was momentarily speechless. 2 more moves, Lin remarked. Upon hearing this, Hua Ran quickly regained her composure and once again channeled the raging wind element. Wind Spirit Art Sword of Annihilation. This time, she summoned 6 massive blue swords, launching them at Lin from different angles, leaving him absolutely no room to dodge. But to Hua Ran's utter surprise, Lin simply lifted his foot slightly, then stomped heavily on the ground. This instantly generated a terrifying shockwave that shattered all 6 blue swords. 1 move left. A complex expression flashed across Hua Ran's eyes. She did not unleash a third move but instead descended from the air, leaving behind a single sentence, "You two should go." She then prepared to return to the Hua Ling sect. After the clash of the first 2 moves, she keenly realized the gap in strength between herself and Lin continuing would only be courting humiliation. Wait a moment. Lin suddenly called out to her. Lin, is there something else? Here, take these. Lin took out 5 heavenly thunder pills and handed them to Hua Ran. You've looked after this girl for quite some time. As her brother-in-law, it's only natural for me to show my appreciation. No need. Hua Ran showed no intention of accepting them. Since I've taken her as my disciple, caring for and teaching her is simply part of my duty. Master, just take them. My brother-in-law has plenty of these. Yunyao walked over and tugged gently on Hua Ran's arm. Besides, it's not like I'm never coming back. I'll definitely come visit you when I have time. You little rascal, I thought you'd forget about your master once you saw your family. Hua Ran pinched her nose playfully. Of course not. Master, you've been so good to me, your disciple will never forget it for the rest of my life. All right, then I'll accept them. Remember, you must not take them consecutively. You must wait at least 10 days between doses, otherwise you'll easily suffer a backlash from the violent energy contained in the elixirs. Thank you for the reminder, Lin. I hope you'll take good care of Xiaoyao from now on. Lin nodded to show she would keep it firmly in mind. After leaving the Flower Spirit sect, Lin didn't rush to the Qinghuan Guild. Instead, he decided to return to White Emperor City to visit his father. If Uncle Lin knew that you, my brother-in-law, had returned to normal and become so powerful, he'd definitely be very happy. He has really had it tough all these years. A hint of tenderness flashed in Lin's dark eyes. He was deeply grateful to his father. After all, when his divine sense had been sealed, his father had truly fulfilled his duties as a father. Yunyao had also been wanting to go back and see her grandfather for quite some time. The Flower Spirit sect wasn't particularly far from White Emperor City. If it weren't for Gu Rolan's slow flight, Lin would have arrived in a single day. 2 days later, Lin looked down upon the city where he had grown up, a complex expression crossing his face. Back then, he'd been bullied quite a bit by the spoiled children of wealthy families, but fortunately, his father, Linya, and Yunwan had always protected him. Let us go down. To avoid causing a commotion, the 3 didn't land directly in the city. Instead, they went to the outskirts and entered through the city gate. Nothing has really changed, Yunya muttered under her breath as she looked at the familiar streets. After all, she'd only been gone for half a year. How could there have been any major changes? Second young lady Sue. Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment rang out, catching the trio's attention. They saw a portly man with a round face running toward them at a brisk pace.
it really is you. Weren't you supposed to be training at the Walling sect?
He then noticed the two people beside her, his expression freezing for a moment before he realized who they were. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's you, Lin." Lin shot him a sidelong glance and quickly recognized him as Yan Quan, the man who had bullied her when she was a child.
I heard you went to the Qinghuan Guild with Miss Su. Why do you come back alone? Did she dump you? Yan Quan burst out laughing as he spoke. I knew it, someone like you could never be good enough for Miss Su. She's destined to. Smack.
Before he could finish, Yan Quan was sent flying by a slap, rolling several times on the ground before slamming hard into the wall.
You sure talk a lot.
Yan Quan clutched his swollen cheek as he struggled to his feet, staring at Lin in disbelief.
You can talk.
Lin coldly raised his hand. A beam of energy suddenly burst from his fingertips, instantly piercing the other man's shoulder and crippling his entire arm. I don't care about what happened in the past, but if you dare to speak disrespectfully again, I'll make you know what it means to wish you were dead. A low growl, like that of a demon, rang in his ears. Yan Quan was so terrified he was paralyzed with fear he even lost control of his bladder. After warning the man, Lin didn't want to waste any more time. He turned and walked toward the Lin mansion.
Damn good for nothing.
Only after watching him leave did Yan Quan snap out of his daze, muttering a curse under his breath. Whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than a streak of light struck him directly in the head.
Yan Quan's skull exploded like a watermelon, spilling red and white across the ground. I suddenly realized that scum like you was better off dead. What are you talking about, brother-in-law? Yunyao asked curiously from beside him. Nothing.
Lin withdrew his hand with an impassive expression. He wasn't magnanimous enough to let someone who had once bullied him off the hook. The only reason he hadn't struck just now was to spare Yunyao from witnessing such a gruesome scene. When the three of them arrived at the Lin Manor, they were startled to find that not only were the gates tightly shut, but they were also sealed with official seals.
What's going on?
Realizing something was wrong, Lin hurriedly released his divine sense to scan the area, but detected no signs of life within the Lin Manor. Brother-in-law, don't act rashly, Yunyao said urgently, sensing Lin's agitation.
Why don't we go to the Su Manor first and ask Grandfather Dan D what happened? All right.
Not caring about causing a commotion, Lin grabbed Yunyao's hand and flew straight toward the general's mansion. They soon arrived at the main gate.
Who dares to trespass on the general's mansion?
The guards, seeing them, immediately tried to step forward to block their path, but were instantly knocked back by the overwhelming aura Lin emitted. In an instant, the two entered the main hall, where old Master Su was sitting in a chair, his face filled with worry.
Grandfather!
The sudden, familiar voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He looked up sharply and saw Yunyao and Lin standing right in front of him.
Why are you back? Where is Xiao Wan? Facing old Master Su's question, Lin didn't answer. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, what happened at the Lin residence? Where is my father? What? Old Master Su's eyes widened. You've finally learned to speak, have you?
Lin reached out and grabbed old Master Su's shoulder, his voice filled with urgency.
Where is my father right now?
Old Master Su instantly felt as if his shoulder were about to be crushed. This young man was incredibly strong.
Your father is currently locked up in prison. Let go of me.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the atmosphere in the entire hall grew incredibly heavy and oppressive. Old Master Su felt as if he couldn't catch his breath.
Brother-in-law, calm down.
Yunyao, seeing that things were taking a turn for the worse, hurried over to try to reason with Lin. Fortunately, Lin immediately withdrew his intimidating aura, then turned and walked toward the exit.
Brother-in-law, where are you going? To save my father. Lin left those words behind and vanished in an instant.
Cough, cough, cough. Old Master Su plopped down onto the floor, coughing violently. Just moments ago, he felt as if he were carrying a mountain on his back. The crushing pressure had nearly suffocated him.
What is going on with that kid Lin?
Not only has he gotten smarter, but he has also become this powerful, Old Master Su said, still shaken. Even as a battle-hardened general, he had never experienced such terrifying pressure before.
Grandpa, why was Uncle Lin locked up in the celestial prison?
Old Master Su sighed helplessly. Yesterday, several officials jointly submitted a memorial accusing Linya of embezzlement and accepting bribes. That's why the Emperor ordered the Lin residence to be sealed off and had him imprisoned.
What? Yun Yao was utterly shocked. That's impossible. Uncle Lin has always been an upright official. How could he do such a thing?
I know that, of course. I had originally planned to help clear his name, but I didn't expect His Majesty to be so determined to crack down on the Lin family this time.
Not even I could persuade him otherwise.
That was why Old Master Su had been sighing all along. Then it's all over, Yunya muttered to herself.
The Emperor has essentially painted himself into a corner. What did you say?
Meanwhile, Lin rushed frantically to the celestial prison. Before the guards stationed there could even react, he sent them all flying with a single slap.
Finally, in the innermost cell, he spotted Linya, huddled in the corner.
Father!
Lin immediately rushed inside and helped Linya to his feet. When Linya saw Lin's face, he was taken aback.
You're Shaoyi.
Lin nodded, then released gentle mana from his hands to heal Linya's internal injuries. You can speak again? And you've become a normal person, that's wonderful.
After a moment of shock, Linya couldn't help but break into a happy smile.
Father, it's my fault for being such an unfilial son and causing you to suffer. Don't blame yourself.
Linya raised his hand to pat Lin on the head. Father, I was meant to face this ordeal. In truth, he had long anticipated this day.
If Yunwan hadn't been taken in by the Qinghuan Guild back then and the Lin family hadn't benefited as a result, they never would have lasted this long.
Father, rest assured. I will see that justice is served for you. A flash of ferocity crossed Lin's eyes, and he radiated an intense aura of murderous intent. The temperature in the cell dropped suddenly.
Don't act on impulse, Linya hurried to persuade. This time, His Majesty the Emperor issued the order personally.
I think he has been living too comfortably as Emperor. It's time for a change. Lin's outrageous remark left Linya momentarily stunned.
Are you thinking of?
Father, let us get out of here first. Without further explanation, Lin led Linya to the Su family residence.
Greetings, old general.
Looking at Linya in his prison garb, Old Master Su let out a soft sigh.
You've suffered. Linya shook his head. It's nothing. Take good care of my father, Lin ordered Gurulin, who was standing nearby.
If he suffers even the slightest harm, you know what will happen to you. Yes, Gurulin's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly assured him she would risk her life to protect Lin's father.
What are you planning to do? I'm going to the Imperial Palace. Lin was determined to demand an explanation for his father. You'd better not.
Linya naturally didn't want Lin to undertake such a dangerous mission. After all, the Imperial Palace was teeming with martial arts masters and guarded by the Imperial Guards.
Don't worry. I'm not the fool I used to be. Lin flashed a confident smile. I will never let my father suffer an injustice.
The Imperial Palace, in a magnificent hall.
What did you say?
Linya was abducted from the celestial prison.
Yes. The Emperor, seated high upon the dragon throne, wore a look of fury. He never imagined anyone would be so audacious as to abduct a prisoner from the celestial prison, showing complete disregard for the imperial authority.
Commander-in-Chief, you have 3 days to apprehend the culprit.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The Grand Commander's body trembled involuntarily as he hurriedly knelt and bowed his head in obedience. The Emperor raised his hand to rub his temples, a hint of irritation crossing his face.
Things have been troublesome enough lately, and now this has to happen. It seems I've been too lenient with you all.
From now on, anyone who dares to cause trouble will be executed without exception.
We obey your command.
The officials in the hall knelt in unison. They were all well aware of the Emperor's ruthless methods. Even the Lin family, who had originally helped him ascend to the throne, had been stripped of their assets, with not the slightest regard for past favors. Truly, the imperial family is the most heartless of all.
Clap, clap, clap. Just then, a burst of applause suddenly rang out. What a display of authority! It seems sitting on the throne for so long has made you forget what sort of person you really are. The mocking taunt echoed through the hall, causing all the minister's pupils to contract sharply. They never expected anyone would dare to provoke the emperor's wrath in public. Who dares to speak such blasphemy? The emperor slammed his hand down on the armrest, stood up, and demanded loudly. Whoosh! The next second, Lin appeared in the hall, his gaze fixed coldly on the emperor. You're that fool from the Lin family. Soon, all the ministers present including the emperor recognized him. Aren't you supposed to be mute? How come you can suddenly speak and your wits seem to have sharpened considerably? It seems you've struck it rich in the cultivation realm. The emperor did not immediately condemn Lin for his earlier offense after all, he had no idea just how much stronger Lin had become over the past year. More crucially, if Yunwan had returned with him, that would spell trouble. That was why he intended to gauge Lin's true capabilities through conversation. Cut the nonsense. Lin, of course, understood the emperor's intentions. You should know why I'm here. It seems you rescued Linya. Did you break into the palace to clear the Lin family's name? The emperor had already confirmed that Yunwan was not accompanying him, otherwise, he would never have allowed Lin to enter the palace alone. Where are the imperial guards? At his command, hundreds of fully armed soldiers stormed in from outside. Lin, you've abducted a prisoner, defied your superiors, and trespassed into the imperial palace. Each of these is a capital offense punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family. Today, I shall. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin had teleported right in front of him, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him off the ground. You've got one thing wrong. I didn't come here to plead my father's case, but to replace you on this throne. What? At these words, everyone in the hall was taken aback. You're trying to seize power and usurp the throne. No, no, no. Lin shook his head. I have not the slightest interest in this throne. It's just that since you insist on causing trouble for my Lin family, I'll have no choice but to replace you with someone who is obedient and sensible. Quick, save me. Finally sensing the threat of death, the emperor frantically cried out to the imperial guards below for help. But no sooner had he finished speaking than Lin tightened his grip. Crack! As the crisp sound rang out, the emperor's eyes instantly lost all light. Lin casually flung the decapitated emperor to the ground. As they gazed at his corpse, the assembled ministers were all petrified with fear. Meanwhile, hundreds of imperial guards rushed toward Lin, ready to subdue him. Looking for death? Lin snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, instantly paralyzing everyone charging at him. If you don't want to die, stand still. The imperial guards instantly fell silent as if struck by lightning. They realized the man before them was far beyond their ability to oppose. A single glance from him would likely be enough to wipe them all out. Go fetch the princes. Lin ordered the eunuch standing beside him, who had been frozen with fear. The eunuch froze for a moment, then scrambled away toward the exit. As for the rest of you. Lin swept his gaze over the trembling ministers. I'll ask only one thing: who submitted the memorial accusing my father? Several ministers kneeling in the crowd instantly felt a chill run through their bodies. Sure enough, this man had no intention of sparing those who had dared to target the Lin family. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't step forward on your own, I'll consider everyone here an accomplice. 1. 2. It's them. Finally, one minister couldn't bear the psychological pressure any longer and hastily named the few who had filed the impeachment petition against Linya. After all, the man standing before them was a terrifying figure who dared to kill even the emperor. He would naturally show no mercy in dealing with them. As for so-called collegial bonds, they were no match for the threat of death. Lin looked at the 5 men trembling on their knees, raised a finger, and with a light flick, their heads rolled to the ground. Soon, 3 princes arrived outside the hall upon hearing the news, accompanied by a contingent of over 1,000 men. Have them all wait outside the hall, or you'll all die. Lin's icy warning rang out sharply in their ears.
The three princes exchanged glances and finally decided to do as he said. But when they stepped into the hall, they were stunned by the scene before them. Their father, the emperor, with his neck snapped, the ministers, their heads severed, and the imperial guards, standing rigidly, too terrified to move.
Which one of you wants to be emperor?
Lin sat on the imperial throne, looking down at the three men below. The overwhelming sense of oppression he exuded was so intense that it made them want to kneel before him.
Speak! Seeing that the three remained silent, Lin urged them impatiently, or do none of you want the throne? I want to be emperor.
Finally, the second prince, usually the most unassuming of the three, stepped forward, forcing himself to look at Lin despite his fear.
Very well.
Lin waved his hand casually, and the bodies of the first and third princes instantly exploded into a cloud of blood.
Then, starting today, you are the emperor of this dynasty. You should know what you need to do, right?
Yes, the second prince nodded hurriedly. I'll issue an edict immediately to pardon the Lin family of all their crimes, and Chancellor Lin will be reinstated to his former position.
Not bad, you're fairly quick on your feet.
But that alone won't be enough to earn my trust. With that, Lin appeared beside the second prince, raised his hand, and patted him on the shoulder, imprinting a restriction into his body. If you dare to follow in your father's footsteps, your fate will be 100 times more miserable than his. Leaving those words behind, Lin strode out of the imperial palace.
Father, I'm back. You rascal, you're finally back.
Seeing that he was safe and sound, Linya let out a deep sigh of relief.
Father, rest assured nothing will happen to me.
And starting today, no one will dare to harm the Lin family.
At first, Linya didn't quite grasp the meaning behind Lin's words.
It wasn't until news spread of the emperor's death, the new emperor's succession to the throne, the Lin family's pardon, and Lin's reinstatement to his former position that Linya realized his son had accomplished something truly momentous within the span of just 1 hour.
Watching Lin tend to the little creature, a complex expression flashed across Linya's eyes. Can you tell me what exactly is your background?
His intuition told him that Lin's origins were far from ordinary, and he couldn't shake a certain indescribable feeling. Yunyao and Gu Rolan, standing nearby, also cast puzzled glances at Lin. After all, the various abilities he had displayed were truly outlandish, even defying common sense.
Well, I'm actually the reincarnation of a cultivator from the upper realm. What? That single sentence left everyone present momentarily stunned. You used to be an immortal? Linya stood up in shock. To be more precise, Lin had once been the ruler of the upper realm, the celestial emperor who reigned over all. Then why are you out here in the middle of nowhere? Sigh. Lin let out a helpless sigh.
I was cultivating a certain practice that required me to undergo several reincarnations. During my final reincarnation, I was betrayed by a few despicable fellows, so I had no choice but to transfer my younger self.
So that's how it is.
No wonder you couldn't speak before and weren't very sharp.
Linya smiled.
I never imagined I'd stumble upon a legendary immortal.
Don't tease me like that.
Lin scratched his head.
No matter what, you're still my father. So what are you planning to do next? Go back to the upper realm? Naturally. Lin nodded. But before that, I still need to settle some scores.
Sensing the killing intent radiating from him, everyone understood exactly what he meant.
When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow.
Hearing this answer, Linya's eyes dimmed slightly. Clearly, he wanted to spend more time with his son. After all, Lin had previously been in a state where his divine sense was sealed, making communication between father and son difficult. Father, don't worry. Once I've dealt with those guys, I'll take you to the upper realm. Taking Linya along rashly at this point would only increase the danger.
All right, then I'll look forward to it. I can't wait for you to take me to see the sights of the upper realm. The next day, Lin left White Emperor City with Gu Rolan and Yunyao. Brother-in-law, I never would have guessed you were the legendary immortal. Yunyao's eyes sparkled with wonder. Can you tell me what life is like in the immortal realm?
Seeing the look of longing on the girl's face, Lin reached out and ruffled her hair.
Don't get your hopes up.